John and I hung out with her one night for a couple of hours, and I didn't see any sparks of any kind.
No, I don't mean there. It was like.
You know what I'm saying?
Were you rubbing her leg, John?
No, but she like stood there, and I said hello, and she said hello, and we were both in Vegas.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you. Oh, she wanted it.
Wait, if I
she was about to say,
you know what, dude?
She would have said yes.
Pam is a friendly girl, and that's where you can't get confused.
Yeah.
You can tell when a woman wants you, and you can tell when a woman's just being friendly.
Yeah, I heard she was into Beetlejuice, too. I heard she came on to Beetlejuice.
Yeah, right.
You know how I know she wasn't interested in John? We sat with her for 2 hours, and they were talking about their kids a lot. That's a way you know.
That's how you get in.
Hey, I should make I don't mean to interrupt the fun, but this is a breaking news story, a serious news story.
What?
A plane has crashed, into the World Trade Center.
You're kidding!
The World Trade Center is on fire, which is
what is going on?
Really? Let me look out my window.
It's the tallest.
Just heard you right there.
Was it like one of those private planes?
Thank God you're alive.
Dude!
You see it?
Dude, it's just hot. Oh, my God. I got to go out on my roof. This is incredible. The whole thing is on fire.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean, not a little fire.
No, it's huge.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
If a plane hits a building.
I gotta run.
How did it take so long to happen?
I'll call you back.
Right, I know. I'm always amazed.
Because, a plane once crashed in the 40s. A plane crashed right into the Empire State Building, right in.
Right.
What kind of plane?
What kind of plane? Was it a private... stupid plane?
I don't have any more details. I'm following this story.
I hope this wasn't one of those, terrorist kamikaze attacks.
You know what? He's preparing to
let's get back to you and Pamela.
sit in on for Dan Rather. That's why he's being very serious.
Yes.
Taking over.
This is my audition. We go now to Sandra Rodriguez, who is on the site at the World Trade Center.
Hello.
Sandra? Hello, Howard. The fire is going very rapidly. Yeah, I'm going to be taking over Dan Rather when he retires. Hey, Howard. But it's a very serious story. I mean, I'm sure there's... but fortunately, it's early in the morning. Maybe not too many people are in the building.
Yeah, hope not.
You know what? That's a financial building. Those people get in really early. Yeah. I mean, they really do. It's like...
For the international market?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do they do there, though?
I'm not sure if the plane is... a portion of the plane isn't actually stuck into the building.
It looks like something's hanging out there.
You see on the left-hand side of your screen?
Yeah. I got you.
I don't know if you can see it.
Good Lord.
Oh, they just pulled back for you.
See that? Is that a helicopter?
I think it's a helicopter that's hovering around to see what's going on.
No, I see what he's saying.
Right up there.
It's a piece of the plane hanging off the building. I don't know if that's smoke or a piece of the plane.
You can't really tell.
Dude, it's really smoking.
Yeah. Huge fire.
It's like Towering Inferno, because once it gets started, what happens?
Imagine being trapped in there.
They built it better than that hotel.
Well, how are they going to get... They're not going to get hoses up there. They're going to have to rely on the sprinkler system.
And all that?
Yeah, and you know how well they work in the city.
But, these stairwells are all...
You can't drag a hose up there? Wow.
Don't they have a ladder that goes that high?
I don't even know how you begin to fight that fire.
Sand.
What do you want to know about Pam?
Okay, so then you're...
So we were hanging out... We were at Scores.
You're kissing her. At that
it wasn't like a big make-out. It wasn't like that.
But she wasn't pushing you away either.
No, she was just being a little bit playful, but...
So
Did you feel her breasts?
What?
Did you feel her breasts? Be honest, come on. Did you feel...
God's honest truth, I don't remember.
That's a yes.
I don't remember.
No, you would remember if you...
I don't think I did. No, I don't think I did.
Like, did you pull her butt close?
I felt her butt.
Oh. How then do you not close?
You were just inches away.
Closed.
You were inches away from the big Y.
Banged
what?
You were inches away.
I did not.
You did it?
No, I didn't. I never banged Pam Anderson. Never.
Did you? Okay. Do I have to go through the whole list?
I swear on my kid's life.
Did you get hand relief from Pam Anderson?
Does he have his fingers crossed?
No, I told you what I did. I'm being honest. Pam, I think, would admit to this. I'm not telling anything out of school.
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
Sorry?
Was it clear who initiated the kissing?
Like, did you initiate it or did she?
She did.
How'd she kiss?
Oh, you idiot.
You weren't there. You don't even... Well, actually, you were there. You don't even know that.
You're such an idiot.
Why are you shaking it?
I've never called you an idiot. And believe me, there's some cause for it. You weren't there. I know how to assess a woman's situation. I was not there. I was far from there.
You had the winning lottery ticket. You threw it away.
I invited her back to my place. And she wanted to go to a club.
You didn't invite her back to your place.
I did. I was there.
You just said you told her where you would be.
I'm telling you, I said, hey, maybe we should all go somewhere. And when a girl could take that and say, okay, let's go. But she was like, nah, I want to stay with my friends.
She wanted a little foreplay.
No.
She wanted to go out to the club with you, drink a few
Whatever. I didn't have time to work it.
You didn't have time to work it that
I'm not going to sit. Want to know the truth? I wasn't going to sit there and work it all night. I wasn't going to put in the time.
How'd she kiss, by the way?
Oh. It was fine. It was a peck. It was nothing. No, it wasn't anything serious.
I take back my idiot.
Yeah, it's nothing. It was nothing serious. Believe me, if I saw the glimmer of hope, if I saw the second of any kind of opportunity, I would seize it. I never turned down that.
That sounds like a Ganji story, though, doesn't it?
It does, but it's not.
You know what a good litmus test is? When you kiss a girl, and if she touches you when you kiss her...
There was no touching. It was very playful.
She wasn't touching you?
But if she doesn't touch you, you get nothing. That's how it works.
I know the difference when someone...
Was she sitting on your lap?
No.
At this time?
No.
Where was she?
She couldn't sit on my lap. Natalie was on my lap. And she got a little jealous, that's all.
And so she leaned over and started kissing?
She gave me a kiss.
Howard.
It was not leaving a tongue. It was nothing.
Oh, dude.
Go ahead, Tom.
You got to watch your monitor. They're going to play back. There was just an explosion.
Oh, let me see.
Oh, no.
This is. What happened, Tom? What do you know?
I mean, all I know is that apparently a plane, I've heard Channel 2 describe it as it looked like someone was driving, a drunk driver driving a car, flew into the building.
Was it a terrorist attack?
Look at that.
It's unbelievable. I mean,
it's a huge hole.
See what's going on at the World Trade Center. And about... There's
wow,
an
look at
that just happened 20 seconds.
It's even lower now, the explosion.
Looks like a movie.
It is. Yeah, it does. It looks like a movie special effect.
I'm telling you, it's Pam Anderson's jet.
Oh, stop.
Vinny, what are you talking about?
There's no time to be making a...
This is not even a joke.
Wait, hold on. Is the other one catching fire now?
Gene Simmons is What was the Gene Simmons thing?
Gene Simmons blew up.
Wait a second. Let me see that again.
Pull that up again.
Is it in both buildings?
Does it look like, it looks like the other buildings are caught now.
Well, yeah, this is going to be massive. Yeah. Are there people in the building? There's got to be people in the building.
But I mean, I don't know who said it was Gary or John, but you're right. I mean, how does the fire department deal with this?
I don't know.
Well, they said emergency crews are rushing to the scene.
That's a hole like the Oklahoma City hole in a building. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there it is.
That's a heart.
That's flames, man.
See, that's
really the second building, so...
Oh, my God.
No,
because the one on the
second building's on fire.
That's right. The one on the right has a hole in it.
Has a hole in it. The other one's the one that exploded.
No, I think it was the
back. That's a reflection.
I think it was the back side of the first building.
That's a reflection.
At least I hope it was.
I do, too.
So anyway, Pam Anderson.
It was just a rumor. Somebody just called and said that on CNN. A second plane just crashed into one of
Stop it.
A second plane.
That's two different buildings.
They are two buildings, and that is lower.
So it's a terrorist attack, isn't it?
That's what they're saying.
It's got to be.
Somebody just called
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no.
A second plane might have crashed, and a second building is on fire.
Why does everyone go to the World Trade Center?
What do they do there?
It's a big target.
Landmark in New York?
Well, it's the biggest landmark in New York, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Next to
It's the tallest.
Oh, my God.
And it's a place where people can be killed. Like, you can't take down the Statue of Liberty. Nobody's going to be killed there. Hey, maybe I should put the sound on.
Yeah. I mean, we got Channel 2.
Yeah, give me some sound.
What's all that
stuff? Hold on.
That's flying in the air. You see that?
Looks like papers or something.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of debris and stuff.
And this will be a good opportunity for me to act like Dan Rather.
Yes, you can practice.
Because I'm going to be
when they call.
Does this scare you?
Yes. Yes, it does scare me. We're totally too lax in this country. Trying to tell you. Tell me if you're ready.
Did you see that movie Swordfish, Howard?
Now at the scene, we should tell you that approximately 40,000 people work in the World Trade Centers between the two towers. Each building 110 stories tall. And joining us on the phone again is John McLennan. He works at 200.
I hope it's not Captain Jenks.
And has witnessed some of this unfold.
As have we. Just before 9 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Hello? Just before, John, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, an unbelievable event happened, catastrophic event. A plane crashed into the World Trade Center Tower number 1. Not more than 3 minutes ago, a second explosion happened at Tower number 2. We're being told that it could have been another plane, although what we saw was just an explosion. And again, Michael, you said 40,000 people work at World Trade Center. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're efforting. Reporters on the scene are trying to get down there. Marcella Palmer, namely, as many others that we have called in and heading down there. We're trying to get people who have been eyewitnesses to this to call us so that we can hear what they know and what they've seen. We're hearing that it could have been a Boeing 737 or an Airbus from one of our witnesses.
So it was 2 planes?
We're not still sure.
So you think it was 2 planes?
Exactly caused
They're not
that
sure.
explosion on the second World Trade Center tower.
They don't know.
But if it was one of those size planes, those are huge jets.
We have no confirmation on the injuries, as Lisa mentioned. We have no knowledge as to how many people involved. However, our producers are telling us now that we do have some videotape of the second plane, and you can see it there.
Where? I didn't see it. Oh, whoa.
Oh, my God.
We're under attack.
Going into
And
buildings.
from our vantage point, clearly difficult to tell.
We're under attack.
What type of plane that is, but it's a horrific scene.
All right, we've just been told also, Michael, sorry, the New York Stock Exchange is being evacuated, as is, I'm sure, much of Wall Street, if not all of it, as much as possible. But the New York Stock Exchange has suspended trading for the moment.
It's war. Come on.
Everyone tries to get out.
It's
the Japanese area.
This is Pearl Harbor.
Right, we got to go bomb everything over there now.
We got to bomb the hell out of them. You know who it is. I can't say, but I know who it is.
That's crazy.
This is more upsetting than me not getting Pam Anderson. What is that, Tom?
There it is. There it is. Yep, I see it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Going into
what are you saying, Tom?
I've never seen anything like, obviously.
Me neither.
Nobody's ever seen anything like that.
Oh, my God.
So that's a suicide mission.
Yeah, suicide mission.
They're doing it over here now.
We can't put words in the FAA's mouth or any flight.
I know who's doing it.
Tower information.
There's no way a 737 would do that.
And on what seemingly is a relatively clear New York day, 2 plane impacts. One you just witnessed there, saw on tape.
It's a suicide mission.
Yeah.
We're at war.
Look at that.
And who are we at war with?
4-9, the second one.
Is this our Chopper 2 picture?
Not long after 9. This is, I believe, a picture from Chopper 2. Jim Smith, are you up there?
Yes, we are, Michael and Lisa. We have been forced to stay about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center. A flight restriction has been put in place, but right now we are looking at live pictures. The tower on the left, that is tower number 1. And we can tell you that we can still see the flames and smoke coming out of that, as well as the tower to the right. That is tower number 2. You can see the damage to that about the middle of the building. Just incredible what we are witnessing here from about 5 miles away from the World Trade Center.
Jim, I don't know if you were able to see the videotape that we showed moments ago, and if you have any information at all as to what type of plane and what carrier may be involved.
Well, we do not have that as of yet, Michael. Unfortunately, we were unable to see.
The attacks occurred 18 minutes apart.
Baker is right now talking with air traffic control. We're trying to determine what exactly happened here, what type of plane, to be exact, was involved here, as well as the carrier involved.
We're showing people again that videotape that was shot just moments ago of that second plane making impact into the second of the trade centers. Again, both 110 stories tall, 40,000 people working between the...
Dominic is on the phone. He seems to want to say something. Yes, Dominic. Oh, he's gone. What is it, Joey Boots?
Howard, hey, I'm down on West 4th Street. We heard the first explosion. We went outside. We're watching the smoke come out. There's a hole in the side of the building. All of a sudden, maybe, 10 minutes later, there was another plane flying around, and that disappeared into the building also, and you had like a third explosion after that.
How big did that plane look?
The second plane was a decent-sized plane. It looked like it would hold maybe 50, 60 people.
Really?
Yeah, let me tell you something. Like, we're looking on TV, and the World Trade Center is so big that it looks like a tiny plane.
From here. You couldn't even believe the sight. I mean, I've never seen anything like this before. We heard the first explosion. It rocked my friend's apartment, and he lives... West 4th Street, and that's downtown, and we could see the Twin Towers right from here. There's smoke billowing out of the side of the building. There's a hole in the side. Then we saw the other plane flying around after we were out there watching it for a few minutes, and that plane disappeared into the building, and it blew up.
They're flying right into the building.
This is them towelhead bastards.
Well, we don't know who it is.
We don't know yet, but I got a feeling.
It could be...
you can't say that, but I can say that. It's about time we take these towelhead bastards and throw them out of the damn country.
Well, don't overreact
We're too
yet.
nice to people,
Let's find out who it is. We're going to find out. Once I find out...
Then we'll get crazy.
Then we'll get crazy.
I got a lot of friends that work in that building. I'm sitting here watching it burning right now.
I know, Joey.
The attack happened, and I just
know people down there?
Now.
You do? I do, too.
My father used to work in that building.
Who does?
My father used to work in that building.
Yeah, I know. We know tons of people down there.
Mr. X used to work in that building.
Yeah, I know that.
My wife used to work in that building.
Let's go to Mike, who works in the building next door. Joey Boots, stay on the line. Yeah, Mike.
Hi. Howard, how you doing?
Yeah.
It's crazy over here. It's like chaos. It's like the Armageddon.
Of course.
The first plane we didn't see. But
you ought to get out of your building, dude.
All we saw was fire. Then the second time, we actually saw the plane circle around and then smash into the building.
Plane.
We're under attack.
Could you see
there are people flying planes into New York City and crashing into buildings.
It's chaos. There's people all over the place.
What did you saw the plane?
I saw the second plane.
What did it look like? Did it look like a commercial plane?
No, it looked like maybe one of those Airbus type things, like an MD-80.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Howard, anybody else that's out there listening now that's working at New York City landmarks, take my word, be on the lookout right now, because these guys, they like to do these in multiple numbers.
There could be more coming in.
Out of the bombing, they're going to bomb a whole bunch of sites. Make sure everybody takes watch and
Here's the Air Force.
Howard.
The Air Force is stunned. What?
On a more serious note, you're a big pussy. You didn't touch Pamela Anderson?
No, we're back on that. Dude, I'm telling you.
We can talk about that anytime.
Yeah, you can brag on me tomorrow. I'm in the middle of organizing a military action. Thank you.
Like, how do you combat this, though?
You know how. Reagan stopped them.
No, but I'm saying...
Go in there and you teach them a lesson.
We know where these people are.
Yeah.
We know exactly where they are. We need to send some cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
Today.
We're always worried about the innocent civilians who live around.
You know what? Innocent civilians, so what? They shouldn't be living by these guys, supporting them, all that crap, okay?
How about this? We won't do anything.
What about
we won't. We won't do anything. You wait and see.
Trust me, you will.
GW better get on the stick.
GW, you're listening to this right now. You better bomb the hell out of those towel heads.
Howard, what was the end result of, after the whole World Trade Center bombing and all the trials and everything else, how many guys...
Nothing happened.
Nothing, right?
Nothing.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Well, some guys went to jail. Yeah. Big deal.
Like 4 guys.
Where's this Obi?
Do some strategic
where's Obi Bin Laden or whatever his name is?
We never declared war on.
Hey, Howard. They tried to get Bin Laden in 3 different places. Remember that?
Oh, come on. We can't get Bin Laden, then there's something wrong in this world.
Hey, Howard, I just talked to a guy. He just went by with a fire scanner. So there's multiple casualties.
Of course.
It's 9 o'clock. Everybody's at work at 9 o'clock. They timed it just perfectly. The opening of the stock market, everybody going to work.
How do they get a plane? I don't know.
2 planes.
How fast it's spreading, huh?
2? Oh, the whole building's going up.
Those buildings are just going to be, they're like matchboxes now.
Yeah, but everybody
let me go back to the news report for a second. Let's hear what's on the news.
That was planned by a terrorist group, or it can be just that the air traffic control system completely crashed. This is going to take a lot of investigating.
The air traffic control system.
Like a crazy air traffic control.
They're not allowed.
Hold it. Visually, no, it's a clear day in New York. There's no way 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center.
They're a legitimate news organization. They're not allowed to say what we're thinking, which is obvious.
Evaluate some of the injuries they will.
I see that second plane flying around there. It disappeared, and then there was an explosion.
You know what? Today is primary day.
I mean, it's pretty sensible to me what happened.
Medical service ambulances are also on alert. Remember, when there was the prior crash, there were 1,000 injuries.
I can't believe I'm seeing this either.
Today is primary day, Howard, and it also means that we're losing our mayor, Giuliani, and I really think he should declare something and just stay in office.
He should declare a state of emergency. And
we can't afford to change.
You see all the stuff falling? Now debris falling to the street below.
Yeah, anyone in that area ought to get the hell. You guys, are you really
Those
Joey?
Could come down.
No, that's far enough.
He's far enough away.
You're far away?
No, I'm down on West 4th Street. I'm fine. But I'm hearing on the radio they're talking about the plane is inside the building. There's multiple casualties. Howard, these towel heads, I'm telling you, we let them come to this country. They're here illegally, a lot of them. We don't even kick them out.
Well, we're letting everybody in here illegally.
Could the plane have been, loaded with explosives or something,
Sure.
I mean, come on. What would you do if you wanted to bomb something? You'd laid it with
just sticking a plane,
explosives?
Just flying a plane into there would blow up the whole thing.
I don't know how true it is, but I think while we were on vacation, I read in one of the newspapers that they are actually, honoring the families of these suicide mission guys they have over in the...
PLO does that after they blow up an Israeli, town.
The family gets compensated.
Yeah, the family is treated like heroes.
Is it Hamas or Hezbollah?
Hamas.
Hamas.
Joey, thanks.
All right, Howard.
Bye-bye.
Shouldn't there be, planes now flying over dropping water and stuff? Isn't that the only way they're going to, put it out?
Maybe that's how they put out forest fires. Maybe that's how they do it. I don't know anything about it.
It's inside the building, though.
At that point, that's like jet
Right.
fuel,
I mean,
electrical.
Yeah. Hey, wasn't that building like taller than, what is that building there? The big building.
Oh, my God.
Wasn't it taller than it was before? Look how much it's disintegrated.
Oh, you're a nutcase.
You know what? You got to go talk to horses in the winter circle.
Oh, my God.
You are such a nutcase.
No, I'm serious. You didn't see that?
Howard, how could you live in New York and go, what building is the Empire State Building?
You see that building over there? What is that?
That's the Empire State Building, Casey.
Casey's going to be like, as long as they don't hit the girl holding the torch.
Right, the girl holding the torch.
Hey, Howard, why's my hand bigger than the World Trade Center?
Yeah, because
They don't look so big.
Because it's on TV, dude. Nick, you're on the air.
Really why?
Yeah, I just called to tell you that the other guy you called and said it was the towelheads may be wrong. The State Department yesterday issued a terrorist watch for all Americans in Peru due to the extradition of the drug lord Daniel Ochoa to America.
Wow. Well, let's bomb them, too.
Let's bomb everyone.
But that's a bad idea. Either that or it was Jackie the Joke Man.
Let's drop A-bombs. Oh.
But you see how it's spreading the building to the right, Howard? It's like it's already going down like the middle of
Well, don't forget. I mean, this thing's going to burn. You can't stop that kind of burning. It's going to burn the whole building down.
I mean, it looks like it's the one way. One is 2/3 of the way up. The other's about halfway up.
Yeah.
God knows what it looks like inside. I mean,
110 stories.
Can you imagine being above or above that?
Oh God.
That's a nightmare.
Oh God.
You know what it's all. You know what happens? The worst thing that happens in these fires.
The heat.
No, it's the smoke inhalation.
Yeah.
It's the smoke inhalation. That's how you just choke to death, which is horrible.
How freaky will that be? That probably won't be part of the skyline of Manhattan anymore.
Oh, stop it.
What do you mean?
We must have that.
Well, you're not going to have it. It's gone.
But how freaky?
Put it back.
What's that stuff that's coming out of it?
Smoke.
Black smoke.
Not smoke.
It's called smoke.
The white thing coming all the way down. Is that like a ladder?
More smoke.
Oh, you are so crazy.
It's smoke. It's a fire.
Look
It's
at
a
that
flying shark, Casey.
No,
it's fire.
No, the thing that just came out. Do you see what I'm talking about?
No.
That's fire.
No, the white thing that just... See, it's coming down right now.
In between the two buildings?
Yeah. What a journalist.
There is something... I can't see. My eyes are so bad.
I think it's smoke from the back of the building.
No, it's white smoke.
It's Spider-Man.
Yeah, white smoke.
It looks like somebody's moving.
It does. Might be some sort
What
of
is that?
That's bigger than a person on the side of the building.
Yeah, I think
looks like somebody climbing down.
Hanging bed sheets, man. I'd do anything to get out of there.
Yeah, what is that?
There's something going on there.
Okay, you need about 2,000 bed sheets.
Let me put the sound up. Maybe we'll figure it out.
Radar from Boston to see if there are any unusual flight plans or any unusual planes that show up on the radar screen, and they can trace it back. They can do that pretty quickly, but again, the FBI, possibly even the Secret Service, would be called in on this to try to find out what's going on. Remember, it's a manpower issue. You need to get as many people as possible.
Yeah, it is black smoke.
Smoke from the back of the
billowing.
He's supposed to speak very shortly. He's going to be...
Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I'm watching the Fox Network here, and I just saw a thing on a thing that said that FBI is almost verified that there has been hijacking early this morning before the crash.
Really?
Oh, so they hijacked the plane.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man. There's actually 2 planes.
Yeah, right. 2 planes.
And it's actually ridiculous. Watch it on a film. Watch it on TV now. It's just...
Oh, this is so aggravating.
I don't understand how all of a sudden one day it's beautiful, next minute, no, everything's just ruined. What's that? Oh, here comes the plane right now.
Oh, God.
Second.
Wait, showing it again?
Yeah, I am speechless.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say?
What do you say about this?
Can't say anything.
I just feel like nothing will be done. It's just
no. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I think there would be such an outcry that something has to be done.
They've attacked the United States. It's war. It's war.
We don't stand for this.
Wasn't there an attack when they on the
World Trade Center?
On the World Trade Center. Why did we never go to war over that?
We didn't have to go to war.
Because this is a plane?
They had all those guys lived in Libya at the time, didn't they, Tom?
Yeah, I think so.
And didn't we bomb them? We didn't even declare war. Remember, we had the whole thing about France not letting us fly over their airspace.
Yeah.
We went anyway, and we bombed them.
Yeah, not enough.
And then what happened?
And then they did
stopped.
this for a while. They've been doing all kinds of stuff. And the Israeli intelligence...
you let them build up again.
Israel would take care of the problem for us, but we're now all of a sudden we're worried about how the PLO feels. I mean, let's get real.
I thought that was stupid in the first place.
Yeah, let's just get real.
Wow, that's a good size jet to hit the second time.
Israelis could kill everyone over there. They got the manpower, they got the bomb, they got everything.
Loosen the reins.
Yeah, let them do their thing. Let them do it.
Didn't George W.'s father have the chance to go all the way when we went to war? Just go right in and...
The Bushes don't have the chutzpah. They don't have the balls.
Notice they didn't do this when Reagan was...
No. You need a guy who didn't grow up rich.
Guy who can
like me who will bomb things because he's angry. I love the bomb.
I mean, part of that was, you got to remember, the UN and the whatever the writs of war that they had said it was to get Iraq out of Kuwait, and that was it.
Yeah. Bush pulled the plug. He had one more day, and he could have finished the whole job.
Oh, no question.
His calculation was that he'd rather...
The worldwide sentiment would be against us, blah, blah, blah.
And also, he'd rather keep that guy in office than have some other guy take over.
Yeah, because the guys behind him supposedly are worse.
Yeah, Dominic, go ahead.
This is no different than Pearl Harbor.
Absolutely.
That's right.
There'll definitely be a war, but you're looking at the wrong country. This comes out of Palestine.
Of course.
Not out of Iraq.
Oh, I don't know. We don't know anything, so.
No, we didn't say anything about Iraq.
But do you see the way that plane goes into the building?
Yes, those guys are happy to die for their Allah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
those are some crazy people.
Encourage it. Their parents encourage it.
Well, that's what I say. How do you negotiate with people like that? You can't.
No, it's really, and also the whole argument about whether Israel should be there or not is ridiculous.
And
they're there.
Drag Jesse Jackson back here and pummel him for even talking with that Yasser Arafat.
Now, do you think the plane was full of people?
I'm hoping.
No, I don't think so.
Well, they said if it was a hijack plane, probably was.
Right.
What do they care who else is on the plane?
Right. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
KC, that's the Empire State Building.
Hey, thanks, pal. I got that.
Why does it look tall?
But those buildings haven't sunk, Casey.
And Casey, the reason the Empire State Building looks bigger,
shorter.
you're looking at a flat screen and it's closer to you.
No, the Empire State Building's on like 34th Street.
Right.
So this is all the way down there.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's why I asked what the building was, because, how would you see it in the same picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
How did they say things come in threes?
What?
Things come in threes.
Yeah, this is Hank dying.
Hank and this.
Spike.
Hank, Aaliyah, and this.
Hank, Spike, Aaliyah, and this. That's 4. This is pretty awful.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like it.
This is the most catastrophic thing.
Does anyone else kind of feel
Since
like...
Pearl Harbor.
Do you feel inside like almost scared?
Yes. Almost. I am.
Yeah.
I just feel bad for whoever's in that freaking building. If anyone's on, stuck on top, forget it.
That's the weirdest thing about working in the city is that New York is always we're always a target.
I know.
Giuliani said that he's made this city terror-free. Less deaths than ever before in any administration.
Well, he has. From each other.
You're not going to blame him for this.
What does Giuliani get to do with this?
What are you talking about, Dominic?
Well, but the point is that really you have no control over any of this.
This can happen anywhere.
You would have to treat everything like the World Trade Center and the Statue of Liberty like a military base. You'd have to put planes around it.
Already.
But now let me ask you something. Now the World Trade Center has a sprinkler system, right? So that it's not going to be able to.
Well, that ain't going to do anything.
Well, that's for regular fires, not an explosion.
This is an airplane driving right into the building.
You know how much fuel is on a plane?
Exactly. They have
loaded with jet fuel.
So there's nothing that can be done then.
No. Listen, when they build it, they don't plan on planes driving into it. No. Well, they don't.
This was a movie. Would you believe it?
No. I mean, it'd be great special effect.
Dude, see, I thought this was going to happen on Y2K. That's why I stayed home. And you should have seen when the fireworks came out. I was having like
you know what? This is our worst nightmare. You knew this was going to happen one day, and it's happened.
Well, it's because we never settle anything.
You know what?
Right.
I got to tell you.
And we don't face the fact that and I'm not saying it's the Arabs who did this. I don't know yet, but I'm guessing the Arab world has to be taught a lesson that we are the boss, and you are going to be our dogs, and you have got to be spanked.
Will you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Will you not be the leader of these thoughts right now?
Yeah, it's true. And I'm not being the leader of the thoughts. I'm saying I don't know who did it yet. It could have even been one of our own people.
Could have been the Peru guy like that.
No, it could have even been
like the Oklahoma guy.
Yeah, it could have been like one of our own people. It could have been one of our own people. But you want to know something?
It doesn't. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't feel like.
One thing seems like
it doesn't feel like it. Is right.
One thing seems like an isolated incident. Two things seems like a well-planned.
Oh, clearly.
And
people over there aren't thinking rationally.
But it was a
They never have.
They never have.
And to sit down and try to talk to them is crazy.
Mostly the Arab countries,
as crazy as they are.
The oil-rich Arab companies don't take in the Palestinians. They don't want them. And, if this is a case of that, it's time to end the misery for the world.
See, I don't think the airport's checking off anyway. I mean, you can
if somebody hijacks a plane and drives it, how are you going to prevent that?
To your face, you do what they say.
No, I'm saying, how do they get a gun onto the plane?
Plastic guns?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they got a billion ways.
Nah, they probably got this plane. They could go to a private airport and get a plane. I don't think this is a commercial airplane.
Well, it depends on what size it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't it strike
you
guys?
The second one was a big plane.
It's odd that there are no choppers circling yet.
I don't think they're letting anybody into the airspace.
They got to make sure, of what's going on.
Would you chopper up there?
The Channel 2 chopper guy said this. It's a
there's embargo.
Yeah.
Right.
Down there in the financial district.
It's down.
Closed.
It hasn't opened yet. It's closed, but futures 150 points down already.
Of course.
Hold on. Let's hear this report.
Everything will go over
Provided by Chopper 2. The first impact in Tower 1 happening just before 9 o'clock this morning. The second impact that we had shown you videotape of not too long
live
ago.
on our cameras here.
And we were able to provide that image for you. The second impact, though, happening about 18 minutes after the first impact. And here's another look at it on tape. Hard from our angle to tell what type of plane or to really discern anything from that other than the obvious. So we're continuing to contact the FAA as well as the Port Authority, all airline carriers. We've heard reports that the FBI now investigating possibilities, we want to emphasize, of a possible hijacking and
or suicide mission, that's also a possibility that we're being told is being looked into.
All reports from the Associated Press as well. We understand that George Bush, the president, who was in Florida speaking to children on vacation a moment ago, when he was notified of what had happened, is scheduled to speak sometime soon. As
he's on the phone to his dad.
He was out speaking to children, which is where
the Associated Press only reporting that the FBI investigating, as is their job, any possible evidence of foul play.
Okay. Of course, it's difficult to find out information because the Port Authority is based at the World Trade Center, and Marcia Kramer's been trying to get in touch with them.
The authority has closed all their bridges and tunnels coming in and out of the city. What that means is the George Washington Bridge is closed, the Lincoln Tunnel is closed, the Holland Tunnel is closed, and all airports are now closed. That's regarded as a security measure. Remember, when you take a look at the possibility of terrorist attack, our bridges and our airports and our tunnels are regarded as prime targets. So to make sure that there isn't any other further disaster, they are closing all the bridges and tunnels into New York City. So to repeat, the George Washington Bridge, the Lincoln and Holland tunnels are closed. All three area airports, Newark, LaGuardia, and Kennedy airports are closed. Now, in Washington, the FBI was said to investigating reports around 9 o'clock, just before the first crash, of a plane hijacking. That's something that they're going to have to be looking into to see if the plane that crashed into the first World Trade Center building, Tower 1, was in fact
We got to be at war, right?
We're waiting for our president to speak.
Pretty close.
Yep.
Yeah, how are they going to figure out who's responsible for this?
Yeah, first, you can't declare war until you know who did it.
Yeah. I can think of some people to declare war on, though.
Right, yeah, I mean,
in general.
We can all come up with a list of candidates.
Yeah, we can use this as an excuse.
Exactly. It's not something to do lightly, though.
Coordinated this had to be.
I know. So coordinated. This is,
This is not the
This is what we've all known is going to happen.
We're all saying we've been lucky this hasn't happened before.
It was either going to be the Midtown Tunnel or one of these big targets, and someone was going to blow it up, and now they've done it.
You know, a lot of TV channels are out.
The towers are up on the World
Is that right?
Trade Center.
Yes, and there's radio stations up there as well.
The footage of that plane flying into it was pure Jerry Bruckheimer. I mean, it looked like it was straight up.
Yeah, it's like an Arnold Schwarzenegger film.
There's Bush. You know what's weird?
Let's
see what Bush is saying.
I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families, and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act.
The country.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
Well, it seems to be.
And now, if you join me in a moment of silence.
Oh, with the prayer. Moment of silence.
So you know what I want to hear, Howard?
Yeah.
I want to hear him say, we will find these people. I want him to be angry.
Yeah.
Look, we're going to find these people, and...
You know what I wanted to say? Planes are on the way.
President Bush, who was down in Florida for what was...
You know, you got to remember who his dad was. His dad was the head of the CIA. His dad is a strong, powerful man. His father's going to make sure that things are done.
He didn't do it himself.
Well,
Why didn't he do anything?
Because they were afraid if they got rid of Saddam, who'd come next.
Was that the same CIA that could never get Castro?
You guys can't forget, they bombed 3 different places. They tried to get bin Laden. In fact, we had rockets that hit the Chinese embassy. And
so why'd we give up?
We got in a lot of trouble for that.
Trouble. Who cares anymore? Let's go.
Can you imagine that we can't find bin Laden? Can you imagine that?
And you know what? It ain't even bin Laden. It's the whole frigging country.
Well, see, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Why is it safe to be there?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this could...
forget bin Laden.
He's got money.
Time to just literally say, we were just attacked.
What country, though?
You know who it is.
No,
I'll tell you the countries right off the bat.
We don't. The CIA should.
I'm saying that you listen.
But it's terrorists within those countries, and it is it's the countries that house the terrorists. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the government is hiding behind those terrorists.
And I'm sure they'll take credit for it anyway.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to take credit for it.
Bush needed to make it.
The government of those countries hide behind those terrorists.
You know what? We got to wait and see what the deal is.
You can't rush to judgment.
Yeah.
Well, we could.
It's not like Pearl Harbor. We knew who the Japanese were.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they at least announced. We did it.
But Bush could have generalized. He could have made a speech along the lines of that Reagan one from 15 years ago. He said they count on America.
No one's been able to write him a new speech.
I agree with that.
He's afraid to. But Bush is the kind of politician. He's afraid to say something spontaneously. Yeah. He just said, "I'm going to say a prayer."
He doesn't have any spontaneity.
He's got to wait for Cheney to tell him what to say, and he's going to get. I'll guarantee. I'd bet $10 million right now. He's on the phone to his dad asking him what to do.
Well, you know what? The first thing he said was, "I call the vice president."
Yeah. Because the vice president's in charge. Dick Cheney's running the country. Anybody who doesn't know that is crazy.
And the whole world should have a minute of silence in the middle of this.
Cheney? Does he have a military background, Cheney?
Cheney?
Yeah, he was defense secretary.
Cheney.
But originally...
What kind of accent do you have? Cheney.
Cheney. He's talking about his own chin.
The buildings are now buckling, they're saying. That literally...
Of course. I mean, the infrastructure's got to be...
A Boeing 767 from Boston, according to our information partner, CNN. We're not sure which plane that was, if it was the first airplane or the second. Again, looking into the possibility of a hijacking, a possible suicide mission. The FBI on high alert. All bridges, tunnels leading into New York City have been closed.
All three
airports have been closed, all under the command of the Port Authority, which ironically is based at the World Trade Center. Also, the Emergency Command Center that's supposed to be bomb-proof and earthquake-proof is at 7 World Trade Center across there. President Bush, as you see on the bottom of your screen, is calling the crashes terrorist attacks, and he is pledging to a full-scale investigation to hunt down and find the people responsible for it. Marcia Kramer, you're in the newsroom. What can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you now that New York City is going on high alert. It's going into what you would call its terrorist alert. They've established a no-fly zone over all of Manhattan. The Lincoln-Holland tunnels have been closed.
How do you enforce a no-fly zone?
You get the air. Any plane that comes into the area will be shot down by the Air Force.
The Brooklyn Battery tunnel.
The planes are up now. Our planes are all up. Our war planes. They're on full alert.
But see, that's what I was trying to say before, Howard. You'd have to have a military base next to the World Trade Center, everything.
You can't. The only way you protect against terrorism is to be a very strong parent. We're the leaders in the world. We have all the technology to spank these douchebags and fix them for once.
We've been
We're lenient.
Parents.
We're too liberal.
We're trying to let everybody solve their own problems.
When parents are too liberal, the kids get spoiled and they act out.
Did just buy the World Trade Center? Seriously.
I don't know who did.
They just confirmed at least one casualty.
Believe me, there'll be a lot more than that. The only saving grace might be that people weren't in the building because it was 9 o'clock, but like as we said, people get into work pretty early around here.
9 o'clock is late for the financial community to get to work. It really is.
Right.
Developed after the bombing of the World Trade Center.
And I disagree with Tom. After the bombing of the World Trade Center, nobody was hunted down.
There was nobody to hunt down.
Well, there was. They
put people on trial.
These aren't
big deal.
These aren't individuals. That's what I'm saying. People.
It's got to be countries. Yeah. Countries have to be held responsible. Let me see. Mayor's emergency bunker located at the World Trade Center.
Every emergency thing is located there.
Protect its bridges and tunnels. The UN, the United Nations, has been evacuated. The stock exchange has been evacuated. These are two of the landmarks in New York City that police and FBI officials have regarded as potential targets of terrorist attack. Again, we have also learned that FBI offices all across the country have been put on high alert for the possibility that there could be terrorist attacks other places in the country. Again, President Bush said that he called it an apparent terrorist attack, but it will take some time for the FBI...
Listen, we let all of these terrorists live in this country. We do.
Did you see that the subways are shut down? It just said
I'm telling you, you won't be able to get home.
This is crazy.
All right, we got to take a break.
Right here.
We're going to take a break, and I think we should just come back. We'll wrap it up. I don't know.
I don't know how to wrap it up.
I'll wrap it up. You don't have to wrap it up.
It's just there's no wrap.
I'll find a way to wrap.
I'm going to call my kids. Goodbye.
Whoa. What do you mean you're calling your kids? How dare you?
Kids? Who's more important than us?
You're going to call your kids.
I want to make sure they're all right.
Wait, whoa. Your kids
Are
your kids something to do with the World Trade Center?
No, but just at a moment like this, you want to just worry about it. I feel really bad about it, like all of you.
I think the terrorists are going to avoid Garden City, Dominic.
Yeah, I think imagine they're going after Dominic's law offices.
I just have to tell you, I do eat more in moments of fear.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're going to balloon up.
Yeah, I think he's really going to get something to eat.
Exactly. Yeah, I think you have to go eat. Go ahead.
So there was one Danish left.
All right, I have to take a break, and when we come back, I guess we'll close up the show.
Yeah.
Okay, right after these words.
Howard Stern Show. We'll have more of the Howard Stern Show in a moment on WBCN.
Because of what's going on now in our country, that we're just going to come back and be with you. The Pentagon has just been attacked.
Hit by a plane.
Hit by a plane. The World Trade Center has been hit by 2 planes. This is what we know so far. And I got to tell you...
They evacuated the White House.
Let me put on the sound.
Side of the screen, you can see the World Trade Center, which was hit by two planes. The first plane that hit the World Trade Center was a plane that was hijacked from Boston. As a result of that, we can also tell you that Logan Airport in Boston has also been closed.
Wow.
New York City airports are closed. Bridges and tunnels coming into Manhattan
What's going to be next?
have all been closed.
Anything could
that
happen
could be a further terrorist target is now being closed down as New York City and apparently the Capitol go into
the Pentagon. How do they get a plane through to the Pentagon? That's what I want to know. Isn't that what...
on the Washington Mall. So there's now 2...
How is the Pentagon? It's 48 minutes since the first attack on the World Trade Center.
And they got through.
And they got a plane through.
Question now whether this is terrorism?
Well, we know it's terrorism, and I'm telling you, a country has to be... You know, this reminds me of Japan attacked us in World War II, Pearl Harbor. They were the only country ever to attack the United States like this. And we took an A-bomb, and we blew the daylights out of them. Harry Truman knew. They were still screwing around at the end of the war.
It was 4 years later.
4 years later, they dropped an atomic bomb on their ass. And we got to drop atomic bombs.
There's got to be a war.
Yeah,
That's all there is to
but
it.
a devastating war where people die.
No stopping this.
Burn their eyes out with atomic bombs.
I don't want to hear about casual
and about how civilians.
Casualties.
Far
we got civilian casualties.
People work in the trade.
If this guy Bush doesn't go to war right now, I'm telling you that
you got to know where to go.
We know where to go.
Well, you know what?
Don't you know?
If they didn't do it, they better surrender right away.
Yeah, they should all surrender right now.
I'd rather Martin Sheen stepped up than Bush right now.
Vinny, be quiet.
Vinny, where did you come from?
Right?
That's Vinny Penn. Vinny Penn is still trying to be funny. He's like, hey, this was my day to be funny. This is my shot.
I got lots of more jokes.
In all fairness, he hasn't been here in 3 months, and he may not be back for another 3. He's going to make the most of it.
All right, Vinny, you make all the jokes you want. We understand. Wait.
As you look live at New York City's
Pentagon
Center buildings on fire from...
The Pentagon is on fire.
That's brazen. I mean, to attack the Pentagon, it's brazen. It's like we don't care.
That is the seat of our military.
Yeah. Had been hijacked. The second airplane we're trying to get...
That's like scoffing at us as a superpower.
Are we done? I mean, do you think there's something else coming?
Yes.
Absolutely. Look, who knew that this was going to happen?
The Pentagon. How are they getting all these planes?
That's why they're evacuating the White House. This is serious. Very serious.
Black smoke.
Our president can't go home tonight.
That aircraft was hit just a few moments ago, 9:40 this morning.
Should point out
he doesn't want to go home. He wants to be on that ranch anyway.
Washington Mall. No confirmation as to the cause of that. And the west wing of the White House and the Capitol buildings have been evacuated.
All these countries are jealous of us, our way of life.
They want us to be miserable like they are.
Right. And we are now miserable. And now is the time to not even ask questions.
Nope.
Just to be pissed off and drop a few atom bombs, do a couple of chemical warfare hits, let their people burn and suffer until they understand.
Empty our stores of everything, because we haven't been bothering anybody.
Right.
They started screaming about colonialism, we stopped.
John Slattery, I'm sorry.
You're right. Dominic, what is it? I don't know why I'm going to you, but...
California. Why?
Yeah.
Something in the Midwest.
Or something in the West,
Chicago.
something in L.A., Chicago.
I mean, there's obvious targets, but I mean, Chicago, L.A.
Chicago or something in...
Boy, they're going to the Pentagon.
They're doing it. They've shut down Wall Street.
Can you imagine they bombed, they actually crashed into the
Pentagon?
How do you get to do that? I thought that's like that airspace is completely protected. And how are they not on alert?
Well, everybody's on alert now.
I mean, it's 48 minutes later. I mean,
so what? I mean, that's certainly enough time.
I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
You know this is a huge country to try to protect, though.
I know. But the Pentagon is a target that is considered a highly desirable target.
But you know what? They probably are sitting there going, nobody would ever do this. Just like they did during World War II.
After the White House, what's the next biggest target? It's got to be the Pentagon, right?
Yeah.
What's bigger than that?
Pentagon is bigger than the White House. It's where we have our nuclear capability.
Now, where does all the cabinet and the president go when you evacuate them? Where do they go?
They have bunkers.
If
they have to.
They have bunkers. What do you have, Baba Booey?
Well, we have the top. We can go to your apartment. We get a better view when the plane comes.
Yeah.
Hey, can you imagine if there was something in those planes that crashed? You know
there was something in there.
No, I'm saying
people.
Like a chemical or something like that.
They don't
that's
need more than the fuel.
That's right. That's all they need.
No, he's got a point. What if there's some killer gas in there, some chemical? That's a good point.
I think everybody. We'd already be dead.
There's no air in this building. Not to make a joke.
We're the only ones left.
I swear to you, I'm getting queasy.
There's every reason to be.
I'm having trouble breathing.
There's every reason to be.
Who do I sue?
We are under attack like never before.
Howard will be the only casualty.
No, I'm telling you, I'm starting to get agitated.
Well, don't have a heart attack before you find out what's going to happen.
I'm very angry.
I know.
Read into a paper bag.
I'm very angry. I feel that people need to suffer now.
Scary.
We have to protect our way of life.
That's exactly true, Howard. You'll get no argument there.
Well, you'll see. They'll do nothing.
No.
I think you're wrong.
Here at Bellevue Hospital, they're expecting...
Listen up.
So far, 2 have arrived here. It seemed that the injuries were minor.
I feel like I'm watching a movie. That this can't be real.
Time ago, and alarms were going off. Right now, they're on external disaster, a very high alert at this hospital. Everybody gearing up for this disaster. And here on the FDR, continuously, there are sirens just whizzing by, police cars, fire...
Can I say something? I'm trying to think who is it that could talk to us right now to try to calm us down. The only person I can think of is on the phone. Cabby. Crazy Cabby. Yes, Cabby.
Can you make sense of all this?
Yes. Cabby.
Howard,
yeah.
I live in Brooklyn, and I'm standing on the roof of my building, and it's disgustingly sick what is going on. Who did this, first of all? And second of all, it's time to stop toying and letting these people come into our country and blow things up and do it all over the world. You know, we keep guys like Osama bin Laden around because we need enemies. We need a reason to build bombs. And I swear to God, if this isn't a reason to wipe out every freaking terrorist on the planet Earth, today we have the technology. We know where they are.
We can do it.
It's just do it.
We're afraid of the world reaction. Now, don't be afraid.
Screw them. That's what I say. Screw the rest of the world.
I mean, you talk about attacking us at our heart. We're on the building with binoculars, and somebody said they think they saw somebody jump out of the building because the building's on fire.
Oh, my God. This is just
I can't. I'm in shock.
I'm in shock, too. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm getting increasingly woozy from this.
And they're closing down all of Manhattan. We will not be let off this island.
Look at it. Look at that thing.
Look at the burning Pentagon. The Pentagon you can't even see.
Right, it's engulfed.
They hit the Pentagon, too?
Oh, yeah.
You better go back inside.
They just blew up the Pentagon.
Oh, my God.
A plane hit the Pentagon.
Pentagon has been hit by an airplane 48 minutes after the World Trade Center was hit by 2 planes.
They are evacuating the West Wing of the White House.
It's time to stop screwing around with these people, and I'm talking all the way down to Saddam
they're begging for it.
Yeah. Countries like Yemen and the United Arab Emirates who house these people and let these people do this.
All of them. Blow them all to sky high.
They are begging us for
Atom bombs.
major attention.
Atom bombs.
Nuclear strikes all over the world.
Nuclear war. Just do it so that they're flattened out and it turns into a paved road, and we'll take the oil for ourselves.
Parks over there.
And we'll take the oil for ourselves, by the way. This is a good excuse.
How could a plane hit the Pentagon?
Well, that's a wonderful question, Dominic.
How could a plane hit a Pentagon 48 minutes after the World Trade Center has been attacked?
No, because it's probably a commercial airline that was hijacked. Think of all the people on these planes.
They just said a plane was hijacked from Boston, one of these planes.
767 is, I called my wife, and she said the report she heard was that it was a 767 out of Boston, and that is probably
the first one.
I think that's the second one.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Cabby, thanks for the call.
Howard, this is
I know. I don't even.
Biggest travesty to ever hit the world.
It is the one. It's certainly the biggest travesty in our lifetime.
I cannot believe it. I'm disgusted by humans, and we better take care of business, or we're all lost.
Yeah, our way of life will be destroyed.
Absolutely.
Now we have to sit in fear.
Exactly.
Now it's time to get busy.
Country on the planet,
If we
and
sit in
let this
fear, we
happen.
deserve to have our lives destroyed.
Right, don't sit and listen to these other countries like France, you fakes.
Wait and see.
Yeah, how many times have we bailed their ass out, and they house terrorists, too?
Oh, absolutely.
Get rid of them, too.
Well, you know what? Just blow them all up.
There's debris falling onto the street from the World Trade Center, flames and smoke from both towers.
I can see it from my... I'm standing on the roof of my building.
All right.
It makes me cry. It's sad.
All right, thanks, Gabby.
An evacuation has been ordered at the United Nations. Now they're getting everybody out of every tall building.
Right.
Hey, Howard, CNN just also reported that they closed every airport in the country.
Good.
Absolutely.
Let's get busy.
No time to be flying around. See anything up there, shoot it down.
Yeah, Dominic.
What's next?
Right, what's next?
What is next?
I never thought the Pentagon.
See, you can't get... There's no getting off Manhattan now. Everything's closed.
If they plan 3, they can do 5.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They could be all day long with this.
This will be going on every day now unless we act swiftly. And no investigation. You know what countries hate us.
You see what I say? See, I'm
Yeah.
always, considered an extremist. But I say you declare war on everybody, and then whoever surrenders doesn't get killed.
Right.
But how do you kill every son and child?
I
just
would.
I
Because
would.
they grow up to be terrorists.
You know which countries have to be flattened out.
They're in collusion.
If Bin Laden is behind this, boy, did he show us something.
They raised them to be terrorists.
It's not only Bin Laden. It's all those guys over there. They're
Yeah,
wise
there's
asses.
somebody listening to him. He doesn't do this on his own.
Yeah.
He doesn't go out and bomb anything.
Right, he's alive. He's got people killing
Yeah,
himself. before
exactly.
him.
Do you realize how many TV stations are actually knocked out?
No, I don't.
How many?
4, 5, 7.
Oh, they're knocked out?
Out.
Channel 7's not on the air?
Out.
Oh, my God.
No.
What's on the air? 2?
How is CBS on?
Channel 2's the only one on.
2, and I believe...
They're on the Empire State Building.
Wait a minute.
Wow.
9 is out.
Look at that.
11 is out.
That is amazing.
Wow. Channel 2's the only one broadcasting here in New York.
5 is out. 4 is out.
Hold on, let me bring up some sound. What is it?
Hey, really important. Robin's driver is leaving, and he doesn't care how she gets home.
Is that true?
Yeah, he's going
Well, why don't you go?
Oh, that's
Robin, you can't get
hysterical.
home.
He's leaving right now.
I'll be fine.
But, Robin, you can't get home.
I know, everything's closed.
Robin, you can stay at my apartment.
No,
I keep
that's
hearing,
all right.
you hear such conflicting stuff, Howard. Scott said that he heard somewhere, that Scott the engineer, that everything's open going outbound, that they want everyone out of the city. But
Well, I just saw that they closed the battery tunnel.
that can't be true.
If anybody needs to leave, go ahead. I'll,
Where
certainly,
can we go?
I'll hold down the fort.
I went upstairs and told everybody that as well, and it's everybody saying, where am I going to go?
Yeah.
That could create pandemonium if everyone
rather
started
be
trying
here.
to get out.
Right, it'll be
with
like a
people that they
Sylvester
know and care
Stallone
about.
movie in the tunnels.
I mean, I'm trapped here with Tom.
See ya.
Now we better go to war.
Let's have lunch.
Right.
I know a really nice, quiet place for lunch.
Yeah, I bet prices are cheap today.
Here is that they were both suicide flights going in, and as I said before, there's unconfirmed word that even a third plane was on its way here. The disposition of that, we don't know.
Wow.
The studio, I can't hear you right now, but let me go back to you.
A third plane was on its way.
Maybe. And maybe they stopped it.
Lower Manhattan.
Giving us our first account of things from ground level. Let's go back to the newsroom now. Marcia,
we're sitting ducks.
Following the developments
Well, you
from
knew
that
that moving into
vantage
New
point. Marcia?
Well, we're now getting some picture of the breadth of this national catastrophe.
Oh.
First of all, the White House was evacuated, the entire White House, after the Secret Service received a credible threat, I repeat, a credible threat of a terrorist act against the presidential mansion and residence. But that's not the only building that's been evacuated. We now can report that the State Department, the Capitol, and the Treasury buildings are also being evacuated. And believe it or not, in Los Angeles, they are on a tactical alert, and they are starting to evacuate key buildings.
Everywhere.
All bridges and tunnels closed.
We're sitting
in
ducks.
Manhattan.
No. It says
into.
It says
into Manhattan.
Yeah, into.
It's out, too. Why would
It's gonna.
How are you going to get out?
Yeah, Eric, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, Dominic is wrong. Channel 7 is on the air. Channel 9 is off the air. Channel 9, we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Zolar, you're on the air.
Oh, thank God you took my call, Howard. Now I'm looking at 7, I'm looking at 5, I'm looking at 2, I'm looking at 4. Let me tell you something, Howard. One word on the news about...
Oh, no.
Wait a second. What happened? Tom, what happened?
Oh, my God.
What just happened?
Oh, my God.
What just happened? Look at that.
Oh, the whole World Trade Center just collapsed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on Channel 7.
Oh, my God. The whole thing just completely dropped.
It actually collapsed.
That's it.
Oh, my God.
Anybody who had a chance of getting out of there.
It collapsed.
Doesn't
It's
have
gone.
a chance now.
Are you watching the footage?
Yeah.
Oh, it's horrific.
The whole thing just collapsed.
What? Oh, everything around there's in danger.
Let me put up the sound for a second so we can hear what's going on.
On microphone from Chopper 2 as he takes these pictures. Jim?
Yes, I am here, Michael.
Jim, tell us what's happening out there.
Oh, my
We just witnessed some kind of secondary follow-up explosion on the World Trade Center #2, the one
Secondary.
that is on the south that is difficult to make out through the debris and smoke, but it does appear that the top portion of the building has collapsed down to the streets below.
Oh, my gosh.
Unbelievable what we have seen here. The debris and smoke just covering the entire portion of lower Manhattan.
Oh, my gosh.
Jim, we know this is terribly difficult for everybody. We're asking that you please stay with us. Hold your shot. Stay with us on audio. We should tell people our crews have been running from that scene, as have everybody, and the entire area has been under an evacuation for some time. And just moments ago, you saw it here live from Chopper 2, a horrific scene as one of the towers there appears to have collapsed. From what had happened earlier, a quick chronology as you continue to look live. Just before 9 o'clock this morning, word of a plane crash into Tower 1 that had been confirmed, a 757 hijacked out of Boston was the first impact. 18 minutes later, a second plane impacted Tower 2. Not long after that...
Videotape of that second crash.
Not long after this second impact that you will see here on tape, happening 18 minutes after the first impact,
and then
was the fire at the Pentagon.
Right, about 9:30 this morning.
Also confirmed,
and this is the collapse. We're
from the
showing you,
Associated
this is the
Press.
collapse, ladies and gentlemen, on videotape.
The whole middle of the building
just
came
happened.
out.
Unbelievable.
It's like an implosion, right?
Let's go to Marcia Kramer now in the newsroom as she watches what you're seeing at home right now, Marcia.
Well, the real concern right now for New York City emergency rescue squads is to get people on the ground away from that scene as soon as possible. If you live in the area, if you live in Battery Park City or any of the other housing developments in that area, you should leave the area. You should evacuate the area and get away from the scene. Right now, police have to determine...
Oh, my God. The whole World Trade Center just imploded and went down. The whole building's gone.
It's just gone.
It's gone, and people are in there.
Oh, yeah.
Not anymore.
Hopefully they were out.
Nah, no way. No way they got out.
Evacuated that entire building with fire going
on. No way.
They had an hour.
No way. I'm sorry, what is it, Dominic?
Look at that picture on 2. Did you ever think you'd see that in the life?
No. It's really war.
It's like a nuclear bomb hit the city.
Yeah, it really is.
It's so beyond Pearl Harbor. It's just so beyond.
It is beyond Pearl Harbor.
The entire city is covered with...
At least Pearl Harbor was...
And the Pentagon's on fire.
Installation.
What went on at the Pentagon? The plane crashed into the Pentagon?
Yes.
Oh.
And now they're saying there's one other plane on the radio they think is still up there.
Oh,
I don't
no.
think it's
Really?
down yet. There must have been a third target in New York.
Zolar, go ahead, finish your thought.
Yeah, oh my God,
There's
I'm
no thought.
devastated, Howard, and I'll tell you what, first second I hear on the news that it has anything to do with a towelhead or a dot-head bastard, I'm going to go out there and start going to those Arab stores and I'm going to start kicking.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Don't say that, Zolar.
I implore all Americans to get your arms together, baby. Get out there on the streets and go to your local freaking delis with them.
All right, I got him. He's just upset.
I understand, but he's an idiot.
No.
It's like we keep looking at this and we think to ourselves, how much worse can it get? And every 10 minutes it gets worse.
It's getting bad.
Yeah.
Cabby.
Howard, we were standing here and we were just discussing the things that were going on, and the second building just crumbled right in front of us.
It did. I know.
And how many people on the ground or other buildings were affected by that?
Yeah, the whole area.
It's a 110-story building.
There's another plane behind it. I don't know if you just saw it in the air.
Yeah, what is that?
I just saw a plane fly by.
That's got to be one of our planes, right?
Well, it's a no-fly zone.
Chopper, I noticed that about 10 or 15
No,
minutes
not
ago.
a chopper.
No.
There was a chopper originally, and then they cleared the whole area. The World Trade Center is not standing.
Downtown is completely covered by a cloud of smoke.
Here's Ed Moyer.
He's coming to get home.
This is our world. That siren is our world.
This is a disgusting display that is humanity right here.
Oh, yeah.
What are you going to say here? There's nothing to be said. I don't know what what good it is to have us on the air right now. I don't know.
They're not letting anybody into the city, are they?
No. Tom, I don't think it does any good to have us on the air now, does it?
The only thing I'd say about having you on the air, it's some place for people to come.
Right.
Especially people in other cities.
It becomes a big encounter session. If you want to continue that.
All right, I'll stay on the air for a while. I don't know. I'm sure everyone's...
If you want, as long as they're not going to be...
Abandon us for a news station?
Did you see that picture, Howard?
That footage.
Cabby.
I can't even believe this.
Cabby, where are you right now?
I live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, right next to the Williamsburg Bridge. So my view of downtown, I have a complete view of everything that's going on right now. I'm on my roof. And all the traffic has been obviously stopped going into the city, and everybody seems to be making a quick exodus out of the city. And right now, you can't even see downtown. It's completely covered with smoke from the collapse of one of the greatest buildings ever built because of the ignorance of humanity.
If any of my staff has to leave, because they're still letting people out of the city, you should go.
Well, I already lost my driver.
Boy.
He always says, Robin, I'll take a bullet for you. See ya!
Yeah, bye.
Not a bomb.
I mean, do you think
I'm scared to get on the subway.
See ya, Robin.
Do you think it's worth making an attempt to go home?
Yeah, you should go do it.
You got a family
I would say go
to
be
go
with your
to,
family,
yeah.
absolutely.
I would go do it and...
Subways are closed.
The
Where's
subways are
Casey
closed.
going? He has no family to go
Casey, you have no family. Get over here.
Back here, you.
He runs out with Gary.
And Howard, and obviously, if you want to go, we'll fill.
I got nowhere to go.
Okay. Casey's going to OTB.
What about guys in a situation like me?
The horses aren't running.
Cab it out and take a train and...
Well, good luck.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I don't think Vinny, I think you're here for
We better
good.
get a hotel room together.
That means I can do the show again tomorrow, Howard.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
He's available.
I don't even know what'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, really.
I mean,
may not
seriously.
be here tomorrow with this going on.
We might have a state of martial law by tomorrow.
That's right.
And we probably should.
You know, I want to hear from our president again.
Yeah.
Yeah, where is it?
Yeah.
Never mind. I
I
won't
know,
call him names.
We know where it is. Yeah, you got to get behind the president now. Doug, what's your story?
Oh my God, dude! I just can't even talk. I was just on my roof of my building, and we actually saw the building buckle a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we came down, and we went on, the freaking building collapsed. But I mean, just think of all the countless amount of people on the ground within 25 blocks, and all the emergency workers, the police, the firemen, they're probably gone.
Overwhelmed at this point.
They're gone.
Said
and you know what pisses me off the most is our freaking president. What the heck?
Not now.
What a softie.
Oh,
well, let's not even get to that yet.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does.
I guarantee you.
Let me just
say,
they're also our president.
There was word. This is completely unconfirmed, but Governor Pataki has an office in
the World Trade Center.
In the World Trade Center. It's not known. I don't know.
No, the president said he had talked to the governor of New York.
Okay.
Yeah, they spoke.
And it is the most eerie thing. You look up on my rooftop, which overlooks the whole city, and I mean the streets are just empty. It's just a parade of
the
ambulances
devastation
and police cars and fire trucks. It's
the building collapsing.
It's hard to even speak.
Yeah.
Hit other buildings in the area.
I'm having difficulty
but just think, like
having anything to say.
The countless amount of people in that zone where the building collapses, they're all deprived of air. There's no air going in there.
Right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
I hear they closed all bridges and tunnels either way.
Oh, they did?
You're not going to be able to get
Tell Gary to abandon that.
I just pulled them back from coming.
If anyone needs somewhere to come, they can come up to my building if they're stuck.
Well, yeah.
And
I'll have everyone but Benji.
And I suggest people
really sad. I just feel like crying, Howard. I mean,
of course you do. This is unreal.
Sad. I mean,
of course you feel like crying. This is absurd.
This is our country.
You knew this was coming.
What did we do that was so wrong?
We
did
having
nothing.
a good time.
We did nothing wrong.
You know when they did it, Howard?
These are people who live in countries where they're
enslaved. They're going to say that we've participated in terrorist acts as well.
You know what? Now's the time to stop their rhetoric.
That's their religion. This is our religion.
Now you got, for the first time, you got the excuse to really wipe out these animals. Animal countries. Don't target Osama bin Laden.
Look for people.
Howard, do you realize how many people are probably, dead or injured from
thousands?
this?
Oh,
but
thousands.
You know what?
Look at the collapse of this.
The thing you ought to think about is the people who are cheering that this happened
all around the world.
Anybody who's cheering, and they should be gotten right now.
Howard, it's at the point now where
F-16 flying overhead now.
Hold it a second.
Military jets in the air.
There are military jets in the air?
Military jets in the air. Let me see. I'm sorry, it's an F-15 which is an interceptor jet, which is meant to take out other aircraft.
Right.
I'm telling you, there's still one plane somewhere.
Yeah, they said that there was a third plane.
That they thought was headed
Well, they're
here.
obviously flying, and they're going to take it down.
Yeah, well, they got to, and how are they going to take it down? They're going to have to take it out down over Manhattan.
Which means there's probably people on the plane.
That's the problem.
They will take out those people on the plane. And
at this point, you have to.
Yeah, you have to. It's called collateral damage, and they're going to have to do it.
This is devastating. If there is a third plane still in the air, it's probably a hijacked plane with people on it. The military's going to have to shoot it down.
They won't even get close to Manhattan now because there's Air Force up in the air.
Right. Yeah, but what
you
is
know
it?
what? That's what they intended to do. They intended to take probably people with planes with people on them as
insurance
to keep themselves from being shot down before they
so they could hit a target.
And
you know what? Right. So if they get over the tip of Manhattan somewhere else and we have to shoot them down and a bunch of people die there, they've still done their job.
Let me recap. Planes have crashed into the World Trade Center. 2 of them. One at 9 o'clock, roughly a little before 9 o'clock. Then a second plane went into the building.
About 18 minutes later.
48 minutes later, the Pentagon was attacked.
And one of the World Trade Centers now is non-existent.
It's collapsed. Yeah.
And the other one is basically gone.
Doesn't have a chance.
They say even a third plane could be up in the air. All airports have been closed. Everything in and out of Manhattan is closed down. We're here in Manhattan broadcasting, obviously.
They say 3 planes, but 3 planes already crashed. Already. I think maybe that's the only 3.
Would you ever predict the Pentagon?
Never.
No,
I mean,
they
who knows?
thought there was a third one here.
What's that noise?
That's one of the military jets that's circling over the tip of Manhattan and the tip of Brooklyn.
Howard, this is
visibility's got to be shot.
This has become one of those movies.
Yeah.
I mean, the planes are flying over our homes.
Yeah.
That is a warplane.
It's a warplane.
We're at war. We just don't know with who.
You know what's terrifying is that it's just a matter of seconds. We're watching the the other tower burn. It's coming down within minutes. You know that.
There's going to be another collapse. I hope to hell people are just getting out of that area.
Howard, now there's debris all over the ground and other buildings in that area are affected.
It's complete devastation.
They must be trying to find that other plane if they're circling like that.
How many people do you think were in that World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
The 2 World Trade Centers together got to be over 75 or 100,000 people. I mean, it's a lot of people.
They said 50,000 people work in the 2 buildings.
Between 50 and 70,000 work in the 2 World Trades.
Right. And the only thing we can hope is that well, wait a second. There's another report coming in. Let me see.
Speculation obviously going on. It has the markings of a Middle East act of terrorism.
Why do you say that?
Well, often in the Middle East, when there's a bombing, a suicide bombing or a car bombing, you'll find a second bomb going off when the emergency response crews respond to cause maximum
which just happened.
They're so sweet, those people.
This is our worst-case scenario. This is something.
A 4th plane has just crashed into.
In the security industry.
I'm not sure where.
This is something.
The 4th plane is.
And someone's on. Let me see. Someone's on the phone saying that Palestine and that Ben Osama bin Laden guy is claiming responsibility, whatever his name is.
Oh, the second plane was from Jersey, Howard.
Both from an investigative
Hold on, I'll get to that guy.
From a response standpoint, is going to
another
be
explosion hits lower Manhattan. Oh my God!
Impossible.
Clearly, you can only do so much.
Hold on, let me see what this guy's saying. Yeah, Bob. Bob, you there? Bob? Okay, hold it a second. Wait, Bob.
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, Howard, I'm here.
All right, what's this 4th plane?
Well, it's just being broadcast now, Howard, that a 4th plane, the 2 that hit the World Trade Center, then there was 1 at the Pentagon, and now a 4th plane has crashed into the South Tower and actually made the tower fall.
Is that right?
Oh, that was
and they're also saying that the Palestinians and Osama bin Laden are claiming responsibility for this. They've come out and said that they are the ones doing this.
Well,
They're not done yet.
Then let Israel loose. They're not done yet. Let Israel loose.
Let Israel loose. We have to do this.
Israel. Let the U.S. loose.
Let me tell you something.
We have to go to war
it can be taken care of in an hour. We could wipe them off the face of the earth.
You don't want governments who would allow this to happen again to stand.
An hour's too long, Howard. In an hour from now, they could have 6 more planes crash into the city.
Where is the 4th plane hit, Howard?
The 4th plane crashed where?
Into the World Trade Center.
Tower.
Into the South Tower.
The one that collapsed.
The one that just collapsed. The reason for that devastating collapse was not an implosion. He's saying it was a 4th plane.
That's what's on the news.
How could a fourth plane possibly get through?
I'll tell you how, because they have hostages on there. Whatever the confusion is in this moment, we are not prepared for this kind of devastating attack. Because the Air Force was not in place.
I have questions, though. Why are these huge planes flying out of airports, hijacked, and nobody knows anything?
FBI knew about one of them.
No, but there's control towers that these planes are leaving their flight
Wait, here it is.
Third blast brought down tower.
Third blast. Maybe not from a plane.
Because the building could have blown up just because of the fire alone.
They could have had a bomb on the...
Yeah, because that looked like a bomb.
I think what you're hearing in our background is Cabby is out in Brooklyn, and you can hear military planes going over. You can hear emergency crews.
Howard, I just have a quick question. Do you think that these pilots, do you think the pilots might have been, killed and taken? I don't see any,
an American would not fly into a building.
Probably killed the pilot and just steered it.
I would not see any pilot actually saying, okay, I'd rather, crash into a building than just die.
Yeah, how do you hijack planes that quickly?
I got to tell you, a lot of pilots aren't American.
Well, that's true. Well, Gary, you're absolutely right.
We got guys living in this country who are terrorists, and we let them in every day, and it's just...
New York City's filled with it.
Yep.
Yeah, remember that Egyptian air crash where the co-pilot took over?
Yeah, but you'd think... You know what I mean? You wouldn't think that... You think that they know these people. The CIA knows how many times someone takes a dump.
All right.
You don't know if a guy is
But it's odd that planes can leave their flight path, take off unauthorized, or do any of the stuff they'd need to do, and nobody knew.
Let me get organized here for a second. Bob, I'm going to say goodbye to you, okay?
Got it, Howard.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Doug.
Yeah?
I'm saying goodbye to you.
Okay.
All right.
Don't you think that...
Gabby, stay on.
I know that it's bedlam. I know that it's going crazy. But don't you think, as busy as he is, the president needs to be telling us something? Don't you think we need to see him to know? I
don't think the president needs to be out right now.
Yeah, I think
the president needs to be in a war room planning his attack.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We don't need to know.
Yeah.
I feel like
I'm assuming he's not on his ranch right now.
I feel like I need to hear from somebody from the government that tells me they have some clue what's going on.
There's no clue. Who knows?
Well, you don't want to telegraph either.
That's right. You can't get on and announce what you're going to do.
You know what you don't realize, Howard? We're aware of what's going on. We don't think there's any more planes. I mean, I don't know. This building will blow up in a second.
That building went down, and now you picture all the fires that are now surrounded the Twin Towers. All those other buildings are probably...
Let me go back to CBS News and see what we can learn.
Believe it or not, reporting an explosion on Capitol Hill. Fortunately, the explosion happened after Capitol Police had started to evacuate the Capitol. We don't know if any of the senators or representatives were...
Is this a new explosion?
An explosion on Capitol Hill.
There is another explosion. That makes 2 explosions and a fire in Washington. An explosion at the Pentagon that we've confirmed was caused by a plane. An explosion at the Capitol, we don't know what caused it. And a fire on the Washington Mall, we don't know what caused that. But the fact that there have been so many attacks would seem to indicate that there are people on the ground as well as in the air that are helping to set off and to participate.
This is an organized...
Somebody is at war with us.
This is an organized effort.
If you could you please reiterate the information you had regarding
all right, listen again.
Schools in the lower Manhattan area?
Well, what we're told is that there are 3 schools in the lower Manhattan area. There is Stuyvesant High School, which is a high school for gifted students, and there are 2 elementary schools that are also in that area. They're in the Batteries Park City complex. What we're told right now is that the kids are safe. The kids are in the classrooms, but parents who want to go and take their kids home are going to be permitted to do so.
Damn right.
As of right now, I don't know what they're going to find when they get to the school.
In Washington?
What? Yeah, one more. The Capitol. Capitol's been bombed.
They also said Washington Mall is on fire. Now,
wipe them all out, man.
What?
Wipe them out.
Right.
Every one of them. Tactical nukes.
Thanks, Cabby.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. I want to hurt somebody right now.
All right. Well, listen, we're all feeling the same way. Let's see what happens.
When I hear my dad...
Cabby, call me back if anything else. All the phone lines are almost all down.
Don't forget to listen to Kane Show for free.
Wait a second, Cabby. You might as well stay on because I'm learning now that all the phone lines are almost all down.
Yeah, they are. Well, I couldn't get through on my cell phone at all. Nobody up here has any phone.
Yeah.
I'm on mine. And
you and Dominic, I see... Let me see if there's anybody else able to even get through.
Look at that picture there. The face.
Give me a second here.
Completely changed.
Yeah, let me see what's going on here. Hi. Who's this?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
What's going on?
What's going on?
You guys keeping in touch with the news?
Yeah, we're on touch.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. I don't know what this guy's trying to say.
He sounds like a...
Hi.
He's underground.
Hello?
Hello, can I talk to Cabby?
Yeah. Go ahead, he's on.
Yeah, what's up?
Cabby, what does Brooklyn look like? My girlfriend's someplace in there. Is that okay out there?
Yeah, Brooklyn's fine. It's they're not. It appears they're not letting anybody into the city. All the bridges out are filled with cars. People are trying to walk across there's a walkway going into the city. It looks like they're being turned back until they cannot go into the city.
Cabby, are people just like out on the street?
Yeah, there's people everywhere. I mean, I'll walk over to the edge of the building here, and there's cars stopped, and there's people standing on the street. People are talking and looking up. I mean, that's all you can do right now is look up at the devastation that has been caused.
By the way, on my TV set now, I'm still watching the World Trade Center burn. It's basically gone. It's completely eliminated.
The South Tower is completely gone from the skyline. There is nothing there.
And there's about, I'd say, a third of
the whole top of the building.
The whole top of the building's on fire on the other one.
Yeah, and I'd say there's a third of it left.
It started sort of in the middle of the building. Now the top of it is completely in flames.
Right.
Now, did you get the report that somebody said the last plane crashed at the base of the building?
There was a third plane that actually set off that second explosion that caused what we thought was an implosion at first.
It was another plane hit the building and it collapsed.
Yeah, hold on. Who just left? I think I lost somebody. Hold on.
I think it's because that first plane hit the center of
It's okay, I got you.
All right. Yeah, it's. I mean, I come up here every night and I look at these at the skyline of Manhattan because it's so beautiful. And to see this morning, I mean, I woke up and I'm.
Cabby.
I can't even believe it. I mean,
I'm going to.
What the hell is wrong with people?
I know. I'm going back to the feed.
Second crash, 18 minutes later, what we have heard from the Associated Press was a plane out of Newark. Then a third crash at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and a fire at the Washington Mall, and now a fifth word that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill, which had since been evacuated, and now the sixth incident right now. The State Department apparently had been evacuated as all this was going on, only to find out that there's been a possible explosion there as well.
And, Michael, I've been told by our guest here, Michael Hirschman, who's the president of an international security and counterterrorism firm, that there's an unidentified aircraft approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, possibly Dulles or Washington National Airport. Authorities there are scrambling to find out about that aircraft. An unidentified aircraft circling, approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. We're not sure which airport that is. You have Dulles there. You have Reagan International and George. Actually, those are the two airports there, scrambling to find out the nature of that aircraft. Can you tell us any more, Mr. Hirschman?
Only that's an unidentified.
Well, they taught us a good lesson. I hope. I hope we've learned something. That's Cabby's feed right now you're listening to. You can hear the emergency vehicles going off. It's complete bedlam.
They're trying to get closer, I believe, by going to the Brooklyn and the Manhattan bridges to get closer into downtown, because I'm sure the devastation from the collapse of the building has wiped out. It had to wipe out 20 square blocks around there.
Tom, what are you hearing out there?
My question is, was the first building the one that's still up? The second one was where the big plane went into the
That's right.
collapse, right?
Yep. And they're saying a possible third plane.
Is that? I don't think.
No, that wasn't a third.
It looked like the World Trade Center was almost tipping at one point.
It did.
I think it was
the World Trade Center just doesn't exist anymore.
No, I think the one that's still up looks like it's almost buckling.
I think that's the one that got hit originally.
The U.S. State Department has been evacuated. The Pentagon has been hit by a plane. Let me see.
Doctors, nurses, and that they are getting people from everywhere into that hospital. It's now called the NYU.
That's the bottom line. We don't even know how many people have been killed.
That's all we have here.
Tens of thousands.
Yep.
Those lines, Cindy, every firefighter is...
White House, Capitol, Treasury has been evacuated. FBI security has been tightened across the country. They don't know where the next attack will come from, or if there will be one.
All the airports are closed in the entire country.
Yep.
You realize that this building collapsing, it probably collapsed right in on the financial district, which is the financial hub of the world, Wall Street.
Well, that's what they were doing. First, they knocked out the financial district, and then they went after the government.
They were in the middle of actually evacuating the financial district, and I don't even know how many people got out of there before that building collapsed.
I mean, you're talking a 110-story building falling in on itself.
Yep. It was huge.
Children, if you're able to get there. Obviously, the area is still very dangerous, so we caution you against taking it.
And just put up a graphic. Crashes.
These people wanted to throw us into chaos.
Yeah, they have. Crashes occurred 18 minutes apart.
This is not tape at all. This is the only remaining World Trade Center tower. The other collapsing not too long ago. Both victims of plane crashes. The tower that has collapsed, though we are told, collapsed because of a third.
This is chaos.
The source of that, though,
and
at this point, we don't know.
It shouldn't be put as a crash anymore. It was an attack.
Right.
Yeah. Buildings were attacked.
This
country has been attacked.
War. Somebody
a crash at the Pentagon,
is at
a
war
fire
with
at
us.
the Washington Mall, and an explosion at Capitol Hill, as well as one at the State Department. And we just received late word of a suspicious plane.
Exactly. A suspicious plane approaching an airport in Northern Virginia, trying to determine whether that's Dulles or Reagan Washington Airport.
Yeah, why can't you get in touch
Authorities,
with this
of course,
plane?
are scrambling to
What do you think is going on? You think there are more attacks coming?
Sure.
Sure, why not wipe out an airport while you're at it?
You look live at Chopper 2. You talked about the issue of going down and trying to get...
How many people are involved in this? How'd they keep it quiet?
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you... They say now that they got word that there was going to be an attack at the White House. They didn't alert anybody else?
But they probably figured the White House they can take care of.
Is anybody out there screening my phones? I do see some people are able to get through, not many. Yeah. Let's see if someone can stay on that.
You know, Howard, they got into all the places that are supposed to be the highest level of security. They got into the Capitol.
Yeah, this is no amateur hour.
I don't know the Capitol's confirmed.
Capitol was bombed. Explosion. Yeah, it's been confirmed. It wasn't a crash. It was an explosion. They have people.
There's probably on the ground people as well as in the air people.
A car bomb at the State Department. How do you know?
Possible car bomb at the State Department.
I mean, they
now
went
being
into
reported.
Our highest levels of security. They got into all of them.
That's the thing about terrorism.
But wait a second. How did the hell they keep this quiet?
Right. There's a lot of
many people involved.
There's got to be hundreds of people involved in this.
And this has to be people who were here for some time.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't just hijack an airplane. It's not the easiest thing to do.
I mean, and to do it simultaneously?
Right. 3 or 4 airplanes, and you're not...
Look at how long Japan planned to do Pearl Harbor. They did as much. They did as much work as that.
Well, this is a huge undertaking. This is a war.
The problem is we've been talking about Osama bin Laden planning some new major attack on the United States for about a year.
We've been waiting for this.
You know, we'll never know till this whole thing is over, but for all we know, their plans failed miserably, and this is a third of what they were planning.
Good
point.
The world thought they were going to do on New Year's Eve in 1999.
Right, yep.
And they were smart and they waited.
They waited till a random day in the middle of the week in the middle of September.
By the way, well, let's see. There's not many calls coming through because a lot of phone lines are dead, but Barry's on the phone. He's a paramedic on the way to the World Trade Center. Barry, what do you know?
I don't know too much. I know what you know. I watched the collapse on TV. I'm a paramedic in New Jersey, but we're going, soon we're going over there.
How are you going to get in?
I don't know. I guess we're going to use the tunnels. I'm on my way to where we get our units in Jersey.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. John wants to say something.
I think they just bombed the building in Jersey. That's what I just heard from,
Let me go back to the feed and see what's going on.
Explosion on Capitol Hill. You know, this is so preliminary. We get so much information that it's going to change throughout the day. And at this point, they're saying no explosion on Capitol Hill.
No explosion.
Also, as you mentioned, the international flights are now being diverted to Canada, and air traffic is being stopped everywhere else. That's really all we have right now from the newsroom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cindy. We'll check.
What did you hear about Jersey?
A friend of mine just called and said they just bombed the building in Jersey.
I'm not hearing that here. Wait.
Subways have been closed. We're trying to get an update, especially going into Lower Manhattan. Those have been closed, obviously.
The hell is...
You know how our intern who was answering the phones got so freaked out, she had to leave the phones. She was flipping out about all this.
Oh, can someone who's not flipping out?
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I just want to tell you about the Jersey.
Bombings and the...
Second plane was from Newark.
That was the second plane that hit the World Trade Center.
Was open, going
So
out,
they
trying to get everybody to go out. One of the concerns, of course, was that the Emergency Command Center was at 7 World Trade Center, which is across the street from Tower 1 and what was Tower 2, unfortunately, and that the Port Authority was based at the World Trade Center.
Tower 2.
President Bush did comment earlier. He called it an apparent terrorist attack, but then updated that to call it...
seemingly at this point quite certain. He pledges the government's full support, as would be obvious, for the victims and their families, as well as full-scale investigation to hunt down those responsible. Let's go back to Cindy Hsu in the newsroom.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That's the other tower is gone.
Hold it a second. Let's hear this.
World Trade Tower Center. No more buildings have collapsed.
If Jim Smith is with us still in Chopper 2, Jimmy, you there?
What?
Michael, we just saw that as well. The second tower, the only one that was standing, tower number 1. We saw some kind of explosion, a lot of smoke come out at the top of the tower, and then it collapsed down onto the streets below. much like we saw the first tower just about a half hour ago.
Gosh, this is an unbelievable, it's incredible, incredulous.
And truly, as you're looking at if what there is of the Manhattan skyline at this point, the two most prominent landmarks, the World Trade Centers,
they're gone.
Reduced to a pile of rubble and ash.
They're gone.
Billowing above the city. Jim Smith, stay with us if you will.
That's like knocking.
It's unfriggin' believable.
It changed
That's
the
like
face of New York.
Out.
I've seen the entire lower half of Manhattan just completely covered in smoke, debris, dust, everything well south of Canal Street is just completely and covered in this smoke and dust at this time. There is not anything recognizable of what were the two trade towers, nothing standing out from those clouds of dust.
They're gone now. Yeah, I mean, that's the end of the World Trade Center.
What have we done so bad to deserve this?
Well, nothing. Now we're going to go to the only thing we've done is...
Look at that. Look at how the debris has rained down on the street.
Isaac, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Listen, I was in Israel for a year. This stuff happens every single day.
I know. Well, now it's been brought home, and this is what the Israelis have been saying, and really the world has not allowed them to wipe out these terrorists. But
to be completely honest with you, it's like it's almost like to say that all Arabs are bad, that's wrong. But to say that we should stop ourselves from, retaliating against Hamas and the PLO and organizations like that's only purpose is to destroy. In other words, talk about human rights, fine. But this is not about human rights. This is about terrorism, and you have to fight an army with weapons. There's no way.
No, you got to take out countries. Frank, you're on the air. Frank? No, Frank, he's gone. I don't even know. So a lot of the phone lines are giving us trouble.
I can't make calls going out.
I've made a couple. If you keep doing it, it comes and it goes. But within the
city, this is unbelievable. Kathy, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, I'm calling from Phoenix. I just wanted to give you guys a kid's perspective. I got a 9-year-old sister that just called me and asked me, why do people hate the Americans?
Well, because we have everything, and we have a way of life that's organized and free, and they're jealous. I mean, it's an easy question to answer.
Yeah.
We have it all.
I said, honey, I'm sorry you have to witness stuff like this.
Because these other countries live in fear of their leaders.
It's unbelievable.
They're raised to hate, and we have to now recognize.
And they make us responsible for all of their misery.
It's no different than when you were a kid growing up and you were beaten. I mean, it's you either take out those that beat you or you accept it and the behavior continues.
Right. And to see a broadcast, live over TV while she's getting ready for school just... Yeah. It hit me hard.
As Robin pointed out, for a year now, they've all been saying, well, bin Laden's is preparing a big attack on the United States. I don't know if it's bin Laden on this particular thing, but once I hear he's preparing an attack, level the country he lives in. Yeah. They're protecting him.
Exactly.
Why do we care? We're a country that has it all. Now's the time to level. There's too many people in the world anyway. Level them out.
And how many other attacks have to happen that's already happened before we do something?
I hope this is enough.
Yeah, we're too worried about...
I hope this is enough that we don't care about public opinion.
Yeah. And I'm angry. I'm angry right now. I'm not even trying to... I don't care how the radio show sounds or not. I mean, I just genuinely feel this way. I don't understand if we are so hated and so at war. And there are people... I mean, what are we waiting for?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for? Michael, go ahead. And then I'm going to get out of here because there's no point in me staying on. I'm sure people are tuning to television. Don't you agree, Tom?
You know what? I think for callers like this, as long as you want to stay.
Okay.
Because I think you've got. I think you have a significant purpose at this.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. Then I'll stay. Michael, you're on the air.
I believe that.
Howard, good morning. Actually, I had an appointment in Brooklyn this morning. Obviously, I didn't make it, but I've been stuck in my car and down by the courts here, and actually seeing our military is now flying over all of Manhattan.
Yeah.
I've noticed 3 or 4 planes already.
Are you in a dust storm right now?
Yeah, basically we were right by the courts over there, and the dust storm was unbelievable. I've gotten out of that area finally now. I'm on my way back out to the island. But you can see the military flying over, and the police are basically asking everybody to go home, and, stores are closing up, the courts have locked up. Everything is locked up down here in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is a disaster.
This is unreal, and we don't know what else is to come.
Hey,
Frank, go ahead.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
Listen, are most of the antennas located on top of the World Trade Center?
Yeah, a lot of antennas are down, right? A lot of the radio stations and television stations can't broadcast.
Yeah, Channel 9, Channel 13 are definitely out.
Yeah.
And also, the last time we were attacked, most of the radio stations went off the air.
Yes.
Why didn't that occur this time?
I can answer because most of them have moved
Yeah.
Most of them are now on another building.
Right.
Don't even want to say.
Hey, Howard, I got a question. If you're down right in the mix of all that, with the smoke and everything like that, I mean, can you breathe in that stuff?
No. It's very difficult.
Yeah, we were just watching. A guy was completely covered in dust.
Yeah.
This is probably what...
we're watching now. If you're watching the news on Channel 2, New York is covered. You can't even see Lower Manhattan. Here's Ronnie Munn.
Yeah, I'll give you an update on downtown. My daughter-in-law works at 25 Broadway, which is like 5 blocks from there.
Yeah.
They're all sitting in the offices with gas masks on.
Oh, my goodness.
She can't get out?
No.
Where are they getting gas masks from?
I guess they have them. It's a city office. I guess they have them on hand.
So you spoke to her inside the building?
No, my her mother did.
And she's sitting there with a gas mask
they're all
on.
sitting with gas masks.
That's amazing.
Howard.
Yeah.
I'm on actually on the Jersey side, looking into New York City from Weehawken Boulevard East.
Yeah.
You can literally, it looks like a volcano.
It does. That's what I'm seeing. It's a volcano all over Manhattan.
It's Hiroshima.
It looks like, something from a natural disaster. An earthquake, a volcano, something.
We're lucky a nuclear device wasn't dropped onto Manhattan. This is nothing compared to what they could have done to us, and we gotta
and
go.
we're sitting around twiddling our thumbs.
We're gonna kick some serious ass. It's gotta be.
New York City lacks in security because it's unbelievable that these planes were able to get through.
Yeah, well, how do you protect it?
I mean, how do you stop it?
How do you stop? You know how you stop it? You regularly go up. As soon as you hear of terrorism going on, you blow up the whole goddamn country. Why should we risk our way of life?
Exactly.
Let's teach these clowns a lesson.
Well, to remind you one more time, these terrorist attacks kept happening during, I think it was the Reagan administration, and he finally just sent bombs over to Libya.
That's
he
it.
bombed the country.
Right. That's what you got to do.
That's enough.
It's very
simple. You want to keep these terrorists around, we're going to bomb you.
Until you get rid of them.
Somebody's paying a price, and he said, you're going to pay the price, and all of a sudden it stopped.
Right.
Because it wasn't worth the price.
That he exactly.
Oh, I'd blow up Iran, those clowns, the Palestinian, all of them, all these nudniks.
Afghanistan
all of
is
them.
a big
That's
area.
where supposedly that's where Bin Laden
right.
is.
Yeah.
They've been keeping him company.
It's a big joke. They keep these guys, and these guys pay them off. Blow them all up and be done with them. And you know what? You won't miss a night's sleep. You won't.
Exactly.
And it's really as simple as they're children over there, and they're spoiled, and they've gotten comfortable.
Howard.
Yeah.
After we got bombed the first time at the World Trade Center, if you went to all the airports, they had you could not get your car anywhere near the terminals.
This is embarrassing.
Hey, Howard.
This is embarrassing.
Even since then, you can.
Well, they've got our government running out of buildings.
Our government is scared to fight. What?
Pick up line 12, because the guy says that there's a report on Fox right now that there's a plane heading to Washington.
Hello?
A hijacked plane.
What are you hearing?
I'm watching Fox News right now, Howard, and they're saying there's a hijacked plane en route to Washington right now.
All right, let me go up on the news here, and we'll see if we can hear anything.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
We told you that unidentified plane flying to one airport. We're not told which one, somewhere in northern Virginia. We can only reiterate the developments that have happened to this point.
Speaking of developments, Michael, I can't admit what happened in Washington, D.C. beside the explosion of the plane going into the Pentagon. We heard earlier that there was an explosion at Capitol Hill. We're relieved to say that it did not exist, that did not happen. There was no explosion at Capitol Hill, but we did hear reports earlier that there was a fire at the very popular Washington Mall in Washington, D.C. Cindy Hsu is in our newsroom. She's keeping up abreast of...
Where's the pictures of the Pentagon, by the way? Is that blacked out?
I'm sure a lot of people are making calls down to friends, Lower Manhattan. The phones in the city are overloaded. Do not be surprised if you cannot get through. We're having a lot of trouble on the phone lines. We have an update on the schools. Now listen carefully. PS and IS 89 and PS 2.
Holy cow.
The students there are being walked to PS 41 at 116 West 11th Street. Let me say that again.
Howard, can you hear me?
PS and IS 89.
What are you saying?
Students from PS 234.
Wait. What?
They're bringing kids to my kid's school right now.
Right.
That's where she is.
Hello, Howard.
Yeah. Who's there, Cabby? Hello, who just talked? That was Cabby. He went dead.
Howard, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah, hi.
The police have gone up on the Williamsburg Bridge, and now people from there's a walkway that goes across the bridge. They're running back into Brooklyn. I don't know why, but they're running. They're not walking back.
What's going on, Tom? What did you just hear?
Saying that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Part of the Pentagon just collapsed. Wait.
There are about 100 people inside of the command center of Bellevue Hospital right now working on patients. We're told there are 8 patients here right now. One of those patients is DOA. They have closed the hospital down to all patients except for those being brought from this tragic tragic incident from Lower Manhattan. They say they have the ability to triage hundreds of patients here, but they say they have never had a disaster like this, so they will really be testing their mettle under these circumstances. And they have called all staff, all doctors, all nurses, all aides. Everyone has been called into the...
We hate to interrupt you. We've just been told...
A fourth explosion. Now in the area of the World Trade Centers. Obviously, neither tower is still standing. We don't know the source of this fourth explosion, but we do have Cindy Hsu in the newsroom. Perhaps she can shed a little light on this for us, Cindy.
Can't tell you much about the fourth explosion. What I can tell you is happening right now. 20 minutes ago, a 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. We believe that plane is headed towards Washington or Northern Virginia. 767 from Pittsburgh was hijacked. Also, a plane has gone down in Pennsylvania. That's according to CNN. A plane down in Pennsylvania. And the Board of Elections, also on the elections, the Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. So voters stay at home. Board of Elections has canceled today's primary. That's the latest now from the newsroom.
All right. Well, we mentioned it just a minute, Michael, ago, that there was an unidentified aircraft that was approaching an airport in Northern Virginia. Apparently, it is that 767 from Pittsburgh that's approaching Northern Virginia Airport.
And Cindy, if you're still there, I just want to clarify. You're saying there's a plane down, a report of a plane down somewhere else in Pennsylvania?
Yes, we are getting that from CNN is reporting that there is a plane down in Pennsylvania, a large plane.
As well as now a fourth explosion at the site of the World Trade Center. As you continue to look live at the scene across New York Harbor, what is left of the skyline is truly just smoke and ash right now. And parents, as you continue to watch with us, here's what Cindy had told us regarding children in that area. The kids from PS 89 and 234 were taken to PS 141. And those students at PS 150 were taken to PS 3. The children are not obviously going anywhere. We're told that they are safe. We'll have the parents there to pick them up, but clearly in this chaotic situation, we don't imagine that you'll be able to get in there to get them. However, take some comfort in knowing that the word from those schools is that the children are doing okay. Cindy?
What can you tell us? Cindy, back to you in the newsroom.
Right. More bad news. Part of the Pentagon has collapsed. That's according to CNN. We're now hearing that part of the Pentagon has collapsed. Let's go locally one more time with those schools. It's PS 89 and 234. The kids are actually being walked to PS 41, and that's at 116 West 11th. And students from PS 150 are being walked to PS 3, which is located at Christopher and Hudson. And again, that's where parents can pick up the kids. And once again, I just have to reiterate, the phone lines are really, a lot of people are having trouble getting through, so that has to be really tough, but that's happening citywide.
All right, again, Cindy, do me a favor and repeat that those schools changes again, too. I know a lot of people are needing to hear that.
Right, it's PS 89 and PS 234, and all those students are now being walked to PS 41, and that is located at 116 West 11th.
Okay. Cindy, stay with us as we continue to update people. We just want to recap what it is that's happened today, and you can help us fill in some of the blanks as we're all getting bombarded with information.
Robin, I'm just trying to...
they're just about to update.
Okay, let's hear it.
Out of Boston, American Airlines Flight 11 hit the first tower before 9 of the World Trade Center. 18 minutes later, a crash in the second tower, then a crash at the Pentagon, and you're now reporting that a portion of the Pentagon has collapsed?
Yes, that's what we're hearing from CNN, and we're also hearing that the Pentagon is monitoring that 767 that has been hijacked from Pittsburgh, which is believed that plane is believed to be headed to Washington or Northern Virginia. So they're hoping to, head that off before something else happens.
Just a reminder, folks, if you're joining us now, you're looking at a live picture from the Pentagon there on the left of your screen, the New York,
actually, it's a
tape of the Pentagon, I'm sorry, and the New York skyline there on the right. Cindy, if you're still with us, we have a confirmation of a fire at the Washington Mall as well, and an explosion at the State Department, which right now the Associated Press is reporting that it was, in fact, a car bomb.
Right. And, okay.
All bridges and tunnels closed into Manhattan, as you would imagine. The city under a lockdown, an emergency alert as the mayor, the governor, round up their people and try to assess the damage.
Robin, I haven't been listening, but John just came in and said he heard that another plane has just been hijacked in Pittsburgh.
Right, that's what they were saying on the tube, was that a Pittsburgh airport plane had been hijacked, and that's the one flying toward Virginia. Okay. Yeah. And I don't know what they're doing. They're watching.
Maybe at this point we should just keep listening to the feed for a while and see what's going on.
It's freaking scary.
There's a bunch of people on the phone now, so people are able to get through on their phones.
Only on some.
On some.
Oh, the primary day has been canceled. You're supposed to go out and vote for a mayor candidate.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that today.
You're not doing that today.
You're looking live now, but we're going to, in a minute, rewind the tape and then show it to you as it started. Here's a tape of the second plane that went into tower number 2. At just about 9:20 this morning, it crashed into the 110-story tower, exploding into flames, sending debris everywhere, and that happened at about 9:20. The first plane having crashed into tower number 1 at 9 o'clock.
40,000 people working between the two centers right now, and we only can imagine what's happening as far as buildings nearby. We have not heard too many reports from the other buildings in that area. Now you're looking at tape, from the collapse of the first tower, and not long after that, the collapse of the second tower.
About a half an hour later.
Again, children in the area, and the schools in that area, we are told are doing well. We're told they're fine. Of course, they're being held in those schools. Children from PS 89, PS 234 taken to PS 41. Kids from PS 150 taken to PS 3. They're not going anywhere until parents can come to get them. And frankly, folks, from what we're able to see, this could take quite a bit of time. And just now, the Associated Press reporting that a large plane, to reiterate what Cindy Shu had brought us, a large plane crashed in western Pennsylvania. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming this. The AP report. We've also heard reports that there was a...
there is a hijacked 767 out of Pittsburgh that is circling an airport in Northern Virginia. Not sure if it's Washington National Airport or Dulles Airport, which is now Reagan Airport. But that the authorities, of course, have a beat on that, but that we understand that 767 out of Pittsburgh has been hijacked.
Let's refocus our attention, if we can, on the situation here in New York City. Lou Young joining us on the phone. Lou?
Well, we were just trying to get to City Hall a few moments ago. Walking down from Canal Street, everything, as you know, was completely blocked. Seas of people coming the other way, dumbfounded by the collapse of the first tower, and some of them covered with soot, many of them trying to just get out of town. City Hall, of course, was blocked off at that point because it was literally in the shadow or the potential fall zone of the second tower, which was at that point in danger of falling. We worked our way around to the south, trying to link up with...
All right, so we're trying to figure out what's going on here. Double A's on the phone. Double A, where are you getting this report from?
I'm watching Channel 42 News. It's New Jersey. They're saying that 2 more planes got hijacked out of Boston, and they're headed for L.A.
Oh, my God.
This is sick, man. What the hell's going on here?
This is an organized effort like we've never seen. I mean, how could the FBI or the CIA not be aware of this?
Heads will roll on this one.
Has anybody...
If there are any heads left when they're done.
Right.
Has anybody said that? They're also saying that the White House knew about this stuff?
They had a credible report of a terrorist attack. We're aware that the plane that was hijacked out of Pittsburgh has crashed.
It has?
Yes, that's what
That's
what I mean.
Where did it crash into?
About 80 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
So, in other words,
that's what I was just told right outside.
We don't know if it was shot down.
We don't know.
And there are people on that plane? I'm talking about passengers?
We would assume so, but we just don't know.
This is a sick day.
I just don't ever recall a time where a plane was hijacked. We didn't immediately know about it.
Why are they still being hijacked?
All right, here's what I know. The plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
Maybe the pilot just flew it into the ground.
You think the pilots, just saying, I'd rather crash in an unpopulated area at this point?
Let's just kill ourselves.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
But now, Ganger just told me that people are assuming that the actual pilots are not,
I don't think so.
That can't be.
No, that they're not the actual pilots. They're just like some...
Right, I think some terrorists.
Howard, there's an exodus of people, it appears, walking on the FDR towards the Williamsburg Bridge through the park here.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, Richie was in the Times Square area, who works for E. He says he's walking to Queens, and Casey and Benji are asking me, do I feel safe here? I was like, I don't feel safe anywhere in this country right now.
Yeah, where are you going to go?
What am I going to do, walk to Connecticut? I mean, what do you do?
Well, Casey just bailed out. He told me he didn't feel safe in the building, and he wants to be on the ground.
He lives on the ground floor, so fine.
Look, I want to be on...
He's going to go home to his basement.
That was their plan, Howard. They instill fear. That's what they wanted to do, was the fear factor.
Don't expect KC to defend it.
Yeah, like I want to be in a foxhole with KC.
I'll tell you one thing. I've never been, the Vietnam War. I never want to go fight, but I'll go fight this one.
This is something to fight.
I'll enlist right now. God damn it, fly over there and help blow up these pricks.
I'll be right with you, Howard. I'll be right there with you.
You bet.
You know what, Howard? You know what I keep saying to John?
Casey, you get on the ground floor, buddy, if you're nervous. I'm serious. I'm not even making fun of you. You go ahead. Go ahead. Get down. I'm serious. If you're not comfortable, leave.
Go where you're comfortable. Because nobody's comfortable here now anyway.
Being up on like on a high floor like this.
Good. All right, so go.
Think about canning.
Don't worry. You can go. This is a real thing. If you have a real fear, you should leave.
Hey, Howard, you know what really scares me now is the bedlam on the streets of New York now. Is it going to be a lot of looting now? Are people going to go...
I don't know. I hope not.
God that we have the respect and dignity not to do that.
You know, Howard, you know the thing that freaks me out? How on earth will I ever explain this to my son?
You won't.
What do you mean? Just say that...
Well, if we don't do anything, you really will have trouble explaining it.
Bush has got to come to play here, man. He's got to...
Well, yeah, he's probably busy right now planning something.
I'm telling you, and you know who's going to have a big, heavy hand in this is Colin Powell.
That's the man.
He's gonna go in and tell them this is what we got to do.
Fox News.
Any confirm on who it is?
Yeah, Fox News is reporting a second plane is headed toward the Pentagon. A second plane. Let me go.
There's supposed to be no planes flying. If a plane is flying,
let me go to the feed and let's see if we can hear what's really going on.
It takes time to land.
Take off at all. Virtual no-fly zone, no aircraft within any distance of Manhattan at this time.
That's completely understandable.
Jim, we know you're about 5-6 miles away from downtown Manhattan, but from your vantage point, what update, if any, can you give us on what you're seeing along the streets there?
Well, Michael, we can tell you that some of the smoke, dust, and debris is starting to clear out. Earlier, we were unable to see anything on the lower half of Manhattan. We are currently looking towards the Battery Park area. And we could see some buildings now becoming visible that we were unable to see earlier. We have noticed a lot of...
We're not learning anything new there.
No, nothing there.
Let me see something. Someone's got to report that the PLO is taking responsibility. Josh, where did you hear that? Josh, are you there? Josh? Nah,
if Yasser Arafat had anything to do with it, I mean, you know...
well, I'm sure he knew about it, believe me.
Now the traffic lanes on the Williamsburg Bridge are filled with people that appear to be coming from the downtown area. They're walking slow. Looks like they're covered in soot. They're just getting out of the city.
All right.
How are we still? I thought our antenna is somewhere over there.
It's not. We moved it after the last
explosion.
I don't know what to say at this point. We're watching. Third explosion caused the collapse. It's just out of control. Out of friggin' control. Let me see if anybody's got any information here. Darren, go ahead. Darren?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Howard, you need to stay on the air. You have the best coverage. You have a bird's eye view with Cabby and Doug in New York. I'm out here in Boston, and your coverage is fantastic, better than the network.
Okay, good. Then I'll stay on the air.
You're doing a great public service right now. You have a network of listeners.
I turned off my microphone for a while. I said to Tom, should I get off the air? And Tom said, believe it or not, you're doing a good job here, and people are calling like crazy. You need to speak, and especially for people outside of New York. So I'll stay on the air.
Definitely.
All right, thanks.
Doing a great job.
All right.
It appears that the smoke coming out of downtown has now turned black.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that there's buildings on fire. I mean, that's what only one could assume, because when the building collapsed, it was clear, kind of a cloud of dusty smoke, and now it's pitch black smoke.
They said other buildings were affected, Cabby, when the buildings collapsed.
Hey, Cabby.
Well, no, I'm saying they're probably on fire now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They were.
Other buildings are affected now.
Yeah.
Hey, Cabby.
Look at the people. See, they're covered in dust. They're walking out of that area.
Yeah.
I see a guy in a suit covered in dust, freaking out. Let's see. People are in shock. I'm talking about that other guy next to him.
That, of course, is traveling for miles.
The two towers, 110 stories tall each. And
I'm not getting any news about what's going on. Wait, let me talk to Doug.
How do they breathe in that area of the city right now?
I'll put Doug on with you here, too. Doug?
Hey, so basically the whole city is under major caution for the quality of air. They're afraid the wind is going to shift now. They evacuated our rooftop because if the wind comes, they're afraid, like basically anyone in New York City or within a 5-mile radius is practically in serious danger, is what they're saying, because the air once the air shifts, people are it's just gonna take people by storm.
All this dust is gonna come flying.
You can't survive in it. And the other thing is, Howard, a public service you should do right now is make the best attempt to find how people can volunteer, because the city is beyond. You could get 4 states worth of emergency workers, and you're still going to be understaffed.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Doug. Where is the smoke headed now?
It's headed to downtown Brooklyn.
It's probably within 30 blocks of my apartment, and I'm about maybe 90 blocks away from the Twin Towers.
What direction are you?
I am north of the Twin Towers by about probably 2.5 miles. Or 3 miles. But I mean, it's so visible.
Cabby, what are you doing?
I'm going to go.
You're going to leave? Go ahead, John. What is it, Cabby?
The smoke is going basically out to sea almost, like past downtown Brooklyn, towards the Coney Island area.
That's where it's going now, but they're afraid that a wind shift is going to be devastating.
I can imagine, because it'll cloud the whole city up. Right. And when we were in the Persian Gulf, Howard, when Saddam Hussein lit the oil wells on fire, we were in smoke as very similar to this for 2 days, and it is impossible to breathe. I mean, we had our gas masks on, of course, at times for 12 hours at a shot, but even through then, you had to rechange the filters, and all these people in Manhattan have no gas masks. They have no... Right. So, I mean, I
would recommend people workers. They're not prepared for this.
So what do? You can't leave, and yet you can't breathe.
And someone just put a thing up on my screen that the Port Authority police are calling in more bombs in the World Trade Center. Is that? Can someone give me who's writing that down and what's going on? Let me see. I got to know what's going on with this.
But Howard, I mean, they need help. Is the bottom line. Now is not the time to help, but someone should call in and. There's got to be a way for people to volunteer to help. Well, I'm ready to go down there and do something, but
I have no idea how you do that.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I don't know, but I mean, the police can't handle this. No emergency crews can handle this.
And who knows how many police and fire were down at the base of that thing and are under all that debris.
I know. This is devastating.
Channel 7 just had a shot a block away once the building collapsed, and I mean, you just can see fire trucks just disappear.
Oh my God!
I don't know if they were, if they were crushed, but they just disappear in the smoke, and you can only imagine. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, you're talking you're talking 220 stories of concrete, glass, and
billions of tons of debris.
Yeah. I'm monitoring the TV. There's nothing new on there right now, so I'm just.
The Williamsburg Bridge is now completely filled with people, which is usually filled with cars, and they're all coming into Brooklyn.
Some British dudes on the phone. Hello. Hello?
No, Brit?
Yeah, hi. Oh, Brit. Oh, I thought it was a British dude. It said.
Hi.
Sorry, Brit. What is it?
What?
Hello?
What?
Hi. Is this Howard?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
I was listening to your show this morning about 8 a.m. You had on the hiccup guy.
Oh, God.
You've got to be kidding me.
Hang up on her. There's really nothing going on in the world. It's eerily quiet. There's a violent hatred brewing in the Middle East. Who's thinking about it? What the hell are we doing about it?
In the Middle East, it's already brewed here, woman.
Yeah, she's a little out of it.
Oh, my God.
She prognosticated something.
Yeah, she thinks when we had the hiccup guy on, she thought about the Middle East. I don't even want to... Listen, forget that.
I would not be surprised, because when I was in the 82nd Airborne, Howard, when incidents around the world would happen, we were immediately put on standby, and I would not be surprised if our troops of the Special Forces, of the Marine Recon, of the Navy SEALs are not flying to places to eradicate these types of situations.
Well, I would guess, Doug, I would guess the people in the military are going to be brought in.
I mean, you know what? Anyone who claims this, whether we have proof or not, just freaking annihilate the country. Don't worry about the kids, the old people. Just freaking wipe the country.
Yeah, teach them a lesson.
Everybody there.
Wipe them out. You see how they wiped out the Twin Towers? Wipe out the country. Babies. Who cares about their babies?
Yeah, no one cares about their babies. Not me. Yeah. Hey, listen, let me go up to the CBS feed here. We'll put it up and we'll see if we can learn anything new.
Specifically, security has clamped down across our state, and there were plans to increase security at border points. Governor George Pataki has canceled his New York City events. Let's go to New Jersey, where airports and river crossings to New York City are closed. Traffic is reported snarled on the Jersey Turnpike. Path commuter trains canceled. At Newark International Airport, there are officers with shotguns block the road leading to Port Authority offices and the air traffic control. There is no service into New York City on the LIRR or Metro North. And again, we've told you that subway service is shut down here. Now, as far as
people
trying to find out about their loved ones, we keep telling you that the phones
I'm live with my
You talk about your low. I was just trying to contact my daughter who lives in Manhattan, and I just got a hold of her. But I mean, it's like it's crazy.
Yeah, my wife Marlo is she's in the 20s, and she's in a panic mode. She can't get home. She's just running on the streets.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, she's running home as quick as she can, and it's scared because she doesn't have a cell phone. I can't get in touch with her.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm going to put up the CBS News feed. If you guys want to hang to the feed for a while, I'm going to try and regroup in a few minutes.
All right. Thanks, Harry. You're doing a great job.
Many people, thousands of people that had been here in the street had been moving in waves in order to get away from the billowing smoke and debris that came as the towers came down. There were people who said that they had run down the stairways in the buildings, and they said that while they were getting rather sooty as they were coming down, it was quite controlled. Everyone was orderly. But then when they got to the ground, some people said they were fortunate enough to come out the right side of the building where no debris was coming out, and they were able to join people in the World Financial Center and also people at Stuyvesant High School and the school across the street, where everybody was coming out, and lots of people were crying, holding on to each other, and many of those people were covered with soot as they tried to move ahead of the waves of incredible billowing smoke that was coming. When one jet fighter scrambled the area, some people were saying, where were those guys earlier? Because a lot of these people had said they were in their offices and they witnessed not only the second plane hit, but they saw the first plane hit. And then a portion of World Trade 1 came down, and that's when everybody started really moving. Before that, the police, in trying to control the area, kept moving the perimeter farther and farther out, unclear of what was going to happen. They got word that there might be a third plane that was going to hit the area. They moved the perimeter back. Then a portion of World Trade 1 came down. They moved the perimeter back. Then World Trade went down, and the place just went up for grabs. Everybody was running. Emergency people were running. Police were running. It was an unbelievable sight. And the people who were caught in it came out absolutely covered with debris, covered with a very fine chalky powder, and many firemen were suffering the worst of it in having breathed this. Some hoses had been set up by the fire department for firefighters to take off their bunker gear and to try to get the soot out of their noses, out the powder out of their noses, out of their mouths, and off of their heads and their eyes. There are people that still, there are cars around that are covered with this thick soot. And Carol Marin from 60 Minutes was one of those inside. I'm going to hand this over to you now, Carol.
John, I can't hear, so I don't know who I'm talking to. I just came out of and around Battery Park. After the second tower went down, I was trying to make my way to a CBS crew or to try to help CBS crews if I could. And then, I don't know what it was, John, but another explosion, a rolling blast of fire, a rolling column of fire towards us. If my respect for fire and police already knew no bounds, given the danger, it now exceeds what I thought it could, because a firefighter threw me into the wall of a building, covered me with his body as the flames approached us. And another police officer in New York named Brendan Duke, wherever he is, got me through smoke that neither one of us could see more than about a foot ahead of us. There are still people in there, excuse me, I've breathed them. Fair amount of soot. The personnel, the police and the fire working in there are doing so against really dangerous odds, and they still don't know if there's something else left to explode, John.
Where were you at the time?
I was, not being a New Yorker, you'll have to help me here. I came around Stuyvesant High School, and that street is North End, and I came up and asked if anyone had seen a CBS crew. And I was directed by a firefighter who said, walk down the middle of the road because you don't know what's going to come down. At which point we heard a rumble like I've never heard before, and a firefighter ran towards me. We ran as fast as we could. I lost my shoes. I fell down. He picked me up and slammed me into a wall. and covered me with him until we could make it more to safety.
Was this from the first rolling blast or the second?
John, I looked at my watch. It was about 10:44 is what my watch said. So it was after the second, I think the second tower explosion.
All right, Carol Marin from CBS 60 Minutes. I'm John Slattery, back to the studio.
All right, John, thank you.
We're going to go to Marcia Kramer now. She's got another update for us. Marcia?
Well, you know, we're trying to keep track of those 8 hijacked planes. We now have word that one of those planes may be in the area near Dulles Airport. Again, one of those hijacked planes may be in the air near Dulles Airport. We seem to have been able to account for a total of 5 of the planes. There's the one in the air right now near Dulles. There's one that we now have unconfirmed reports that crashed near Somerset County Airport in western Pennsylvania, and there are the 3 that have struck American targets, 2 at the World Trade Center and 1 in Washington at the Pentagon. That's 5. The question is, where are the other 3 planes and where are they headed? Again, we do have a report that one of the 8 planes that have been hijacked is on its way somewhere near Dulles Airport, some target in the Texas area. Back to you, Lisa and Michael.
Okay.
Marsha, thank you. Just to quickly recap, if you're just now joining us, you're looking at live pictures
on the left side of your screen
of a scene that cannot be described. The World Trade Centers hit by hijacked planes, exploding, collapsing. You're looking at crews as they scramble to help anybody at all. 50,000 people work at the trade centers. 200,000, Michael O'Looney reporting, move through that area every day. And we spoke a moment ago with John Slattery, who is just north of the trade center site at West Street in Murray. David Diaz also on the phone. He's down in Lower Manhattan with further details. David?
Well, this is the situation. Some people remember the phrase in the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. Well, it was kind of like that for New York City today as I was making my way down the streets. The people standing still, pouring out into the streets, looking in awe, amazement, shock, and grief and anger at what they were seeing in front of them, what used to be the World Trade Center towers up in smoke. The streets full of people also running, however, so not everyone was standing still. People were running north, people bending over from exhaustion, other people just hyperventilating from the shock of it, other people around phone lines, in front of phones, some of them on the phone, crying hysterically, others trying to calm them, other people very anxious and getting very upset, trying to get to a phone to find out whether any of their loved ones were in the area as they suspected they were. You had other people coming to their aid, comforting them, having them sit down, bringing them water. Tremendous cooperation on the streets of New York City this morning in this tremendous shock wave, not the shock wave physically from the buildings themselves, but a shock wave that terrorism had apparently struck so forcefully and so visibly to everyone here, and people just poured out of their offices. Work will not be done in New York City today as everyone is out on the streets. The subways, where I started my journey trying to get down to the World Trade Center, became total gridlock before finally they were closed down, people pouring out of subway entrances. But usually there were announcements in the subways, in fact, what had happened, so people knew what this was all about. But that also added to the edge in the subway system, because once people started hearing this and assuming at that point, not even knowing that it was terrorism, suddenly, of course, thoughts started to come into people's heads that maybe some bombs would be planted in the subways as well. So terrorism, striking terror into the hearts of people, that has been accomplished, because New York City is feeling terror today, and the streets are filled with people experience it, and the grief and the uncertainty that follows all of that. That's the scene as I've seen it on the streets as I've approached the World Trade Center, 7th Avenue, 6th Avenue, 8th Avenue, and all of the surrounding streets. Almost all of the movement is northbound, people trying to get away from the scene of the explosions, fearing that there are more to come.
You're still seeing debris and soot all around you, David?
Yes, the clouds keep billowing. The soot actually seems to have not reached much further at this point than just about Canal Street. And the wind is blowing mainly towards the east, so I would expect that it's being carried towards not only over the South Street Seaport area, but into downtown Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Heights area. I suspect would be getting a pretty big dose of it as well.
David Diaz, stay close.
Yeah, you know what? While we're waiting right now a further report from our Todd McDermott, who's been working the information on the phones all morning long, we want to reiterate to parents as you're watching this whole scene unfold, there are schools in that area, as you're well aware of, and those children in PS 89 and PS 234, students from those schools have been taken to PS 41. Students from PS 150 have been taken to PS 3. Those students are under what's called lockdown. They're not being released on their own. They're just waiting for parents to get there to pick them up. But frankly, folks, from the pictures that you're seeing here from Chopper 2, there is no telling how long it will take you to get to those children.
Hate to interrupt you. We got to go to Jennifer McLogan, who's live at JFK Airport. Jennifer, take it away.
Kennedy International Airport right now entirely closed down. We're in the midst of a terrorism sweep behind me. Cars are being inspected. Individual air terminals are being emptied as canine units that walked before us a short time ago and explosive experts make their way through. Gridlock on the ground. Skies are empty of planes, but billowing smoke from those towers can be seen. It's very, very visible here. No one wants to fly, even if they could. Everyone is panicked about being hijacked. That's what they're telling me. Their lives forever changed by today's horror. The control tower is being evacuated. People feel helpless, confused, unable to make a decision. We are outside the American Airlines terminal. Its employees now being evacuated, worried, hurt, concerned about co-workers and passengers that may have been on that plane out of Boston. It is a nightmare that no one wants to
experience.
It's a nightmare that
nobody wants to.
We want to awaken from. And we're a little. I was distracted there because a gentleman from the airlines has just come up and told me that we must evacuate now because they're still worried about bombs, even here at Kennedy.
Okay,
sure,
Lisa, Michael.
Jennifer, thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. And let's go to Todd McDermott. He's been working on a report in our information center. Todd, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, there are now reports from CBS News that a plane apparently has crashed at or near Camp David, the weekend White House, if you will. Right now at the White House, they have decided they are making plans right now to get all the major leaders of the government out of Washington. Also, another key element here as we try to piece together who did this and why it happened, it has been pointed out, it is the anniversary, September 11th, of the Camp David Accords. Again, speculation that the reason this attack has taken place is in retaliation for U.S. support of the Israeli government. Also, we have reports that the jet that has been circling Dulles Airport in Northern Virginia, perhaps to launch another attack on the Pentagon, is surrounded by American Air Force F-16s right now. Again, that is believed to be another hijacked aircraft at this time. They are trying to hail that plane, but it has been surrounded by F-16s. Obviously, in this situation, should another attack perhaps be possible, it may be up to the Air Force to decide to shoot that plane down. Again, we have no confirmation that is a plan at this point, but they have surrounded the aircraft as they try to determine what the next move is, but that is believed to be perhaps another hijacked aircraft. Again, another key here is the responsibility. Who will take responsibility for this attack, if any group ever does? There have been various reports from the Reuters news service of unconfirmed taking responsibility for this attack. So far, we do know that one well-known terrorist or pro-Arab, anti-Israel faction has denied responsibility for this attack. It remains to be seen whether anyone eventually takes responsibility, but we do know, again, there is a report of another plane down near Camp David. Further reports that the American government is making plans to evacuate all government leaders from the Washington, D.C. area. And Michael, Lisa, back to you.
Hey, Todd, real quickly, Marcia Kramer reported earlier that we had heard perhaps 8 planes had been hijacked, and we are trying to account for as many as possible. Does that crash at Camp David lead us to think that perhaps there are more than 8 planes?
Actually, right now, CBS News has reported that the FBI says 4 planes were hijacked before they crashed into targets. It still remains to be seen if there are actually more still in the air.
Hi. At this point, we can't confirm that.
I'm back. I took a break. I called a couple of people... family members. I can't even get through on...
I was going to say, you were able to get through?
Well, I got through to Allison. I spoke to my daughter, who lives in Manhattan, and was able to get through there. But
I haven't been able to get through to anybody.
I can get through to other people, though.
If you call a lot of times, like I called about 5 times, got through to my mom in Florida. And, you know, if you just have to keep hitting speed dial, but it's sort of working.
Yeah. What the hell is there to say? I don't know. I don't even feel like being on the air anymore, but... Tom tells me I should do it.
I mean, it's only been 2 hours, and it's hard to believe
that
the World Trade Centers don't exist anymore.
I was so nervous. Like, I just called my daughter because, you know...
She's downtown.
Yeah. She's okay. I said, just stay indoors, because aren't they saying that smoke and debris can really overcome you?
They're saying if you breathe the air now, you'll get affected by this.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Have you been listening to the news?
A little bit. I was trying to contact people, too. I was unable to, but there have been a couple of other reports that there was a plane attack on, a crash at Camp David?
Camp David. Doug,
am I here?
Yeah, you guys are all back.
Hey, Howard, can I just make an announcement?
Yeah.
There was just a desperate cry for blood, so I have a bunch of numbers. The blood main number is 800-933-BLOOD, and locations right now that are up and running waiting for people to donate blood. 53rd Street in Lexington in the City Court Building. That's 53rd Street in Lexington in the City Court Building. 168th Street in Broadway. 150 Amsterdam Avenue, which is on the west side of Manhattan, 67th Street and 2nd Avenue, and of course all four of those are in New York City. There's also nybloodcenter.org. They desperately need blood, is what it looks like. Anyone between the ages of 17 and 65 years of age. If you're able to get down there, do it ASAP, and if you have a cold or anything, they will not accept you, so only healthy people in good health right now. That's what they're looking for desperately.
Cabby.
Howard, what the news was saying was that the plane that is flying over Dulles Airport is a hijacked plane, they believe, and it's surrounded by Air Force F-16s. And today is the anniversary of the Camp David Accords, where the United States and Israel really became tight.
Oh, is that right?
So this is why today was chosen.
Yeah, I knew there was some significance to today. I have no idea what it was.
Yeah, it was a big deal to them.
It's the religion that's causing this. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're doing this in the name of Allah.
Yeah, I got something for Allah.
Now Bin Laden has denied any involvement.
Yeah, okay.
Right, now nobody's
Who cares?
taking responsibility for
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? Let's go get him anyway.
Exactly.
This one you did others.
Yeah, you did others.
Get him on the way to
so you didn't do this one.
To get the real people.
Right.
Even he's afraid to take resposibility for this.
Well, I think he's beginning to realize they missed their target, and there's going to be retribution.
Yep.
I just saw a shot from downtown right by the zone. It looks like it snowed. There's so much soot. It's thick. It's inches thick on the ground. They're all wearing gas masks.
Yeah,
my wife just got home, thank God.
Yeah, that soot is traveling through the sky. I mean, like, I don't know.
It's like the ash from a volcano. You don't want to breathe it.
Yeah, they're saying it's toxic if you breathe it in.
Kennedy Airport's completely shut down, and they're searching cars, and the soot appears to be heading that way.
Marlo, pick up the phone. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Marlo pick up. She just ran home from downtown. She said it's like...
Where was she?
Chaos. She was down in the 20s. Howard, Marlo, you're on the air with Howard.
Hey, Marlo.
Hello, hi.
Where were you?
I was just walking back from the office, and I didn't even want to get into a cab. Actually, there was, I don't know, I think it was like, I don't know if the driver of the cab was Arab or whatever, but some guy was punching the windshield of the front of the... I'm sorry, I can't even breathe. I just walked in the door.
Right.
It's mayhem outside.
People were punching the cab driver?
No, not the cab driver, but the windshield.
Oh, they were attacking the cab.
The cab driver, or the cab itself.
Because he was an Arab?
I think he was black, actually. But I don't know. I don't know why. I just walked away because I didn't want any gunshots or anything.
Is that like looting, Tom, you think? Or what do you think?
I think that people probably thought it's a taxi. It must be an Arab driving the taxi. It must attack the taxi. I mean, I would think...
Yeah, that ain't the right way to go.
No, exactly.
No, that ain't the right way to go.
That's what they would love. They would love for this country to collapse in chaos.
Yeah, we have to unite. We get united behind the president, no matter what you think of him, and he's got to come up with the plan, and then let's hope that this dude comes up with the right plan. And you all know what the plan is.
He's going to have the advice of the best military minds in the world.
Howard, do you have Channel 2 on right now?
Yeah.
You see that?
Let me put it up.
Fire trucks they're just destroyed.
Yeah, those are the fire trucks. Everything's flattened. Everything around the World Trade Center is flattened out.
I haven't even seen anything on TV.
Oh, wait till you see the pictures.
I just saw it right now.
If that doesn't get you crazy, nothing will.
Everyone was in the office we had a huge board meeting, and everyone just left or trying to... They don't know what to do with themselves. Just walking around like...
I know. The same thing's going on here.
Stunned,
We're all walking around not knowing what to do. Some people have left. Some have stayed.
I think you should stay. I think you're doing a big service to a lot of people.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because you have, all the feeds coming to you. You can just pop anyone up. I think it's helping. There's more information coming through you.
Plus, Doug, as you continue to get information like you've been feeding us.
Yeah, this is good.
Keep feeding that information. That's important public information that we need to get out.
Look, that is an ambulance or a fire truck. Just
all right, speaking of information, here's Stormin from Cleveland. Stormin, hi.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Now, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing over here on the TV, they got in Cleveland, the mayor's on the TV saying that there's a jet on the runway. They're not letting take off. That supposedly has a bomb on it.
This is a guy in Cleveland now.
Yep.
Holy cow.
They got it on TV right now. The mayor's on the TV saying something about a jet on the runway.
They are everywhere.
Yeah, this is how the hell did these guys organize something like this and no one in the intelligence community picked up on this?
Well, you know how it happens? We have a free society. You can move around and congregate.
I know, it's just amazing that nobody even squealed.
And advantage of it.
How
is everyone quiet?
Can't they monitor cell phones? I mean, with the tech
they do.
They have.
I don't understand
they're not using that kind of communication.
Jesus Christ, you can't hear these slurpy bastards.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard in the elevator coming up that there was two airplanes coming over from England that are hijacked.
Oh.
That's what. Well, there's a guy on the phone. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, you there? He might be gone.
No, this is Marlene.
Oh, Marlene, hi. What do you want to say?
I'm from Pittsburgh, and that plane that was hijacked to D.C. come from Pittsburgh. They've shut Pittsburgh down, basically. They got the USX Tower, the federal buildings, and everything all evacuated. They're checking all our tunnels. They're stopping cars, checking them for bombs.
By the way, one of the things I'm having trouble getting through on the phones to the people that I care about, people in my life that I'm trying to check on who live here in Manhattan. One of the things that's working, I was just talking to my daughter, AOL, the instant message is working, two-way pages are working, and the internet's up and working, obviously.
Oh, my God.
What?
You said both World Trade Towers have collapsed.
You didn't even know that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm delayed. I've been walking.
That's all right, Marlo. Yeah, that happened a long time ago.
Howard, they've evacuated the White House and the United Nations. They've closed down all 3 airports locally here, which would be JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark.
Well, the worst thing is that our American government is making arrangements to hide all of our leaders.
Yep, we're under attack.
Yeah, but they've got to have somebody left to make plans.
Let me go to Travis. He's got new information out of Detroit. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, I'm just calling. I'm under the understanding there are not supposed to be any planes in the air, and I'm driving around about 30 miles north of Detroit, and I have seen, I'm assuming it's the same plane, about 3 times.
Circling.
Yeah, he's got no place to land, probably.
Well,
you better go to Canada.
Howard, switch over to Channel 7 if you can.
Hey, Gary, come over and switch channels for me, will you?
They just got off the shot. It looks like a snowstorm, and that was like 20 blocks plus away. It's just inches and inches of white soot.
Yeah, that's all right. I got the same shot here on Channel 2. I'm okay. Wow.
Unbelievable. There's so many buildings that the towers collapsed on that also it took down with it, obviously.
I hesitate to say that there's no new information. The fact of the matter is that there's so much information and there's so much chaos that we literally can't confirm anything. We don't know what's going on.
It is so eerie looking outside. I mean, it is just dead. The FDR Drive is there's not a car on it. The bridges are all completely, there's nothing.
We're under attack.
Eerie. Yeah.
It's so unbelievable that more things you keep hearing.
American Airlines confirms loss of 2 flights.
Maybe we better go up on this.
Yeah, let's listen to this.
Information that's available to them at this time.
You are also setting up triage centers in front of the hospital so they don't even have
Wait a second, we're going to CNN now because there's United Airlines passenger jet crashed near Pittsburgh.
And
here we go.
Saying they've
which
lost
doesn't
2
quite
planes.
fit into what we believe flies Chicago to New York, is also down as well.
We're forgetting the drama that goes on in these planes.
I do not know
because they are
the
planes full of people.
There.
Right.
Let me just go back on okay, I do now. It's a United Airlines plane. So we have a number of planes down, a number of planes involved in these attacks. The Boston to Atlanta, if I'm reading the notes correctly, had an American 767 with 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Flight 11.
Reported down. That's American Airlines Flight 11. And American Airlines Flight 77, which is a 757 jetliner, Dulles Airport outside of Washington, Los Angeles International, with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Oh, my God.
They're crashing planes. They're just
and
taking
then
them
there
and
is this
crashing.
United Airlines jet, which crashed.
They're insane, and we're fighting insane people. And you ever fight anyone who's insane, you know it's almost impossible.
There's
Chuck,
nothing to do but shoot them.
Chuck, go ahead and say something.
Howard, stay on the air, bud. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So far, L.A. standing tall. We're all deployed, obviously, watching you guys.
A Taliban news conference soon. What
is a Taliban news conference, Robin?
I have no idea.
That's what's that guy's Bin Laden. I think that's Taliban.
That's a terrorist organization.
I think they're going to call a press conference to deny any involvement.
Oh, they're involved.
Yeah.
Don't buy it.
When you get your cameras in there, shoot them.
Exactly.
That will be done immediately.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
Have you heard the FAA can't account for all planes right now either?
That's right.
Well, that's what we're figuring
That's what we're
out.
hearing now. Bush denouncing apparent terrorist attacks. Well, we heard from him early this morning, but now he's...
Say something else.
Yes, say something.
No, he's in hiding at this
Say
point.
something.
Vows to hunt down those responsible.
Why don't they tell us that there was a collapse also? I mean, give us...
You know what, though? Now is not the time for Bush to speak, because he'll speak with anger, and they need to plan things up.
Yep.
They're probably sending troops places right now, I guarantee it.
Hey,
Cabby. Yes.
How do you... That plane that got the F-16 circled?
Yes.
That's not Air Force One, is it, coming back from Florida?
No, the planes that are flying around here, the only planes I've seen were they were F-15s, and they were circling Manhattan, and now there are no planes, and it's just police helicopters, and I can't even explain it, man.
Yeah, Cabby, you were in the Air Force, so you know what an F-15 is.
No, I was in the Army, but I was air defense, so I had to know. My job was to fire missiles at airplanes, so I had to know the Stinger missiles. We had to know all the airplanes. So.
All right. Hey, Mike, you're on the air.
Hello?
Mike, go ahead.
What's up, Howard?
Hey.
Listen, I think this is like Armageddon going on.
It is?
It is.
It's the worst disaster we've ever seen.
I mean, this is, people all over America are uniting right now, and, there's so much crap going on in this
Let me tell
world.
you something. Right now, most of the world is cheering. That's the scary part. And you know it and I know it.
Muslims on this planet than any other religion.
They hate us. They hate our way of life. They're jealous of us. And I don't care what Osama bin Laden says.
Yeah, they got tired of waiting for Allah to bring us down.
Yeah, trust me, he's in them. They're all in on it, and it's time for them all to die.
How could you respond to these people who, 2,000 years after Christ died, they still fight in the desert over a piece of... How do you
out of trash land. Nothing. Garbage.
How do you reason people?
You don't. They're willing to kill themselves to kill us.
Now, wait a second. What's that?
I mean, what are we looking at now? Hold on a second.
This morning, a approximately 60-foot section of this building, which is, of course, the headquarters of all...
That's the Pentagon we're looking at. It's on fire.
Was on fire as a result of this crash, and then collapsed.
The Pentagon collapsed.
Some of the pictures we've been bringing our audience from the Pentagon. We've watched people being treated by first aid personnel there. We have no information yet.
I'm getting a note that on WYSP in Philly, Detroit, and Cleveland radio stations we're being interrupted, so I don't even know what stations we're on at this point.
Although emergency personnel.
And what are we being interrupted with? I don't know.
We're definitely on in New York, that's for sure.
No, I know that.
Elsewhere.
What's interrupting us?
Don't know. I'll try and find out.
No, I'm just curious.
Can I ask Tom a quick question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Tom, should I stay here or should I try to walk into work?
I think you're doing a great job. I would stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
All right, I'll stay here.
Okay, I think you've been great.
Thank you.
For once.
Get off me.
Howard, the scariest thing right now, I can't get through. I have a friend who literally lives 3 blocks away from the Twin Towers.
I have a couple friends that live right down that same area, man.
I know, and there are people I'm trying to contact. Anne Marie's out there dialing for me.
They say for time in history we have stopped all domestic flights and diverted all international flights to Canada. We've never had to take that kind of action before.
This is you know what? It hasn't even sunk in with me yet.
Yeah,
No, it seems like you're watching a movie or something.
Yeah, it hasn't even sunk in that the World Trade Center is gone.
Pearl Harbor. I mean,
that thousands of people are probably dead.
Tens of thousands, Howard.
Tens and tens, probably 50 plus, I would say.
I would say at least.
Yes, and that the Pentagon God only knows what was going on there, and who knows what else is going to happen next.
Well, our government was attacked.
And there are probably not one of us in this New York area or in this country who's not going to know someone who was killed in this.
I can start by telling you nothing's wrong with her, but one of our brand new interns was supposed to start today. Her mom called to tell us she's being held in a garage in New York City because her building's gone.
Wow.
You know, people on staff who...
There's a plane in Cleveland loaded with... What is this? I don't know. On a runway with a bomb. Oh, there's a plane in Cleveland loaded with people on a runway with a bomb.
Well,
that's probably why... That's maybe what's going on with our Cleveland station, if anyone can find out.
I've been hearing that on the other stations that they're interrupting our reports with news reports.
I see. Yeah, they're probably going to local programming. Because each city, some of the major cities are all having their own story.
Yeah.
You know, I don't mean to blame anybody, but, you know, it's funny because, you know, you think you're so safe in this country, and we were taught when I was in the military that, you know, that the Air Force is always up in the air and there's always someone watching. And for airplanes to just be hijacked in numbers like this and crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop.
And remember the mistake...
Crash into our own populated areas.
Well, let me tell you something.
Well, what we learned in Vietnam is when you're using guerrilla tactics, it's impossible for the military to stop.
And remember the mistake in Vietnam. We should have nuked those dudes, and we never did. And if we don't nuke some of these countries over there, I mean literally nuke them, fry them, fry their children, fry everything, they will never stop. They will never stop. And I know it's an unpopular thing to do, but you got to be the strong one, and Bush is going to have to make that decision. Target 3 countries over there and level them.
Yemen is one of them.
Disintegrate it. You know what it feels like now? It feels like almost like... remember when we fought the British? It's like we're the redcoats. Like we're standing...
We're playing like idiots.
Yeah, we're playing fair while guerrillas
we're standing in line waiting for people to shoot us.
Yeah, military action has changed. We're all about...
There's a U.S. Army general, I think, who's talking now.
Okay, let me see.
More trouble before all of this concludes.
He's a retired Army general.
Protect the American people first. We've got to look after those who are injured. We've got to deal with...
Former NATO Supreme Commander Wesley Clark.
That's underway with a lot of responsible action by people everywhere. The damage at the Pentagon is unclear from all the news reports that I've seen.
Who knows what's going on?
One report that said it crashed into the Army side of the building. There are command centers in various places of the Pentagon, and there are many other alternate command centers. So I don't think there's really any issue about the command and control of the United States Armed Forces. I'm sure that's very solid right now.
Well, you see what he's saying? He's saying that the reason you attack the Pentagon is to knock out all the leaders of the military, because each military unit has a command center there. You have the heads of all of the Navy, the Army, the Air Force right there in the Pentagon.
In Philadelphia, we are on the air. They're just interrupting for any kind of local news. We're on in Louisville, and they'll stay with us as long as we stay on. It seems like all our affiliates are still with us. So
yeah, I'm telling you, it's the best coverage. You have, access to 7 different networks here.
I know. And if we hear anything, we just go right on the air with it. So we're trying to... we're just sitting here in shock.
You know how you see the pictures from, like, the Gaza Strip when there's a car bomb? You see,
but it never feels real enough.
It's us.
Yeah, now it feels real,
it's the
right?
exact pictures you see from overseas that you just say, oh, my God, you can't even imagine it. This is us in New York City.
As someone said earlier today, this is Israel every day.
That's right.
No, you don't take down the towers.
I mean, this is worse.
The only affiliate that's not with us is Cleveland because of the bomb report at the airport and the airplane with the bomb. They're probably going to local coverage. A lot of our phone lines are down. We do have people calling in. I'll keep going to the phones. People here, I know, just in our building, people in Manhattan are devastated. Everybody knows someone who works at the World Trade Center. Of course. And everyone knows someone who's involved with the financial community, which is where we were first hit, sometime before 9 o'clock in the morning, a few minutes before 9. 18 minutes later, a second plane goes into the World Trade Center. We've seen the complete collapse of the World Trade Center. We've seen a plane go into the Pentagon, just crash right into it.
That's the scariest thing of all.
There are other planes now with bombs, and also they're saying there are terrorists with bombs not in planes, but are also running around. That's what we know.
Doug, do you have that information on blood supply?
Yeah, let me give that again. For blood, the main number is 1-800-933-BLOOD. 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website is nybloodcenter.org. And let me give those 4 locations that I know of. I'm sure there's more.
We're all lucky to be alive. That's all I can say.
Howard, Howard, can I give those 4 locations?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Court building, 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, and 67th Street and 2nd Avenue.
And if you can give blood, do it, because, I mean, just imagine if this was you. Oh, my God. You're minding your own business, and this...
Yeah, you're just trying to get to work.
This nightmare happens.
Falls on you.
Howard?
Yeah.
We're getting reports. Someone in my building here said they saw on the news that the 2 hijacked planes that were supposedly headed towards L.A. are now being considered not a problem. Maybe they've been shot down.
Yeah, we don't know.
Or maybe they're legitimate.
They're not supposed to be up there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Rob, how long ago was that? Like 2 hours
Yeah, it was
ago?
a long time ago that they said no more flights in
Colin?
domestic airspace.
Colin, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Robin. I just wanted to say thank you, all of you, for staying on the air, and I just want to make it clear to stay on as long as possible, because of all the insanity you people bring me every day, this is the most sanity I have right now. I can't even explain to you what you guys are doing for me. I appreciate it.
We're sitting here in shock, I'll tell you that. I mean, I was just out in the hallway for 5 minutes, took a 5-minute break, and I tell you something, it's just unimaginable what's going on.
Right. I walked up to the deli just about the same time.
People are in shock.
We went on break, and there were people just wandering around this, watching TV.
The noise you're hearing is Crazy Cabbie's phone connection. He's right in the thick of it, and I mean, he's seeing it, and you're hearing emergency workers running around. We saw military planes flying over New York.
There's thousands of people on the Williamsburg Bridge walking into Brooklyn. I mean, the exodus from New York is just people on foot now. Everybody's leaving.
Minutes before 9 o'clock, we were on the air, and when we first saw the report of the World Trade Center on fire, and even though there was a plane going into it, it almost didn't even, you didn't even know. It didn't seem real. You didn't even think it was, you don't know what the hell was going on. And then another plane, then the Pentagon. I mean, it is the most organized attack you have ever seen.
Unbelievable. How do you penetrate security at so many different airports and hijack planes?
Well, here's Gary with something. Go ahead.
On line 2, and I checked this out, so it's for real, is Congressman Gary Ackerman. He's from the 5th District of New York.
Yeah, we know Gary Ackerman.
He got a briefing from somebody, and he wanted to come on the air and talk.
Hi, Congressman. Congressman? I don't think I have him. Congressman? Congressman?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
What'd you hear?
It's an absolute nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. This is going to go down as Black Tuesday, and it's going to change each of our personal lives as well as our civilization forever.
You're not kidding.
The way we do business, who we do business with, our security precautions that we're going to have to take. I think this is driven home in the most dramatic way that anybody with a suit and a blue tie can get on a plane and do all kinds of damage almost at will.
Congressman, were you briefed in any way on this?
No, everybody who's supposed to be in secure places right now is there. We've closed down the whole Capitol. I'm in New York. I stayed here for the primary, and I was going to go down a little later.
Right.
And I just voted. Of course, the election's now been called off.
Right.
But our offices are all shut down. But you can surmise that the members of the Supreme Court, President's cabinet, and all officials who have to be are in the places they're supposed to be at.
Where do you think the president is right now, and what's going on? Do you have any guess?
He's not anywhere anybody can get to him.
Well, right. we don't want to guess out loud, but he's probably right now in a very safe and secure place. We do have places. Some of them are known, some are not, and the president is in one of them. And it's always good to know that nobody knows ahead of time which one he's going to be at. But certainly there's a command post where he is, and regardless of any of our politics, we're all going to pull together.
Yes, we are. We are all behind the president and waiting for his word, yeah.
But, Congressman, isn't this an attack against the government?
Without speculating recklessly on this, Howard, I mean, we know really of only one group that really has the capability and the resources to be able to pull off something like this.
You bet.
But they did.
They targeted. We've seen that happen in some of our embassies previously. Now we've seen.
This is what goes on in Israel every day.
People. You got it right. People now understand. I think dramatically and unfortunately what the Israelis have been going through, and how do you deal with this?
Oh, I know.
And to do preemptive strikes against people who are known terrorists suddenly makes a little bit more sense than to allow something like this to happen and then terrorist.
That's absolutely right. We can't sit by.
People attack our government.
It's different kind of warfare. We saw it. It's the world today is different. It's not. You know, we got to kind of feel like the sitting ducks of the world, like the British. You know.
But you have to feel they plan to throw this country into chaos and to cause anarchy.
They did.
That's exactly it.
Didn't they
done this in a startling and very effective way
organized
today?
It's amazing
they have to know that we are going to respond with the full force and might of the United States.
Do you know when the president, Congressman,
when you're dealing with a country?
Congressman, do you know when the president will talk again?
No, I don't, and I think everybody's busy getting information, but as soon as the president is able to impart information or give us a sense of direction, I'm sure that's going to be done.
By the way, I got an update. I have one update, Congressman. The plane in Cleveland is safe. It's been evacuated. The one that was...
That had the bomb?
That had the bomb. It's good news.
That is very good news on this otherwise bleakest of days.
Yes.
Despite the fact that this is probably not coming from a country that has a government in specific,
right?
That we do know the address of where these people do their training very often.
Exactly, and stop forgiving the governments for hiding these guys.
That's right.
You bet.
I think that people are going to understand that sometimes collateral damage has to be done, and innocent people are going to suffer who live in the neighborhoods, unfortunately.
Or else we're sitting ducks. And
what we had was collateral damage. You first attacked the World Trade Center, so you take our eyes off the government.
Right, and the World Trade Center was a diversionary tactic. Absolutely. The World Trade Center was not even the target. What it is
that was it.
To get to today the Pentagon was attacked.
See, I think
this is unbelievable.
10,000 people dying in the World Trade Center is more devastating than
No, I do too. But the real thing is they were trying to get to the White House and the Pentagon.
I think you're absolutely
This was an organized, thought-out military operation. We are at war.
Executed brilliantly, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Brian, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, they just reported that there was 164 people killed on the plane crashes into the World Trade Center.
Right.
That's on one of the planes.
That's on the plane.
Yeah. One plane.
On one plane. Yeah. On one plane, there were 164 people.
But we're going to be talking in terms of thousands of people.
Tens of thousands.
Anybody within the sound of your voice, and that's millions of people, are going to personally be mourning the loss of somebody they know by the time we ferret this all out.
A United Airlines passenger jet.
Sort of third person and surrealistic, but when it's all said and done, this is going to be one of our bleakest moments.
Congressman, I want to thank you for calling in, and if you hear anything, please call us back.
We'll get back to you.
All right, thanks a lot.
And you know, Howard, that probably half these bodies or more are not going to be able to ever to be identified, if they're even found.
I'm going to Terry Lieberman, who's our program director in Detroit. Terry, go ahead.
Howard, how you doing? I wanted to let you know in Detroit, tensions are running very high. The largest Arab population outside of the Middle East is located in Detroit.
That is true.
So obviously tension's very high.
Yeah, well, let me say something about that. I mean, listen, the people who live in Detroit, you got to understand something. The Arab population there, these aren't the enemy. It's the same way that the American Japanese were not the enemy during World War II. We know what's going on overseas. There are many Arabs in here illegally, and who come over here on student visas and things.
Absolutely
surreptitiously.
right.
We're not talking about...
this is not the enemy. Tensions are running very high.
It's going to do us no good to start punching out taxi cab drivers.
I did want to let you know that the Ambassador Bridge has been shut down, the Windsor Tunnel, so no one
Everyone's
can
on
go
alert.
out inside the United States or outside the United States from Detroit into Canada.
Right, the Windsor Tunnel, of course, connecting Detroit and Canada.
Yes.
Right.
GM World Headquarters shut down. That's the Wren Center. That is being evacuated. The Ford World Headquarters has also been shut down. So tension's extremely high.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Howard, I just got... they're watching another TV in the other room.
Hold on, Terry, thanks.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, that's Terry
Lieberman.
Lieberman.
There's reports of Arab cab drivers being attacked in New York City.
Yeah, it's not cool.
Again, this is exactly what these people would want.
They want us. They want us to turn on each other.
They want us to look like animals.
What is it, Gary?
It's no big breaking news, but Courthouses, city hall buildings, schools are being closed in almost every major city across the country at this point.
Yeah, and right now, most of our affiliates are still with us. Phoenix, Orlando is with us.
Atlantic City's with us. Detroit's with us. Philly called us. They just break in once in a while, but they're sticking with us. They love what you're doing.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll stay on for a while longer then.
They're showing shots on Fox right now. Just people down.
Yeah, no,
all over the
strength.
place.
I mean, who the hell? I mean, where the hell are you going to go? It's just unbelievable. Rosemary, you're on the air.
Good morning, Howard. Or I guess it was a few hours ago. But thank you so much for staying on the air and to your staff. And God bless you for your composure on such a devastating time in our country.
We don't even know yet how devastating this is. I don't think it's hit anybody. I'm watching unedited video on Fox, and you're just seeing bodies on the ground. We've got to stick together through this and understand that there is going to be the retribution. There is going to be a payday.
Yeah.
There's going to be payback. There's got to be.
Well, again,
and our day will come. Our day will come.
And it better be swift and strong.
Yep. Our day will come, and I don't think we should even have to risk American life. There's a way to just punish these countries.
Tomahawk missiles.
You bet.
Nuclear warheads.
Right. We have the most advanced military system in the world. We should be taking advantage of it.
And you got to ask yourself, how is it that all of these planes can be hijacked within the same 2-hour period?
Amazing.
How do you walk a bomb into the Pentagon?
8 planes were hijacked?
How does it happen? I don't understand. I mean, I know there's airport security. I know that. How did they? This has been brilliant.
You almost wonder if some of the. I mean, and I'm not throwing accusations. If some of these hijacked planes weren't hijacked by the pilots who were flying them.
You don't know. I mean, it's just
because terrorists don't necessarily know how to fly 767.
And again, I say, they got 8 planes. Who's to know that they tried to get 20 and couldn't get them?
Right.
Wow.
And you must remember that when that Egyptian airliner was brought down, it was a co-pilot who took over the control.
What you're seeing is the president on TV now, but that's from earlier, Gary. He was talking to a group, and he just said he, basically gave a standard comment. He didn't really say anything.
Yeah, and he can't because he'll say it out of anger, and we don't need that.
No, that's fine. Hey, the president, we're all behind him. Let's see where he's going with this.
He's got the greatest military minds that is left and right with Dick Cheney and Colin Powell. They were the ones who orchestrated the swift victory in the Gulf War.
Well, Howard, you've been an incredible voice of reason this morning.
The World Trade Center, the first time, it didn't go right. They had five also bridges
let me
to
tell
blow
you
up.
something. You're absolutely right. We've been hearing that guys like Osama bin Laden have been planning an attack on New York and on the Pentagon. We've been waiting for him to do it so we can respond. There's no time to wait anymore.
Well, you also bring up we got real angry after the World Trade Center was bombed the first time, and we grabbed that guy, the sheikh who was sent back to Egypt, and we broke up his cell.
Right.
And everybody then got comfortable
And everyone got comfortable. Listen, the death toll now is in the thousands. That's confirmed.
Tens of thousands.
Yeah.
I have 3 family members that are in that building, and I have no idea what's going on.
I can tell you what's going on.
Now, I'll tell you this.
Wait a second. What do you see, Tom?
There are 2 American airline flights unaccounted for.
Right.
Let me correct you. There's 4. We just got to report there's 4 unaccounted planes total.
Right.
When we had the chance and we were sitting down across the table with, what's his name?
Thank you. I got to move on. I hear what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. Darryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you're a humble guy. I know you're doing a good job and all that good stuff, but let me just get to the point. I'm kind of worried. There's a woman named Marlene who she works in that building as security. And
World Trade Center?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I don't know what happened. My wife, Christina, might have went down there to find out what's going on or to get home by PATH train. I need to get a message out to Sean, who works at Audubon Payne, because I know yours is like the radio station that's going on right now.
Give the name of the person, and maybe they can call you.
Yeah, the cell phone is up, the phone is up, but AT&T won't let me make any calls.
All right, so who are you looking for?
I'm looking for Jesse and Samantha. I don't know what schools they go to. I'm out here in Jersey right now, and just to call me and let me know so I can go and find them.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Good luck. All right. Debbie, go ahead.
Howard?
Yeah.
This is Debbie Schlossel from Detroit. I'm a political analyst here in the Detroit area, and I can tell you that with all due respect to Terry Lieberman, while most of our Arabic community are honest, decent, law-abiding American citizens, there are Hamas and Hezbollah cells here in Detroit in January.
Absolutely.
Customs and FBI arrested American citizens, the Boomelham brothers, who were trying to smuggle arms to Hamas and Hezbollah over our
Debbie,
borders.
let me be clear on that. I'm just saying for people to randomly go pick out cab drivers or a guy who owns a party store in Detroit and punch them out is not going to do us any good.
I agree, but I just want you to understand, Howard, that there's plenty of support for these groups. That's how they succeed here. And unfortunately, these FBI agents and customs agents are hamstrung because of laws on profiling,
I know.
etc.
Profiling.
That's true.
We are not allowed to racially profile, and we're not allowed to do. Our hands are so tied, and someone's going to have to untie our hands and realize we are now in a war. That there are people living here in this country.
But one thing she doesn't point out: oftentimes these people also intimidate the other people who live in their community.
Yep.
To get their support.
They do.
They're held hostage.
Right, they make them feel guilty.
That's right.
Yep, and we've got to really sort of, I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm a friggin' disc jockey, but the fact of the matter is that it seems to me, it's like almost like when you raise kids, you could be so lenient. For so long that your kids start walking all over you. Now,
you keep saying you cannot negotiate with crazy people.
Right, and you got to really just kill them.
You got to realize that's who you're talking to.
We got to make the world safe for us again. Debbie, thanks for the comment. You're right.
Thank you, Howard.
All right, Debbie.
If, Howard, you go to any mosque here, they have speakers like Farrakhan who support attacking the U.S. government. And
there's another guy, Farrakhan, talking about... Yeah, get rid of him, too. Let him live there.
He wants to be somewhere else,
doesn't he? You go to any mosque here in Detroit, you translate what they're saying in Arabic, and they are openly attacking the U.S. and Israel. And the problem is, when you negotiate with terrorists, when you force Israel to constantly negotiate with suicide bombers, and they aren't allowed to respond, this is what happens.
Yeah, that's right. The World Trade Centers disappear.
And what do you think? Israel has done nothing wrong. It's a shtick. These guys are carrying on. They're looking for reasons to attack. They hate the United States. It's not about Israel. And they want to get us, and now it's time to get them.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of years people have been fighting over that part of the world.
Right, I know.
Like Syria.
Syria is the worst.
Absolutely.
Syria is the worst.
We've been coddling Syria. Our State Department has been coddling them.
That's right.
What purpose?
You know what?
With Hafez Assad.
Syria is among the worst. Worse than Iran.
Yep. Same with Yemen. There's a country called Yemen.
Oh, absolutely.
And the United Arab Emirates and you know, even countries like Saudi Arabia, who we helped in the Persian Gulf, house and hide terrorists.
Right.
Kuwait. I'm sorry. It happens all over there because when it comes a bigger issue, when it becomes the religion aspect.
Nuclear devastation for that part of the world.
You don't want to mess up the oil.
No, in about 5 years, after they're all dead, we'll go in and take our oil for ourselves.
Exactly.
What the half-life of that stuff is.
Really?
It's all right. I'll tell you, car will run better with nuclear crap in it. I'm telling you.
It'll sure go fast.
Wire reports New York City officials say as many as 165 bodies now have been...
there's got to be thousands.
165
Those are just the recovered bodies.
That's what they were able to find.
Have been recovered following planes crashing into the World Trade Center. That's just right off the top. And we don't know what else is doing in that building.
But this is exactly like one of those situations in some far-off country where they have the buildings collapse in an earthquake. We now have to dig under rubble to try
it's going to be weeks before we know the exact toll.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what the devastation was.
Yeah, and you see a building collapse. It's 3 stories of the rubble. This is one of the largest buildings in the world. Times 2.
I'm getting a little bit woozy at this point. I don't know how effective I'm being.
Howard, if you can get C-SPAN, you can see the Pentagon, the collapse. It's unbelievable.
We've seen that.
Yeah, we saw it. What's to say? Are planes still missing?
Yeah, they said there were planes unaccounted for. I think
4 is what we just heard.
Yeah.
4
planes.
4 passenger jets unaccounted for.
Doug, announce the blood supply again. Anyone who is in New York who is able to give blood if you don't have a cold. I guess if you have a cold, if you're healthy.
Yeah.
There is such devastation that blood is needed, and Doug has the information.
Here's the information. The main number, and I'm not sure if this is a nationwide number because obviously other cities need help too, but the number I have is 1-800-933-BLOOD. The website for New York is nybloodcenter.org. The locations, again, are 53rd Street and Lexington Avenue in the City Court Building, 168th Street and Broadway, that's 168th Street and Broadway, 150 Amsterdam Avenue on the west side of Manhattan, 67th Street and 2nd Avenue, and that's for people in good health right now, age 17 to 65.
I wish this was just a radio bit like War of the Worlds, but it's not.
I'm going to go down and donate blood.
All right, Doug.
You know, they just...
Doug, I'm hanging up on you.
Okay.
All right,
if I hear anything, I'll call you.
Cool.
Bye.
All planes into L.A. are being diverted to Canada as a result of these attacks, and there were reports that some of these missing planes may be headed to Los Angeles. So
Let me go to Tim. He has some new information. Let's see what's happening. Tim, go ahead.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey.
We got they just did a press conference right now with the head of Massport.
This is in Boston?
This is in Boston. I'm watching it right now. He, obviously he's trying to answer the questions, but he's really sidestepping everything here. It's not
nobody knows what's going on.
He's not sure. He doesn't know what's going on.
No one knows.
He's asking, that people are asking questions about how he thinks that it's secure. Logan, obviously it isn't. I mean, 2 planes left here, fully armed.
I'm still reeling from seeing the pictures of the World Trade Center completely disappear from New York.
Yeah, there are no World Trade Centers anymore.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't even tell you.
how incredibly devastating that is. That's amazing.
2 of the biggest buildings in the world, the financial
hub,
World Trade. I mean, that's what it means. And they're gone. They're completely gone.
It's unbelievable. And the fact is that, I mean, even Boston right now, Boston's shutting down.
Boston, Cleveland, New York, Los Angeles, Philly, all the major cities are shutting down.
Pittsburgh, they had their...
Yeah, Pittsburgh had one of the planes.
And the governor have all moved out to Framingham. There's a big state trooper caravan leaving on the Mass Pike.
What are you hearing, Gary?
I know you're exhausted, but I can tell you that almost every affiliate is sticking with us, and he has either called me or emailed me to tell them that this has been phenomenal and that it's very helpful.
Okay. I'll stay on a little bit longer, but I'm just starting to get dopey.
And there's really, what do you say?
What am I doing? I mean, what good am I doing?
I'm wondering where these people are all going to go, all the people that are coming into Brooklyn over the Williamsburg Bridge on foot.
I know. I don't know where anyone's going.
Yeah.
We don't know where anyone's sleeping tonight. John, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard, I just want to say you guys are still going strong in Albany.
Yeah, I know. We're on. All of our affiliates are with us, but I'll tell you, at some point, I don't think I'm going to be effective.
You're doing a super job.
I'm getting a little distracted by trying to get in touch with my loved ones, so I don't even know that I can concentrate anymore about this.
As far as how safe you guys are, for some of us that aren't familiar with New York City, where are you in relation to the World Trade Center?
Would you say we're about 7 miles, 8 miles away?
No, more like 4.
We're about 4 miles from the World Trade Center.
We're in the center of the island. That was down at one end.
Yeah, we're closer to Central Park.
Yeah, we're right near Central Park, and the World Trade Center is further downtown.
Is that the southern tip?
South, yeah.
So we're about 4 miles from there.
You got the best coverage, man. I appreciate what you're doing.
All right, thanks.
But be safe, too.
Later.
The World Trade was at the southern tip of Manhattan.
Exactly.
American Airlines is saying they have 2 flights unaccounted for.
Yeah, I believe there are 2 planes unaccounted for, right, Brad?
There could be more.
Yeah, according to what the newscaster said, Howard, it said that the 4 planes, 3 of the ones that crashed into the buildings, and the other one was for the ones at the Pentagon, or the one in Pittsburgh or Newark, New Jersey.
Brad, are they saying anything about how these planes were taken? In other words, was it like
was it a passenger who stepped forward?
Yeah, I can't. Does anybody know?
What went on?
You know, I don't want to sound like
was this crew?
I don't want to sound like a wuss, but this is hitting me like I can't even tell you. There are so many people. Like it's kind of like when you have an alcoholic in a family. There's so many more people affected. That so many thousands of people are dying.
I know.
And have died. And just multiply that times 5 to every person. And that's how many people are being affected.
Yeah.
Oh, forget it. We don't even know who's... You know what? I know I've lost people I love right now, and I don't even know who they are.
Right.
You know, and I want to say this is the worst way to possibly ever be to get on your show. But I'm really glad you guys are safe and that you're okay, and you're doing a great job, Howard. And I'm going to go because I'm really emotional.
All right, take care. Adam, you're on the air. Nothing wrong with being emotional.
Adam, call from Brooklyn. I just want to voice my opinion on what's going on here. I don't know if you guys have access to televisions there.
Yeah, we do. We're going to it every once in a while, but there hasn't been any new information that I've opened up to you.
Yeah, they showed some video camera, satellite camera in the Middle East, I think maybe Palestine. And they're just celebrating in the street.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're celebrating.
They jumped out.
Wreck their lives. For once, allow us... Whether you need Israel to do it or the United States to do it, I don't care which.
You know, to me, that alone is a reason to bomb them.
Allow us to bomb them.
While they're out in the streets, throw a bomb on them right now.
Bomb them now in the street.
How would they have kids in the street, 5 years old, jumping up and down celebrating?
5-year-olds. Those 5-year-olds will grow up to attack our children.
They're showing it right now.
Kill them.
If you look at NBC,
Kill them for celebrating. Kill them.
In their schools, at 5 years old, they're being indoctrinated.
God is great. People were thrown.
They're all celebrating in the streets.
Yeah, like they killed
horrible.
The Palestinians are celebrating in the streets, ladies and gentlemen. They're putting up the victory sign. Children are cheering.
They're cheering.
The parents have taught them well. Let them all live. Go ahead.
Feel that the U.S. government
Go ahead, and more of us will die.
with Israel.
I think you know what Bush needs to do. I mean, he needs to grow a set of you-know-what.
We all know what needs to be
Bush
done.
doesn't do it, he's gone. We have to get a new president. You got to get a new president.
He hasn't said much, really, Bush, but wait for him to come on and say, I mean,
Look at them celebrating in the street.
This is why I say you cannot negotiate with these people.
They are so happy. They're so insane. Unbelievable. Today, drop the nuclear bomb on them.
There's no reason for those people.
Teach them a lesson.
Give them nuclear warfare. It's the only thing they understand. Like the bastard children they are.
This is terrible.
I can't even believe that. Name, but on behalf.
I think it's great you guys are still on the air, though. You know.
I'm getting too worked up, and I'm starting to say stuff.
I really want to say nasty, awful things.
I know, Howard. This is getting me worked up. My blood is pumping right now.
I'm so
Somebody
pumped
said
up.
to me earlier, where do you think it's safer? I said, I don't care about safety at this point. They're bombing my country.
Revenge. That's it.
Revenge is going to be sweet. The thought that these people are celebrating the death of others, please do something.
This is horrible.
I'm sick of seeing it.
It's one thing to strike military targets, but when you strike the heart of a city like New York,
I'm sick of looking at them. I'm sick of looking at them celebrate.
I can't imagine these little school kids. They probably don't even know what's happening.
They're all celebrating.
They are taught to hate America at the youngest age.
And they're going to grow up and kill our children.
Yep.
They're going to be worse than the parents. It's time to stop the madness now.
They don't even have to. They do it in schools. It's organized. The teacher stands at the front of the classroom and says, this is a country and a people you should hate.
Look at how good the Japanese behave now after World War II. They're on such good behavior. We stripped them of all their dignity, and it's time to do it again. We have the power.
Now they just want to do business.
This country has the power. It's time to show the power.
Japanese now are playing by the book.
Can't be soft anymore.
The Japanese, they can buy up all they want. The Japanese can build stuff for us. They can be our servants. But we don't allow them to smile anymore because we burn the smiles off their faces.
Yeah, it just goes to show how vulnerable, even we're vulnerable to this.
You know, dun, 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 dun. Remember that? Boom. That's that song in Hiroshima.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boom. Boom.
You're not
Pop goes the weasel.
You know where George Bush is right now, don't you, Howard?
Where is George Bush?
George Bush is probably in Air Force One because it's considered the safest place to be during any type of attack. Because we can usually control the air, and I'm sure George Bush is flying in Air Force One with his advisors, and he's probably planning the attack right now. I would almost guarantee it by nightfall when those terrorists go to sleep.
Let me go switch to this phone caller. Joe is in Michigan right now. There's rioting in Dearborn. Who is rioting? Joe.
Yes.
Who is rioting?
The Arabics.
What are they doing?
Billy, what are they doing? One of our friends, Maz, was leaving work, and all the cops have the streets blocked off, and everybody stopped. And I guess they're rioting in the east side of Dearborn.
Why are they rioting? Are they pleased with this or upset?
I don't know. I
would hate to be an Arab guy living in Michigan, law-abiding. They're not the target. They're not the enemy right now. And as that woman said before from Detroit, yes, there are groups sympathetic to the Hezbollah and all that, and we should weed them out. But the fact of the matter is that it's time to go to war.
But you do sort of understand what happened in World War II at this point.
You do. The internment camps of the Japanese. We didn't trust anybody.
No. Well,
we shouldn't trust these people. They come to our country and they take everything.
There, unfortunately, are people who come to this country and hide behind.
There are innocent people who are being hidden behind, and they will be hurt by this, probably.
Let me go to this report on TV and just see if there's anything new we can learn.
And good day to you all. We want to go right to Tiwa Chang, who is standing by, we're told, with Mayor Giuliani, who can give us the latest information on casualties.
That's who should be the president, by the way, Mayor Giuliani.
May have perished in this.
He would clean up in 5 minutes.
It's being called. Tiwa, are you there?
Yes, Jim, I'm here. I cannot tell you where I am because for security reasons, the mayor's office and the police department have moved the emergency center away from Lower Manhattan, evacuating the police headquarters to a degree, and they also left the emergency bunker, which is at 7 World Trade Center, right next to where the 2 Twin Towers were. I talked to the mayor directly. I rode up with his motorcade, and he said, when I asked him about the 4 planes that were in the air that were possibly filled with bombs or whatever may be the case, he said, that's not a problem. That has been taken care of. I don't know what he meant by that, but he said that is not a concern now.
Ooh.
I also ran into the fire commissioner, Mr. Von Essen, Thomas Von Essen, and I asked him how many casualties were there. He said, I know many, many firemen and police officers were in those buildings when they went down. I do not know the extent.
I can't even listen to this. Let me tell you something. The image now is circulating in my brain of the celebrating going on in Palestine, and I am sick.
As these police officers and firefighters and innocent victims were crushed in these buildings.
You know, and the sad thing is that the initial plane crashes into those buildings brought down all of the emergency services workers, and that the secondary explosion killed them.
Yes.
Howard, the really disturbing thing about that footage of the celebrating in the streets, too, is the little kids holding up the peace sign.
Yeah, the victory sign.
It's a victory
That ain't no peace.
They think they've won something.
Richard, go ahead.
They're going to win the wrath of America, I'll tell you that.
They better. Richard, you're on the air. Richard? Will, he's with the military intelligence. Will?
Yes, Howard.
Yeah.
I was just, I'm in the Army Reserves, right?
Yeah.
And I'm stationed in Staten Island. I have a lot of friends who work at the Port Authority. We have these air defense guns that can supposedly shoot down a baseball. If you could throw a baseball from Manhattan to Staten Island, it can shoot a baseball to 4 pieces and slice those 4 pieces into another 4 pieces. Now, I'm just wondering, why weren't these things used in place?
I don't know. We don't have the answer to that. Todd, go ahead. What are you hearing? Todd. He was coming on. I don't know if this was any truth, but that there's Rhode Island is reporting a plane crash. Rhode Island? Anybody hear anything about that?
No.
All right. I don't know if that's legit or not. Mike, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello, Howard?
Yeah.
My name's Justin, but anyway.
Sorry, Justin.
All right. All these Palestinians that you're saying, the terrorist ones, they're Americans. They're American Palestinians. They didn't ship them over and put them on planes.
Yeah, Palestinian. There are many Arabs living in this country who are here on student visa that are part of this terrorist movement.
I said these people had to be here for some time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This
shipped over.
And we know that. But I'm saying randomly going in the streets and punching out cab drivers is not going to solve that problem.
Why not?
Why not? Because there's a lot of innocent guys there. You don't want to do that to them. You don't do that.
That's exactly what they want us to do.
That's right. They would love us to become Sarajevo or Croatia.
And start to ethnic cleanse.
I think what we ought to do, though, and we've been threatening this for years, take them one by one who are in this country, and any ties to any terrorist organizations, we get rid of. Anybody here on a student visa, get rid of. I don't need them being educated.
You know what? We also should not let them immigrate into this country.
Absolutely not.
Come from countries like this. We don't want you.
It's the truth.
Executions, man.
Yep.
Put them in camps like they did World War II.
That's right. They absolutely should.
Those camps were real wrong.
Separate them, get
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
At the time we were at war, we didn't know. You know, retrospect is, people say in retrospect, Harry Truman shouldn't drop an A-bomb.
Oh, no.
Harry Truman was right. He knew what to do. What is it, Gary?
I'm just looking at this thing off of Reuters. It's saying that, I guess, an Arab journalist who has access to bin Laden interviewed him 3 weeks ago, and he warned of an unprecedented attack on the U.S. interest for support of Israel. And
right. There you go.
But I thought,
that's enough for me.
And they said earlier that he's saying had nothing to do with it.
You think he's a brave man, Tom?
No, clearly not.
But this is a journalist who claims he interviewed him 3 weeks ago. It's off of Reuters.
Pat, hi, you're on the air.
You know what? Honestly, guys like bin Laden say this all the time, and it doesn't necessarily ever come to fruition.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm crediting him with this attack.
No, totally. You know he did this.
Yeah, Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Howard. I was doing work on a rooftop in Jersey City, and we didn't see the first crash, but we saw the smoke, and as we were watching, I saw a plane coming in from about 3 or 4 miles out.
Wow.
And I had commented to the other guys on the roof, but I commented to the other guys on the roof, and I said to them, hey, look at this plane, coming in pretty close, too. And I just said, oh, my God. I said, it's going to hit it. And as I said it, it just hit it. It hit the second tower.
Well, you're never going to get that image out of your head.
And it was, when it hit, you saw the fireball go past it.
Awful. And it's just awful, and it's just ridiculous.
We've been too lenient with these people for way too long.
We have. That is the truth.
And that's the problem. You look at it our own backyard.
I've been in radio 20 years. I've been screaming about that the chickens were going to come home to roost.
But you look in your own backyard, what we do to our own people, and we just smack them on the wrist. These people don't even belong here, and we let them get away.
Yeah, our society has become too lenient.
But we've also ceased to be amazed that people will actually launch an attack in which they know they will be killed.
Yep, Elizabeth.
That is not amazing to us anymore.
Yeah, we have to just level them all out. Elizabeth, you're on the air.
Yes, I happen to be thanking my blessings right now in my grandparents' house. I was in my office when I saw the flying balls of fire and debris after a car crash. I worked in 2 World Trade Center.
You were in the World Trade Center?
Yes, in the 2 World Trade on the 35th floor.
Well, you were on the 35th floor, and what happened when the plane hit? How did you get out?
When the plane hit, it hit one, but we thought it was something. It was another building. We never had an idea that it was the World Trade Center. We only saw flying debris, glass, and balls of fire hitting our offices. At that point, we were told to go to the lobby, like for a fire drill, to evacuate the building. I was fortunate, for whatever given reason, somebody dragged me into the freight elevator, what happens to be right there at that moment. When we got in the freight elevator, the mechanic told the guy operating it, hurry up and push the down button, because this elevator is going to stop the minute there's a fire in here.
Wow. And
I'm watching the floors coming down, 35, 34, until we made it to 1. I said, thank God. Opened the door. I ran out to the concourse, the World Trade Center concourse, and all I see was mobs of people running, and the cops telling us to be cautious, but go ahead and run out of the building. I kept on running out of VC Street all the way up to Chambers Street.
Good for you.
And then, because when I got to Chambers Street, good thing I work out, I'm very healthy.
Right, you were able to run.
I know. I heard a boom, and when I turned around, I said, oh, my God, there's my tower. That was 2 World Trade.
Oh, my God.
That got hit. At which point
let me ask you something. How many people were at work on your floor?
Let me tell you another thing. My floor, my co-workers are the actual victims of the first bombing. They were in B1 level when the actual bombing happened back in the 90s.
So when you say you got out, there was a lot of people still on the floor,
There was a lot of people because there was one space in the freight elevator. I don't know who pulled me in there. And usually the elevators stop because if there's a fire, they automatically stop.
Well, you are real lucky.
You have no idea. I have no idea how lucky I really am.
Oh, my God. What was your job at the World Trade Center?
I was actually the signs and the coordinator for all the signs and all the directories of the World Trade Center. I work for the Port Authority.
You work for the building, the World Trade Center.
For the Port Authority.
Right. Oh, my God. You are so lucky.
I tell you, I was about to call the secretary to see if she survived it, because she survived the first one.
Oh, my God.
Because she was in B1, the first bombing. She was in B1 level, so was my boss. Everybody, all my co-workers were actual I wasn't there in the first bombing. I was only there now. I am so lucky to be alive and be able to say this.
Well,
I'm so devastated. The towers are gone.
Everything's gone.
I don't know what happens tomorrow.
Well, there's got to be retribution. Not even retribution. For self-preservation, we must attack.
I tell you, this is ridiculous.
And I said it at 9 o'clock in the morning when I first saw the news. I said, now it is their excuse. Now you finally have been pushed.
I mean, really.
Now let's not
stop. I would love to know what they're saying in Europe now. All the people who always
the rest of the world is laughing
How about
I
don't even care. I don't even care what Europe's saying. I'm saying now we have to make a decision.
Yes, we do. Yes,
we know the countries that harbor terrorists. Don't wait to even find out who is responsible.
Why even let them into this country? We should stop letting people in already.
It's enough immigration. We got too many people here. Enough with immigration.
Now stop that.
Stop it all. Put an end to it. Put an end to the madness. Close down the borders.
Thank you.
And bomb the crap
out of
it. It was built on immigration.
Hey, Cabby, name this. Thank you, ma'am. And thank God you're all right.
Thank you. Yes, thank God.
We report that the bridges are open again. Triborough, Throgs Neck, Whitestone bridges are all open. And we know that the GWB was opened.
So you can get in and out.
You can get out. We don't know if you can get in.
I don't think you can get in because everybody's walking out across the bridge. No one's going in at all. Now, Howard, I wanted to say something, and I was going to say before, when I first came on the building, there were some other people that live in the building here up on the roof, and there was one girl, and she said to me, I go, oh, my God, what happened? And she goes, this is what we get. This is what we do to other countries. And I said, what?
Oh, that's so
and you know what it is, Howard? It's the liberal thinking in this country that we deserve.
Well, hold on. What is it, Gary?
Like
said, I'm going to head out if that's okay with you.
You're going to head out?
Well, they just said some stuff is open.
Yeah, you might as well. Well, listen, Tom, I think...
So, you know what? We only have an hour left on the satellite anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're about ready, then...
I'm about ready.
Okay.
Cabby, I'm going to go.
Okay, Howard,
Thanks,
this is one of the most disturbing act of humanism I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen some pretty sick things in the military in other countries, but it's the liberal thinking that this is okay. We need to take conservative action. We need to blow some people up, and it's, just wipe them out. Wipe them out, Howard.
All right, thanks, Cabby.
God bless.
Cabby, you were great.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah, I think we lost a lot of liberals.
Yeah.
In this.
I hope so. Well, sorry, Tom, what?
It's these moments you'll never forget. You never forget where you were when Kennedy was killed. You'll never forget the moment that attack happened. You'll never forget standing here watching that first...
Oh, that tower come down.
All I know is in a moment of frivolousness, I was defending the fact that I had kissed Pamela Anderson and not gone any further, and then 2 seconds later... Now I'm sorry.
That was dumb.
You weren't there, in all fairness. Well, this is a devastating day. What is the date today?
It is
September 11th.
12th, 11th.
The 11th of September.
Just remember.
Evidently, there was some significance in the Arab world.
They say the signing of the Camp David Accords.
Camp David Accords, but that was the Camp David Accords brought peace to Israel and Egypt.
Yeah, and Israel. Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
Who knows? Yeah.
This is a report from the AP just to show how horrible what just happened. The mayor says he arrived at the World Trade Center building just moments after the first blast and witnessed people jumping from the windows to their deaths.
Oh.
Man. Wow. Imagine jumping out of the World Trade Center.
No, and there's no way of surviving that.
Doug, you wanted to get one last word, and go ahead.
Yeah, Howard, it's Doug. I just saw the tail end of a news report. I'm not sure where this is taking place, but there's a report that over 3,000 Palestinians are somewhere cheering.
Yeah, we've seen it. We watched it on television.
Where
and
is that?
It. This is in Palestine. I think we all know.
Right there, right now.
Yeah, I think we all know what has to be done.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, spoiled children are being allowed to live.
Hey, Doug, don't hang up. I want to make sure we have all that information so we can continue to give it out today.
Yeah, the blood information. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, we're going to go now. There's not much more to be said. You guys can tune to TV and radio and everything else, and I'm just devastated by this.
We'll be doing what you're doing.
Yeah, we'll all be sitting around waiting to hear what goes on. And, this is a great day in the Arab lands. This is they're cheering for us.
Let it be the start of the worst moment of their lives.
Yeah. Let this be the day that we woke up. Please.
Much like when the Japanese had struck their blow against the United States, it was just the beginning of the end.
It was the beginning of their nightmare.
This is the beginning of the end.
I think this is the wake-up call, unfortunately. It's an unfortunate wake-up call, but it's here. I guess we were never
the world has been plagued with this long enough, obviously.
Let's free the world of terrorists. Yeah. It's time to do it now. It's going to take about a month to really nuclear attack them and do it in a devastating way where they don't live, so that maybe only a roach will live in these Arab lands. Today is the day that we must wake up. I don't think I'm being irresponsible by saying that.
Absolutely not. If this doesn't wake us up, this is affecting our way of life. They want to take our way of life away from us.
As we sit here now, we don't even know who is alive and who is dead in our personal lives. We don't, especially those of us who live here in Manhattan.
And just imagine if we capitulate, how our lives will be affected from now on.
Head for the hills if we capitulate. Head for the hills, because this will go on a regular basis, just like in Israel.
Their celebration will be a real one.
Free the hands of the Israelis, free the hands of the United States. And may we unleash as they call it, a holy war on our enemies who have...
And we do have
ripped
enemies.
Us a new a-hole.
We do have enemies. Don't sit there for a moment thinking there's nobody to blame.
Let's hope the war ain't over yet. Let's hope that we don't sit there and say, let's negotiate. Let's think about it. Let's keep a level head.
Let's move in measured tones.
AP Wire, I'll leave you with this. The military is at full threat level, and we'll see what happens. And
that doesn't mean we're attacking anybody.
No, just means that we're on full alert, which means nothing.
Like we're waiting for another blow.
Yeah,
we might
setting
catch
ducks.
it.
Let's hope that Bush has got some balls. I know he avoided military service. I don't know what he did.
Well, wasn't he in the National Guard?
National Guard, but I think they got a couple of guys in there like Cheney.
Well, I know Clinton didn't serve, and he figured out how to fire a few bombs off.
Bush Sr. Was a military hero. I'm glad about that.
And Cheney, I think, has a few fights behind him.
Cheney's got a few rounds.
Fights under his belt.
Yep. We were at
no time to fool around.
Right.
How happy were you yesterday now, looking back?
What does that mean?
Meaning just, you don't...
You were carefree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and we shouldn't have been.
Because today was coming.
For 20 years, I've been on the radio saying this. And I'm not saying...
I remember you saying this when we first started working together, and I was like, shh.
Yeah. And
stop it.
I know, and I've been saying it. I said the chickens will come home to roost. It's going to happen, and we should really wipe out terrorism now. But we were afraid of what France will say. France never fought a war in their lives.
And if they say don't use our space, take them over.
I mean, we're the leaders.
I was just there, I like the country, but take them over. They don't know what to do with the country.
Kill them before they kill us. All right, listen, this is all empty rhetoric anyway. It's up to the military.
We really don't do it.
We're just venting because we are pissed. And let's see what happens. We'll see you tomorrow.
This concludes the Howard Stern broadcast day. Stand for identification. This is 92.3 J-Rock. Are you ready? Here we go. 5.
Here starts the Don and Mike Show.
To our phones at 877-365-3636, since the stuff is happening here in New York, where we are today.
And in Washington, D.C.
And back at home. So plug our phones in, Rob, because this is a lot of times when we've been on the air in these situations, this is the best way to find out stuff that's happening, because we know people who are by the Pentagon.
If the phones are working. I know that here in New York City, a lot of people are without phone service because of what has happened.
All right, let me see if we got it. Hold on, Mike. All right, well, we can call out.
Let's see what's going on.
All right, flip the switch at 877-365-3636. You can call us on that line, or you can call the... do we have the NEW lines up also? Hey, Johnny, what's that number? Hold on a second. 877-692-1027. You can call us on either lines. Let me see. The planes have crashed at the World Trade Center. Christ, it was a mess watching this thing on TV. I got the call that there was a first explosion, and then you could actually see the second plane fly into the building. I mean, it's clear as a bell.
Now, what is the latest we have on one of the towers at the World Trade Center? This has happened. News is breaking on this as we speak.
It collapsed. I saw it collapse.
Well, we don't know that for sure yet.
Yes, yeah,
do we know that? Has that been confirmed?
I have seen it, yes.
Right.
The first World Trade Center building that was hit this morning, which is Tower Number 2, the South Tower.
That was the one that was hit by the 757.
That's right. That has collapsed now. We've seen some of the most horrific things you can imagine. Dozens of people jump into their deaths out of the building trying to escape. And as Don alluded to, problems in Washington as well, including the reports of a crash or a fire at a helipad at the Pentagon, as well as a fire at the Washington Mall where the monuments are located. The nation is on full terrorist alert. The city of Los Angeles is under full tactical alert. And this is considered a nationwide terrorist attack at this point.
And here in New York, if you're not in the city now, you're not going to be able to get out or get in. All the tunnels are closed. All the bridges are closed. And Buzz, you and I just heard, have we closed on every airport in America now?
All airport takeoffs have been stopped across the country in the United States. No planes are taking off in the U.S. until further notice.
All right, let's go to Tom here from New York, who was at the Trade Center and saw the collapse. Todd.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Tom, good morning. Hi, buddy.
Hey, I'm a little on the shock side right now, but
yeah.
I was about maybe Chambers Street, which is about 10 blocks away, and I saw maybe 4 or 5 bodies jumping out, and all of a sudden, the South Tower just collapsed, and I never seen anything like it. And there were tons and tons of people seeing all this, and then all of a sudden, this debris starts coming down West Broadway, and then everybody starts running. People
Buzz, are you monitoring right now? All right, Buzz wants to break in here.
I'm sorry.
All right, what you got, Buzz?
We've heard reports, and those reports have now been confirmed, that the collapse of that first building was caused by an explosion at the base of the building. So apparently a bomb in the building collapsed what remained, causing a third explosion and the collapse of the first building that was hit today.
Yeah, I see that was a theory, and now that's been confirmed.
See on Channel 2 it says a third blast brought down building.
Right.
Christ, what a mess this is. All right, Tom.
Yes, sir.
You saw people jumping out of windows?
Yes, sir. On the North Tower, we saw at least 3 on the North Tower. And before I got there was one before that. But the thing that's really really knocked me out was the way the building collapsed. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you for the call. Now, listen, you got to bear with us on the phones here. We're trying to get our regular number, 877-365-3636. New York, you can call it 212-757-1027 or 877-692-1027. This is like something from that Denzel Washington movie.
This is beyond anything.
The Siege.
I think really what we're looking at, and when this is all sorted out, this is something beyond what you would see in any movie.
Nation's under attack.
The nation seems to be, right now with we don't have. Do we have updates on what the situation is in Washington? Don, you had mentioned the Pentagon right now.
Yes, there was was it a plane flew into the Pentagon also, Buzz?
Yes, that's the report that we've heard, and now the White House, the State Department, the Treasury Department, and the U.S. Capitol have all been evacuated in anticipation of possible further terrorist attacks.
I know the mall is on fire down by all
now, when
the
you say the mall is on fire, you're talking about some of the monuments, some of the monuments down there.
Just fire at the mall. We don't
have
a picture.
The mall is an open space with...
on the bottom of the screen, a crawl on MSNBC, it just says on the bottom, National Mall on fire.
CNN has just reported there has been an explosion on Capitol Hill as well.
Christ's sake!
The news is breaking so fast right now, it's very difficult to keep up to date on everything that we're getting.
Are we getting our local, are we getting the D.C. lines going here?
Engineering is working
on it right now, because that's going to be right now. We have a bunch of people from New York who can tell us about the World Trade Center.
Right.
But we also have the lifeline to JFK in D.C. where we're on live right now. Let's, hold on, let me take this call. Excuse me. Hello, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Are we able to get any, have we, we've gotten one phone call through, and that surprises me, because a lot of the cell phones are shut down here in New York City.
Let's try another one. Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you're on NEW and JFK. Hi.
How are you? I just want to let you know on the president's status. He took off from Florida and was heading back to Washington, D.C. There were some questions about what the president was doing.
And I would imagine with another explosion on the Hill, on Capitol Hill right now, that security precautions for the president are at an all-time high also.
Now, didn't I see him on TV, though, about an hour ago?
He was probably doing that from Florida when he said, that was when we had the initial attack, when someone had flown this plane into the World Trade Center, and he was ordering a full investigation. And that is before what is developed in the last, I would say, half hour. Occurred.
There's so many questions I have, and I know Buzz is monitoring our sister station, Winds in his ear. The planes that flew into the World Trade Center, they were hijacked planes?
The first one was for sure. We still don't have details on the second one, but the first one was an American Airlines jet out of Boston's Logan Airport, and apparently pilots have a way of sending a coded message to air traffic control to let someone know that they are being hijacked, and that message was sent just before the first plane. I also want to mention that witnesses say that on that second, apparently sort of unmarked or not clearly marked plane that crashed into the second tower, just before it hit, did what's known as a victory wave, where it rocks its left and right wings back and forth before actually crashing into the building.
And Mike, you know a lot more about these planes and stuff than we do.
The 757 is a long-range twin-engine plane that is not as big as a 777 or a 747, but this is a long-range plane.
Give it to me in layman. How many seats in an aisle? Is it one of those 3-seat jobbers?
No, it is not a 3-seat jobber. I think you've got 3 and 3 in a 757.
So that's a big plane.
It's a large plane. It's not as large as a 747, but it is, as I said, it is the type of plane that goes cross-country, and it is the type of plane. It is a large plane. It is not as large as a 747, but it's a big enough plane to do an incredible amount of damage, as obviously it has.
And has anybody even started, I hate to be the one to bring this up, but has anybody even started to, at least here in New York, to think about the amount of people who have been killed, injured in this thing? I think 40,000 people work in the World Trade Center, right?
I think what you're getting right now is a situation where this is happening so fast that hospitals and ambulances and emergency service people are trying to deal with this situation as it happens.
Buzz, CNN has just recanted. They now say there was no explosion on Capitol Hill.
Okay. Well, you know how it happens, and I think we have to be as careful as we can also, because in the hours when something like this happens, what you do get is a situation where a lot of erroneous stories come through, And, Buzz, I think it's important because people at this time of day are turning on their radios immediately. And, Buzz, can we get Buzz to give us an update on exactly what's happened so far?
Please do, Buzz.
Again, it started this morning in New York, what appears to be a full terrorist attack on the United States when the American Airlines jet out of Boston, hijacked, slammed into the World Trade Center, one of the two towers, the South Tower. It hit at about the 70th floor of that building. About 18 minutes later, a second plane crashed into the second World Trade Center tower. Since that time, we've seen people jump. There have been explosions and fires reported out of Washington, D.C., and then since that, the first World Trade Center building that was hit by a plane this morning, a bomb went off at the base of that building, causing the entire building to collapse. There were obviously rescue workers and reporters and other people below, medical technicians standing by to help. We don't know how many people we've lost in that respect. We don't know yet, and it will be some time before we'll know how many people we've lost in the crashes into the buildings.
What about the Pentagon? What do you know about that situation?
The false report from CNN about the explosion on Capitol Hill apparently was actually a reverberation from the Pentagon explosion. And
now that's another plane that they indicate has flown into the Pentagon?
Yeah, a small plane at a helipad there at the Pentagon caused the fire and explosion there. And
not, of course, nearly the damage we're talking about at the World Trade Center.
But it's very scary. I mean, I don't have to underscore this, but it makes us, and for that matter, the world, realize how vulnerable we are if our own freaking Pentagon can be attacked.
Yeah, now, I got all kinds of questions about airplanes coming in. I know in D.C. that there are restrictions that you can't fly over certain areas, and you can't fly over the monuments, you can't fly over the White House.
Those same restrictions apply to when you're flying into New York airports as well, with the city center. So
then how come we don't have guys up there shouldn't we have guys up there to shoot these planes down?
I think what you're dealing with in the situation of Washington, D.C., when you're talking about a much different security situation, you have people ready that if a plane breaks its flight path, that is, there are jets that scramble in a situation like that. But, when you've got a madman that has hijacked a plane, and he has a plane the size of a 757, I'm not sure. What I don't understand, I'd like to know, so many unanswered questions about when the code went through, whether there was anything that could have been done.
And this is obviously something that whoever's doing this has timed this out pretty well, that they've got the two things happening at the World Trade Center, they've got the deal happening at the Pentagon, they've got whatever's happening on the mall. Let's go to Eugene here in New York, who was around the tower, saw the second blast at the World Trade Center. Eugene.
Yes, hey guys.
Hey, you're on the air on NEW and JFK.
Yeah, I was going with my friend to Midtown. I work on 41st and 3rd.
Yeah.
And I'm going on the FDR where Pier 17, where the big boat is. And all of a sudden we're driving and we see like a bunch of papers flying in the air and we're like, what the hell is going on? There's like a big pillar of smoke and all of a sudden it's like boom, like a huge blast. I turn around and I see like fireball, like one big fireball coming into a second one from the second building, and it's like a curtain of fire was on the second building that got hit, like all across the surface of the building, like on the 65th floor about, going straight up. And the other building was like Godzilla took like a huge bite out of it.
This is absolutely.
Thank you, Eugene.
Probably one of the most terrifying things that's happened in the United States.
And for those of you listening, wait to hear our regular show today. We ain't doing it today. This is the Don and Mike show. We are on WNEW. We are on WJFK in New York and in Washington. I think the other stations on our network will pick us up soon. The engineers. Listen, it's only the biggest catastrophe in the history of America. How long till they can get our telephones up? Do you know? They're working on it, Robbie?
They are currently working on it. I think one thing that's slowing them down a bit is that about half the phone service in New York is down right now.
I've just lost the internet service.
So they're doing their best to do it, and we are in touch with JFK via internet because there's no other way to get in touch with D.C. right now.
So, Buzz, you're still monitoring the sister station here at WNEW-WINS.
1010 wins.
And they are giving you updates. Buzz is going to be giving us updates as he gets them as to what the very latest is.
All right, so this goes from this morning when I'm watching the Today Show, and I had a whole rap on Katie Couric today because I saw her on the train yesterday, and we had a conversation.
Right.
I'm watching, and I'm thinking to myself, hey, this girl looks pretty good considering that she was on a train last night at 8 o'clock. They come in with the breaking news that the plane has crashed into the World Trade Center, and you think, oh, tragedy, this is awful. Then 2 seconds later, while they're still on live TV, you see the second plane come in. Then you get the thing with the Pentagon, and this is, it's unfreaking believable, and I don't think that people have yet felt the realm of what's going on. I left my building today, and the doorman was standing outside, and you could see the smoke. And I live down by 67th Street, by Amsterdam Avenue. You could see the smoke from the World Trade Center all the way from there. And at that point, it was just registering with him where he said, do you realize that these guys on purpose flew this is like about an hour and a half ago, on purpose these guys flew the planes into the World Trade Center.
It's truly amazing, and to give it some perspective, even having breakfast about an hour and a half ago, the waitress who had a mother that worked in the World Trade Center, in the building actually next to the World Trade Center, on the phone trying to get information. My brother-in-law, who works on a semi-regular basis, comes down to New York, does his business at the World Trade Center. Anyone, when you have 40,000 employees that are working in this environment, this touches so many people immediately. It's truly a phenomenal tragedy, and that's why I think as this goes on, we're at the very beginning of this right now, and as we get more information in, the magnitude of this tragedy is going to prove to be. I don't see how it couldn't be the greatest tragedy in the history of the United States.
And who are the MFers who did this? And I mean, there's going to be there's got to be retribution. I mean, someone's going to.
Well, you're talking about suicide bombings, and you're talking about retribution that is. It probably is the same terrorist that we hear about occasionally, but that is also going to. It's going to be a long time before all this settles down and we find out what's going on.
I see now that
if indeed it's over,
all flights to D.C. and to New York are now being sent. All incoming flights are being sent to Canada.
Wow!
So the planes that were in the air that were on their way either to D.C. or here to New York, they got to go to Canada.
It's probably for the best.
That's where to go now. Go to Canada. Our phone line is 877-365-3636. You got to bear with us because the phones are crazy. 212-757-1027 or 877-692-1027. Although I've been told now if you pick up the phone virtually anywhere on the East Coast, I don't know how it is on the West Coast, you can't even get a dial tone in some cases.
Right, absolutely.
This is like a war, and we don't know who the enemy is just yet. As someone mentioned, it's probably the usual suspects. The World Trade Center was the target of an attack by terrorists in 1993, but no one has yet claimed responsibility, and in many cases, nobody does claim responsibility for attacks like these.
I do think, the United States has been aware of the threats from certain fundamentalist groups that have targeted the U.S. before, but I do think what you're saying right now will be a fundamental change in the way our borders are looked at from this point forward. You are never going to see security in airports anywhere else be the same after today. This is amazing.
I know that you got on me when I kid about this, about building that giant wall around America.
Well, you know what? You might not be too far off there.
It might be time. And let me give you a perspective as someone who was born and raised in D.C., and now we live in New York. We live in both places. I think the feeling in New York is that when the first news that this happened at the World Trade Center, it's awful, but it's happened before.
Right.
I think in D.C. people have a feeling that if you live in D.C. you're invincible because you've got everything in the world there. You got the Pentagon there. You got all the juice there. You got the rules that no one can fly anywhere near. And I got to think back at home, those people in D.C. are flipping out more than the people in New York are.
I don't think anybody could flip out more than the people in New York right now when you're talking about the magnitude of what has just happened. The pure numbers that we're talking about here in New York
we got
City.
some more. We got some more.
The other building's down.
The other trade center's down?
Both of them down.
Unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
Was that the result of another explosion or just the stress on the building?
I saw it fall.
All
right, thank you.
It would certainly seem so. That's what happened with the first one.
I mean, this is like Armageddon. This is too weird that this is happening today.
You're talking about how New Yorkers are reacting to this, and I think they have a certain feeling of invincibility, too. And when that first plane hit, they thought, well, a bad thing has happened in New York. This happens in New York. But to see this orange-colored smoke sweeping over lower Manhattan and to stand next to New Yorkers, lifelong New Yorkers watching this, gasping as they saw this happen.
I really, we're doing our job here. We're trying to pass along the information, but I got a sick feeling in my stomach that I've never had doing a broadcast before. This is, I don't think this can be described.
No,
the amount of the magnitude of what has happened today.
It is so surreal, and I can almost equate it with the movie Independence Day when they blew up the major things that are that mean America. I believe they blew up the Empire State Building, and to see the World Trade Center actually fall, it is the most horrifying thing, and you're mixed with fear and sadness and disbelief.
But get back, you're right, Mike, that it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the people of New York. They feel awful. It's a tragedy. But back in D.C., where we're from, we've never had anything like this happen. I mean, the closest we've had is when, like, a nut will jump the gate at the White House, or when the one guy did fly his small plane into the White House. We've never had it. I mean, haven't you guys, like me, always thought the Pentagon is absolutely like Superman's... I hate to bring Superman. It's like the Fortress of Solitude.
Our Defense Department, for crying out loud.
Impenetrable.
I mean, I know.
And that, just so we update on that situation, we're talking about a fire at the helipad, right?
Right.
That's what happened at the Pentagon.
That's what we've heard.
And for you guys who aren't from D.C., you should know, I mean, you see the pictures of the Pentagon. You see the weird shape of it. But for those of us who live in Washington... You drive on 395, you drive through Arlington. Yesterday when Rob and I were making our way to the airport, we eventually had to take a train. It is no big deal to drive past the sign that says Pentagon, and it's right there, and it's a normal building.
Well,
and
things are going to change right now.
You look at it, and you think it's invincible. Buzz, what do you have?
Nothing new. We're still waiting for more information, and I'm still having a hard time. You talked about the phones being tied up. The Internet is a difficult maneuver as well today.
Well, it would be nice if we could get some phones working, but I understand the gravity of this situation.
We're talking about major communication centers on top of the World Trade Center. Buzz, what do you have?
A Washington, D.C. police airplane has been hijacked. A Washington, D.C. Police Department airplane has been reported hijacked by 1010 winds.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
So this is a major deal that some organization has put together, and the pieces are falling one right after the other. I'd say, although, let's say you live in Chicago, which is another town I've lived in for a long time and worked in. You got to think that if they're hitting New York and D.C., Chicago might be next. How the hell do you stay on alert against something like this happening?
You don't. That hijacked D.C. plane is headed for Washington. What its point of origin is, I do not know, but the hijacked Washington, D.C. police airplane that has been hijacked is now headed for Washington.
It's headed for the city?
Yes, for the city of Washington, D.C. That's all the specifics we have right now.
All right, you're listening to the Don and Mike Show. Right now we're on WJFK 106.7, Washington, and in New York City, 102.7 WNEW. Obviously, we're not doing our regular show because
we're trying to keep you updated on all the information we have.
Because we're at war, and I mean we can't even take telephone calls because the phone lines are down. And I've got to think, I know that we all, before we went on the air today, we were going through the same thing, trying to call our families.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to my family and my extended family in particular.
You know, maddening trying to get a cell. Trying to not only, well, I was trying the apartment here, I was trying the house back at home, trying the cell phone. Maddening, everybody's doing the same thing at one time. Buzz, what are you doing? You're monitoring?
I'm constantly listening to both you and to 1010 Wins as we also watch CBS television. And I also tried to contact my wife and was unable to do so. So I called my dad back in Kansas and asked him to try. Maybe he'll have better luck than I have had.
You know, I'm looking now at another picture here of New York, and the smoke now from both of the towers that have both collapsed is incredible.
Unbelievable.
Let's go to Tom. Hold on, we do have someone on the phone.
Good.
We do have Tom on the phone. One guy managed to get through. Here's Tom from New York. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys, this is Tom again. I told you that I saw the first tower.
Yes, Tom.
I saw the second one go down. Incredible.
Where you at, Tom?
Well, I'm on West Broadway and about 2 blocks north of Chambers. And on my block, we saw it from the back of the building. I ran to the front of the building, and the debris is just coming down. It's just like that Independence Day. Incredible. I'll never forget this day. I will never, ever forget this day.
Yeah. Thank you.
For 2 beautiful towers, it's gone.
Yeah. Gone. It's beyond words.
It's incredible.
The thought that this has happened. And you know, again, not to reiterate the obvious, but that it's happened to the 2 greatest, most powerful cities in America.
I'm sick to my stomach with looking at this, and if you see the skyline of New York City, it is, and the Statue of Liberty, dwarfed by the smoke. It's amazing.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Now it's to the point now I'm getting handed notes by the general manager about,
What did
kids.
Ken hand you there?
Oh, it's a personal note.
Okay.
It just says I love you.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's nice to have support in a time of need.
Let's go to Wally in Brooklyn. Wally.
Hey, how you doing?
Wally, you're on NEW and JFK. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I was just driving through Brooklyn. I was in Red Hook when, right after the first building fell. And I tell you, the suit's falling down all over the place. You can't even breathe out here.
Yeah,
you think it's bad in the city. Wait till the winds start pushing everything over.
So in Brooklyn it is also very, very, very smoky?
Oh, smoky, suit. I mean, it's all over the place. It's like Grandma's old shelf, It's dust all over it.
This is beyond...
Beyond my wildest imagination.
The realm of imagination. And all I can think of, again, is that movie with Denzel Washington, the movie The Siege, where there were terrorists that were blowing up stuff in New York City, and Bruce Willis came in with the army. And at that point, I remember watching the movie and thinking it's a good movie, but this could never really happen.
It's amazing to think this has happened to everybody. This is not the people that are directly affected right now. Everybody is experiencing this, especially everybody here in New York City. And I've never seen anything like it, and we're getting updates as we speak, but it seems to me if the other tower collapsed, there may have been another explosion. Buzz, are you getting any update on that?
We haven't heard that yet, but because of the location of the explosion and the result that it brought, it would not be a leap of faith to believe that the second building was brought down by a bomb just like the first building.
You're going to have information play out as this thing unfolds.
AP is now reporting there's the car bombing at the State Department. A car bombing at the State Department.
The State Department, fortunately, had already been evacuated, but that still is not good news.
So whoever the guys are behind this thing,
man,
again, you're talking about
the scope of this is unbelievable.
A hell of a lot of preparation, and then you've got to wonder at some point. Were any of us in on it? Were any of the good guys in on this? I've got to think. You could. All right, let's give these guys these morons the benefit of the doubt. But you could hijack a plane from Boston and get through and fly into the World Trade Center. Maybe you could do it twice. But then you hijack a police plane. You get the fire.
And there's not the latest on that. We don't have, correct? We don't know what the latest is on that hijacking of the police.
And I want to tell you something.
We're still waiting to hear,
guys. I'm looking at CNN right now and. For what you described as a helipad fire, the smoke coming out of the Pentagon is similar to the smoke that was coming out of the World Trade Center when the second plane flew into to the second tower of the World Trade Center. Mike, can you see the?
I'm going to switch over.
You see the picture of that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's 395 over by Route 27 in Arlington. Where the smoke is just billowing out, offices in D.C. all over are being evacuated now.
Buzz has another update.
That D.C. plane, that D.C. police plane that was hijacked, is now en route to Washington National Airport. It's flying just south of Reagan National Airport right now. Obviously, it's being tracked. It's got to be one of the few things still in the sky right now.
All right, so here's a question, guys. If there's this plane that has been hijacked, at what point do our guys in charge make the decision there are lives on that plane, and you don't want to endanger the lives on the plane, but if you've already had the instance of the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. Do you scramble your jets? Do you just decide, okay, we're going to take that plane
Nobody
out?
can answer that question. You don't know what the circumstances are. You don't know what the radio communications are on that plane. It's impossible to tell.
It has been confirmed. It is the D.C. Police Department itself that reported the hijacking of the plane. And as difficult as a decision that it would be for anybody to make, it seems pretty obvious that if you could save 1,000 lives by taking out 2, you might have to do that.
All right. Hey, Joe Ardinger? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Are you running our board back at JFK? Who's running the board? We should really take a break and try to get our information together.
Yeah, let's try to get things together here.
Okay, hold on. The phones in New York are completely dead. Fat Johnny, we can get no phones at all here?
We don't even have dial tones to dial out to anybody.
We can't dial out? I guess that means... What about the phones from D.C.? Equally
our
dead?
lines are switched, and I'm getting dial tone when I pick them up. However, no calls are coming through. I don't know if the phone company hasn't gotten them switched yet or is having a problem rerouting them here.
All right, then the only phone number right now you're going to be able to get us on that we think we have a chance of working is 877-365-3630.
Yeah, Buzz. A portion of the Pentagon has now collapsed, and yes, it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Part of our Defense Department, our Pentagon, has collapsed.
Jesus.
I'm watching this on CNN right now. This is, and I think, I don't think we're wrong to say we're watching this on television for the many people who are stuck in their cars, like the millions of people who can't get into or out of New York. I'm sure D.C.'s roads are just as bad. The Beltway's got to be backed up forever.
There's just been the report of a large plane crash in western Pennsylvania.
All right, listen, I mean, I am not being facetious when I say that the world is coming to an end. Hey, Don? Something's happening today, folks. This is bad stuff. Hold on.
Let's get our act together.
Well, let's go to line number 1. Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on NEW in JFK.
No.
You know what it is? Oh, hold on.
Hello, are you there?
Hi, who's this?
Hey, what's going on? It's Victor in the Bronx.
Hi, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's going on?
I guess now the engineers have worked the magic. You can call 212-757-1027 to get through to us at WNEW. What can we do for you?
Yeah, my TV's blacked out. Any question on that? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I know that Channel 7 had their tower on the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
So Channel 7, Regis is going to be pissed. Channel 7 got knocked off the air this morning.
No, that's a minor thing.
I know that our tower is on the Empire State Building, right? NEW. Hello, Don and Mike. You're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air.
This is David out in White Plains.
Hi, David. What's happening there?
Actually, nothing. It's just that there's a lot of concern.
Yeah, there is.
Even being this far out of New York, and I tried calling Brooklyn, and I couldn't get through. The lines are down. I tried calling my house in Brooklyn, and it's down. So,
yeah, now, I see our producer, Lisa, in the next room. Lisa, are you able to instant message on AOL? Is AOL still up? I mean, that would be a viable alternative, I guess, for some folks. Sure. If your phones are...
You're still monitoring WINS?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So you're on AOL?
Yeah, I'm able to get an AOL connection, no problem, and I'm keeping up with people at home. Kate says, who I'm communicating with at home, says that Joe was speaking to us over the microphone and that people in the studios could hear him, but the line wasn't coming through to us. So there's now a problem, some kind of problem with the line between home and here.
All right, well, whenever we got to go to a break, they should just be advised. But
hey, can you hear me?
Up, let's go to them. Our New York lines are working at 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW in New York and WJFK in Washington. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. Who's this?
This is Bob.
Bob, where are you from?
From Long Island.
All right, Bob, what's happening on Long Island?
Well, I happen to be on 38th Street and Broadway, and I just saw both of the towers go down. But I got to ask you, is there any way you're getting out of the city right now, either by the railroad or by subway?
INS say about that, Buzz.
I know this. Let me just tell you this, that my wife was coming in today on the train, and I called her. I was able to get a cell about right before we went on the air to tell her the train had just stopped in Newark. Tell her, turn around and get the hell out of here. Go back home. So I think trains are still operating. I know if you're going to try to drive into the city today.
No, I'm not going in. I want to go out.
You want to go out?
I think everything going into the city is now shut down. I think I'm more concerned about going out of the city.
I don't think you can get out today either. I think it's the same thing, unless the subway is still running.
Yeah, you don't know. The lower Manhattan subway is shut down. All bridges and tunnels throughout New York City are closed right now.
All bridges and tunnels are shut down?
All bridges and tunnels in New York City are closed.
Yeah, so if you're here, you're here.
That sounds... I just want to say one thing, that you had a gentleman that just called on the phone, and he's worried about his TV set.
Don't worry about your TV set.
I mean,
this goes beyond that.
Can people be?
I agree.
I mean...
Welcome to it. We're going to be here for 5 hours.
People die, and he's worried about his TV set.
Well, it's communications, and people are trying to keep in touch. I understand what you're saying, but people do want to know what's going on, and they are concerned about their loved ones and the safety of them as well.
Shannon, you are on the air. Don and Mike Show on NEW and JFK. Hello.
How are you doing today, Don and Mike?
Hey, we're doing all right, Shannon.
Hey, I'm down here in Fort Belvoir, Virginia.
All right, so we got a call from back at home. What's happening in the D.C. area?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I just tried to go through Fort Belvoir down here. They're in a level B. They've got, roads shut down. You can't go through Fort Belvoir. Obviously, I'm not with the military, so I had to divert and go around. I heard you say that report of a plane just went down in Pennsylvania. Now, my question is, you made a statement that all planes are being diverted to Canada at this point.
Right.
How in the world are planes still coming down?
Yeah, it's well, you know, it could be a plane that had been diverted.
Planes that were in the air already. I mean, I think, didn't we have a report they were going to try to send all those planes to Canada?
Absolutely.
At least it was the planes that were incoming to either one of the 3 New York airports or one of the 3 D.C. airports. Right. So it's entirely possible that if a plane left, 2 hours ago from Los Angeles, for instance, before this happened, they're still in the air, man.
Right. They may be on their way to Canada.
All right. Thank you. Buzz.
For that guy who was asking how you get out of New York City, you walk. Right now, thousands and thousands of people are walking across the Brooklyn Bridge and out of New York City.
All right, let's see. I understand now that we can take calls from D.C. if Joe pots them up on WJFK, right?
We can try.
We can try.
I think this is a way we can.
All right, Joe, give it a try. Punch one of the phone lines and let me see if we can take a call from D.C. Hello, can you hear us?
New York City.
All right, let's see. I understand now that we can...
Now, that's the delay we're hearing here.
Forget it. All right, let's go to Rob, who's down on Wall Street. Rob, hi, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I'm down here at 40 Wall Street, approximately 3 blocks away from the site, and it's almost midnight outside.
Because of the smoke and the debris the dust that's been kicked up.
Exactly.
And you want to talk about... The guy who called and said the thing about my TV's not working. I think Buzz had it right that he was concerned he's not able to get his information.
Right.
I had a guy today when I was walking into the building stop me. I had my little pager thing, and he said, "Do you know if Wall Street is open today?"
Yeah, right.
No, they've evacuated everything.
Yeah, and that struck me as incredibly
truly amazing,
asinine. That while this is going on, you're concerned about your AOL stock.
And while we're on the subject, today's New York primary election has also been postponed, as has, by the way, tonight's Yankees game.
No surprise that perhaps who knows what the timing was. I think we'll find that out later.
All I know is when the towers went down, a solid wall of black came across Chase Plaza between on the backside of 40 Wall, fronting Pine Street. People were sprinting at Olympic speed, and then right behind them it was a scene, out of a science fiction movie.
Yeah, it's awful. Thank you for the call.
All right.
You're listening to us. We're Don and Mike on WJFK in D.C., WNEW in New York. We do have... I know it's busting balls, but our engineers have done a great job
they have.
To get our phone system working for us. Here's the number today, 212-757-1027. Let's go to Milt. He's calling us from Arlington, maybe right by the Pentagon. Milt, hi.
Hi, Don. How you doing?
Hi, we're doing great. What's happening?
Down in Arlington, down in Roslyn, they're evacuating all the buildings. Everyone's got to get out of... everything is completely done. And some of my friends work on Capitol Hill, and I just got word that there was a car bomb out by the Senate building.
Oh, yeah.
It went off?
It went off. The car bomb, they're all up in they put it up in the Hilton, and a car bomb went off by the Senate building about maybe 8 minutes ago. None of the phone lines work here. I tried 3 different cell phones. I finally got through. Everything is down. You can't get through to anybody.
I know. So what is we know what the feeling is in New York.
The feeling in New York is not only sick to your stomach, but fear. There's fear in this city right now.
And I'd like to know, out on the roads, for instance, what road are you on? Are you on 395, 295?
No, I'm actually back home in McLean, right off the 495.
All right, so you're right off the Beltway. How's traffic on the Beltway? Are people leaving the government offices? Are people going home?
Everyone is evacuating D.C. Everyone that can get over, they're trying, but it's completely gridlocked. You can't move anywhere. It's none of my friends. I've got 2 friends I talked to that are up in the Hilton building, up in the Hilton. They can't get out of D.C. They've evacuated everything, but nobody can move. The whole town is completely shut down. None of the phones work, so no one can call and talk to anybody.
All right, hold on. We're going to go to Rob in D.C., who's going to tell us now that 395 is shut down in D.C. Rob, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Rob, why is
395 and everything's locked? You got to go around.
Hold on, Buzz has an update. What's up?
I'm simply speculating that the reason that 395 is shut down is because
it goes right by the Pentagon
approach of that hijacked D.C. police plane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mike, it could be either one. It could be on the way to the Pentagon or towards National Airport where that plane's going. So 395 is shut down. Where are they turning you around?
They're turning you around. You got to get on the 495, either south or west, east, to try and get you out of there. Going to Richmond or going to Baltimore. Traffic is back to back.
All right, thank you. Let's go to J.R. Hello, J.R. from D.C. Hi.
Hey, Don.
Hi, you're on the air with us.
Sorry, guy. Just said that, okay, all federal personnel have been instructed to leave work immediately. This is on News Channel 8, our rinky-dink channel here.
Right.
But they're also saying that a car bomb went off by the Senate building and also the State Department, and they've called in all of the firefighters and EMS people in the metro region to come into work immediately.
All right, thank you. Now, here's a thought. I know that everybody who's working downtown, the government people, they've got to be let go. Are you creating more of an opportunity for disaster by letting a million people leave at one time?
So. I don't think so. You're talking about the buildings that are targets, and that's what you have to do. You have to get people out of there.
Because there are symbols. That's why they're targets. And, I think it's a smart thing to do to get people out into the burbs where there's less likely to be an attack.
And again, my only thought about that was when there was the blizzard in '78 in Providence, when the mayor, I know it's nowhere near a similar situation, the mayor of Providence gets on it and says, hey, everybody, there's a blizzard, leave right now. And you had a million people leaving the city at once. Right. But you guys are probably absolutely right that those buildings are the targets. Here's a weird thought. What if they know that those buildings are targets and that we're going to let everybody go?
You never know. You can't speculate. You really can't, because it's impossible to know where this originates from and how large a scale it's on.
Yeah, you're right. All we're doing is guessing here. We're doing the same thing now that we bust balls on when we watch TV.
Well, but what can we do? And Buzz, you have more information.
I just wanted to say that the reason that I've been so vague about exactly what happened at the Pentagon is because everyone else has been as well. We now know, thanks to counterintelligence, spies from other countries have now informed us that it was in fact a plane that crashed into the Pentagon this morning, and it was a small plane that crashed at the end where the helipad is. So the pieces of information that we've gotten so far are coming together, but the south end of the Pentagon has crumbled, and we've seen a tremendous amount of smoke there as well. Nothing, of course, like what we're seing in lower Midtown Manhattan.
All right, let's go to Pip. Hi, Pip, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you guys?
We're doing all right, thank you.
The thought I had was that if you ever seen the movie Gone in 60 Seconds,
yeah,
the whole idea of the stealing of the cars at night was to boost all of them. By the time they found the first one, the job would be done. So that maybe the flurry has been done. Maybe there's not a fear of being attacked anymore, and that they have this concentrated attack, and then it's over.
All right, listen, I will give you this. What's your name, Pip?
Yeah.
I'll give you this, that perhaps that's a valid theory, but working it into the plot line of the movie Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage is a bit of a stretch.
That's a little shaky, and there's a feeling right now in New York City of fear. I mean, everybody is feeling uneasy.
The airport in Newark, New Jersey, Newark International Airport, is now being evacuated. We don't know why. We simply know that it is, I guess, because it's a possible target. And just an update that DC police plane is still in the air, still south of Reagan National Airport. What it's doing, where it's going, I don't know.
All right, you're listening to the Don and Mike Show, and we're on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington. The only line you can reach us on right now is area code 212-757-1027. We do have a ton of lines, and you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
Jared.
Jared, where are you from?
New York, right in Manhattan.
All right, what's happening, Jared?
I was just looking at the news, and fighter planes have been scrambled in Washington, D.C.
About that time. Yeah, they're probably going after the situation we discussed a while ago, that police plane that they hijacked.
Yeah, and the D.C. police have confirmed that their own plane has been hijacked, and as sad as it is to lose whatever police personnel may be on that plane, at this point, I'm afraid we got to do it.
All right, thank you.
I don't think everybody's fully taken the whole picture into view, in that when those two buildings collapsed, they also hit other buildings. So you don't only have the World Trade Center collapsing, you get other buildings hit and higher casualties.
For New Yorkers, let me say there are 3 high schools nearby the World Trade Center. The students were all kept inside, and they are all okay at last report.
Well, thank you. It's nice to get some good news.
I'm still looking at the pictures. What they're doing now is they're replaying. Oh, they're going to love doing this for the next 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
They're replaying the building crashing. Let's go to Chad from D.C. on WJFK. Hi, Chad.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
Hey, we're doing okay, Chad.
I just heard, I had heard that the State Department bomb, the State Department was denying that there wasn't a bomb that went off in front of the State Department. Now, I don't know about the one.
Now, we had a story, CNN came in and said that they were recanting that. So, this is going to happen in this situation where there's there's stuff that gets reported by CNN or MSNBC, and they just go on the air with it, much like we will if we hear it, because everybody just wants to know as much information as they possibly can.
Oops.
Sorry, go ahead, Buzz.
The State Department was evacuated. The Capitol's been evacuated. We have, since all that discussion, had the report of a car bomb at the Capitol. We're still, of course, waiting for more information.
All right, let's go to Frank. Hi, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello?
Frank, good morning.
Hello, Don and Mike.
Turn down your radio, please, Frank.
Go ahead, Frank. Frank, turn down your radio, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just think that, I think this may be a warning.
If this is the warning, I'd hate to see what's really going to happen.
Well, I think next time that now we're going to be on alert. I think they may have some serious business here.
Well, I think you're never going to see security in the United States the same. I'll tell you that.
Hello there, Don and Mike Show. You're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, it's Joel from down in Seabright, New Jersey.
Yes, hi, Joel. You're on the air.
Yeah, you can see the smoke from these fires all the way down Asbury Park. It's into the neighborhoods down here. Starting to get a lot of police activity along Seabright. Looks like they're starting to close the traffic off and heading up toward the Sandy Hook area. A lot of people trying to get up there to take a look at it.
Well, don't you get the feeling that at some point New York itself is just going to be closed down, that you're not going to be able to go anywhere in New York?
I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, this is a tragedy of the magnitude that no one's ever seen before.
All right, here is Al in Manhattan. Al, they just evacuated your building in Midtown?
Hey guys, yeah, what happened was I was actually saw the whole thing happen right from my office. I could see it, and I look out there, and I see the smoke, and then I saw the second one hit. Everybody freaked out, and because a lot of people had family that worked there.
Right.
And so they started to let some of the support staff go, and then the management went ahead and said that, listen, if we have to evacuate the building, and I guess what they're doing is they're evacuating everything out of Midtown. It's crazy down here, guys.
All right,
crazy.
Thank you.
People are running. I mean, there are people crying in the streets, trying to use their cell phones. I'm totally surprised they got through.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did too, but I'm sorry you wasted the call on us. Yeah, I hope you tried a family or a friend.
No, actually, I did. But my main concern, I know a lot of people are worried about trying to get out of the city. Listen, what the superiors told us is that Manhattan is shut down. There are no subways. Everybody is walking. There is no subways. There is no way in and out. The path, nothing. Everything is shut down. There's a total block on Manhattan. They're evacuating a lot of the high-rises, mainly Midtown, because it's such a popular area. I mean, that's the heart of the USA, man.
That's where we are, Don.
Thank you, my friend. Yes, and that's where I live, Mike.
Right.
That's where I live. Now it's inconveniencing me. Me personally.
Share the phones. People are scrambling for phones in Lower Manhattan. It's nice to think and nice to know in a situation like this, some of the businesses in the area around the World Trade Center have opened their doors to provide water and whatever comfort they can to the people in the area.
All right, we're going to go to Christy now, who's in D.C., stuck on the Beltway. Christy, where on the Beltway are you stuck, honey?
I'm right on the north side, right by Georgia Avenue.
Are you in the inner loop, outer loop?
Inner loop.
Now, is that by where they split the lanes for all the construction and junk?
Yeah, that's probably part of the problem.
Okay, so yeah, that's not necessarily a great representative sample because I think on a normal day at 11 o'clock in the morning, that's going to be backed up because of the construction there. Did you leave work or are you just out?
Yeah, I work out near Dulles Airport, and they evacuated us. And the toll road was moving, but it was heavy. I think they're evacuating most of the businesses around here.
All right, thank you, honey. Thank you for the call. Let's go to Mike on WJFK in D.C. Says he saw the Pentagon go down. Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay, where were you, Mike?
I was in Roslyn. Our building overlooks the Pentagon, and actually I worked in the Pentagon for 10 years. We had a lot of employees over there.
Did they get anybody out of that building before that happened?
We were unable to contact any of our folks. We tried calling, and the phones were down.
Another question I would have also would be how many people did they get out of the World Trade Center before this happened?
Well, there was 40,000 people work there.
And, I know that the evacuation, I'm sure, started shortly after the plane went in there.
And the plane hit, where, on the 16th floor, was it?
No,
or was it higher up?
The plane hit the first tower at about the 70th floor, and the second plane hit the second tower at about the 55th floor.
Well, I don't know where I heard the 16th floor. I'm just out of my mind with this. Let's go to Sean in D.C., WJFK. WJFK says he saw the plane go into the Pentagon. Is that true, Sean?
Hello.
Hi, did you see the plane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah, I work in Pentagon City.
What kind of plane was it, Sean? What kind of plane?
It was an American Airlines.
Oh God.
I don't know how to classify the plane, but it was like, a passenger plane.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on. You know what? You guys got to give me a second here. Hold on, Sean. We are going to do a sync up live and go on our network in approximately 14 seconds.
All right.
Okay, so while we do that, let me say that Buzz is here. He'll give us a total update as soon as we sign on our network. That we have probably, you don't have to give me the countdown. I can read the clock, for goodness sakes. There we go. Hi, and welcome to the stations on the network. It's the Don and Mike Show today from 102.7 WNEW in New York, also live on WJFK in Washington, D.C. If you are tuning in to hear our regular Wacky Gab Fest, you ain't going to hear it today, folks, because
we are live in New York City, the scene of one of the greatest tragedies in national history, the collapse of the two World Trade Center towers.
And back at D.C., the Pentagon has also been hit. There is a plane that is a hijacked police plane that is flying towards D.C. There's been reported bombings. We will tell you that Manhattan is closed down. You can't get in. You can't go out. Washington, D.C., all of the government workers have been excused from work. The Beltway is a mess. If you're joining us right now, live, and you're just hearing about this, let's go to Buzz and get a total update on everything that's happened. Buzz.
And there have been evacuations in Washington as well. It started at about 9:45 Eastern Time this morning, a widespread terrorist attack on the United States, starting with the crashing of an American Airlines commercial passenger jet that had been hijacked out of Boston's Logan International Airport, crashed into one of the two 90-some-story World Trade Center towers here. About 18 minutes later, to the disbelief of everyone, a second plane crashed into the second tower at about the halfway point. Since that time, bombs have gone off at the bases of both of those buildings, causing both of them to collapse on the rescue workers and many of the people below. Dust and a crumbling building, ash and paper scattering across lower Manhattan, much of New York and into New Jersey now covered with smoke. As Don mentioned, there have been attacks in Washington, D.C. as well. U.S. counterintelligence has confirmed that a small plane crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near a helipad, causing part of our Defense Department, our Pentagon, to collapse. There have been evacuations of the White House, the Capitol, the State Department, the Treasury Department. There has been the report of a fire on the Washington Mall, and many evacuations in Washington, as well as now the report of a car bomb at the Capitol as well. We know that planes in Los Angeles, the United States Air Force put on full tactical alert, and we understand now that planes are scrambling in Washington, D.C., apparently in an attempt to intercept a hijacked Washington, D.C. Police Department airplane that is on its way to Washington's Reagan National Airport. No airplanes are being allowed to take off anywhere in this country, or for that matter, now land. Any planes in the air with U.S. mainland destinations are now being diverted to Canada. We have also had the report of a large plane crash in western Pennsylvania.
Now, as it turns out, this was part of our broadcast schedule to do the show from our New York station this week. So we are based in Manhattan, 102.7 WNEW, and we're also live in D.C. on WJFK. And now our network is on the air. The only phone number you can use to get through today, because the phones are screwed up, please keep this number, 212-757-1027. That's the only number you can use to call us today.
What we are going to try to do is take as many of your phone calls as we can to get updates from here in New York City, and also with Buzz continually giving us updates. He is monitoring our sister station, WINS, here in New York City. They are giving us continuous updates. This is a breaking story. Things are developing as we speak, and Buzz has brought us up to speed on everything that's happened.
All right, and I just want to add that although there are no official counts of casualties, do not be surprised. Numbers in excess of 10,000 people, judging from the number of people who work normally in the World Trade Center and considering all the other points of attack today.
All right, so we'll get your calls from both D.C. and New York City and the other cities that have joined us. Just let me say, this is WNEW New York and WJFK FM Manassas, Washington. Let's go to Jason. Let me see if I got this right. Jason, hi, you're on the air. Jason from D.C.
Yeah, Dynamite.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Just left Northern Virginia, Alexandria. I was down at the Hoffman building. They've evacuated basically every federal government building in Maryland, D.C., as well as Virginia now. The Beltway, it's just a mob scene. I just hopped off of it, as a matter of fact. I'm now on River Road, and it's even backed up.
You know, and I've got another question, and I'm sure it's a question that parents, not only in New York, but in D.C. have as well. If you got a kid in school, at what point do they make the decision, even if a school is not a target, is nowhere near any of the buildings in Manhattan or the monuments or the Pentagon in D.C., at what point do the schools decide they're going to call it off, and then what a mess getting...
It's a question of getting parents to pick up kids, and in a tragedy like this, that's what always happens.
And I know here in Manhattan, if I can imagine if you got a kid in school in Manhattan, and you live on the island, or you live in Connecticut, or vice versa.
Well, Buzz had mentioned that the city is so shut down here in New York that people are walking across the Brooklyn Bridge. Is that correct?
Yeah, walking out of the city.
I guess that's what you do if you live in New Jersey, and your kid goes to school in New Jersey, and you made it into the city today to go to work.
And the city shut down, you walk. If they're letting people walk, obviously, across the Brooklyn Bridge, there's no car traffic going in or out of the city right now.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to Tony. Okay, let me figure this out. Tony, hi, you're on the air on JFK and NEW. Hello.
Hey, Don, Mike. It's an unfortunate scene that we have to tell you how great you two guys are on such a tragic day.
Well, I got to tell you something, Tony. Being here in the city right now and seeing people here that live here full time, the magnitude of this tragedy is what I cannot begin to fathom. It is just
and I don't think it's going to hit us. Don't you agree?
We sew it all up.
The numbers, and you see people getting taken out of these buildings.
Right. I was leaving Columbia Pike area, and I heard a huge bomb go off. I left the area. It's crazy because everyone's evacuating, so couldn't really confirm exactly what was going on. But one point I think I want to point out, I don't think a lot of people are emphasizing on, is the fact that with that hijacked D.C. plane coming from the south there, of course, Woodrow Wilson Bridge was always gridlocked. It can create another big problem.
Well, you're speculating, and I appreciate that, but who knows what the extent of that
what this guy is saying is that if you get the Wilson Bridge back, that's a target. But really,
you never know.
It
Anything
can be a target because of the simple fact that if we can't divert that plane to hit its target, it will probably do what it can do to create more havoc. With a lot of cars always going there, always gridlocked.
But let me just say, Tony, at this point in D.C., with the Beltway, as we know it, any point on the Beltway at this point could be a target, not just the Wilson Bridge. You're talking about the Cabot John Bridge, the American Legion Bridge, Georgia Avenue, the Mixing Bowl in Springfield, anywhere where there's a concentration. David, in New York, let me find it, line number 9.
If you're not in a car, don't get into one. And nationwide, people would be wise to stay off the telephone to clear up as many phone lines as possible.
Hello, Dave. You're on the air. Hi. Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
We're doing okay, thanks.
Okay. This is David from the Bronx.
Yes, David.
Okay. The reason I'm calling is because I'm very concerned because all the officers, all the cops and firemen are going downtown.
Yes.
And that leaves room for vandalism in the city. I've seen it happen before where vandals just break into stores and all that. Is all the cops going up to the city, or is there any protection for people in the city?
Right now, we don't have information as to, where the manpower in the city of New York is allocated. Obviously,
I got to think there's a backup plan at some point.
You've got plans in place for this.
You don't leave your stores and your banks wide open.
Right.
Although there's no doubt that most cops are going to where they're needed.
Sure, of course.
But I would think that by this point, the New York police, same with the D.C. police, they've called all the guys who have the days off, and they've said, hey, guess what?
Exactly.
Strap it on and come to work. Let's go to Mike, who's out at Andrews Air Force Base in Prince George's County. Mike, hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, we're doing all right, my friend.
Yeah, it's crazy down here. They're kicking all the contractors off the base. Planes are flying. Air Force One left, and now the president's just flying in. That's why they're kicking everyone off the base, all civilians. It's crazy.
The National Guard's just been called up in New York through a request from Mayor Giuliani to Governor Pataki.
All right, let's go to Vance, Fort Washington. Vance, what's happening in Fort Washington, Maryland?
Hey, buddy, Don, you guys live down here in this area, and besides the guy that just said those, besides the military planes, it is so weird. I mean, the hair is up on my arms. It's so weird to look up in this D.C. sky and not see like 25 planes at once all over National, PWI going to Dulles. It is the weirdest feeling, and it was so strange. I had a job I had to go look at today, and I would have gone up Route 1 right by the Pentagon, but I got called and had to go look at another job. And, man, when I found out, I got back in the truck and I found out what was happening. I was listening to the morning show here, and WJFK, and this is just a spooky feeling, man. I feel terrible, what's going on. I mean, it's like I said, I think tonight everyone's just going to get this big lump in their throat and it's going to hit home, and it's an amazing thing.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Hey.
Oh, hold on, we lost him.
What's the latest, Buzz? What do you have? Anything?
I don't know. There's just been a problem with my headphones. I lost the feed just now.
Yep. There, you got it back?
Not yet, no.
Okay, I don't think that's it, Robbie.
I will check into it.
Our phone number is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. Let's go to Tony. Tony in New York. Tony, hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just want to know, where's the security in New York City, man? How can all this happen in one day, man?
All right, well, Tony, let me play devil's advocate with you.
Yeah.
This is the biggest city in America, one of the biggest cities in the world. How do you possibly plan
individuals? You're talking about individuals that did this. It's impossible to stop that.
How do you plan two guys from flying airplanes in the World Trade Center?
Yeah, but you want to know something? This is what we get for helping other countries, man.
Well, I think what we're hearing from Tony, listen, this is going to be days of this. You're going to hear the anger. You're going to hear people upset. You can't stop this type of thing. That's been proven before.
All right, thank you, Tony.
No problem.
All right, let's go to Krista. She's calling us from Rockville, Maryland on WJFK. Krista, hi, baby. What's happening?
Oh, it's totally crazy down here. There's a total mass exodus. I'm on 355 just trying to get back home. I wasn't even trying to get out of the city, and it's like a mass exodus here. 355 is a total parking lot. It's ridiculous.
I'm wondering at what point are they going to do in D.C. what they did in New York. At some point, are they just going to shut the Beltway down and say...
I think eventually you're going to see the transportation come to a standstill because they have to deal with the situation and get the areas secure. Like they're trying to secure New York, which is no small task, and secure Washington D.C.
I think the good news is that we've been on the air now. We went on before our shift started today. We've been on a little over an hour. Mm-hmm. Nothing new has happened in the last hour.
God. Yeah, it seems like it's calmed down. We shouldn't get too happy, but yeah, it does appear that things have calmed down for now.
All right, let's go to Mario, who's calling from New York. Mario, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Don and Mike.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
I'm a little freaked out right now.
Join the club.
Just waking up and then finding out that my fiance's working down on 40th Street downtown.
God bless you. I hope our prayers are with you, my friend.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Really.
Thanks a lot. And to make matters even worse, then I find out that her father's working downtown in, well, you guessed it, World Trade.
Well, so many people work there, and our prayers go out to everybody in the city of New York that has family, and not necessarily in the city of New York, because the World Trade Center has people all over the country. And it's anyone that's had anybody in their family that has worked there, our prayers go out to you.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So you can imagine I'm making like 15, 20 phone calls already. I woke up at like 9 in the morning.
Buzz has an update.
Buzz has something.
Just a pinch more information.
Thank you.
American Airlines will be having a news conference in about 17 minutes in which they're going to talk about the fact that the FBI was already investigating a hijacking, apparently through them, just before the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York this morning at about 8:45 Eastern Time. And they will be talking about that. Obviously, FBI offices across the country have been put on alert. All FBI agents in America, regardless of their location and regardless of what they were working on or what they normally do, are now working on investigating this.
Okay, and Robbie, you're going to get that so we can pull that up. We're going to get that live. I'd like to give... my first Donnie of the day, the statuette that I give out to the networks. The first one will go to CNN for their fantastic graphic, the red, white, and blue graphic that says America Under Attack.
Okay.
Thank you, CNN, for being the first to get your graphics department working on this.
Way to be responsible.
And, Buzz, let us know when that press conference is going to happen.
Absolutely.
We now have the capability to bring it to you. You're listening to Don and Mike. We're on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington, and I guess other stations on our network have picked this up.
I believe so.
This is the only phone number to get us on today, 212-757-1027. Let's go to John in New York. John, you're on NEW. Hello.
Thank you, gentlemen, for covering this event. How are you doing?
We're doing all right, Johnny.
I don't want to be premature, but I'm not so much concerned with who did this, but what are we going to do? What are we going to learn from this to keep it from happening again?
I am too. I completely agree with you about that. As far as who did it, that is not nearly as important to me right now as what we're going to do in the future to secure our cities and our country. And I think, as I said before, what's going to come out of this, you're never going to see travel within the United States, and certainly travel, coming into the United States the same. You can't. It'll have to be changed forever.
I never imagined that the Pentagon...
The furnace from within or without. We have no idea who will do stuff like this in the future after Oklahoma City.
I never imagined that the Pentagon could be attacked. I mean, how do you prepare for that any more than having the Pentagon on the case?
Well, you're talking about an airplane, Buzz. Right. You're talking about, when an airplane, gets hijacked, and it's in a flight pattern, where they go. They fly right over the Pentagon. Anybody that's flown into the national airport, that's the way it works. And they, when they're hijacked, that answers your question.
It takes mere seconds to divert that plane, but it's just hard to fathom that our own Defense Department could be attacked.
Hey, guys, while you're talking, I'm watching CNN, and the shots now of the streets of Manhattan are like something seriously out of the movie Independence Day, with people running around. Yeah. Same thing in downtown D.C. People are running out of the buildings like crazy. Many federal buildings evacuated in the D.C. area. The entire city of New York has been closed down. Let's go to Scott in New Jersey. Scott, hi, you're on JFK and NEW. Hello.
Hi, Don. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
How we doing? All right.
I can see pretty much everything that's going on from over here. Absolutely devastating. I can't imagine you guys in the middle of it.
It is.
I just want to say, and I'm not saying it is, but if this is the work of religious zealots done in the name of whatever God it is that they worship,
Amen.
Then may our God, who has united our nation indivisible, deliver a swift judgment upon those who have
Absolutely.
done this.
You know what? And I think I do speak for everybody in this city and the rest of the country. When something like this happens, Americans come together, and I think that we will come together with this. And if you're doing this, as I said before, if you happen to be, we're speculating right now, a religious zealot saying you're doing this in the name of God, there is no God that wants this.
And I sure don't want to hear, and I'll probably be one of the people doing it myself, 2-3 months down the road from now, after this is forgotten, and after it's in a rearview mirror, we're trying to move...
If it can be.
No. But I mean, at some point... It will be. Trust me, I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but I'm saying
I know you're not.
2 or 3 months from now, when it's not right up there in the front, I hope that people, myself included, don't bitch about at the airport being stopped to have someone look through your bags.
Look for your air travel never to be the same.
Because I know that I'm one of the guys that you would hear me getting on the radio bitching, saying I was trying to get on a plane today and I couldn't do this.
Right.
Let's go to Rich. See if I got this correct. Rich, you're on WNEW, WJFK. Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, it's the Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Good. Listen, Nassau County cops and Long Island Medical Center is on staff right now. All the cops in Nassau, well, not all of them, most of them went out to the city. They're sending out Suffolk County cops, too.
And our prayers and our best wishes go to all those emergency people that are going to be working in the city of New York and in Washington, D.C. to get this situation under control. And, there are going to be some long days ahead for these people that do the good work here in the city.
Let's go to Buzz. Buzz.
U.S. fighter jets are now scrambling for a plane they say is headed for the Pentagon. I don't know if that would be the same D.C. police plane that was hijacked earlier.
Shoot that plane down.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot it down. This is war.
Yeah.
This is war. Let's go to Ruben in New York. Ruben, you're on NEW, JFK. Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, good morning, Ruben.
Good morning. Yeah, this is very tragic what's going on. I believe that as Americans we should all put our flags out and show them that we're not going to go down with this, and we're going to stand up for ourselves.
Whatever does it for you and for everybody else, that's a good idea. I mean, I know that when you have something like this, we have to collectively in this country, psychologically, we have to do things to get us through this. And if that works for you, I think that's a terrific idea.
I was telling Mike before the show today when we walked in, I said to Mike, hold on, I'm hearing myself in delay there, Pete. Take that down. I said to Mike, for today's show, think Challenger. And that was one of the worst shows that we ever had to broadcast.
Right, exactly.
The day the Challenger exploded. But it was a day when you could let down your guard. You didn't have to worry about being funny. Mm-hmm. You didn't have to worry about being zany or topping people with lines. And for a while after the Challenger, just what you were talking about happened. Everybody came together.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What I'm wondering is, how long is it going to take after this happens for people to stay together. Like I said, 3 or 4 months from now, I'll probably be the type of guy that's bitching at the airport.
Well, you never know. And I think when literally, and I'm not trying to make a pun here, when all of this settles and we see the magnitude of this tragedy, this is going to be like nothing that's ever happened to the United States before. And that is when things are going to change. And, something like this does not happen without major change from, airport security all the way down to, the way we live our lives.
And how many of you, like me, let's look at this from a different standpoint for just a second, felt as I watched this unfold this morning and I saw Bush go on TV. Take aside the way you feel about politics for a second.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. Right now, who would you rather have in charge with this going on, Bush or Clinton? And I know we've goofed about this and we joked during the elections. For some reason, I feel more secure with Bush in charge. Even though the guy's a dope.
Right now, whoever the person is in charge, we have to stand behind that person.
I agree.
And I think that we are the country, the greatest country in the world, and I think we have to band together. And right now, who's in charge and who's taking care of things, it sure as hell matters to some people. But for the people that are affected by this tragedy down at the World Trade Center, it doesn't really matter to them right now.
I think it's the military leaders at this point who are really come into play more than the president himself. I mean, obviously, he makes the final call.
I would venture to say the president of the United States is being told what to do right now.
Absolutely.
And that would be regardless if it was Bush or Clinton.
It wouldn't matter who it is, because certain things take place, certain precautions, protocol take place.
All right, let's go to Andrew here on NEW and JFK. Andrew, hello.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. I know this probably isn't the appropriate time, but I was just thinking that it's not great to see the collapse over and over again. I don't think it reassures people.
I agree.
But you know what? Welcome to the world in which we live in. You're going to see it continually now.
But I call on that. I mean, I really do. You're talking about something of this magnitude, you gotta change some rules, and I agree. I think that every time I see that, you report it, but you're not doing any good by showing it.
And even more than that, CNN was just showing a riot scene down on Wall Street that was really about the most horrifying thing I've ever seen. And it's not doing any good to show people that, to show other Americans at their absolute time of panic.
Right.
You're not helping yourself.
Now, Buzz, what is this I'm seeing on the bottom of the screen on CNN? It says, second lost American Airlines flight was from Dulles to Los Angeles. Second lost American Airlines.
That is new information.
American Airlines confirms loss of 2 flights. What is that about?
That would be the one that went down in Pennsylvania, perhaps?
It could be. We're just going to have to wait to hear from them. And
United Airlines passenger jet crashes near Pittsburgh.
Okay, that's the one in western Pennsylvania. So apparently, and American will confirm or deny this in about 7 minutes, apparently both of the planes that went into the World Trade Center, although this doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that the first plane that crashed into the first World Trade Center tower was an American Airlines jet from Boston to Los Angeles was its original destination. I don't know how a plane... I would be surprised that a plane would make it all the way up here from Dulles before some kind of action had been taken, if in fact that Dulles plane was also headed to Los Angeles.
That's what they just said on CNN, from Dulles to Los Angeles. Let's go back to calls here. Don and Mike show on WNEW, WJFK. Our phone number 212-757-1027. Excuse me, Raymond. Hello, Raymond.
Yeah, hi, Don and Mike. This is Raymond. There was a report. I'm watching Baltimore news. I'm in Maryland. And there was a report that a plane crashed near or at Camp David, and also one plane crashed in the Maryland suburban area. And the FBI knew about 4 hijackings prior to all the crashes. And the Red Cross is asking people to go to the hospitals and donate blood.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you're looking for something to do, that's a great idea.
But this is just, if that's true, this is a mess that's just growing out of control.
And don't come into the city to do that, obviously. If you're out in the burbs, give blood in the burbs, and the Red Cross will get the blood into town.
Let's go to Amanda. Amanda, hi, from D.C. You're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, you guys mentioned something about the schools. I'm in D.C. area right now. Arlington County is staying open. D.C. keeps changing their mind. Now they're saying to pick up the children if you have an ID, and PG is closing 2 hours early. So they're not really doing anything with the schools.
All right. Well, no, that's three of the school systems in the D.C. area are figuring out what to do.
Yeah, I know. D.C.'s changed their mind. I've been watching the news, and in the last 3 minutes, they've changed it from we're closing to we're not.
You know, in D.C., it's like when it snows in D.C. Right. I think it's going to be the same thing like when the plows come out after there's already a foot of snow on the ground.
You know, they're reacting to the situation as it develops.
All right, let's go to Laura, who is near Dulles Airport out in suburban D.C. Laura, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, great. You're on the air.
It is just crazy here. I'm on Route 28, which is the road that leads to Dulles Airport.
Right.
And it is total gridlock.
It's gridlock on 28?
Mm-hmm.
Now
and I picked my kids up from school. I pulled them both out of school. And all the schools in Ashburn, which is a suburb close to the airport, all the schools are locked down. They have to show ID. They've got all the doors locked.
Yeah,
just
all right.
Unbelievable.
All right.
And getting to 28, all the undercover vehicles are going to the airport.
Right. Okay, well, this is happening as we speak.
All right, that's Laura. She's on Route 28 in Centerville near Dulles Airport. Buzz, you got something, or are you just monitoring something?
We're hearing reactions now from various religious groups, religious leaders. The spiritual leader of the Hamas says that he does not, of course, endorse attacks on civilians or innocent people, but he says the United States needs to realize that it, too, can suffer as other countries and people in other countries
have suffered. He better shut his mouth.
At least one other terrorist organization has taken credit for the attack, but now another one is chiming in, so it's really hard to know who to believe at this point.
All right, let's go to Anthony in New York. With Don and Mike on WNEW and on WJFK. We want to thank Pete Johnson, our New York engineer.
The engineers here at NEW have been doing a great job.
You can't get a dial tone anywhere in Manhattan, but we do have our phone lines working at 212-757-1027. Here's Anthony from New York. Anthony, hi.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Terrible day.
Yes, it is. No doubt.
Yeah, this will go down in history as one of the worst in the history of the United States.
CBS has just reported that there were 8 hijacked planes. They're still looking for 4.
Oh, Christ. So still 4 out there.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Anthony.
All right, buddy.
Let's go to Tim in New York. Tim, hi. You're on NEW, JFK.
How you doing, pal?
Doing all right.
I was wondering if you think today's date has any significance with all the trauma and emergency being caused with today's date being 9/11.
You know, I don't know. I don't think it would. I wouldn't think that...
I don't think they're that bright.
No, I think they are. Frankly, I think... It would have more...
kind of clever, though, isn't it?
Well, I think it would have more, maybe significance that probably we wouldn't relate to in this country.
All right, now they're reporting on CNN that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Yes. We, in fact, had mentioned
that was earlier.
Yeah, earlier. American Airlines is making its statements now.
Oh, can I pot it up?
I don't know. They may have already made them. I can tell you what has been said.
Same airplane
American Airlines says it lost 2 planes today. As you mentioned earlier, one Dulles to Los Angeles. That's the one that went down in western Pennsylvania, and also the one that was bound from Boston to Los Angeles. That's the first one that crashed into the World Trade Centers today. American Airlines says it lost a total of 156 passengers in those 2 crashes.
Well, hold on, let me see what I'm getting here.
Crashed. So we now have at least 2 commercial airline companies in the United States. American Airlines reporting 2 of its passenger jets down. One flight, Dulles in Washington to Los Angeles, and then another flight from Boston to Los Angeles down. And now we have United Airlines reporting at least 1 airline or airliner down.
All right, she doesn't have any new information there. Philadelphia landmarks have also been evacuated now. The Liberty Bell, all of your tourist spots in Philadelphia have been evacuated. As I mentioned, I think a while ago, I've got to think if you live in Chicago, you've got to go. You got to go downtown. You got to clear the Sears Tower for goodness sakes. Right. You got to go down to the Miracle Mile. You got to go down to Lakeshore Drive and get people the hell out of there.
And you know, if you have people here in New York City, in Washington D.C. that work at the Pentagon, I'm just going to ask everybody, say a prayer. Whether you believe in whatever God you believe in, just there are a lot of people that are impacted when you see the pictures of these people and the reactions that not just the people that were directly involved in this tragedy, but people that have loved ones down there at the World Trade Center. Take a pause, and this is just going to continue to develop as the greatest tragedy in the history of the United States.
It's a freaking serious dangerous situation.
Phenomenal.
The mainland United States under attack like we've never seen it before.
It's 11:30 on the East Coast. Don and Mike show on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington. Let's go to Frank from New York. Frank, hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
This is Frank. Listen, I just wanted to tell you, I hope the rest of the country feels the same. I'm 53 years old. I'm a Vietnam vet. I'm a business owner. I'm here every day. I take this very seriously, my business. I'm ready to drop, lock the doors, close the gates, pick up arms. My government needs me. I'm ready. I'm going.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think you're alone in that.
There's a lot of people who feel the same way, and I think that this is going to hit home with a lot more people than an isolated attack.
Absolutely.
Somewhere.
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, the fact that New York and Washington have been hit,
absolutely,
and planes are going down in Pennsylvania, and you've got the other plane that's
massive,
that's careening out of control. Absolutely, yeah. I got to feel the same way. Let's go to Gary from D.C. on WJFK. Gary, hi, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
We're doing all right.
Yeah, first off, I want to commend you guys for the approach you're taking today. Going from the usual.
Oh, well, listen, how could you possibly get on the air today and do a regular show?
We've got, you have bigger fish to fry on a day like this. This is, I don't think anybody, I don't remember anything that remotely approaches this. And everybody's reacting to it, and being here in the middle of New York City is, it's a strange feeling. It's a feeling that you get in the pit of your stomach, and we're all reacting to it at the same time.
Someone just done some research. It's the first attack on D.C. since 1812.
I think that would be the last time we were attacked.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said that in New York before that the World Trade Center has been terrorized before, but in D.C. really, I think we had a feeling of invincibility that we live in Washington D.C. What the hell could ever happen to us here?
Right.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'm on 95.
Buzz, hold on a second. You got something, Buzz?
United Airlines says it has also lost a plane today and is concerned about the welfare of one other. We do not know whose planes crashed where. We now believe that the plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon was a United Airlines jet. We're still waiting to hear more from United on that.
All right. Thank you, Buzz. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on 95 North, stuck in traffic to go across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. And you see people in their cars, people are crying.
Yeah.
My wife, she works on Capitol Hill. I work normally right across from the White House. I was out at a client today.
You sure you want to get in touch with your loved ones in a situation like that, and that unfortunately is not an easy task, especially here in New York with the phone situation.
No phone lines in New York. The only lines that I know that work in New York right now are the lines that people are calling us on.
Well, I tell you, I've been trying to call my wife for almost 2 hours. I can't get hold of anybody, but I get a hold of you guys. So you're right, hats off to your engineers there. But I just, I know you guys don't have the answer to this, but want to know, where do we go from here as far as how does the government determine when to reopen, the district and other areas?
Well, I would say in Manhattan, you're talking about God knows how long until things get back to normal.
Absolutely. You have no idea. I mean, you're talking about the center of the financial district of the world that is gone, that is destroyed.
And the sad thing about this is that I think even if you reach a point today when you think it's over,
right?
And I know that Buzz has just told us there are 4 more planes in the air, you don't know if it's over.
You don't know.
You can't fight against an unknown opponent. You can't fight against someone you don't know.
Right.
So at what point is tomorrow? Do you say to you guys, hey, government workers, all you GSers, go back?
I don't think certainly this week, the rest of this week, and perhaps the rest of this month, you're going to see things back to normal.
I want to go to Chris from Connecticut, who says he can now see the smoke from the World Trade Center all the way in Connecticut. Chris, where are you from in Connecticut, Chris?
I'm from Stamford.
And you can see it there?
I can see the smoke on 95 heading south. If you come through Stamford and some parts of Greenwich, you could see the smoke out in the distance.
Christ's sake.
And, thank the good Lord, I might have been down there today if it wasn't for my wife needing to go to the doctor.
Say a prayer for the people that were, okay, Chris?
Excuse me, gentlemen. The D.C. police say that a plane, presumably their hijacked plane, is now headed at a high rate of speed up the Potomac River. They say the plane is moving at a high rate of speed up the Potomac River across Washington, D.C. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything.
All right, so if it's going up the Potomac, it's going towards...
It's going towards National Airport.
Right. Okay, let's go to Don, who's on the air. Our phone number again, the only number you can get us today is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and on WJFK. Don, hello.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
Hey, we're doing all right, my friend.
Some of the eyewitnesses in D.C. said that it was an American airline that crashed in the Pentagon. I kind of found that ironic that they used American that crashed in the Pentagon, and the two that were the World Trade Center were also American. How that's kind of ironic that they used American Airlines.
It should be mentioned that there are reports of two United Airlines planes that were hijacked.
Yeah, I think we know of 2 American Airlines crashes. We know of 1 United crash, and United fears that another crash is pending. What isn't clear at this point, except for that the first jet was an American Airlines jet crashing into the World Trade Center, we don't know yet for sure whose jets crashed where.
And to that point, aren't we giving these guys too much credit to think, whoever it is, to think, okay, they picked 911 as the day, and they're going to fly American Airlines planes.
No, I think that the planes that were hijacked were the planes they could hijack.
Yeah, right. And that was my point. That's why I don't think 911 was a significant day.
I don't either.
And I don't think that it was an American Airlines plane into an American building. You're absolutely right. It's the planes that were flying this morning.
And they're going to have to look at the security considerations around that. Right. That will be part of the investigation. When all
tend to look for coincidences. I think as a kind of comfort, Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy. Kennedy's, none of that stuff applies here yet.
Charlie, New Jersey, hi, you're with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hey, how you doing, Don and Mike?
All right.
My question for you, I guess when all the dust settles and, everything clears, do you think that warrants us to attack any well-known terrorist areas or in the Middle East?
I think if we get definitive proof who did it, I think I speak for everybody now. God damn, we come down on them hard.
We've done it before. We've searched these guys before, and everybody's filled with anger.
Yeah, but we've got to have definitive proof.
You have to. You can't go out.
Who did this?
We're talking about loss of innocent life, and you don't, create loss of innocent life for loss of innocent life. I think what you do is, what's been done before. You're going to have to change the way we protect this country.
Charlie,
we're very relaxed. Yeah.
Thank you for the call. Charlie, we're going to go to Holly now, who's on Army-Navy Drive in Virginia. Holly, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey guys, I've been listening to you since I was probably 10 years old, Hell of a time to call you, though. Yeah, I was here, slightly after it happened at the Pentagon. It's freaking incredible. Traffic is backed way up. The smoke is still really visible where I'm at now, and it just covered Arlington.
You can still see the smoke from the Pentagon?
Oh, sure. No, no problem.
Here you go. I got a live shot on CNN. Yeah, it doesn't look as bad as it did before, but there was smoke still pouring out of the middle of the Pentagon.
So part of it collapsed, not the entire structure. Right.
I was here before they closed down all the traffic, so, you could get up close, but now they've pretty much closed everything down. It's just stagnation on the roads. Can't do anything.
All right, thank you.
Crazy.
Holly, thank you. Thanks for the call, honey. Let's go to Andrew in New York. You're with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, we're doing okay.
My name's Andrew Wilkins. I'm calling you from Brooklyn, New York.
Yes, Andrew.
Hi. I saw both buildings go down because we were on the roof over here in Brooklyn, right across from the bridge.
Right.
My question, and somebody has to come straight with this. 8 planes were hijacked today, right?
Right. At least.
One plane gets hijacked in the country. We all know about it. How can 8 planes get hijacked? There's no warning or anything. Okay, nobody knows anything. There's no radio reports, nothing. Now we're getting all these reports afterwards saying, hey, United's missing 1 plane and American's missing 2 after the fact.
Well,
Where was the early warning?
Let me tell you, that's what the investigations are for, and there are so many unanswered questions.
I agree with you, Andrew. I had the same question myself.
You're going to have to wait to see what happened, what broke down, and why weren't these hijackings reported? If indeed, did we have a report of the FBI knowing about this?
The FBI was investigating a hijacking prior to the very first crash this morning. They were already on the case. Why they weren't able to stop it, or if anybody could have stopped it at that point, remains to be seen.
Now, one more thing. We were on the roof when the first plane hit. Now, we're standing there, and we saw the second plane, and we're like, hold on a second. Have you heard anything yet? And we're like, no. Well, look at that plane. It's getting kind of close. And it hit, and come on now. You're telling me you got 3 major airports in the New York City area. You got the one in Jersey, you got LaGuardia, and you got Kennedy. Nobody was tracking these planes?
No, and listen, we got to run. Thank you for the call. I had the same thought as I was watching the Channel 4 helicopter today. they were showing the first Trade Center burned out and speculating as to, well, maybe it was an errant plane. We don't know if it's terrorist. And you can see from the right-hand part of the screen the second plane directly coming at the second World Trade Center.
And it's become apparent that not only the planes but the bombs at the base of the towers did the damage. And you're talking about a full-scale attack on the World Trade Center towers with the planes and with the explosives at the base. The questions that everybody has, the anger that everybody has, you're going to have to wait and find out where the lapses were, where the breakdowns were. Because right now, with the situation being what it is, we don't have those answers, and I'm sure the authorities that are investigating this don't have those answers either.
New York police now say this is a war zone. Manhattan is like a war zone. D.C. has been closed down. The government employees have been let go. You're listening to Don and Mike, WNEW and WJFK. You can call us at 212-757-1027. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Anthony, right? How do you think this will affect our foreign policy towards the Middle East?
This affects every aspect of the United States government. It affects every aspect of police and security and the FBI.
Yeah.
This country has changed forever. And what you have to realize is that things will never be the same. Buzz, I don't see how they possibly could be.
They can't be the same at this point. We can never, and it will be months, maybe years before we get over this. Try to picture this, if you will. I was strolling last night, a very mild evening on South Broadway. It's hard to imagine that right now, as we speak, people are feeling their ways because they can't see, because the ash and the smoke and the dust is so dense, they can't see. They're feeling their way across Lower Broadway today as they try to get out of the area.
You cannot imagine this. And if you're watching CNN, to an extent when you watch TV, here's the thing. We've been desensitized to this type of stuff because we've seen it in the movies.
Right.
And when you're watching TV, to an extent, and I felt this today, when I watched the World Trade Center, the planes going to the Trade Center, on TV, I felt, that's awful.
Right.
It wasn't until I left my apartment building, I got out on the street, and my doorman said, "Hey, look, right over there."
Right.
And then this was hours ago before it really hit the fan.
Right.
Out on the streets of New York right now, to say you're watching it on TV and you're realizing what's happening, you don't.
It's having my brother-in-law who works, does not work regularly in the World Trade Center, but comes down to New York, and not knowing and, wanting to call my sister to find out. Everybody that's got this situation going right now, that's the tough part, and those are the people I'm concerned about.
And let me say to you and to Buzz and to Rob, to all of you guys, we're not breaking for commercials. If you want to leave and take a break,
take a bathroom break right
go
now.
ahead. Take a break. I'll stay here. You go ahead and do this.
Vice versa. So you can. I know your bladder's getting full.
I got Ken on top of my situation. I'm fine with the calls. Buzz.
Very good. We want to help out the authorities here by saying that first of all NYPD personnel are being called to work, and that includes the operators and the 911 workers. And right now, if you can believe this, retired NYPD officers from the New York Police Department are being asked to report to Midland Avenue and Capabana Boulevard in Staten Island and report to Ed Royce there. Retired NYPD officers meet Ed Royce on Midland Avenue on Staten Island.
All right, thank you, Buzz. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. You can reach us at 212-757-1027. We do have CNN going here. We do have 1010 Wins piped into our studio. As soon as President Bush comes on TV, as soon as United Airlines, American Airlines makes a statement, we will give it to you live, and we are taking your phone calls. Joe, you're on the Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Hey, yes, how you doing? I'm driving down the LIE.
Yes, Joe.
And sitting out here in Huntington, you can see the smoke all the way out here.
On the LIE. Now, if you're coming in, coming in or going out of town today, in New York, you're screwed. George Washington closed.
The Triborough
Brooklyn Bridge closed.
A couple of bridges most are closed still, and earlier they all were. But right now I understand that the Queensbound side of the Triborough Bridge is open. Traffic is being diverted in many locations and is jammed up on the LIE and elsewhere here in New York.
All right,
thank you. They are closing the LIE and the northern states to emergency vehicles only.
Right. Gotcha. All right, thank you. Let's go to Steve. Steve, you got stuff about kids at school? Steve.
Yeah, they're going to be closing down in Nassau and Suffolk County school districts are going to be closing down.
All right, now see, this is where I think, as a parent, this is where it gets me feeling nutty that if you're a parent and you're in the city and you can't get out and you have to walk over the Brooklyn Bridge and they're letting your kid out of school, that's where you got to be going crazy thinking, is my kid going to get home by himself, by herself? Yeah. How do you handle that situation?
I am sure that at these schools what you're going to do is have a situation where the kids that aren't picked up, where, if you have, the transportation, that's going to get the kids to their homes, but if it's parents picking up children, I'm sure that these schools will have certain contingencies to have the kids watched until, they can get in touch with their parents.
Now, I understand that we can go to calls via Slow Joe.
This is an experiment. It should work. All signs point that they should be able to push
all signs point to yes. Let's go to let's see if we take a call from D.C. on our regular line. Hello, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, yeah, I'm out on 295, right at Bowling Air Force Base.
That was a bad sell.
Right.
But I do think now we have a second set of phone lines up. But, Joe, punch another one up, and let's see if we can take another one on 877-365-3636. Hello, Don and Mike show.
Don and Mike, this is terrible. This is a terrible tragedy.
Yeah, it is.
I was up on Mount St. Alban, as you know, that's the highest point in D.C. And scary looking out over the city.
Thank you. You know what?
From the Pentagon.
The reception on that cell is awful. I think we're gonna have to stick with our main number here in New York.
Absolutely.
At 212-757-1027. Randy, line 11. Is this Randy? No, I'm sorry, I don't know who this is. Oh, here he is. Randy. Hi, Randy. You're on the air. Don and Mike show. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing all right.
I was working at the Monmouth Mall in Eatontown, New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
We went up on the roof because we're doing a building over there.
Yeah.
You could see the smoke from there, and I mean that's 30, 40 miles away from New York City.
Right.
And you got like 100 people working in this building because they're doing a renovation, and a lot of people just left. They went home. They're worried about their families and friends that work there. I have a friend that works on Wall Street. I've been trying to call him for hours. I can't get in touch with him.
Yeah, I think, and I was just talking about that with the kids in school. I think that now is going to hit people. The people who are not directly affected by this tragedy, you immediately think, oh, my God, if it's happened in New York, if it's happened in D.C., maybe it could happen where I live. I got to get to be with my family. I got to call and make sure my family's okay.
And whether you have somebody, involved in this tragedy at the World Trade Center, it affects all of us like nothing. Because when, the first attack took place and did not do the significant damage that this attack has done, now that it has been what I hate to say the word successful, but a successful terrorist attack, you're going to get everyone affected by this, and I know that it doesn't matter whether you have anybody involved in it at all.
Just to bring people up to speed a little bit, 10,000 emergency workers have been called to the scene of the collapse of the World Trade Center towers here in New York. As you may have heard earlier, part of the Pentagon collapsed today as a plane hit that. The government now says that United Airlines plane that went down near Pittsburgh took 54 lives. President Bush, of course, has called this a terrorist attack, has called for the prayers of all Americans for the victims of it and full investigation. All federal buildings and the United Nations have been evacuated across the country today, and the FAA has grounded all U.S. flights. Any incoming transatlantic flights are being diverted still to Canada.
Buzz, we're going to go live now to a briefing at Logan Airport in Boston. Of course, that's where one of the planes that was hijacked originated from.
What is the code Fort Knox? We report the Louis screaming Fort Knox around the time that the plane went into the boat.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either with you.
There seems to be some kind of problem with that connection there.
No, I think it's just the people in the crowd who
trying to get the microphones on the reporters that are asking the questions.
You can hear the guy from Logan Airport fine.
Either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport. Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting analysis of our intelligence that we have, we'd make a determination later on this afternoon.
Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles is one of the hijacked planes that was run into the World Trade Center. Another flight from Dulles Airport in D.C. to Los Angeles has been hijacked. Is that one, Buzz, there's so many. Has that one crashed? Is that the one that crashed in Pennsylvania?
It's difficult to keep track of all of those. The one you just mentioned, and that was on its way from Boston to L.A., had 81 passengers and 11 crew on board. Flight 77 from Dulles had 58 passengers and 6 crew aboard. Both were on their way to Los Angeles. United Flight 93, headed from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, crashed near Somerset, Pennsylvania today. No known survivors is what we're hearing so far, and United says it is momentarily deeply concerned about the status of Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles.
All right, now listen, I mean this seriously, and I know the movie was just out and everything. Do you think that this day goes down in history as being remembered like a Pearl Harbor type day?
Absolutely. You could not possibly imagine the extent of this tragedy. This is our generation's Pearl Harbor today, and it's the problem is you don't have that country to look at in its entirety and say, this is the enemy, this is who we fight. That's what terrorism is all about. That's the problem with it. That's the reason why these individuals can get into the country and do something like this. That's absolutely done. I think this is our generation's Pearl Harbor. I think once we're reporting on this and we're talking about this as it happens right now, but when this all plays out and you see the results of this, I think this will make Pearl Harbor pale in comparison.
Absolutely.
All right, Don and Mike Show, 102.7 WNEW, New York.
Buzz, what do you have about the Centers for Disease Control?
106.7 WJFK, Washington.
I just want to add a couple other things. Israel has evacuated all of its missions around the world. President Bush is flying back from, I don't know how, but is returning from Florida, canceling his schedule there to focus on this. In Chicago, as you suggested earlier, Don, the Sears Tower has been evacuated. And as Mike just asked about, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta has been evacuated. It had been preparing bioterrorism teams in case that was to become a problem.
And furthermore, I would say throughout America, I would evacuate, I don't want to panic here, but I'd evacuate the St. Louis Arch. Yep. I would evacuate, all of your major American tourist type sites. I would go as far as saying, listen, shut down Disneyland today.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Might as well.
Let's go back to the phones. We got tons of people here. Don and Mike Show, WNEW, WJFK. Pearl Harbor yielded 2,338 fatalities.
That answers your question.
Yeah, and we already know that just from the people in the World Trade Center, you got to think of 40,000 people working there. Pearl Harbor had 2,338 fatalities. That was it?
That's it.
For the first day when the Japanese bombed us?
There were 1,177 dead crewmen that are listed on the memorial, but all those mortally wounded total 2,300.
2,300 on December 7th.
There's a question in my mind right now, and that question is when the planes hit the buildings, the World Trade Center towers, did they... I hope that they were able to get some people out of that building and do it quickly. And that's the main question that's in my mind right now, and I'd like to have that question answered.
Well, you would think on the lower floors, you would think.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that most, if not all, of the people in the lower floors of the first tower that was struck were evacuated. What has happened in the second tower, I don't know. At this point, as you know, both towers collapsed, and right now, as a public service, we'd like to ask all plastic surgeons and burn specialists in the New York City area to report to St. Vincent's Hospital on 11th Street because they need...
repeat that again.
Are you going to call your own personal plastic surgeon?
I'm going to let him go today so we can focus on this. Again, burn specialists and doctors specializing in plastic surgery being asked to report to St. Vincent's on 11th Street. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there.
Rebecca, hi, you're on WNEW, WJFK with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, you guys are doing a great job. The reason I called was I just heard it on another radio station. All the blood banks in New York are asking people to donate blood because they're lacking tremendous amount of blood.
Yeah, I think Buzz had that also. Buzz had mentioned something to that effect also. But obviously, if you're in the city, stay in the city to do it. And if you're in the suburbs, right, they go somewhere in the suburbs.
The Red Cross will get it into town and get it where it's needed, wherever you are today in the U.S. and within the
look for where they need you and donate blood.
Blood is always needed all across the country. Today would be an especially good day to give, no matter where you live.
Johnny, hi, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello. Johnny.
Let's get the water supplies. They should have the water supplies protected. The reservoirs right now, right? Has anyone looked into that?
I don't know. I don't know what's more ridiculous, the fact that you're asking about the reservoirs or that I'm seeing now on CNN, under their headline that says America Under Attack, they're interviewing Tom Clancy.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine?
Unbelievable.
Can you imagine a more ridiculous situation? It is only the biggest disaster in 50 years in America.
I mean, this is when you don't want speculation. This is when you want to get as much information as you can. Report. As I always say to these guys in these circumstances, report. Get some facts out.
You don't want a guy who writes books. Rob, get me Elmore Leonard on the phone.
Right.
Elmore Leonard immediately. I love his book, Get Shorty.
Garrison Keillor on line 3.
Let's get him. Buzz, you got anything, or should I go to a call?
Just the latest report from Washington, D.C., that military jets are combing across the Capitol area, apparently in an attempt to screen out that D.C. plane, which, as hard as it is to believe, is apparently still headed toward D.C. What the status of that plane is, I don't know, but I do know that military planes are constantly fanning back and forth across the Capitol area.
All right, let's go to John in D.C., who was working, they're constantly renovating the Kennedy Center. They're giving it a facelift. John was working on the Kennedy Center today, right down by the Rock Creek Parkway. Johnny, you're on the air. Hi. Nope, just lost him. Just lost him. He had something to say, too. Let's go to, I don't know who this is. Hi, Donna Mike. Hello.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Lori, actually. I'm calling from Manhattan.
Yes, hi, Lori. You're on NEW.
Hi, yes. I'd like to know if you can tell me if the 59th Street Bridge is open for walkovers. I know you've mentioned that the Brooklyn Bridge is.
Joe. Oh, hold on. Joe?
All right.
Yeah, Dad, I got Bart on the line.
Oh, you got my kid on the line?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, hey, hold on a second. Buzz, will you find out about the 59th Street Bridge? I promise we'll find out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello, son.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, hold on. Did you get my email?
Yeah, but where's Mom?
Do you want to talk to me off the air?
No, it's
Mom's fine. Listen, I tell you what. Why don't you go on hold for a second, okay?
No, it's fine.
All right, but yeah, you got my email? Yeah, Mom's fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine. Mom's on her way back home.
In a while, I might call you to get permission to drive home. Today, you have permission to drive home.
Yeah, listen, hey, Barty, just hold on a second. Joe, give Bart the hotline here. And, Barty, I want you to call me right back, because I'll go in the other room and take the call, okay?
Okay.
All right, just have, go on hold for a second. Okay. Yeah, listen, that's real life. That's my kid.
Absolutely.
He's at school.
You know, the people here in New York that are in the city are being asked to donate blood. We are trying to get updates on the ways out of the city. A lot of people, as Buzz mentioned before, were actually walking across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Did you find out about the 59th Street Bridge?
We're checking on it now.
All right, let's go to David in New York on NEW and JFK. David, hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi, we're okay, thanks.
Oh, gosh, guys, this is such a tragedy. I was
sure
thinking, I'm 27 years old, and never in my life. This is the most tragic, most awful thing that I couldn't even imagine. It's frightening. I'm right here in Brooklyn. Just wanted to address what you were talking about earlier about desensitivity in television. I mean, you're absolutely right. I heard it first on the radio this morning with the sport guys and turned on the television and watched about an hour, but then I went outside to go walk around. And I implore people to put on their earphones and listen to radio and just turn off the television and go out and talk to people. People are very emotional out there, especially people who haven't seen anything, people who are in stores or they're really crying, and I really want to talk to people and really want to know what's going on, and I'm going to hang up right now and just go give blood myself.
All right, that's great. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Bear with me. Paul. Hi. Paul, New York, you're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello. Hey, Paul. Or
Hello?
Joe. I'm sorry, it's Joe.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hi, Joe. We're doing great.
Yeah, I had an uncle. I hope I still have an uncle. He was supposed to be working in a different section of Manhattan, and they sent him. They had an office in the World Trade, and they sent him there at 8 o'clock this morning.
Aye.
And one of the worst things, my wife used to work in the World Trade Center. She said there was a daycare center in the second building.
You know what? That makes me think of Oklahoma City. I don't even want to hear that now.
It's going to be, you're going to get stories like this coming out.
That I don't want to hear.
But a strange thing, my dad works for the government still, and he says that there's been reports to them that the reason why the Pennsylvania plane went down is because they think that the terrorists couldn't get control of the plane and that people were fighting back in the plane.
Yeah, and
I would not be surprised.
Because if you're going to die, screw that. These freaks are going to go, if you're going to die, you're not going to let them take out that more people,
that situation, that scenario, although I know all we're doing is speculating here, which is something that we really don't like the networks to do, but I wouldn't doubt that that's the situation. If
you wonder why the planes went down, they probably had targets that were intended.
Let's go to Chris in D.C. on WJFK. Hi, you're with Don and Mike. Hello, Chris.
I'm not in D.C. I'm in New York, actually.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Chris.
I'm on 84. I go to school in Sussex County, New Jersey, and they sent all us home, too.
Okay.
All the way out there. And the thing about Tom Clancy, the thing about that is he wrote a book about terrorist planes going into the Capitol and the Pentagon.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like you have the worst disaster in 50 years, and the best you can do is to call Dr.
Yeah,
Seuss.
totally
The only thing I would say...
Another thing I heard about that other plane in Washington?
Yeah.
I heard on another radio station where they had ABC on that there are F-16s out to seek and destroy that plane.
Right. Yep, Buzz had that also.
The only thing I was going to tell about Tom Clancy is because of the basic, he does have, I don't like speculation, and that's probably all it was. And because he has a working knowledge of the way that modern terrorism is being fought, because he has researched it, that's probably why they were talking to it. Do I think it's a good idea? No. I think right now they ought to be getting facts out and trying to report the facts and get information to people, especially here in New York City, as far as where people can go to help out, to donate blood, and to do what they can.
I'll go to Paul now in New York. Paul, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You said something about you didn't know if you could go over the 59th Street Bridge.
Yeah, we didn't. We don't know.
Yeah. Somebody on the street asked somebody if they could, and somebody else answered them, and they said that they could.
Now, can you drive over it or just walk over it?
Just walk over it. There really is no cars going in or out. And I just wanted to say that the terrorists tell us exactly where they want us. Seriously, they want us to attack back. So we should give them, if President Bush is listening to this, we should give them a taste of their own medicine.
Well, I think we've discussed this. I think most Americans feel the same way. If we can find out definitively who's behind this, but and you can bet we will retaliate.
And I will tell you, we've had that before.
Don't do it with nuclear warheads, though.
Where we've tried to find people. The more important factor is, I think, at this stage of the game, what's going to come out of this is how, in the name of God, do we protect ourselves in this country? How do we secure our borders? And you joke about the wall.
Build a wall.
I'll tell you right now, it's just amazing how we live in such an open society, and that's why I think something like this can happen. And what's going to come out of this is we're going to have to develop a new game plan as far as how to protect our citizens.
Bill in New Jersey, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hi, Don?
Yeah, hi.
How you doing today?
We're doing great, thanks.
Great. I was actually in Newark when it happened. I go to law school down there. I saw pretty much the entire thing. It's sick to my stomach. What I can tell you is this. I have an uncle that works in the Port Authority for New York and New Jersey. He works at Newark Airport.
Yeah.
And at the point that the second plane crash happened, all of the bottom levels of the second trade tower were evacuated within about 10 to 15 minutes, he said, which means that the loss of life in there hopefully has been, reduced.
Good. Well, that is maybe some good news.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear
he
that.
said that at this point, 3 or 4 days before the airport's open again.
All right. Yeah, all right. At the very least. Our phone number where you can reach us is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show today, WNEW 102.7 New York City and 106.7 WJFK FM Washington, D.C. Buzz, we are going to do a break here. Do you have anything before the break?
Nothing new to report. We'll keep gathering information.
All right, then we are going to take a brief break, and we will be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show. Howard Stern Morning mornings, Don and Mike middays, Opie and Anthony afternoons, the sports junkies at night, and the Washington Redskins. Washington Superstation 106.7 WJFK.
Where are you? Are you tired of all the hidden charges that can add up so fast? Do you wish you had a way to control or eliminate the fees you have to pay, especially for basic things like banking? We are Wachovia, and we are here to tell you about a checking account that can actually free you from fees. Wachovia Access Now Checking. It requires no minimum balance and includes a free Wachovia check card, free Wachovia ATM use, automated telephone, and online banking at no extra charge. And speaking of free, for a limited time, when you open Access Now Checking, you'll get your first box of Wachovia exclusive style checks free. Wachovia Access Now Checking. Freedom from fees. Visit a branch near you or call 1-800-WACHOVIA for more information. Wachovia. Let's get started. Wachovia Bank is a member FDIC. Account subject to approval. Wachovia charges a fee for the use of non-Wachovia ATMs.
Running a trencher is a tough job. You have to know the machine, where each line needs to be installed, and how deep it needs to be placed. And that's the easy part. The hard part is knowing where utility lines already are and how to work around them. Thankfully, you can leave that to Miss Utility. Miss Utility notifies all member utilities involved in your project to come mark their lines. Just follow their guidelines, and you won't have to worry about breaking the law, being fined, disrupting service to neighborhoods or even entire communities, or risking injury to yourself and those around you. So dig with care, Virginia. That means call before you dig at 1-800-257-7777. Allow required time for marking, respect the marks, and excavate carefully. Check us out on the web at missutilityofvirginia.com. And please, always dig with care. It's the law. This message is brought to you by the Virginia State Corporation Commission.
International Motor Saab in Falls Church, Virginia is renovating its showroom, and everything is coming down. Walls are coming down, ceilings are coming down, and the prices and interest rates are coming down. Interest rates are coming down as low as 0% APR on remaining 2001 9.3s and the acclaimed 9.5 sedans and wagons, which have received the Consumer Digest Best Buy and the Euro NCAP 5-star safety rating. Leases are coming down as low as $299 per month on a brand new 2001 Saab 9.3 Turbo for 36 months. The only thing left to come down is you. To International Motor Saab in Falls Church, Virginia. Just call 703-534-7222. That's 703-534-SAAB. 0% APR cannot be combined with other Saab offers and excludes 9.3 Biggin. Lease based on MSRP of $29,170. 12,000 miles per year for 36 months. Cap cost reduction of $19.99 and bank fee of $5.95 due at lease inception. Rate included. Tax additional. Offer ends 9/30/2001.
In the time it takes to watch half a dumb sitcom, you could be doing something valuable, reducing your car insurance rate. Call 1-800-947-AUTO.
Welcome. What is it you seek?
Oh, wise and powerful sage.
Yeah?
I seek the answer to... Hey, wait a minute. You're a greyhound dog.
You were expecting what, a llama?
Well,
He's on leave. Besides, the answer you seek is a Greyhound Super Friendly fare. With it, you will achieve freedom to travel to thousands of places for as low as $49 when you plan ahead.
You, see all this?
I see all things in black and white.
Super Friendly fares from $49. Call, walk in, or log on for details. Conditions apply.
If you think you've seen some wild rock and roll stories on VH1, you ain't seen nothing yet. Introducing Strange Frequency. Every week, different stories, different stars, different victims. Hosted by Roger Daltrey. Who are you? VH1 Strange Frequency. Rock and roll's Twilight Zone. Every Saturday night at 10, 9 Central.
I think he's dead now.
Only on VH1. Another My VH1 Primetime weekend premiere.
Infinity Broadcasting WJFK FM Manassas, Washington, D.C. Partnered with TMR, a Sun Microsystems i4 systems provider of storage solutions.
At Geico Direct, our mission is clear. Like a butcher sharpening up his meat cleaver, our job is to cut the fat. Not pork loins or fried ribs, mind you, but car insurance bills. You could save 15% or more with some of the leanest rates possible. And we throw in a few extras, too, like complete 24-hour service. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. 1-800-947-AUTO. It's the filet mignon of car insurance at a hamburger price. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
Let's get set. 1 minute your schedule is packed.
Next, it's looser than cream corn. What's a time-crunched globetrotter to do? Well, simmer down now. Just hightail it to Priceline.com, name your own price, for airfare to the destination of your dreams, and usually get your answer in 15 minutes or less. Priceline.com. Relieve stress on contact.
Save up to 40% or more on airline tickets. Priceline.com.
Hi, it's Jamie Lee Curtis for VoiceStream. It seems your wireless company thinks you're nocturnal. Why else would they restrict your calls during the day and give you way too many minutes to use at night? Seriously, you're not a bat. You don't sleep upside down during the day. So why do most wireless calling plans give you a ton of minutes you can use at night, but not enough time to talk during the day?
With VoiceStream's Get More plan, you get the most minutes that are truly useful. They're called Whenever Minutes, and they're good 24/7.
Hey, that'll let me talk whenever I want, which is pretty often. I like the sound of that.
For a limited time, we'll give you 600 nationwide Whenever Minutes, plus 2,000 weekend minutes for $39.99.
I think it might be time to reconsider your calling plan. You need to get yourself some Whenever Minutes, so you can talk about whatever you want, whenever you want.
Need more information? Go to VoiceStream.com or call 1-888-STREAMS. Some restrictions and limitations apply. See printed materials in VoiceStream stores for complete details.
Infinity Broadcasting, WJFK FM, Manassas, Washington, D.C. 106.7 WJFK.
John Geronimo and Michael Mara, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
We're back. That was kind of a CF.
Well, you know, we're doing the very best we can. We took a short break for everybody to get their act together, and bathroom breaks, phone calls, as best as anybody can make a phone call on this day of tragedy.
I think for a brief moment there, you might have been hearing commercials from Washington and New York, both on the air at the same time.
We apologize for that, and we also apologize for taking a break in the first place, but we did have to do that. And, you know, we really are reacting to these developing stories. And right now, do you have anything that's the latest, Buzz?
No, I'm waiting to hear the latest on that D.C. plane. I can tell you right now, here in New York City, doctors and nurses are being asked to report to the hospitals in Jersey City, New Jersey. Many of the victims being taken across the river to Jersey City. So all doctors and nurses who work in Jersey City are being asked to report right now.
I do know that Mayor Giuliani will be addressing New York in a moment. We will carry live coverage of that.
You may have already missed it. I just heard some taped comments from the mayor in which he said he does not know of any casualty figures yet, but that he expects it to be a horrendous number of casualties.
Craig came in and said he thought he was going to make a giant
he may be speaking again. The tape I may have heard, the tape that I did hear may have been to an individual radio station.
Gotcha. The Don and Mike Show, we're in New York today at WNEW, also simulcast on WJFK. This is the only number to call us on today, 212-757-1027.
What, you just said, what?
We just heard the report of a possible explosion at or near the U.S. Supreme Court. There was a report of a dull thud in the area, and the sense that there has been an explosion there, so I'll be checking on that. Military planes are still combing across the capital area of Washington, D.C., and we still don't know the status of that supposedly hijacked police plane.
All right, and while all of this is going on, for the people in New York, for the most part, if you're in the city,
I know that many people are asking you to donate blood.
Yeah, and you can't get out. I mean, you can take the Brooklyn Bridge, the 59th Street Bridge, but you got to walk.
Right. Buzz had a message for doctors. I remember that before. That plastic surgeons. You had that on the upper left.
Plastic surgeons are needed at St. Vincent's. Many victims have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital on 11th Street, and they desperately, at that location, need plastic surgeons and burn specialists. You just mentioned bridges, and let me tell you that the Tansy Bridge is open. Most New York City bridges into Queens.
Is that the Tappan Zee Bridge?
Yes.
Right.
Most New York City bridges into Queens are now open, except in Nassau County, they're stopping traffic headed headed into Queens from that direction for whatever reason. The 59th Street Bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge all closed except to foot traffic as the exodus out of the city continues.
Back in D.C., all of the federal buildings, or most of them have been evacuated. The Beltway is at a standstill. I imagine lots of parents in D.C. are going through what you heard me go through with a moment ago on the air and then off the air, where my son wants to leave school. They won't let him leave without
parents' permission.
Without parents' permission. And I'm in a weird,
which is a good thing to do.
I'm in a weird position because I'm on the radio right now, and my wife was coming up this morning, taking the train to New York. She got to Newark, and I finally got her on her cell and said,
Glad you were able to do that.
Go back home.
That's great that you were able to do that.
So, yeah, she's on her way back to take care of him. So, I mean, I empathize with the parents who are now trying to get a hold of their kids. Cell phones are down. We've not had a problem with the Internet. For the most part here in Manhattan. Also, telephones are down throughout New York.
Right.
You can call us at 212-757-1027. And let's go to Mark, Buzz, unless you had something.
I just wanted to add that we've just heard a report that in the Middle East, Palestinians are firing their guns into the air and waving flags in celebration of what has happened.
Here I got Glory in New York, who's going to tell you the same thing. Glory.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm actually online with my girlfriend, Xiomara, and she can't figure out what station she's listening to, but they're saying that the Palestinians, I can't even talk, I'm so shaken up, are celebrating in the street, chanting, God is great, and handing out candy. It's 87.7 there in Florida.
Bastards.
Can you believe it?
Yes, sad to say I can believe it.
Doesn't, of course, mean that they're responsible, but they certainly are celebrating.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Vernon in Staten Island. This guy saw the plane. Of course, I think we all saw the plane. But Vernon, what else did you see? Vernon, Staten Island. Hi, you're on the air. NEW.
Yeah, I was at the auto yard working. I saw this plane come by, right?
Yeah.
And I said to myself, I know this plane ain't going to hit that second building. Mm-hmm. And as it was going, the helicopter was next to the plane. And as the plane impacted into the second building, the helicopter kept going.
Well, now, keep in mind, at the time that the second plane hit the World Trade Center, you had Channel 7, Channel 2,
It wasn't a news helicopter.
It wasn't a news helicopter.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
it was like it was escorting to make sure, it hit.
Well, I didn't see that on any of my coverage, Vern, but
that's why
might have been a police helicopter.
That's why I called.
Could have been a police helicopter that was tracking.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Al. Al, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, good morning.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just a little shaken up about the situation, family in New York and everything.
Right.
My main focus, though, is, he's done most of the damage he can do, but my fear is what else he has under his sleeve, because everybody knows you don't bring your big guns out to the fight, and he's done this. My fear is, he admitted it. He's going to go out. He's going to do what he has to do. My fear is what else is, the worst is yet to come,
All right, now, well, first, I want to ask, when you say who, that's a rhetorical who, right? That we don't really know who the who is. And
exactly.
And second, I would say, God damn, I think the fact that the World Trade Center has been virtually taken down to the ground, and that the Pentagon has been attacked, and that all these planes have been hijacked, I think this guy, again, we're just using this guy, he's shooting his load. I mean, this is...
You never know, and then that's what I'm afraid of.
God, I would pray that it couldn't get any worse than this.
And that's the thing about it, my fear is, everything going on, chemical warfare, everything going on nowadays. What else does this guy has up his sleeve? For him to do what he did, to take a piece of American history and just ruin it, that's my phobia,
Right. No, we're with you.
And you share that with a lot of other Americans, especially people here in New York.
Yeah.
Gotcha, Al. Thank you, my friend.
I appreciate it. You have a good day and be safe.
Thank you. We're trying. Let's go to Amy in the Bronx. Amy, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi. I just want to say I live all the way in the Bronx, and I can see clouds of smoke.
Yeah. Well, not surprising. We had a guy calling from Connecticut.
You see smoke all the way around the tri-state area.
Really?
Yeah, it's everywhere, honey.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. It is. It sucks. Buzz, do you have something, or are you
just a couple of transportation notes for people in New York City who are trying to get to their loved ones or are trying to get out of the mess. All subway service and all PATH trains have been suspended. The outbound Long Island Railroad has just limited service at this point, and Metro North rail service is suspended as well.
Let's go to Mark from D.C. It's been a while since we took a call from there. Mark, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Yeah, how's it going?
Okay.
First of all, I'm in a park in the middle of a field about a mile from the White House, a mile and a half from the Supreme Court, no big bangs. I can hear the probably F-16s in the air occasionally, but you can't see anything. but I want to make 2 comments.
Sure.
Regarding what you said earlier. One, I'm very happy the president we have in office. Part of that's due to the fact that, 8 years ago, we had another president in office.
Yeah,
and
you know
past
what?
8 years,
I'm going to stop you because this is not the day for a political agenda.
I was just asking a rhetorical question about if you feel confident.
Don's comment had nothing to do with politics. You know
I don't want to make this the Rush Limbaugh show.
This is not a day for that, my friend. Let me tell you something. It is not a day for a political agenda. We have to pull together today.
What Mike said is true. It doesn't matter if it's Clinton or it's Bush.
It doesn't matter.
You got to get behind whichever dope is the president.
Right. And that's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm not
it's not
necessarily
exactly
a supporter,
what you're saying.
but it makes me happy. We've had 8 years.
Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Right.
You know
very clear.
Call Sean Hannity with that. He just started a new show. He'll appreciate it.
Yeah, talk about lack of perspective.
Hello, Rich. You're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW, JFK.
How you doing? This is Rich from East Meadow.
Yeah,
what I want to say is Channel 5 News, we just went into DEFCON 5.
Well, now, if Channel 5 reported it, can we believe that? Isn't that the Fox station?
Right.
Yes, that is.
And
DEFCON 5.
Could that just be a tie-in because they're Fox 5? Does you want to say we moved to DEFCON 5?
You never know.
And how would Channel 5 know if we moved to DEFCON 5? I mean, right?
I have no idea.
Isn't that like a secret inside the Pentagon?
Unless they have the source of the Pentagon, I don't see how.
It's amazing.
All right, Los Angeles International Airport is also closed. Every airport in America,
all of them,
is closed. Let's go to Alex in Virginia. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
Yeah, this is Alex calling from Arlington.
Yeah, hi, Alex.
How you doing? Listen, I was a defense. I do defense contracting out of the Pentagon. I was actually there at about 9:10. I was actually pulling into the security guard gate, and I actually heard it was unbelievable. And I'm still like shaking up. It was crazy. I mean, this is like I don't know. I don't even want to get into this whole thing. But you guys are right. Everyone should put their American flags out today. I mean, our nation needs to come together.
That makes you feel better. I think you should do that.
I mean, no, I'm serious. I think
I'm serious too. I agree with you. I really do agree with you. I think you deal with a situation like this, and you do what you can to get through it. And if that helps, I'm all for it.
I mean, I was right there, and it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm still shaking up. I just hear you guys on the radio. I'm still stuck in traffic here. I mean, I'm coming up. I live out in McLean, Virginia, and I've never experienced anything like this. And I know other countries, deal with this on a day-to-day basis as far as explosions and things like this. And it's ridiculous that the amount of money that our government has and the amount of money that our military has that, we can allow people internally to do things like this. I mean, this is just unbelievable.
All right. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, no problem.
And that is a good point that guy makes. That recently, I don't know where was it, Palestine, where they had the bombings.
They've had so many
bombings.
The relationship between Israel and
Palestine. And it was at the pizza place that said all the malls. It was a Sparrow. Is that the name of the place? Sparrow, right? Sparrow. You see that, and it doesn't happen here. And you see that, and
you feel detached.
I remember watching it, and my only connection with it was, hey, that's a pizza place that I could go to in the mall. Hey, isn't that like when you go to a foreign country and you see a McDonald's?
Right. The world is a smaller place, and I think we've learned that today.
Yeah, let's go to Martin. Hi, Martin. You're on with Don and Mike on WNEW.
I just read a book on basically, the jihad and the holy wars, and everything comes down to significant numbers. And today is 9/11, 9/11.
Right, we've heard that.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah.
And Flight 11, so I wasn't sure if you guys have heard that yet or not, but I just wanted to bring your attention. That is how the jihad work, and that is basically a holy war, and they picked today for that reason.
All right, thank you. The second United flight that was down.
The segment that went down, right?
Yeah, they just had something on. I just saw it on TV. It was from San Francisco to somewhere.
That was the supposed destination of the
plane.
They were concerned
about another flight. Do we have any information on that?
There's no update on that flight that United was concerned about. Let me see what I can find out. Is the latest. That would be Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, the United Airlines flight.
All right, let's go to Tom in D.C. Tom, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Don and Mike, so.
Hi.
Hey, loyal listener here. I'm in D.C. I work for the World Bank and the IMF.
Right.
And I'm just getting out of town back to my home. What I have to report from D.C. is that the case is pretty similar to New York City. The only thing that runs smoothly is the metro. Besides 3 stations being closed in the national airport area, everything else is running smoothly.
Thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
That's the only way to get out of town. But if you want to stick with me for another second, I just want to quote Mike here and say why we can all get along.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Although I think Mike stole that from Rodney King, but yes, why can't we all get along?
And you're listening to him, and I do hope that when we're dealing with this, that we focus on the individuals that did this. Because in any place, in any country, the vast majority of individuals are not the type of people that would condone or do something like this.
Right.
You're talking about the work of evil, unspeakable evil, and I think you have to remember that. You really do.
But you also have to balance that with the fact that if we're going to see reports that out of the news of a nation of people, even if it's isolated in the city, dancing, eating candy, celebrating the fact that this happened, then that's when you got the moral dilemma, when you're thinking, okay, now everybody in the country certainly doesn't feel this way if they're responsible. But what about the bastards that are on TV eating candy because they've blown up the World Trade Center?
You have to take that into account.
All right, let's go to, who am I going to here? I don't know. It doesn't say. Hello, Don and Mike, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Turn your radio down, please.
Hello?
Hi, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep your radio down, please.
Sure. Well, I'm a dispatcher for a trucking company here next to the Dulles Airport.
Right.
And right now, from what I can see, there's a lot of Army aircrafts flying in and out this area. Fairfax County has been, for the school system, they're letting everybody go out an hour early, but it's like a lot of traffic and a lot of panicking around here as well.
Yeah, it's nuts. I was just during the break on the phone with my kid, just telling him just leave school now, because I got to imagine that eventually. I mean, voluntarily or not, the Beltway is going to be shut down.
Buzz, I see on your screen that United also confirmed the crash of Flight 175. That was from Boston to Los Angeles, and that was one of the planes that they were concerned about?
Absolutely, and let me add to that United doesn't know where the plane went down. They know that there were 56 people on board, but Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles is down. We just don't know where.
Buzz, let's go to Jeff. Oh, did you lose him? We had a guy who was at National Airport who said they just brought a plane in, that the fighters just brought a plane down to the ground. Now, again, that's unsubstantiated. That was a guy who was on the telephone. Don't know if it's true or not.
Well, if it is true, we should be able to get that information as soon as possible.
Yes. Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on WNEW, WJFK. Hello.
Hi.
Your cell phone's breaking up, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, go ahead. You know what? Now I see Kennedy Space Center has been shut down. I said this, and not kiddingly before, I wouldn't be surprised if they closed down Disney World.
Right, tourist locations.
Yeah.
Gathering places.
Disneyland, MGM Grand, all that stuff. Yeah, hi, go ahead. Let's see if we can hear you.
I just heard reports that maybe the water they thought had been contaminated. I wonder if you heard anything about that.
We have not
heard that, honey.
No, that's
okay. It might have been a rumor, I thought, but I thought I'd ask you.
We had a caller who mentioned it. We mentioned that the Centers for Disease Control had been looking into the possibility of some kind of biological warfare, but there have been no reports that any of that has happened. If I can jump in here, Don, with we're talking the blood donations earlier. In Hudson Valley and the Bronx, to find out where you can donate blood, call 914-339-5525. In Long Island and Queens, 516-478-5012. In Manhattan, 212-468-2030. In Brooklyn and on Staten Island, 212-468-2186. In New Jersey, 732-220-7004. And the number for the Red Cross anytime, 877-RED-CROSS. We'll repeat those numbers later if you need them.
All right, let's go to Brian from D.C. Brian, you're on with Don and Mike, NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike, how you doing today?
All right, my friend.
Well, listen, I work in the mall right across the street from Pentagon City, and we've evacuated the mall as well.
Right.
The whole building shook when we felt it. It was a terrible tremor. But all the highways are closed in this area. 395 is closed northbound. It's impossible to get on 395 south or anywhere near Washington Reagan National Airport. So it's a terrible tragedy in the U.S. today. I got to say that.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to, we do agree. I'll go to Sharon. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hold on a second. Let me see.
Southern part of Manhattan.
We got Mayor Giuliani right now.
As many lives as possible. We've been in communication with Governor Pataki, who's
listening to Mayor Giuliani.
Gotten the National Guard ready, and they're going to come in and relieve us a little bit later in the day. And we've spoken to the White House, and the urban search and rescue teams will come here also to assist us. But right now, It's the New York City Police and Fire, EMS, that are down there trying to evacuate as many people as we possibly can, and we've asked everyone to leave Lower Manhattan if they can on their own so that it relieves our efforts. And this will be going on all day. It's a horrible, horrible tragedy.
It is that. Mr. Mayor, can you tell me, are people panicking down there? Or
no, people, I was there right in a building that got hit by the debris when the first tower collapsed. So I had to evacuate with people, and we were trapped in the building for a while. And we finally were able to get out, and we all walked north. And people, everything that I observed, even though it was hundreds, maybe in some cases thousands of people that were walking out the street, they were orderly, they were calm, they handled themselves really probably better than anybody had any right to expect.
And Mr. Mayor, we were told one of the problems, and Lord knows there are hundreds of problems, one of the problems was that a large number of police, fire, EMS personnel have also been injured in this. Can you shed any light on that?
I don't even want to contemplate what the number will be. But when the building collapsed, we had a lot of our police officers and firefighters in the building. And I know many of them because I saw some of them go in because I was there, and I'm praying for them. I just hope they're able to get out.
I think we all
the losses to our police department and fire department
Sir,
are going to be severe.
Do you believe that was there another set of explosions that caused the buildings to collapse, or was it the structural damage caused by the plane?
I don't know. I saw the first collapse and heard the second because I was in a building when the second took place. I think it was structural, but I cannot be sure.
And can you tell us how many hospitals in the city and perhaps outside the city too? All of them.
Right now, at last count, we were utilizing over 50. I think it'll be over 100 and that was as of a half hour ago.
All right, that is New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Let's go to Jeff, who is at National Airport now. Jeff, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello. Jeff. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on a second. Hold on. Which one do you want me to take? The one that says San Antonio's on fire, or the guy at National Airport? Okay, Jeff.
Don and Mike.
Yeah, you're on the air. Hi. Is it Jeff at National Airport?
Yes.
Hi, go ahead.
I'm sitting on Route 1 going south, and it looked like a Learjet. I'm not sure what kind it was, but it was coming from the south into the airport. Had two fighter jets, one in front and one behind of it, that we kind of took it right down to the ground, and then you couldn't see anything else.
We don't have a confirmation yet whether that's the D.C. police plane that had been reported hijacked before.
We don't know. All right, thank you very much. Sharon. Hi, Sharon. I'm sorry, we started to go to you when we went to Mayor Giuliani there.
That's all right. I'm still here. I can't believe this, man. I'm, stressed out. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's awful. There's no doubt.
Really sickness.
Stressed out would be the word that would apply to everybody in this room and everybody in the city of New York and
Washington. I can't believe that the mayor was in one of the buildings, much less, man.
Yeah, I did too, Dick. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Oh, my God, have mercy. What is the world coming to, man?
I don't know, honey.
What is it coming to?
I don't know.
I don't understand it.
Gotcha. Sharon, hold on. Let me check and see if Mayor Giuliani's still speaking. Hold on.
All right.
East and then north, which is essentially the way I walked out. I was right below the World Trade Center when it collapsed, and then we walked up to Greenwich Village. People should walk out of Lower Manhattan, get above Canal Street, for safety reasons, but for a second reason. We need people out of there so we can get thousands of ambulances in and out over the course of the next couple hours. And the fewer people we have there, the more lives we're going to be able to save.
Mr. Mayor, are the subways operating?
The subways are operating outside of Manhattan. Outside of Manhattan, the subways are operating. A couple of delays here and there, but in all other four boroughs, the subways are operating. In Manhattan, there are significant delays. We thought we had the Lexington Avenue open, but it is not. I'm just checking right now. The Lexington Avenue is not open. The A train is working, and people will just have to test and see. The best thing to do right now is to walk. The safest and best thing to do is to walk to your destination. Where schools, have remained open. Now we've worked with the chancellor to try to make certain that the schools will remain open for as long as they have to help parents with the kids that would be coming home, starting at around 1 or 2 o'clock.
All right, that's Mayor Giuliani, and again, his message in essence is to be calm
and get out of Lower Manhattan.
Evacuate Lower Manhattan. Buzz.
He was talking about walking out of Manhattan. There are some buses running, believe it or not, in Manhattan above Houston Street. Buses are operating in each of the 4 remaining boroughs, but are experiencing, of course, traffic backups in many locations. And on the governor's direction, no fares are being collected in an effort to try to help get people out. And for those many people who had people or knew people in the World Trade Center buildings where there were thousands of casualties today, Morgan Stanley, one of the financial firms located there, has set up a hotline for finding out about the status of family and employees. And that Morgan Stanley hotline for people in the World Trade Center, 888-883-4394. That's 888-883-4394.
You're listening to the Don and Mike Show on WNEW New York, WJFK in Washington, D.C. I don't know how many of our network stations have joined us. Obviously, we're not doing our regular show. We're here in New York where the World Trade Center was hit today with 2 terrorist planes. Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, a plane ran into the Pentagon. The mall's on fire. There have been various plane hijackings. Planes have been crashing. We got a guy here now who, unconfirmed, is going to say, what's he going to say, that San Antonio's on fire? Chris, how do you know San Antonio?
Could that be where the plane went down?
Well,
yeah.
I have a stepdaughter who lives down there, and on their local news channel down there, they have a Hemisphere Tower, which is similar to a Space Needle in Seattle. It's not as high.
Right.
And there was a bomb that blew up there, and that's on fire. And also they have a federal financial building that's on fire. And she said all the Air Force bases, Lackland, Randolph, and there's one other base there that I'm not sure of. There's a lot of activity going on down there.
All right, thank you.
We'll see if we can get a confirmation on that.
If that's true, that's where it starts to get hairy. I mean, if it's just New York and D.C., that's awful. But now, don't you think even now that we've been on the air a couple of hours, as bad as it is, we've kind of adjusted to the fact that this is the crisis, that it's New York,
I haven't.
and it's decent. No.
I feel really what that one caller said, and I feel this too, and you had mentioned it before. My question that's right in the front of my mind, is this over right now? Is this over? Obviously, if this is true, what happened in San Antonio.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not over yet.
If it continues to San Antonio, then where in America right now can you be safe?
Exactly.
Is there anywhere to be safe?
You mentioned earlier they should close Disney World. In fact, they have in Orlando, Florida. Disney World is closed. And also, again, addressing something you mentioned, the Immigration and Naturalization Service has put U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada on the highest state of alert.
Gee, do you think? Okay, let's go to... don't got a name here, just a line on hold. Don and Mike Show. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Don and Mike?
Hi.
Buddy of mine, thank God, missed work today. He finally got in contact with one of the guys at his building. He said right before the building collapsed, people were just diving out the windows.
Yes. Yeah, we heard that. That is an awful thought.
Unspeakable.
My older brother from Anchorage told me that things ain't so hot in Washington either for you guys.
Yeah, well, no, we're here today. We're in New York today.
Oh, thank God. Well, not really.
Well,
you know what? I'm so, nervous.
I know, don't worry about
over my words.
Don't worry about
my heart and prayers go out to all these families.
I mean, it's bad in both places. Thank you. I want to go to Tommy, speaking of D.C., who is in the evacuation. Virtually everybody in D.C. is being evacuated now. Is that true, Tommy? Hi.
Yes, all I have to say is that the bridges have an outgoing direction leaving D.C., the Canal Road, the road that follows Potomac across to Maryland, has one direction. The police is trying to send people out back to the suburbs.
Oh, I got you. So what they're doing, Canal Road, which they normally make either inbound or outbound. Right now, they probably turn both those lanes outbound to get everybody the hell out of the city. Gotcha. All right, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Buzz, you got anything?
There have been a number of pieces of good news. As Mayor Giuliani said, people were not only not panicking, they've been helping each other in unbelievable ways. And I'm very pleased to report that the kids were evacuated from that daycare center at the World Trade Center. So they got out safely.
All right, now there's a bit of good news. There you go. Let's go to Sharon. Hi, Sharon, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, sweetie. How you doing? I can't believe that this is going on. The mayor was in the building.
Is this the same woman that called us before?
Sharon, I thought I hung up on you, honey. She said the exact same thing.
Yes, she did. That was the same woman.
A lot of people in shock. Same thing she just said. I guess I just put her on hold.
Right.
Chris, hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on with Don and Mike, NEW and JFK.
Hey, I just wanted to say that everyone in New York knows somebody who worked in one of those two towers.
Sure.
And, it's just, it's unbelievable to watch them fall like that.
And what freaks me out is, and I think I said this earlier to Mike and to Buzz and all of you guys listening, is not today or tomorrow, but whenever they come up with the final figures of how many people in the World Trade Center alone,
you heard Rudy
were killed.
You heard Rudy Giuliani said before. It's it's unbelievable what the numbers are. I don't. You know what? I don't look forward to hearing those.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I don't either.
I know we're here doing our jobs and we're trying to provide people with information, and it's nice to hear the good news. But the sick feeling I get in my stomach is knowing that as this continues and as more information comes in, this isn't going to get better. This is going to get a hell of a lot worse. We're at the very beginning of this.
No, I think you're right. Thank you. Let's go to Bob in Sacramento, California. Bob, hello. You're on with Don and Mike.
How you doing? I'm out here in Sacramento, and just glad I'm not on the East Coast. You guys are taking the brunt for us.
Well, now listen, I mean, and you're lucky.
Don't get happy.
Yeah.
True.
But you never know.
We got a heads up on it anyway. Hey, don't you think the crew could be involved in that? They'd have to be somehow, don't you think?
Not necessarily, not in a hijack situation, but anything's possible at this point.
You never know, and that's what there are going to be investigations on top of investigations to find out what the deal is. This, because there are people that are breathing right now that probably had something to do with it.
I would give, I think for the most part, the crews and the people on the planes the benefit of the doubt with the thought that we had before someone called and said the reason the plane probably crashed outside in the suburban area of Pennsylvania rather than in a city was because the passengers and the crew
or the pilots
or the pilots revolted against the guy and said, you know what, you can kill us, but you can't make us kill a bunch of innocent people.
But to override those controls, you got to know a lot of technical things about the plane.
To override the controls, all you got to do is get behind the guy and put a gun in his head.
That's how you override the controls.
And say, take this plane where I tell you.
So you never know. You never know what happened, and that's speculation. That's something where you probably won't know the answer.
4 planes, 2 airlines. It's hard to say.
Let's go to Dave in New York. Dave, hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
Hi, how's it going?
Okay.
I had my wife works for Suffolk County District. Am I breaking up?
No, you're doing all right.
Okay, she works for Suffolk County District School, and they're calling the kids whose parents worked on Manhattan. They're calling down and talking with them and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's pretty awful thing.
It sure is.
Yeah, I mean it's bad, and again, I can relate to this. My kid called from high school in Maryland, called to make sure, Dad, are you okay?
Yeah.
Is Mom okay? Mom was coming up to New York today. I can only imagine if you're a kid and your mom or dad worked at the World Trade Center or anywhere near. Bart doesn't have any idea where NEW is in relation to that.
Right.
But imagine, and I think what this guy's saying is true, that the people from the school, and that's another awful thing to do, to call the kids in and say, listen, we don't know if your mom and dad are okay, but...
And that's going to happen at schools all over the New York area.
Yeah, and it's an impact for America, but I mean, the kids themselves, they're young, they don't really know about the world. Yeah.
And between the 2 towers, on a normal day, now many people have been evacuated, and it's important that we say that, but on a normal day, anywhere from 40 to 70,000 people work in those 2 buildings.
All right, thank you for the call. Let's go to Ben from Brooklyn on Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Yeah, hi. I'm calling. I think it's a terrible tragedy. I'm saying now America could feel what it's like for other countries that have to deal with this every single day.
You're right about that.
Yeah, and I think that they'll realize that restraint and stuff like that is just nonsense when you're dealing with terrorists. Because they're just getting concessions all the time, and they feel good about it. They keep on doing it.
Well, don't you think, though, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you just said, and I think we should have retribution and go after the individuals who did this, but you got to find out who they are first.
I know. You say to yourself, how much of this is a result of the escalating tensions. When you look over in the Middle East and you see that there has been such an escalation of the violence and the bombings and the retribution and the revenge, and this happens now when we're in the middle of that. And you have to ask yourself the question, though.
Yeah,
is that the way? I mean, if we go and we try to find revenge...
I know what you said. Are we then asking for it again?
Are we asking for it again?
10 times on top. But on the other hand, do you just take it?
You can't do that either, can you?
No, you can't.
No, but
here's where I really... Let me just say... Hold on, sir. Let me just say this.
Right.
What I really think, and I've said it again and again and again, is you get into a situation where we have to be prepared to protect ourselves in a better way than we've done. I don't think you fight this kind of enemy. I don't think it's possible. I think
it is.
The way you fight this is you protect yourself as best you can.
Yeah,
I don't think that security and the way our borders are set up right now, I don't think that's going to be the same ever again. That's going to change.
Let me ask you, because I feel both sides of this. Now, let's say, though, that I'm talking to you on the phone. What's your name? Ben.
Ben, yeah.
All right, Ben, let's say that we find out it's country Spiewak, for lack of a better country.
All right.
That it's someone from country Spiewak.
Right.
Are you advocating that we go in and nuke them, that we bomb the crap out of them?
No. I think we stop all funding to all terrorist nations. Every nation that funds a terrorist, you don't say they have a worthy cause. They don't have any worthy causes, all right? You stop all funding. You stop calling them militants, and you call them terrorists. What they really are.
You can say that, but then you look at that and you say, well, they're going to get funding from other countries. You know, it's
all right, but at least you don't show support for them. You don't tell them that they're poor and they're being occupied, and that's why it's right.
You know, it's weird. Do you feel like I do? It's just weird to get political on a day like this. You know what I mean?
I agree.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter those people, you know, that have family in the World Trade
You're right, Buzz. We don't know who did it.
We have no idea.
Right now, all signs point to country Spiewak. Right. As far as I'm concerned.
Get 'em, boys.
Hello, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Hello.
Hold on.
Turn your radio down.
You got to turn your radio down. You want to be on the air. Hello, Don and Mike Show.
Hello, guys.
Now I see on CNN they do have footage of the United Airlines passenger jet that crashed near Pittsburgh. They show a rubble in a forest area, and that's where at least the speculation here is that the crew or the passengers, someone brought that plane down before it could do damage, or perhaps the terrorists themselves might have been at the controls. You never know. I mean, it's impossible to tell. But you got to think, if they're close to Pittsburgh, that they were going to aim somewhere in Pittsburgh.
You never know. Somerset, Pennsylvania, I believe, just southeast of Pittsburgh.
About 15 miles away.
United Airlines Flight 93 headed from Newark to San Francisco.
Gotcha. Hello, you're on the air.
Am I on the air, guys?
Yeah, you are. Hi.
Listen, how you doing? Listen, my prayers go out to all the families involved. I hope I don't find out of any friends who were lost. But I just wanted to say this didn't take 2 months to plan. You can talk about the escalation in the Middle East, but this definitely was a long time in the planning.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, that's one of the first things that I thought when these things started happening, like dominoes falling. I mean, when you've got two planes within 10 minutes knocking out both of the World Trade Centers, and 15 minutes later, a plane that attacks the Pentagon, and then the thing on the National Mall, and then the plane going down to Pittsburgh. No, absolutely, this is somebody who's planned this out for months and years.
You can't do something like this at the same time, simultaneously, without having a plan.
Gotcha. Lanny, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Don, Mike, I'm dying listening to these little people just saying, oh, no, stop the funding. Don't give them any money. Bomb them. Kill them. Make them suffer like we're suffering. I cannot believe people are just saying, oh, no, it's okay. It's not okay. Kill these people.
I tell you, everybody's angry. Everybody's feeling strongly. But I got to reiterate to you that this is not the day to get political about this. This is the day to say prayers for the people that have lost lives in the World Trade Center.
And I'll say on behalf of Lenny, I agree with what you said.
Right.
But I say also that I feel to an extent the same way she does. I mean, you're lashing out. You don't even know who you're really lashing out at.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the frustrating thing.
And you're lashing out in part because you feel the way that you just said.
This woman says bomb them, and you say, who?
Right, but
who's responsible?
But at this point, you're not rational. You're thinking, well, I don't know who, but just find out who, and then bomb the crap out of them.
And you know what? And I also ask the question, can we? Can we find out who? Because obviously this is the second time this has happened, and this time on a biblically tragic scale.
Right.
And can we ever find out who did it?
And Buzz has already said 3 people have taken credit for it. 2 groups have taken credit for it, so we may never know.
Carmine.
Yes.
Carmine, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Don and Mike, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I was just letting you guys know, I don't know if you have contact with CNN over at your studio there.
I'm watching it right now.
A couple hours ago when it first started, there were a couple of different PLO groups and Palestinian groups that were claiming responsibility, but somebody came through that was involved, I forget who it was, said that Osama bin Laden supposedly gave the United States warning 3 weeks ago that something of this sort was going to happen on American soil.
You're not the first person to tell me that. My doorman at my building told me that.
So there was a warning.
As I was walking out. Now, I don't know if that's true, if that's something that's been perpetuated in the media.
Well, from what I understand, after the hit at the Pentagon, this all came to light because there was a couple of people that were involved with national security that came up and started talking about how they had heard that supposedly through different sources, and they didn't want to verify, who the sources were as usual.
All right, but hold on. Let's stop for a second and say that this is true, that Ben Laden said that this is going to happen.
Right.
Unless he gave you a date and a time, unless he said on September 11th at 8:45.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way,
How are you going to plan against that?
There's no way to plan against it.
You can't.
And they make those warnings or threats all the time.
All right, let's go to Joel. Joel in Brooklyn. Hi, Joel. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW.
Hello.
And JFK. Hi, how are you?
How's it going?
Okay.
What you guys are saying that we don't know who to go after. I just watched 3,000 people dancing in the streets. They're thrilled that we just lost 50,000 people. I think we know who to go after.
All right, thank you. And listen, I
can understand that. I mean, if you see people celebrating this, you have to understand that. Of course, that's a normal feeling.
When we had the person call and say the Palestinians were eating candy bars, throwing candy to kids, that they were happy this happened. Yeah, that's a pisser.
Right.
I mean, that's beyond a pisser. Anthony, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
They showed the report that the Palestinians were all celebrating in the streets like a big parade over this.
Yeah.
And it's just so tragic. And I just remember my brother works in the Pentagon with his wife.
Mm-hmm. Well, we hope he's okay, man.
I hope so, too. My dad can't get a hold of him yet.
Yeah, the phones are impossible.
Sure. Very hard.
Everybody wants to talk about that.
Everywhere. Hello,
A couple of updates for you. First of all, United Airlines has now grounded all of its flights worldwide, and this is, if you stop and think about it, it becomes obvious the first time in the history of American aviation that all air traffic has been stopped.
It also shows you really how huge this is.
The scale of this,
exactly.
And the scale, the human tragedy of this. When all the pieces come together, it's going to be unbelievable.
The planners of this are getting exactly what they had hoped for.
They've shut down the world.
D.C. closed in the District of Columbia all the above-ground metro trains now, as well as all the federal buildings we mentioned earlier, the museums, the monuments, and all of the embassies along Embassy Row.
Why would they,
as well.
In D.C., why would they close the above-ground metro but not the below-ground metro?
I don't know the meaning of that. All I know is what I'm being told.
All right.
Take the southeast-southwest freeway to get out of D.C., I'm being told now. VRE and MARC are shut down in the District of Columbia.
You think New York is a mess right now. It's going to be as big a mess in D.C. today.
Absolutely.
Getting out of there.
We don't want to understate that, although, we're here where the incredible tragedy of the World Trade Center towers collapsing has taken place because of a terrorist attack.
Let's go to Barbara in the Bronx. Hey, Barbara, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Hi, I just first off want to say I really feel bad about what's happening and what's going down. But it's kind of crazy over here as well. I work in a clinic in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And we're in a state of emergency ourselves over here. We're on standby for like Lincoln Hospital.
Right.
So that if anything happens, we're ready for them.
Well, our prayers are with you to be strong, because obviously you're going to have a long day and probably a long couple of days.
Well, we're having a long day as it is.
All right, hang on there, Barbara. Our phone number is 212-757-1027. That is the only phone line that we can get to work. I know it's long distance, but that's the only line you can reach us on Buzz.
Yes, I was just going to say that you've heard about these underground safe havens for government officials. A number of government officials, including Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, are in those bunkers now.
Oh, the caves.
And as are many federal lawmakers and New York State lawmakers in Albany as well.
My dad, when he was a civil defense engineer, for a long time, had some kind of special clearance, and if something like this ever happened, he had one of those passes to get into the cave. And I remember when I was a kid that my dad would kid us, saying, if it ever happens, I've got one pass to get into the cave, and I'll get in the car and leave you guys back here.
Anybody that's been up to the Greenbrier in West Virginia would tell you also that, that's one of those shelters they have for the executive. And
Johnny, do I want this news conference? Is there a news conference going on right now? Hold on a second.
By video phone from Afghanistan. And I am not hearing, and perhaps you guys are, but I am not hearing him.
We should remind our viewers that Afghanistan was one of the sites that was hit 3 years ago by the United States.
This is a news conference. We're not going to be able to understand.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has already explicitly said its standpoint or its position about terrorism.
The terrorism tool anwa دولنا لكن في أفغانستان كهم وراني تشكيلي أظن تمر
I can't follow that. I'm sorry. Let's go to Dan. Hi, you're on Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to address briefly the potential for a Arab-Muslim backlash on the neighborhood level. I'm neither Arab nor Muslim, by the way.
Right.
But I just spoke to somebody who said that as they were arriving home, they happened to go through a Arab community, and they saw, the store owners standing out in front of their stores as usual. And even though this person I would consider extremely liberal, said that they themselves could not help but feel a little bit of animosity. I think it's important that particularly New Yorkers at this time don't play into that. And on the same token, I would think that members of the Arab community, who I certainly wouldn't blame unilaterally for this, may want to be a little bit low-key right now.
Well, I got you. I mean, it's going to be a tough time for anybody who's an Arab American or a Palestinian.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be very tough. Thank you, Dan.
To give both sides of things, we were talking earlier about Palestinians firing guns in the air, waving flags, handing out candy to celebrate. A Palestinian leader, Yasser Arafat, for whatever this may or may not be worth, has condemned the attack, saying he has sent his condolences and those of the Palestinian people to Bush and to the American people.
Back in D.C., Union Station has now been closed down.
Not surprised.
Yeah, that affects your wife, I know, who's on a train heading back home. Has she made it home yet? You don't know that yet, right?
I don't know because we're here doing the show.
Well, your cell phone's safe there.
There's so many people, and we can relate.
I lost my cell phone. Yes,
you lost your cell phone. Yes.
My cell phone fell on the tracks.
Yeah, right. Doesn't seem like that big a deal, though.
On the Metro track at Union Station yesterday.
Everybody is in the same situation. Certainly here in New York, trying to get in touch with loved ones and find out if everybody's okay. And I frankly look forward to getting the moment to check in. I tried to call my sister in Boston and find out if Paul was going to be in the World Trade Center today. My brother-in-law, and I couldn't do it. And everybody's in that same situation.
But Boston, of course, the source of a couple of the flights involved in the attacks here in New York. Let me repeat then, Mike, for people who had, and there were, of course, potentially tens of thousands of people in the World Trade Center at the time of the attack this morning. Morgan Stanley set up a hotline for information on survivors. It is 888-883-4394. And we told you earlier that burn specialists and plastic surgeons are needed in various locations, not just St. Vincent's on 11th Street. But if you are a doctor who can help, there are a number of locations where you're needed, and the telephone number to find out where and when and how is 212-752-4805. That's 212-752-4805.
Buzz, let me break in here. We've been doing a lot of coverage on New York. Let's now cover D.C. Joining us, is the gal who used to do traffic on our afternoon show, Vera Abruptly.
Yes.
With the latest, what is happening with traffic in D.C., Vera?
Right now, everybody is certainly leaving town and has been for the past couple of hours. Certainly not the devastation that you guys are seeing in New York, but they've shut down the northbound side of 395. So traffic on 95 northbound jammed out of Newington getting to the Beltway, where they have to choose one loop of the Beltway, either head toward the Wilson Bridge or up toward Tyson's Corner. Southbound 395 is open out of the city. I'm looking live from our camera atop the Willard Hotel at Pennsylvania Avenue, 14th Street, virtually, of course, isolated and desolate right now because very little traffic is allowed through here or around the White House. Though these areas around the White House and south of there on K Street, streets that cross headed east, have been jammed as people try to exit the city. Now, they've closed down a stretch of the GW Parkway, and certainly all access to the Pentagon and the routes around at 110 and Washington Boulevard remain closed as they continue to fight the fire at the Pentagon from the explosion, from the crash there. Right now, routes out of Northeast and the Beltway certainly in a rush hour mode on the Interloop getting out of Bethesda and into Silver Spring. They've closed down the Rock Creek Parkway and outbound Canal Road, Claire Barton Parkway, made that all outbound traffic just like an afternoon rush hour would be as people leave town right now.
All right. Thank you, Vera.
You've got it.
Buzz,
appreciate it.
Buzz, I wanted to ask you, as far as the Pentagon is concerned, do we have any word on casualties coming out of the Pentagon just yet? Was that any word on whether that was populated, whether they had evacuated that, or whether there were a lot of people in there?
There's been no word on casualties there, and of course we still don't know the numbers from many of the other locations where tragedy has struck.
And of course, the magnitude of the tragedy at the World Trade Center towers is so great that I think it'll be quite some time before we can get an accurate assessment of the loss of life.
Let's go to Nikki, who saw this whole thing this morning from Brooklyn. Nikki, hi, you're on NEW with Don and Mike.
Mike, how you doing?
Hi, we're okay.
Yeah, I saw this whole thing coming from the building that I work at in Brooklyn, and it was surreal. It was like watching it from a movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as I look now at the live picture on CNN, the World Trade Center is still on fire. It's still smoking. It's still, the part that hasn't collapsed.
I'm surprised there's anything left to burn.
Yeah, Don, I'm looking at Buzz's news here where it says that the original plane that hit the World Trade Center was not a 757, but perhaps a 767, which is a much larger aircraft.
It was a big black plane, it looked like.
According to a witness talking to the Associated Press. And, yeah, so every detail, even the earliest ones, are still sketchy.
And you're going to have that probably
for days.
Yes. Days, absolutely.
So you saw it, Nikki?
Yeah, and the thing is, as soon as I saw this thing go down, I don't know if you guys ever heard of a guy named Benjamin Friedman.
No.
He was kind of like, he worked with the government in the early 60s, and in 1961 he gave a speech warning that Israel was going to get us into the Third World War. Here it is.
Well, we are at war. It is a war-like
We're at war
state.
with somebody.
We are at war. We don't know exactly who we're at war with, but I think that all of the military bases and all of the alert stages that you're getting around the country right now are similar to what they would be in a state of war.
Absolutely. Will, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on WJFK and WNEW. Will.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, guy.
They completely suspended the train service here. I got cut off at a place called Union Street.
Where are you from, Will?
I'm in Brooklyn.
All right, so no train. Well, yeah, obviously no train.
Yeah, no trains going either way.
Right. So
and it looked like it was snowing in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
there was ashes coming down all the way in Brooklyn.
Right. Christ,
and there were no public buses running either. We got one of the private buses stopped for us.
Now, Buzz, didn't you have a report that some buses in the city, or was it outside of the city where some buses were actually moving?
No, some buses in the city are moving. In Manhattan, above Houston Street, buses are operating in each of the 4 remaining boroughs as well, but they are, of course, experiencing backups. And on the governor's direction, no fares are being collected on the buses that are running.
How nice of him.
Yeah.
And then all the freight trucks got sent back. They were going all on the Gowanus. Everything was going back. It was all lines with freight trucks. Everything was being sent elsewhere. And it was like, I felt like I was in the movie Die Hard with a Vengeance almost.
Yeah, very much
just
so.
like
right?
that.
Very much
Only
so.
worse.
Thank
Bigger.
you, my friend.
Thank you.
And pleased to report thousands of people are donating blood now. They're going to need more, so keep it coming.
If you are in Manhattan, I do want to reiterate that get out and find out where. Is there a phone number or is there any information on where people can donate blood? Because it's extremely important that people that are still here in the city do that.
There are a lot of phone numbers. Let me give just one right now.
Give the main one,
Give some others later. That's for the American Red Cross. Call 877-RED Cross. That's REDCROSS. Don't leave off the last S. It's 877 REDCROSS.
What? Don't leave off the last F for savings?
Right.
What's going on?
You know, I sure hope that they're able to give us maybe some locations as well, because with the phone service being what it is, it's very difficult for people to get through on any phone number.
Right. You are listening to the last two stations I'm sure that you ever expected in the world would be covering as stations. WNEW FM New York, WJFK FM Washington. It's the Don and Mike Show. We are it's a couple minutes after 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Buzz will bring us up to date on absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. I think we have, of course, more of your phone calls coming up. And then we have the soundbite of the actual building collapsing and some of Mayor Giuliani's comments to the people of New York. We will be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show. Washington's 106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern mornings. Don and Mike middays. Opie and Anthony afternoons. The sports junkies at night and the Washington Redskins. Washington's Superstation. 106.7 WJFK.
Lady Luck here with some gardening tips. People ask me all the time if there's a trick to growing lucky four-leaf clovers. Well, I could tell you, but then I'd have to turn you into a toad. So just relax and let nature take its course, because things just naturally grow fast here in the South. Whether it's four-leaf clovers, kudzu, or Lotto South, new from the Virginia Lottery. It grows faster than I can turn a toad into an announcer.
I mean, thank you. Top prize chance is 1 in 14 million. Current jackpot, $2 million.
This message is just 30 seconds long. By the time it's over, a NASCAR pit crew will have changed 4 tires, refueled, cleaned the windshield, and made any other necessary adjustments, with 10 seconds to spare. If you can keep up with that pace, send a non-winning pole position scratcher ticket to the Virginia Lottery's Pole Position Speed Stakes. It's your chance to be in the pit in Martinsville on October 14th. No purchase necessary, must be at least 18 to participate. Odds of winning based on number of entries, pit crew duties will vary. Time's up. Put down your wrenches.
At the soft sales event this September, you won't get the sound of tubas. You won't hear a bass drum pounding. And there won't be any bells, whistles, dancing ponies, explosions, or hucksters. And none of those. What you will get is a very attractive price for the car that was ranked Best Mid-Luxury Car in Initial Quality by J.D. Power and Associates. It's as simple as that.
Lease a 2001 Saab 9.5 sedan. 36 monthly payments of $399. Total due at lease inception $2,892.90. Tax, title, insurance, and registration extra. Program expires 10/1/2001. For details and J.D. Power and Associates award information, call 1-800-SAAB-USA. Visit your Washington area Saab dealer today.
One 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
The cheers, the fans, it's all kind of crazy.
Meet the coffee cake muffin, the fresh new star at Dunkin' Donuts. Let's go beyond its cinnamon streusel topping and follow its rise to the top.
One day nobody knows I exist. The next day everyone wants a piece of me.
Traditional coffee cake had always struggled for mainstream acceptance.
It seemed the only gigs out there were tea parties and bingo games.
But then Dunkin' Donuts added the big hearty upstart to their lineup. Soon, everywhere. A new generation reeks for this legend in the making.
Blueberry and corn, they're legends. I'm just happy to be on the same rack as them.
Discover the sensation for yourself. Stop into Dunkin' Donuts today for the new coffee cake muffin. Available solo or with our delicious coffee in a value combo. Only at Dunkin' Donuts.
Stop by Dunkin' Donuts today and try the delicious new coffee cake muffin and medium coffee value combo at participating U.S. shops only.
Buy and hold. Investing online is not a new thing, but investing online for the long term is. Buy and Hold is a young company with an old way of doing things. Buyandhold.com. And a proven investment strategy that's easy. Unlike other online brokerage services, you don't need to have thousands to invest because there's no minimum balance. Buy and Hold. And their fees are among the lowest. Buy and Hold. Not sure how to begin? begin? Visit the site at www.buyandhold.com. It's a simple process with lots of support and guidance. Buy and hold. Information at its best. Interesting columns like Dish from the Dolans, B&H 101 by best-selling author Chuck Carlson, Wall Street History, and Retirement Perspectives, to name a few. Buy and hold. Named Best of the Web for Online Brokers by Forbes and U.S. News and World Report. Buy and hold. Forbes, February 2001, U.S. News, November 2000. Buy and hold Securities Corporation, member NASD SIPC.
WJFK is all over Washington.
Enter to win a 2002 Volkswagen Beetle GLS in the AT&T Wireless Services Kickoff Promotion. If a Redskins player returns the opening kickoff of the first or third quarter for a touchdown, that week's chosen contestant will win a 2002 Volkswagen Beetle GLS. Each contestant automatically wins an AT&T free-to-go wireless prepaid phone kit, including a 5165 Nokia phone. Mail a postcard with your name, age, address, and daytime telephone number to AT&T Wireless Services Kickoff, care of WJFK, P.O. Box 3649, Washington, D.C. 20007. You must be 21 years of age or older to enter. Pick up your free copy of the WJFK 2001 Gridiron Guide at your local Safeway Food and Drug. Don't miss out on your chance to get your hands on NFL Weekly Schedule, NFL Trivia, a Darryl Green bio, and Skins History. You will also find the 106.7 WJFK Redskins Radio Network broadcast schedules and discounts on 6-foot subs and party platters from Safeway, and much more. The 2001 WJFK Gridiron Guide is available on supplies last in the deli section of Safeway Food and Drug.
Infinity Broadcasting, WJFK FM, Manassas, Washington, D.C.
If you lost your job today, how long could you maintain your current lifestyle? A week? A month? A year? Hi, I'm Gordon Williams. As financial editor of Business Week and financial correspondent for ABC News, one absolutely crucial thing I've learned is that the difference between being poor and being rich is a choice. The rich aren't smarter than you, they just know more. They choose to learn how to become rich, and as a result, they get to play by a different set of rules. I've studied the wealthiest people in America for over 30 years. I know how they do it, and I can teach you. With my Wealth Builder system, you'll learn that you don't need a high-paying job to become rich. You need a financial education. Call 1-800-906-6866 and learn what the rich know about money that the poor and middle class don't. For just $9.95 shipping and handling, you can review my entire Wealth Builder system free for 30 days. Call now, 1-800-906-6866. That's 1-800-906-6866.
Howard Stern, Don and Mike, Opie and Anthony, sports junkies in the Washington Redskins, 106.7 WJFK.
Geronimo and Michael Mara, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
Don and Mike Show. At WJFK in Washington, WNEW in New York. I don't know what other stations have joined us.
But if you're joining us along the network, we're bringing you as much information as we can about the tragedy that unfolded earlier this morning.
My wife was on the train on her way up to New York. As it turns out, when the train got to Newark, this happened. She turned around, got on another train, just found out that Union Station in D.C. is closed. So now she's rented a car.
Good. I'm glad she was able to do that.
And is driving back home. I just heard from my kid who made it home from school and made it home safely. Have you been able to get through to anybody yet?
No, but I'm actually doing it through the station to, my concern is...
Mike, hold on. I don't know if this is live or not. President Bush, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously we're having a technical problem. Let me just...
Now, as soon as they get it, we will go live to President Bush. I'm sorry. Were you able to get anybody?
No, not yet. My wife, if she's gone through her regular routine, is not in an area where she would be affected. My concern is with my sister's family, and just seeing if my brother-in-law is okay. And he used to work regularly. That was where his office was, in the World Trade Center. He doesn't do that, thank God, anymore. And I'm like everybody else in this city
Mike,
right
here's
now.
President Bush. I'm sorry.
This is coming to us from the broadcast pool. It's traveling with the president.
They keep screwing it up. I'll let you know when we get President Bush on the line.
Mike's doing a smart thing, and that's to try to relay messages back and forth through other people. Today, for a lot of people,
thanks for giving me a credit for being smart. I don't have a choice in this city today.
Well, you know what? You probably have right now the best way to get a message to someone.
Laura, I'm fine.
On the radio.
Yeah.
Same with your sister.
Absolutely.
I would think that maybe someone in Connecticut or something would hear you and make a call up to the Boston area.
Absolutely.
Buzz, would you please bring us up to date? Hold on, we're going to try to
see if we have the president.
Is the president
trying to broadcast?
Yes.
Are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Ford. All right, there is the president. It's more than he had to say earlier today. Of course, at this point, what can he say? He knows as much as we do.
I mean, even it is the president. To see him standing up there, he is reassuring the nation, and
it helps.
It does help. I mean, that's why I think our system of government is the greatest in the world, because we have that. And the one thing he said that I've been saying all day long, say a prayer for anybody that might have family members down there at the World Trade Center. It's just astonishing.
Do we know yet of any injuries or casualties at the Pentagon, Buzz?
We still have no count on that. No,
now, are they going to keep that secret because it's the Pentagon?
That could happen. And because of all the smoke and the difficulty in getting in there and the high security that's involved, I mean, not just any firefighter can run in and help in that situation. So
we had some good news to report earlier that I think it's important to share some good news with you, Buzz, about that daycare center inside the World Trade Center.
Great concern about the kids who may have been in a daycare center in the World Trade Center, and we have received a report that those kids were safely evacuated. Many people were safely evacuated from the World Trade Center, at least from the first tower that was hit by a plane today, but no casualty reports from there either, and it will be some time before we know.
I just want to say, if you turn on the radio now and you're expecting to hear our regular show, not today. Right. I mean, not today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to ease back into a bit more of a regular format. But frankly, this happened an hour before we went on the air today. We came on the air an hour early in New York, and we preempted Howard in D.C. to go on an hour early on WJFK, because this is a story that affects the two cities that we live in and broadcast in, New York and Washington. Right. And we only have one phone number. I just want to give this out again. 212-757-1027. Most phone lines in Manhattan and New York, and in fact, throughout the East Coast, are down. Right. But we do have that line open to take your calls.
I'm going to do it again. I hope that I don't seem redundant here, Buzz, but I am going to ask you to read those phone numbers for blood donations, because when you're talking about this magnitude, I want everybody to that can donate blood.
I think it's important. Have something to write with, and
this is for the New York area.
Here we go. And blood is needed all over the country all the time, but never as much as today. In the New York area, in Hudson Valley and the Bronx, the telephone number is 914-339-5525. In Long Island and Queens, the number is 516-545-5525.
212-478-5012. In Manhattan, 212-468-2030. In Brooklyn and on Staten Island, 212-468-2186. And in New Jersey, 732-220-7004.
Thank you, Buzz. Let's go to Daryl in Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Yeah, they better close Major League Baseball.
I think the Yankees have already canceled the game tonight, right?
About all over the country.
I wouldn't be surprised they do that as well. You know, I would assume that they're going to probably
because you know
do
what?
that.
Yeah, if they don't, again, that's like painting a bullseye on whatever arena happens to be hosting a game.
Everybody has to be on a heightened state of alert for the foreseeable future.
All right, gotcha. Thank you. Ricardo, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air, Ricardo.
Hey, hi, how are you? I'm calling from D.C. I just want to say a few words.
Sure.
To everybody that's listening in New York and D.C., this has affected everybody. My father immigrated here 13 years ago. We are citizens. I am happy to be an American citizen. And as an American citizen, I wish that every fellow American would hold hands and say a prayer for everybody that fell in this tragedy. I feel very, very upset right now. I don't have many words to say. I feel very upset for all the families and everybody that's lost someone.
Amen. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ricardo, we do agree with you. Thank you. Let's go to Jake in New Jersey on NEW. Jake, hi.
Yeah, hi. I just want to give my condolences to the people who have been stuck in the building. And hopefully a lot of people have gotten out and it will be less casualties. Also, I would like to mention is that the people who have done this, they shouldn't get away with what they've done, and the government already knows these people for years. They've been tracking them, and they know who they are and what they have been doing. And hopefully this time around, since American blood has been lost, they will do something about it and not play political games and just kill them all.
You know, we mentioned before, and it has to be mentioned again when you're talking about the enemy to fight in a situation like this. This is not like we remember wars, even Vietnam. You know, you talked about people hiding in in caves and in trenches and very difficult war to fight. This, I can't imagine a more difficult war to fight when you're talking about individuals who are, who can mix in with the population, certainly here in New York City and in Washington, D.C.
And we were comparing this to Pearl Harbor, saying most people remember this like Pearl Harbor. Well, they say like Pearl Harbor because, in this respect, you knew it was the Japanese flying into Pearl Harbor. Everybody has a theory about who might be responsible for this, but we still don't know.
And it's easy to say we know exactly who they are. Well, I think we do know who a lot of these people are, but it is not, as we have demonstrated, it is not easy to get to these people, and that's one of the real difficult situations. I think that's one of the things that makes this more frightening, because you don't know who you're looking for or who the enemy really is.
Just go to Johnny UPS. Johnny UPS, are you driving your truck today?
Yes, I am.
You're still driving your UPS, even while America's under attack.
Right.
The good men and women of UPS are still driving their trucks.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear something. We got a message from the board earlier saying that the head boss was in a conference call. Now, I would imagine the main building down at 43rd Street is got to be closed or closing. The guys cannot be delivering down there because it's an evacuation situation.
I would rest assured you're not supposed to make any deliveries down there today.
Yeah, most of my businesses here in the Bronx have closed. All my schools have closed. But my concern why I called, gentlemen, is you guys are going to need a place to stay this evening.
Oh, no, the boys have all got hotels.
We're set. Yeah, we're
Are you going to be able to get to them?
Yeah, we are.
They're very close. Now, Johnny, I'm the only one that's going to be inconvenienced. What with perhaps, and I don't know how.
Might be a longer walk for you, right?
Rob, perhaps to get the rickshaw ready, because I may have a 12 to 15 block walk after the show to get home.
It's too bad you don't have a bicycle.
Oh, poor you.
No, Frida was bringing my bicycle up today, as a matter of fact. All right,
well,
Johnny.
listen, I'll keep you guys posted if anything happens out here. But but the people in the town, it's just everybody's going nuts. So people crying in the streets. There were 4 or 5 car accidents.
Thank you, Johnny UPS.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, from that standpoint, we don't, even though we're in the middle of New York, we really don't know because we're isolated.
We've been isolated all day.
On the 10th floor of our building.
We don't even get a sense of it. You know, what we're seeing is what we're seeing on the television monitors that we have. The wire service reports tracking the information coming out of our sister station, WINS. And it's, you know, I know, as I mentioned to you before, that this is going to get so much worse when it all really descends upon us and we go out of this building and see what's going on.
Let's go to Jason. Jason, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and WJFK. Hello.
How you doing, fellas? Good job keeping everybody informed today.
Yeah, we're trying.
Just to find out if you guys know anything about the bus service, New Jersey Transport Authority.
You mentioned something about bus service.
I know. Now, in the city, there are some buses that are running Buzz.
Yeah, and I only have information about in the city, and that we talked about earlier.
Hey, Lisa, would you find out about that? You want to know about buses where, Jason?
I found out circle lines going back and forth between here and Weehawken, but nothing about bus service from Port Authority so
All right,
far.
we'll get Lisa on that right now.
Cool.
All right, keep
Thanks,
listening, Jason. Thank you. And we do know back at home that the metro system back in D.C., the underground trains are running, but the
at all stations except some of the more, I think some of the stations
down by Pentagon City
are shut down, but the above ground stations are also shut down.
Right, all shut down. Let's go to Mike. Well, he's been waiting a long time. Mike, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you doing today?
We're doing great, thanks. We're doing all right today.
Well, the best that can be done, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned that, you know, they were thinking maybe the pilots did this. And I don't think so for the New York. It occurs to me they were showing the flight path for this. And as soon as they hit the Hudson, it looks like they just followed the river all the way down.
Yeah. What's your point? I mean, I don't know.
The pilots don't need to follow the river. I'm thinking that.
Have we gotten anybody that's called that said a pilot might do it?
No, we had someone who called and said when we were talking about the planes being hijacked, saying that maybe the pilot or the crew was in on it. And remember,
I don't think so.
That's when we said that the way you hijack a plane is you put a gun to a guy's head and you say fly into this building.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now let's go to Ben now on WJFK WNEW. Ben, hi.
Hi. How you doing?
Hi. Where are you from? DC?
I'm from just outside of D.C. Other radio stations have been switching back and forth.
Oh, now why would you, Ben? Why would you switch, Ben?
Bad listener. I'm sorry, because I'm just trying to get everything, and y'all are isolated, and I'm just outside of D.C.
All right. So what do you hear, Ben?
What I've heard is that just after the Pentagon got hit, they'd evacuated GW Hospital, and that they're also sent 22 people to Virginia Medical Center that were injured, various injuries and stuff like that. And they sent the 5 most severely burned to the burn center, Western Hospital Center.
So these are people, allegedly this guy's talking about people from the Pentagon that were hurt in the Pentagon?
That would seem to be the case. That would account for some, but not all of the injuries, I'm sure.
Oh, no, not nearly, but that was the far worst from what I've heard.
Right. All right, thank you. Let's go to Angel here in New York on NEW. Angel, hello.
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
Hey, Angel.
This is a tough day, I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you one thing. This is, I think the president said it best. It'll test our resolve, and it just shows that we're all Americans. And even I was just on my way into work, and I was caught just short of the bridge when this thing all went down. And I just said to myself, you know, no matter what color we are, who we are, what we practice, what we do, we're all Americans. And I was ready to go down there to help wherever I could, man.
Yeah, all right. You heard the numbers from Buzz. The best way to help right now is
and
to
you know
donate
what?
some blood.
I'm O negative. If they need a gallon from me, they're free to have it.
All right, you got it. Let's go to Steve in New Jersey. Steve, hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Listen, is there any direct numbers to get in touch with any agencies for assistance in helping dig, in helping sort, in helping with names, numbers, what have you?
Yeah, you know, that's a good question. I don't know if
there's only so many people, let alone the rescue workers who were killed. Okay, but there's got to be the need for just able-bodied people to dig.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know if you'd be able to get through on a phone line to the people who might want the help. But probably Red Cross. That would be where you'd start?
You know, I think it's foolish to speculate right now because when that is needed, when they want to go public with that, they will do that. That's what they're doing. And if that is
I'm
necessary...
sitting on Route 80 and heading to where I live.
I want to reiterate, sir, that the one thing that we have heard so far is from the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. He is advising people to get out of Lower Manhattan so that they can let the rescue workers do their jobs.
Right. I saw 40 ambulances heading 80 east from all different western New Jersey municipalities. So help's on the way.
All right, and now both towers of the World Trade Centers could have collapsed.
They have collapsed.
Yeah. Both of them, you might say, could have collapsed.
Right.
The two planes hit within, I believe, within 15 minutes of each other.
About 18 minutes, right?
That is that's nuts. Let's go to Rob in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Rob.
Hey, I just wanted to call and say, I've never been much of a person to go out and fight in a war, and I've always been kind of against that, but after seeing this, it's like, sign me up.
Yep.
Bring on the draft.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys, I think, at least in the short term, and this is where I was concerned about what's going to happen 3 or 4 months from now. But right now, tomorrow, next week,
right.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to talk about Americans coming together? And,
we do.
And speaking of
our moments of tragedy.
Straight out America, everyone just pull out the American flag, let it fly.
That's a great idea. I think that's a good idea.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, my friend. Let's go to James. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air, James.
Hi, this is James. I just wanted to call. This is the first time I'm calling, and I wish it didn't have to be under these circumstances. I just want to let you know my brother is a transit cop in Brooklyn and Manhattan, and he called up a little while ago, and he said that there's bombs and bomb scares all over the city, all over Brooklyn, all over.
Well, now, are there actual bombs, or are they just
He
bomb
said
scares?
that on the station he's at, there's a box on the station, and there's actually, it looks like a pipe and wires coming out of it, all sorts of electronics. And he said that on top of the box is a book that says, "Why do I hate people?"
Well, and I got to wonder at this point, and I don't doubt that your brother's telling you what's going on, and there's every reason to be concerned. I don't doubt that there's that certain idiotic element of our society that wants to get involved in this and say, hey, this would be a great time, to make a fake bomb, and certainly to call and make the bomb threats. I think that comes with the territory with this also.
The scary thing is, too, this is just one station in Brooklyn. There's no way you're going to get bomb squad or K-9 units down there. They're all at the airports, so he just said everyone's just standing back and they just got to wait.
And, thank you for the call, James. We're looking at this just from the standpoint of two cities, New York and Washington. But all of the airports, every airport in America now, you can't take off, right?
And that's never happened before, which is just incredible.
So the whole country is paralyzed. You got Disneyland closed down.
Right.
You have the guy, which I guess was unconfirmed, calling about the thing in San Antonio.
Well, you also, as this call demonstrates, you have the crazy factor, too. And, as amazing as it might be to believe, you're going to have people that are going to do that kind of crap.
San Antonio is still unconfirmed. We have received word now, not surprisingly, that there are fatalities at the Pentagon, but still no word on that. But the Navy has confirmed fatalities, and everything now is just a sort of a mishmash of mismatched facts. The city of New York will be restoring subway service soon, and that will help people get around and get out of Manhattan.
Right.
The Board of Education here in New York, schools are open and closed at the same time. What that means is that kids can go home only if they board a yellow school bus or if their parents pick them up. But at the same time, the schools are going to stay open late to accommodate the parents who may not be able to get there right away. So the schools will be open into the evening as well.
I think that's a good plan of action.
That's a very good plan of action.
Certainly, if you're a parent and you can't get to your kid, you wouldn't want the school to just say, all right, Johnny, get out of here, go home.
Exactly. And neighborhoods, people without children, if you can help, I think it's a good chance for people within neighborhoods to network as best they can to help out your neighbor in a time like this.
And on blood donations, this will really simplify it, I think, for a lot of people, and that is that EMS is now saying call or go to your nearest hospital because all hospitals in the area are taking blood donations that will be distributed here in Lower Manhattan.
Gotcha. Our phone number is 212-757-1027. In case you're wondering what's going to happen when we're done with this marathon shift at 3 o'clock.
Right.
Opie and Anthony are not able to make it into the city today.
They are in Long Island?
Yeah, they'll be broadcasting from Long Island, and I've got to think that they're going to be doing much the type of show that we're doing today.
Absolutely, getting as much information to people as they can.
I knew when we came in today that somebody said to me, boy, it's going to be a hard day for you guys to go in and goof around, and I looked at them and I said, we're not going to goof around today.
No, you don't goof around on a day like this.
This was before the Pentagon thing happened. This was just now looking at it back, just saying it was just when the World Trade Centers had the planes went into them. Right. This is an awful day. Let's go to Mario in New Jersey. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike and NEW and JFK.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
We're doing all right.
I was wondering, has anybody sat down and actually thought about those poor people that were on them planes and what they must have been thinking? Oh my God, I'm crashing into this building?
Yeah, no, that had to be horrific. I mean, just awful.
And that not only touched the people in New York, you got people in Boston, you got a plane that left from Newark.
Well, you do, and you know, as the president said, your prayers have to be with everybody that might have been touched with this family.
And the plane from Boston was scheduled to go to Los Angeles, right?
Both, two of them were scheduled to go to LA.
You know, you've got people from California.
And I do want to say it again, if you can, check in with your neighbors. You know, if you're in the D.C. area and the Washington area, help them. And, you know, even if you don't have children, this is a good time for people to get together.
Bill in New York. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
How you doing, Don, Mike, Buzz? How's it going?
Okay.
Listen, how on earth did an airplane get anywhere near the Pentagon? This is the most restricted airspace in the world.
Okay, now listen, this is something that we had discussed a couple of hours ago because, you know, that's where we're originally from is D.C., and I grew up there. And the thing about the Pentagon is you don't get it if you don't live there. Right. You see pictures of it, and you say, wow, it looks like a fortress. It looks like it's impossible to get into. But if you get on Route 1 or you get on 395 or you get on Route, is it 27 or 29 in Arlington?
29.
You get on Route 29, you can drive close enough to the Pentagon to spit on it.
Yeah, and that's why it happened. If you're talking about a plane taking off, you know, did the plane take off from National Airport that hit the Pentagon? Did they say?
No, from Dulles.
And the Pentagon is only 3 miles from National Airport.
Right.
So it's not like it's got some gigantic force field over it.
No, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, I mean, isn't this restricted airspace? Like nobody's allowed to fly there?
Yeah, you would think so.
But one last minute turn on a proper approach at the airport,
Absolutely.
and you're at the Pentagon.
And that's what happened. That's going to change. I'm sure you're going to see that change as far as regular.
I'm also thinking that this plane might have been shot down because if you look at the hole in the front of the Pentagon, don't you think a 767 with a direct hit would have put a little more than a little hole in the front?
That's speculation.
We don't know. We've not seen enough yet.
We don't know the size.
Two of them took down the World Trade Centers.
All right, listen, we'll find out later. Thank you for the call, Bill. Let's go to Nick. Hold on. Nick in Virginia, WJFK.
Hey,
Nick.
how you doing?
Hi, we're doing all right, sir.
Hey, I think shout-out should go out to all the EMS people and all the emergency people for running down there. My daughter was home today. She was off. She heard what happened. She got all her gear on, went to the nearest fire station, and she's down there at the Pentagon right now.
Oh, God bless you.
All right, thank you, my friend. Amen. Let's go to Steve. Steve, I don't know where you're from. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm from Jersey.
Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hi.
I remember from being a kid and seeing the skyline in New York City over the Jersey Turnpike, and it's not going to be the same for the future generations without the two trade centers there.
No, and I'm sure they'll be rebuilt, but for a long, long time, it's going to be a lasting reminder. And how many people like myself are going to remember that when I came out of my building today and saw the smoke
whether they'll be rebuilt,
pouring out of them?
Whether they'll be rebuilt remains to be seen.
Yeah, it took 6 years for the original ones to be built.
It's true.
The New York skyline hasn't looked like this since 1970, so it's unnerving in addition to being upsetting about all the lives lost.
Maybe you guys are right. Dave in New York or New Jersey. Dave, hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you're on the air with Dynamite.
How you doing?
Okay.
I just really wanted to call and say thanks to you guys. There's all this talk about let's go bomb them, and we don't really know who they are, right. And you guys bringing it back and saying let's focus on what's really important. Focus on the people that are hurt. I'm actually driving now to the hospital with a couple of friends to give blood.
Hey, good for you, man.
Way to go, man.
Yeah, it's just when I first heard this and it first hit that it was an actual terrorist attack, my first thought was, geez, where do I sign up?
Yeah.
How do we get back at them? And I just happened to be listening and I forget exactly which caller it was, but somebody said something about bombing them back.
But you know what? I think to an extent, everybody feels that way. I feel that way. It's just I don't know who to rage out at.
You react at that, and then you think about it. And then when you think about it, you realize that who is the enemy? Who are we? That's where this is so terrifying to me because it's difficult to point out this army or this force of another nation. It's not. These are individuals. These are zealots. These are people that do this that we can't always control. It's terrifying.
It sure does look like war. Every time I turn and look up at the monitor at CNN, I see the streets of Manhattan that look like a war zone. I see the streets of D.C., and now understand the streets of D.C., you don't see the billowing smoke because, for those of you who don't know, the Pentagon is virtually in the suburbs as far as Washington, D.C. itself is considered. But you see people running out of the office buildings in D.C. They had the copter up in the air where you see the beltway just blocked for, like with a 15-mile backup going around that thing. This is like something that nobody could have ever dreamed would happen in America, right?
It's terrifying.
I mean, it's America.
It looks like what we've seen in movies, but it's a much eerier feeling to see and know that it's real life. The District of Columbia and the state of Virginia have now both declared states of emergency. We're getting finally some casualty reports trickling in. Of course, they represent a very small part of the number that we're going to be seeing. St. Vincent's Hospital reports that it has 2 dead, 15 in critical condition, and hundreds of injured. Another hospital reports 3 deaths, so that's a total of 5 so far as the count begins.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not even taking into account the people on the airplanes.
We lost a couple of hundred there easily today.
Christ, and then the Pentagon, and let's see, let's go to, here's Jim, who claims to be a terrorism expert. Jim.
Yeah, hi, Don. Hi, Mike. How you guys doing today?
We're doing all right.
Well, I'm pretty upset. I'm out near Dulles Airport. For those of you listening, if you hear anything out of me, it may be my opinion, and my opinion only, not the radio show. There was an aircraft about 15 minutes ago that you people out at Dulles Airport in Virginia may have seen flying by. That was a military aircraft, so nobody needs to be concerned about that.
I appreciate that.
Number 2, addressing what the president said earlier, the president certainly was not prepared to make a speech. He is on Air Force One, obviously, flying around at high altitude. That's probably the safest place for him. I believe he probably came down and landed in Louisiana at an Air Force base to give a speech to let the public be comfortable.
I just hung up on that guy. That guy wants to get his own radio show.
Yeah, Tom Clancy calling.
That's
exactly.
Right, thank you.
Enough of that.
Thank you, Tom C. Hello, Mark. Mark in New Jersey. You're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi, it's going okay today.
I'm driving up Route 1 North here in New Jersey, and you can see where the cloud just billows from the spot and goes miles across.
Yeah, amazing. The thing
the
is,
horizon.
Now I don't know if they're still burning or if that's just smoldering, but keep in mind, now I don't know how much of the buildings have collapsed, but you got a plane at each building also.
Right? I don't think we have any idea.
I saw it live on CNBC, and both buildings are gone.
Yeah, both buildings are gone.
They're just gone. They floated upon themselves. The tops let go, and the weight just split them like bananas.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're seeing now is dust and ash and smoke. I think the planes disintegrated once they entered into the buildings, and now the buildings have virtually disintegrated as well.
Christ!
Yeah, I'm hearing everybody talk about how they want to sign up. And I'm thinking to myself, if we went out and eliminated every known terrorist group that's on the planet, 10 more would spring up in their place.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes, but on the other hand, I kind of agree with the people who say, at this point...
How do you fight them? How do you find them? Where are they? Where are they hiding?
Mike, I don't know that. I mean, that's
the other really unfortunate part. This is the way the war is going to be fought against us here.
I'm sorry. You're asking me a rational question, and my only answer is irrational, that I don't know who it is. I don't know how we're going to do it. But goddamn, we can't just sit back and take this.
Well, you heard what the president said, and I know we're not going to sit back and take this, and I hope that they, as far as efforts at targeting terrorists and efforts at protecting our borders and our citizens, I hope we're in for an improvement and a change, and out of a tragedy like this, if they can take measures that will possibly prevent something like this from happening in the future.
Build my wall.
Yeah.
Build my wall. Hello, Mike in New Jersey. Mike, hi. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Just want you to know, where I am right now, I'm in Clifton, right on 46 in New Jersey.
Yeah.
You can see miles and miles of smoke right above the city. It's ridiculous.
Everybody can, all the way to Connecticut.
But I'm just saying, there's no other choice. These buildings have to get rebuilt, because if they don't, like if we just put a park on top of it, like Oklahoma City, we're just going to look like pussies to the rest of the world,
Yep. No, I agree.
The message has got to go out.
Got to rebuild them. Thank you, my friend. Paul in New York. Hi, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike, how's it going?
Okay.
God damn. It's unbelievable.
Question: do you think that they're going to rebuild the Twin Towers?
You know that we had talked about it earlier, and the guy just called. I agree with what that guy said.
Right.
That I say, now what happened in Oklahoma City was, nutty Timothy McVeigh, and it was their decision not to do it at Oklahoma City. But this is New York City.
Right.
I mean, this is freaking New York City.
I mean, this is the pinnacle of the world.
Yeah,
the capital of everything.
Good point. It's New York.
I'm sorry to cut you guys off.
You gotta rebuild those towers.
Yeah,
I work as a cook in New York City for a temp company. And I've worked in the Twin Towers and everything else. And all the Twin Towers are is supercomputer for the New York and the National Stock Exchange. If they wanted to do anything, they would hit the gold reserves about 5-10 blocks away.
Right. Well, I don't like the idea of you making suggestions about what they should hit.
Well, that's and that's like that dumb Bruce Willis movie.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That's like the Die Hard with a Vengeance movie, right? Where they did all the stuff and they caught the cops off guard and then they
misdirection so he could get to the gold reserves.
Yeah,
that's precisely what he said.
And that's where Bruce Willis says,
"Attention! Attention!
News is dead."
Right.
Let's go to Mitch in D.C. Mitch, hello, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike, this is Mitch.
Yeah, hi.
Don and Mike, this is probably the worst scene you could imagine what I saw today.
Now, where were you? Where were you in D.C., Mitch?
Well, really, it's the Gannett Building, which is about
down in Roslyn.
In Roslyn, it's about 2 miles from the scene. And what happened? All of a sudden, we felt this big shake, and there's a lot of building going on around there. And we thought it was like a girder or something hit the ground. And I looked out my window, and I saw this white smoke. And immediately, down the halls of the Gannett and the USA Today building has about, 20,000 employees. And to see about 5,000 or 6,000 people running down the halls, literally screaming like something you would see in the movies, it was like unreal.
Yeah, and I'm picturing in my head. If you're in the USA Today building, you have a bird's eye view of the Pentagon. Right?
Yeah, you see exactly what happened.
I mean, you look right out your window and you see the Pentagon, and 2 miles beyond that you see the airport.
Those people's lives have changed forever. I think all of our lives have changed forever.
All right, thank you. Listen, we got to run. Let's go to Eric. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm calling from from Long Island. And I was on my way down to Jones Beach because you can see, you were able to see the Twin Towers from down there.
Right.
And you just see this big mass of just cloud, and that's from over the water, and we're miles and miles away. And I was at work. I'm a school teacher, and I was on the Long Island Expressway heading east, and it looked like west was just closed. You saw signs for emergency vehicles, and Suffolk County fire trucks and ambulances were going out there. The Southern State Parkway on Long Island as well was closed only for emergency vehicles.
Yeah, it was an awful situation.
It still is an awful situation.
It still is a bad one. Mike, hello, you're on the Don and Mike show. Hello.
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, my cousin was actually in one of the buildings, and I want to tell you about that if it's right.
Oh, yeah, which building?
He was in the second building to get hit. He was working on the 71st, 72nd floor at Morgan Stanley. And she just told me what happened. She's like, she heard an explosion, looked out the window, saw that there's a giant hole, and like papers were flying out, people flying out. Well?
Yes, go ahead.
No, we're here.
So she and a bunch of her friends was like, all right, let's get out of here. So they ran to the stairs to run down the stairs. And about a couple minutes later, the second plane ran into them. And they were about the 50th floor or something. The walls and the steps, they all started cracking in as she was running down, and luckily by like the 40th floor, they caught a freight elevator all the way down and got out.
Oh, thank God.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that being in that building? So she was on. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So she was on the 70th floor.
Something around there, yeah.
When it happened.
Yeah, the plane hit around about the 90th floor, I believe.
Wow.
Oh, that's goddamn lucky.
Yeah.
That really is.
So it sounds like some people got out, and a number of people got out.
Yeah, she told me that. She talked to one guy who was on the 80th floor and said as soon as it hit, the whole ceiling collapsed right on top of him, but somehow he got out.
Well, that's good news.
Christ. All right, well, good for him, good for your sister. Thank you for calling. Let's go to Nick in New Jersey. It's Don and Mike on NEW and WJFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
All right, what you said before about how we should rebuild the towers, I don't believe that, because if we put them back up like how they were, that's just another target for them to be like, hey, let's go knock that down.
You know, it does fall into the category, though, of that's the same thing as the political discussions that we have. You know, right now, That doesn't matter. What matters is dealing with this tragedy and dealing with the people that are going through this. Whether we rebuild, that's a question that has to be answered way down the road.
But I think they should rebuild that wall.
I think they should rebuild them. I mean, it's
But it doesn't matter right now.
No, right. It doesn't matter now.
But yes.
But eventually, I mean, because if not, what are you going to do? Are you going to take down everything in this country that could be a possible target?
Yeah.
Are you going to say, let's not have any more football games because there's the possibility something could happen in a football game? You know, let's tear down the Washington Monument because there's a chance something could happen there. I mean, that's why I feel strongly about rebuilding. Yeah. And I understand your point too. That certainly is not the most important thing right now.
Sure, yeah, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know.
I mean, you do. You get to a situation where, when do you lay down?
I mean, not to be hokey, but it's about American pride. Right. I mean, it's about that we don't take this S from people.
Why are you hiding it?
But hello, Don and Mike.
You don't want you to leave it.
Okay.
Well, hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi, this is the Don and Mike Show.
Hey, Don, Mike, what's up, man? This is Pat calling from Woodbridge. I was working in the Pentagon at the time that it happened.
Really?
Yeah. It was funny. We were my boss, his mom, called and said, "Oh my God, the tower!" And then we get on CNN.com. We get on the internet, and we're like, "Wow, they got the picture up." I'm like, "Holy cow!" Next thing you know, she's screaming on the phone, and then she sees the other plane hit, and I'm just like. I was like, what? And then he's telling me, so we look again, and this thing. Next thing you know, we're talking about it. 10 minutes later, boom, the building shakes. We're freaking out. Next thing you know, we look through the corridor, people are running. Get out. I was just like, I freaked out.
Amazing.
I did not know what to do.
That's at the Pentagon?
At the Pentagon. I work in the Pentagon. I'm a contractor. I work for this one department in the Pentagon. So, anyway, I'm sitting there, and I was able to grab my bags and my stuff, and I'm walking down the hallway, and I'm coming out of the south parking area. Now, when it hit on the west side. Well, I'm on the southwest area. It on the west side. And you could not see the Pentagon. There was so much smoke. You could not see the Pentagon.
Gotcha.
It was unbelievable.
Hold on, Buzz has got something for us, Buzz.
I just want to say, I keep thinking about the guy I heard on Channel 2 News here in New York this morning. He was calling from the 86th floor, and he wanted certainly police and firefighters to know where he was and what part of the building he was in, but he wanted them to know that he was okay and that the situation where he was under control. Well, of course, it wasn't long after that the building collapsed, and I don't know if anybody got hurt or not.
Right. The second building?
I will tell you now, we know that at least 40 to 50 stories of at least one of the World Trade Center towers is still standing. It's on fire, but there's still about 40 or 50 stories to at least one of the World Trade Center towers. So it wasn't at the base of the building, but apparently somewhere in the middle. And firefighters are marching up the steps, no elevator service, obviously, to look for bodies and to rescue people who are still alive.
At least now, Buzz, is the fire isolated to the top of it?
Those are brave guys.
Has it spread down to the bottom?
Firefighters are still getting in there. The building's full of smoke. How far down the fire has spread in what remains of the building, I don't know.
Todd, you're on with Don and Mike. Oops, hold on. I just hung up on him.
Uh-oh.
My apologies. Sharon in D.C., you're with us on JFK and NEW. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
This is Sharon from Washington, D.C.
Yes, hi, Sharon.
Hi, how are you? I was calling. I was actually standing on my balcony this morning. I live in Southwest D.C., directly across the river from the Pentagon.
Oh,
and
so you could see the Pentagon, right?
I actually saw the plane hit the Pentagon.
Wow, Jesus.
And it was just massive. The reverb across the river was enough to shake the window in my bedroom so that it broke. But I'm a grad student at Maryland, and I think what's really important for everybody to do right now is treat this almost like a natural disaster, take care of business, take care of the people who are injured, and not look for the people to blame or the people to hate over this.
And check with your neighbors, as I mentioned before, check with your neighbors and see if you can help them, with people that might have been more impacted by this tragedy than you were.
Exactly. Donate blood. Take care of the people that you can, and let the people who are in charge of finding out about these things find out about it. It could be weeks, it could be months. Yeah. So, don't go on a hate rampage until we know what's going on.
Yeah, but and I agree with that, but on the other hand, I know that we're doing the show right now, and I know when I get home tonight and I watch this, I'm going to get pissed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And my thought is going to be...
But you more than most people, need to show restraint as well.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you, when I get home on my own tonight, I'm going to be sitting there thinking...
Once again, who's the enemy,
Yeah, right, but I'm going to be frustrated thinking... Mm-hmm. I mean, I can understand the mindset of people saying, let's find who did this and let's rip them out.
So can I.
Let's do it. Our telephone number is 212-757-1027, and you're on the air. Hello, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
I just want to let the guys know that there's a whole slew of analysts that's just coming on for Route 3 and over toward these folks.
There's a whole
people want to come up and help these people.
There's a whole slew of what?
Ambulances.
Oh, where on Route?
I just passed about 40 on Route 3 just outside of Clifton.
All right, gotcha. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, have a good one.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Steve. You're on the air. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Don and Mike. How you doing?
We're doing okay.
You know, I know you said you wanted to have fewer commercials during a show, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, really. And this is all it took for them to give up commercials. Imagine that.
Right. And
just the loss of human life is all it took Ken Stevens to bend over and say, don't play commercials.
Take a break from the all-American dollar.
But, seriously, what I was calling it to talk about was that, you also have to think about that there are people who are at home who have loved ones who were down there. I'm calling from Queens right now, and there are people who are at home who have loved ones down in the city who are working, and because the phones are going in and out, they have no idea what's going on or what's with their loved ones, and it's just as harrowing a situation for them.
Buzz has some phone numbers and some information if you do have people that were down there.
In the World Trade Center area, Morgan Stanley set up a hotline that you can check on people, and that number is 888-883-4394. And an update on the kids, by the way. They got out of the daycare center. Those kids can be found at St. Vincent's Hospital, all of them safe and sound, safely rescued from the World Trade Center building before it collapsed, but after the plane crashed into it this morning.
And I know you're wondering about how long will stuff be closed. We just got word that both Reagan National Airport and Dulles Airport in D.C. will both be closed tomorrow. So they've already decided to close them tomorrow. And I would guess that the 3 airports in New York will be closed as well.
I would assume so.
Sure. I know that Union Station in D.C. is closed. Any word about the train station here?
I'm not sure whether Penn Station or Grand Central, what the situation is there. I would assume that they are closed. I'm not sure, though. We don't have that information.
Most of the commuter trains have stopped running, certainly, and since officials are not allowing traffic into the city, it would be a safe bet that the Amtrak trains are being stopped short of New York City.
Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, I was wondering if they're going to, take out any kind of repercussions on all these people, like vigilantes against the people that own, like, the 7-Elevens and the gas stations.
Well, what do you think about that?
I think they will.
Who is that?
Not me personally.
Who is they? You're just talking about now. If you're asking if I think some guy's going to go into a 7-Eleven and find a towel head in there and take it out on him, no, because we don't know yet.
Right, we don't know
who did it.
And
all these people that are just plain, ignorant and don't care.
You know what? I hope not, and I hope that people don't do something like that, and I don't think it will. I think that we're probably a little more sophisticated than you give people credit for, and we know how to follow our news outlets and get the information. But there's going to be a sense of anger in this country, the likes of which has probably never been seen in our generation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with this generation.
With this generation, this generation that seems so caught up with so many different things, this is really like a state of war.
Hello, Anita in New Jersey. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Anita.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, we're doing all right.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I am thoroughly outraged by this. But what people have to realize is that in America, we have been living under a false sense of security because we think we're America, no one's ever going to touch us.
Absolutely.
And all of that. But I do have to say we do have to rebuild those towers. We do have to show them that we will keep coming back and we will go after them.
I'm with you, and I know what Mike's point was before, that there's other things more important than that.
Yeah, and I know you understand my point, and I will tell you that I probably agree with you about when all is said and done.
Let's rebuild them.
That's what you should do, because for the reasons that you said, that we're talking about a symbol, that we are going to rebuild, and then this is America, and we have American pride, and it's just there's so many things in front of that right now that are on my mind.
Let's go to Buzz.
As we told you earlier, there are fatalities at the Pentagon, and we are still waiting to hear how many. We do know, however, that 7 people are in critical condition from the airline crash at the Pentagon, all 7 of those with burn injuries. And we also mentioned a few moments ago that the state of Virginia, or Northern Virginia, and the District of Columbia have been put under a state of emergency. Folks in the district are being told to go home, and stay off the streets.
Now, what phone numbers do you want Buzz to repeat?
His Red Cross, all the numbers that he's been reading for help, especially the ones if you have people at the World Trade Center, people weren't able to get there.
Would you repeat those numbers, please, Buzz, if you have family members at the World Trade Center, you think?
Again, if you want to check on people at the World Trade Center, and let me reiterate that the kids are okay from the daycare center, they are at St. Vincent's Hospital. You check on somebody who may or may not have been in the World Trade Center, that hotline number is 888-883-4394. Call your local Red Cross or your local hospital if you want to take blood, give blood. All the hospitals in the metropolitan New York area are accepting blood donations that will be directed to the scene of today's tragedy in Manhattan. The generic number for the American Red Cross is 877-REDCROSS.
I do know that the National Guard has been called out here in New York. In D.C., all National Guard members are being urged to get to the D.C. Armory ASAP. I had a question about Penn Station. They were just on the phone with us. Penn Station has been reopened, and limited eastbound service will resume shortly. You may experience delays entering the station because the cops are out there.
Right.
The LIRR train service continues from Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn and Hunters Point Avenue in Queens. Limited service continues to Port Washington customers only from Woodside Station in Queens, and of course it's a free BGB today.
Right.
Take the train. It's
good job, guys. Good job getting that information out.
Yeah.
Take that. It's
we've gotten a lot of great support help, and we want to thank everybody for that.
Let's go to Cheryl in Long Island with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello. Cheryl, you there?
Hi, Don and Mike. How you doing?
Hi, doing okay.
I just wanted to make a comment and ask your opinion on it. It's been obviously several hours since this has gone down, and we haven't heard any information about any of the other planes that are still being hijacked, where they might be, if we've had any, if we've seen them to try and...
Buzz, let me see, hold on, let me see if I've got this right. There was the concern over that plane 175, right? And that they confirmed that plane had crashed also?
United Airlines has confirmed that flight 175 did crash, but at last report, the last information
they didn't know where.
We had is they didn't know where. Now
what about the plane that crashed outside Pittsburgh? Is that a different flight?
That was an American Airlines flight. Let me just confirm. No, excuse me, that was also a United flight. 2 United flights down, 2 American flights down. Outside of Pittsburgh, that was United Flight 93 headed from Newark to San Francisco. The American Airlines jets were headed from Boston and from Washington's Dulles, both of them headed for Los Angeles.
So I understand what Cheryl is saying here, though. Keeping it's like juggling. You got so much stuff in the air at once. Right. But there were other planes that we thought were being hijacked, right?
Yeah, I thought so. But I think
just the D.C. police plane is the only other one that I know.
So a total of 5 planes that were involved in this.
All right, well, Cheryl, maybe they've all come down then.
I hope so.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thanks for the call.
And that speaks to, with the fear and the fear that people are still experiencing all over the country right now.
Hello, Larry in Jersey. You're on NEW. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, it's Don and Mike.
How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
Listen, I know you guys didn't want to keep rehashing about the revenge on this.
Sure.
The question I have is this. If, in fact, I know it has been said that it's not positive yet, but if there are people celebrating this, and we do act calm and rational about it, don't we feed people like that to think that they can do this again? In other words, if we were to do something outrageous now, like pull a full military attack on them,
but them who is them?
Celebrating in the streets.
All right. Now let me just give you the example here, because it's the Palestinians, the Palestinians who allegedly were
celebrating,
dancing and giving candy to the kids. So you're saying that we should what? We should go over and bomb them because they're dancing about this?
What I'm saying is this: we have had hostage situations in this country. We've had terrorists before. Suppose we did, as the president said, find out, hunt down, and find these people. Mm-hmm. We will give them a trial.
And if they were found guilty, the worst thing we would do is put them to a death sentence. If they're able to get into a plane and crash into a building, death doesn't fear them.
Well, and that, something that applies to if you send in a hit squad and try to take them out as well.
Exactly.
People with the idea of death, they have a different perspective.
But I also I agree with you to the standpoint that if people are dancing and laughing about this, I say F them. Right. And there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm not advocating that we go drop a bomb on them. But I'm just saying, F them. How dare they, if they're involved in this or not, be laughing and handing out candy to their kids on the worst day in America in 50 years. I got to go because Steve in New Jersey says he has a correction on the blood donation info. Steve.
Yes.
How you on the air?
How you doing? I just wanted to make a small correction. At least one hospital in Jersey, which is the Bayshore Community Hospital in Keyport, is not accepting donations. They send you down to the blood bank. And there was a 4-hour wait at the door, and I was 150 people away from the door.
Wow. Okay, all right. Good for the people of this area.
Yeah,
fantastic.
It's so crazy. And by the way, I've totaled up the presumed number of airline casualties today, and that number now totals 381.
That's going to be a mess when we get through that, and the people at the World Trade Center. And
incredible.
Eric in Maryland on WJFK. Hello, Don and Mike Show.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing all right.
I'm a volunteer EMT firefighter, Washington area, and my big thing is I wanted people to remember all the emergency workers who are giving their time, especially some of the brothers and sisters up in New York who've lost their lives during this.
Yeah, and
I
what
just want
those
people
to what those people are going to go through too. I mean, our prayers are with them. Absolutely.
10,000 emergency workers, and you mentioned the National Guard. The Connecticut National Guard has now been called up and is volunteering its services to assist the New York National Guard.
All right, one more before we got to take a break. Mike in New Jersey, a truck driver. You're on NEW with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, Don, Mike, Buzz, Rob. Hi guys. How you guys? I hope you're holding in as well as I am, as best can be expected, unfortunately.
We're doing all right, Mike.
Listen, I was actually a little bit concerned. I've grown into listening to your show, and I heard before that you had sent your wife home. Was that correct?
Yes.
All right. Just so you guys know, and other motorists out there know that can hear you in the D.C. area and also up here, all the water crossings, such as the Delaware Memorial Bridge, the Baltimore, Maryland Bridge over there, those bridges are all closed.
Mm-hmm.
We have several of our drivers that are stuck in Maryland that can't get back up to New Jersey because everything is shut down.
She'll figure it out. I mean, I sent my wife back home because Bart was going to be with neighbors,
and that's when they closed Union Station.
Yeah, and as it turns out, they closed.
You checked in with her, right? And she's okay.
Yeah, she's fine. Trust me. If anybody's going to get through, if there's a barricade or something, my wife will do it, and we got it worked out with Bart anyway. He's fine.
I just want to let you guys know that I really enjoy your show. Unfortunately, today, of course, is on the worst of terms, but you guys are a number one in my book, and a lot of listeners up here. And God bless you, and please be safe.
Oh, of course. And thank you for the call.
All right, have a great day. I hope things get better.
Thanks. Well, they can't get much worse.
Yeah,
I hope not. I knock on wood. Yeah. We got to squeeze one more break, and I think we got more like an hour of the show left. WNEW-FM New York, WJFK-FM Washington. We'll be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show. Washington's 106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern, Don and Mike, Opie and Anthony, sports junkies, and the Washington Redskins. Washington's Superstation 106.7 WJFK.
For more than 25 years, Auburn Tire and Michelin have remained loyal to the dual aim of their founders, product quality and the quality of service for their customers. Auburn Tire is here to help you select the best tire for your vehicle needs. Auburn Tire has the knowledge from 25 years in the tire business. They offer world-class products from Michelin, E.F. Goodrich, and Uniroyal. Let their experienced staff extend their quality service to you, providing providing not only great tires from Michelin, but peace of mind, because so much is riding on your tires. Albin Tire, located off I-95 in Springfield, Virginia. Call 703-455-9300 for information on their products and services and for directions. For peace of mind, call Albin Tire today for any of your vehicle needs. From pickups to sports cars and vans to SUVs, Albin Tire has the tires and services for you. Experience the quality, sales, and service from the first phone call and every step of the way. Albin Tire, here to help you. Call now, 703-455-9300. When you think tires, think Albin Tire. In Springfield, Virginia, 703-455-9300.
1945, Chicago. The war was won. Chicago was ready for some good times, and great little neighborhood restaurants were flourishing. One of them was Uno's, and today Uno's is legendary for great food, great times, Chicago style.
And they've just brought back an old favorite of mine, crusted Dijon chicken. Oh, succulent chicken breasts, roasted in a savory mustard and breadcrumb crust, served with Dijon sauce. Now that's a Chicago legend you can eat.
They've got great food at Uno's and great times to go with it. From legendary deep dish pizza to juicy steaks, burgers, salads, pasta, and for a limited time, crusted Dijon chicken. Uno, Chicago Bar and Grill.
It's a Chicago legend with the best food around.
Visit Uno's today in Georgetown on M Street, at Reston Town Center, or at Dulles Town Center Mall.
Thank you for calling Dish Network. May I help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about your $9 a month TV deal.
Yes, sir.
How many channels do I get for $9 a month?
You get over 100 of America's best channels, all in 100% digital quality.
Well, suppose I wanted ESPN and Fox Sports Net. How much then?
They're both included, so just $9.
All right. Say I want TNT, USA, and TBS.
$9.
Okay, what if I want Disney, Noggin, and Cartoon Network for the kids?
$9.
Okay, suppose I wanted Discovery Health, A&E, and Animal Planet.
Still $9.
CNN?
$9.
Fox News?
$9.
MTV?
$9.
It's the I Like 9 deal only from Dish Network. For a limited time, you'll get 117 of the top channels in digital quality for only $9 a month when you buy any Dish Network system valued at $199 or more. Can your cable company do that? Call 1-800-333-DISH. Prices, packages, and programming are subject to change without notice. So call 1-800-333-DISH today. Dish is it.
In Maryland, the cost of drinking and driving just went up because the legal blood alcohol concentration level just went down. 0.08 blood alcohol concentration is the new law in Maryland for drunk drivers, and if you blow it, you blew it. The cost of drinking and driving is too high. You or someone else could die, and a DUI or DWI arrest is a legal, professional, and economic nightmare. If you're still drinking and driving, the new .08 law is aimed right at you. It's not complicated. It's simple. Don't blow it in Maryland. Never drink and drive. It's just not worth it. This message is from the Maryland Department of Transportation, State Highway Administration, Highway Safety Office.
Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice you two have been in this library for hours.
Yeah, we're looking for a new car.
Doing research.
Hitting the books.
Cramming, so to speak.
Well, I don't mean to be intrusive, but now is a great time to get an Accord at your Honda dealer.
We know it is, and we love the Accord, but...
Well, we suffer from a research addiction.
Honey, that is really such strong language.
I know it is, sweetheart.
I'm so sorry, but the Accord has everything you want in a car. Great styling, a roomy interior.
Tell us about it. After this, we go home and read 35 brochures.
Then give each other written tests.
But the Accord has an incredible engine, superb handling, brilliant ergonomics.
We know.
Our hearts say Accord, but our heads say put yourselves through hours of needless misery.
Well, I suppose you don't even want me to get into the terrific lease terms now available on a wide variety of Accords.
No, we'll crumble.
Vanish in a cloud of dust.
Well, I'll be pulling for you two.
It's a great time to get an Accord at your Honda dealer. Okay, your research is over.
Introducing new Ginsana Gold Blend, specially formulated to give you the vitality you need. Because with all you have to do today, your 2-year-old just gave up his afternoon nap. This unique blend of G115 ginseng plus 17 vitamins and minerals is the only supplement clinically proven to reduce fatigue and increase vitality.
Okay, give Daddy the pots back, Billy, and let's play horsey.
For the vitality you need to enjoy life, try new Ginsana Gold Blend. Blended for vitality.
Listen. That's what you sound like.
Dr. Gene Wagner talks about nighttime teeth grinding.
Aside from being a turnoff for the person you sleep with, it can cause tooth loosening, even tooth loss. That's why I created a dental protector to cushion your teeth. It's called the Doctor's Night Guard. Because you fit it yourself, you'll save money. More importantly, you'll protect your teeth. It might even help your sex life.
The Doctor's Night Guard. Relieve the nightly grind.
The DC Art Center Gallery and Theater promotes art and new artists. To find out more, call 202-462-7833 or call us here at WJFK.
106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern mornings. Don and Mike middays. Opie and Anthony afternoons. The sports junkies at night and the Washington Redskins. Washington Superstation. 106.7 WJFK.
Don and Mike, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
The Don and Mike Show, and we're on 102.7 WNEW New York. 106.7 WJFK, Washington, D.C. I don't know how many of our affiliate stations are going to pick this show up today. If they were going to run it, they might run a best of. Screw them. It's only the worst day in America in 50 years.
You know, walking around the building during the commercial break, a lot of tears in a lot of people's eyes today. I've never seen any single thing impact people, whether you have people down there or not. But certainly here in New York City, and we're in the middle of New York City, this is something I've never witnessed in my entire life.
Even for people who didn't have people in the World Trade Center building, the fact that something of this magnitude has happened here, standing next to lifelong New Yorkers who are just gasping and clasping their hands over their mouths and getting misty-eyed, unbelievable to know that their city, and I think this has struck all of us today, that we're all so vulnerable, and this is a very clear reminder of that.
You know, I know certainly that we have dealt with the I don't want to say the second city syndrome because that's Chicago, but I know that people in D.C. have given us crap for doing the show from New York, that I live up here part-time and we come up here. But if we could put all of that aside for a second, Washington, D.C. is the nation's capital. There's no doubt about it. Right. But when you think about America, you think about New York.
New York's the world capital.
Yeah,
and you know what's funny, when you mention something like that, you mention people giving us grief, it takes all of our petty differences in this country.
Yep.
What city you're from, what team you root for, what color your skin even, and you just, an event like this puts it into perspective as we are all dealing with this right now as an American tragedy. I didn't think it could get much worse than Oklahoma City, and it has in such a way that I still can't believe it.
And what this has done today, this has hit us in both of our strongest points.
Yes, right.
The nation's capital, where we think we're invincible, and New York, the greatest city in the free world. Both places that I think most Americans consider to be safe havens, where you could live, where you could walk around. I mean, hell, don't you feel safe walking on the streets of New York?
Yes. I do, and I don't anymore. And I mean, it's just astonishing when you get by the anger and you get by the shock. What settles in is an uneasiness that will be with us. Certainly here in New York City and in Washington, D.C., I think for quite some time.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Now, the only lines we have open today are 212-757-1027. We'll get an update from Buzz here in a second. Let's go to Al. Al in New York, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike, what's up, guys?
Hi there.
Hey, listen, I just want to give my support to you guys. I'm a long-time listener of NEW, and, over the past couple of weeks, I've been hearing a lot of people, kind of rag you guys out because you're from D.C., and even when I listened to the show, I said, oh, here they go. They're talking about D.C., but I think it was meant for you guys to be in New York today.
It's strange that we are here after, quite a bit of a break. And being here, you do get the sense of what has happened to this city. One of the things I hear from so many people, they took away our skyline.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. And it's putting it into words, it's impossible. I can only describe it the way I feel and the way I felt all day since we came on the air today. And we really got the magnitude of this after we went on the air as to how huge this was. And it's not a nauseous feeling, but it is a sickness that I feel deep inside of me. And I think everybody that I've come in contact with feels the same way.
Yeah, and I know, I hear what you're saying about it. It's good that we're here today to experience it, and I don't disagree with that. But I think that if we were back in D.C.,
right,
we would feel the same empathy for New York. Now, we wouldn't be able to get the one-on-one feeling from New York.
Right.
But keep in mind that what they're going through in D.C., while it's not as bad as the World Trade Center being attacked, what's happened in D.C. has never happened before, ever.
Absolutely.
I would say when the nation's capital is under a state of emergency and everybody's being told to stay indoors, that's pretty devastating in itself.
And people in D.C. are pretty freaking terrified. And I think with good reason. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was just trying to read something. The George Washington Bridge is now moving slowly back into New Jersey, so the GW Bridge is open.
Is that car traffic on the GW Bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
The upper levels of that bridge have just been reopened back in toward New Jersey, and that will make it easier for people to get out of
Safe
Manhattan.
home, everybody that's on that GW Bridge.
And back into Jersey. Greyhound has, in the meantime, shut down all service in New York City, and there is limited ferry service, another way to get back to Jersey from New York City.
Really?
Limited ferry service at Pier 11 and West 30th Street. Some things don't change.
I'll take you home.
That may have been the only joke today. That's very good.
Hello, Oscar. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hi.
What's up, boys? What do you call it? The reason, everybody's so affected by this tragedy is because here in New York, everybody knows somebody that works on the World Trade Center.
Someone said that to me also, and that's true. Everybody's touched by this in some way.
And I just want to say to you guys, I'm feeling it for you, too, because, you got people up here and you have people down there. So I don't know how it is in D.C. Does everybody know somebody that works in the Pentagon?
Not in the Pentagon, but everybody knows somebody who works for the government.
Mm-hmm.
And even though nothing's happened outside of the Pentagon, they have released all the people from all the government offices down there.
Yeah. So I guess everybody's scared because they all consider their buildings like the next target.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
One of the things I said to check in with your neighbors tonight, but I think this is one of those occurrences where people need to be with other people. And I'm telling people for their own good. If you have friends, if you have neighbors, this is something you don't want to handle. Watching the news and watching this tragedy, I don't think you want to be sitting by yourself in front of the television doing this. I think you want to be with other people to help lessen this as much as possible.
Yeah.
Soften it, I should say, even though it's probably impossible to say that.
Does this mean you want to go to dinner tonight?
No, I don't think I'm going to eat dinner tonight, but I certainly will drink it.
Hello, Bernard. Bernard in D.C. Hi, Don and Mike show. Hello.
Yeah, what's going on? This is the first time I ever got through to you guys.
Hi.
But I have a question. Where are all those uneducated countries that we help out when they have problems? Like when somebody comes to bomb them, why are they, coming over to help us or saying anything about us?
Well, now,
they're just passing out candy bars.
I think the eyes of the world are going to be on the United States.
Bernard, to be fair, this thing is 6 hours old. I mean, I don't think, I'm sure that Britain, will...
Yeah, there have already been fierce responses from British Prime Minister Tony Blair and leaders of other countries as well. Leaders of the European Union and even some Middle Eastern countries have expressed, at the very least, deep condolences.
Yeah, I mean, it's been only 6 hours, for goodness sakes. Jason? Let me find him. Hold on. Jason in Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
I was just calling in because I actually watched from my office window as the towers went down today. Pretty tragic. But, I mean, more importantly, I'm trying to think of what happened in the surrounding area. I mean, those buildings aren't exactly small. I want to know what kind of impact it had on smaller buildings around it.
That is an excellent question.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait. The waitress that I was talking to in the diner this morning, the Brooklyn diner, was trying to get in touch with her mom, and I said, you've got a relative, your mom's in the World Trade Center. She said, no, she's in the building right next to it.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder what is the impact of that, and we're not going to know the answers to this until the rescue workers can really get through this, and this is going to be a matter of weeks.
We haven't heard for a while that Mayor Giuliani was trapped in the building across from the World Trade Center just by the falling debris. He eventually obviously got out okay, but so those buildings immediately across from the World Trade Centers were directly affected.
Yeah, I'd feel hinky if I was in one of those buildings.
Yeah.
Just with the force of the plane hitting the Trade Center, and you think the shaking and everything we've heard about it was like being in an earthquake.
Plus the Gannett building, with the people that called us from the USA Today building.
Oh, in D.C., right. Hello, I don't know, Chris? I got it right. Chris, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hey, it was mentioned earlier about a flight that went in close to the Superior Court or the Supreme Court. Had that been substantiated?
We had the report of a possible bomb explosion near the Supreme Court. There's not been any follow-up to that. So
how about the car bomb at the State Department?
Now, that has been determined to not have happened. The State Department was evacuated, as was the Supreme Court building, but we have no confirmed reports of car bombings at either of those locations.
And most of you,
I thank you guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for listening. Did we ever find out about the hijacked police airplane?
Well, if you remember,
in D.C.?
I'd love to know about that.
We heard that F-16s, 2 of them, escorted a Lear jet to the ground at National Airport at a time that no other planes were landing anywhere else. And I have to think that was the hijacked D.C. police plane. But in answer to your question, no, we haven't heard anything else.
But, I guess they would probably keep that quiet, just like when we asked about the casualties at the Pentagon. They're going to want to keep that quiet.
And that interception and escort actually was brilliant, because we were all sitting here debating, if you have a plane in the air, do you shoot it down or do you let it go ahead and do its damage and not know how many people it's going to take out? The authorities may have done us one better here by safely escorting that plane to the ground. There may be suspects or people we can talk to on board.
All right, thank you, Buzz. Hello, Harold in New York. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello, Harold.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, dude.
One of the things, I agree with you about rebuilding it for a symbolic point of view, but this is really going to put a damper on the economy in New York, at least, because all these companies, they're not going to want to relocate. And if they do rebuild the buildings, who's going to want to work in them?
You can speculate on things like this all day long. Right. I got to say, and I know I'm repeating myself quite a bit here, you do get to a point where, there are so many things that are more important than that right now as we speak.
I agree with that.
Having said that, though, I think you don't. People aren't going to stop coming to New York because this happened. People are not going to stop coming to Washington, D.C.
No,
because this happened.
On a personal level, would you work in a building like that, a prime target now in the future?
Hey, listen, how do you know what building is a prime target and what building is not a prime target?
Anything big.
It was a target in 93.
Especially that. I mean, the Statue of Liberty, for all intents and purposes, could very well be a target.
So what are you going to say? Never go to the White House? Never take it.
Well, this leads to my next point. They're creating fear over here. What we have to do is create fear over there.
All right, and where is...
They're more than happy to die. They can't wait to die.
Let me stop you for a second. Where is over there?
Well, Hamas is, I've heard one of the reports said Hamas claims some responsibility.
I've heard
somehow
3 or 4 different people who have claimed responsibility.
Okay, so
we don't know.
They want to claim responsibility. We should just bomb the hell out of them. And then put a message out to any other terrorist cells.
So in your opinion,
who wants to claim responsibility?
So in your opinion, innocent lives for innocent lives is justifiable. Well, even if the fact is you could go in and bomb a whole city and you might not get the masterminds or something that somebody that does this.
We have a lot more knowledge as to where their leaders are.
What kind of knowledge?
I'm sure the CIA, the FBI, they have some knowledge. You mentioned before these terrorists. They don't care about dying, and I agree. That's right.
Hold on. I think the bottom line in all of this is, if we identify who's responsible, then you can talk about.
Right. Severe and decisive.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying what you're saying right now is anyone who is claiming responsibility, let's just go in and wipe them out.
No, I'm not saying just go out and bomb all of the Middle East. Okay. Anybody who wants, maybe not anybody who wants to claim responsibility, but we can get leads. And then, as you said, they're not afraid to die. What they are afraid of is these terrorists, they blow themselves up in Israel. Their families are rewarded tremendously. No. They're given cash bonuses. Their families are now looked upon and they're respected. If we strike fear into them, maybe these ones who are on the fringe, they will decide.
All right, listen, hold on. I don't totally disagree with you, but
I don't either.
But just let me say, if we do that, aren't we as bad as they are?
Well. But they're striking fear into us. They want to kill 40,000 of our people. Maybe we should send a message to them so it'll stop.
I will tell you, there are going to be opinions and there are going to be speculations as to how to deal with this threat. But what we have to deal with right now, what I don't understand is that I hope people focus on the families and the individuals that were affected immediately by this tragedy today. The people that were really affected, not the people just in the city of New York, but the people that had family there in the World Trade Center. That's what I'm concerned about before I want to fight this war where we don't know where the enemy is.
But for a lot of these people that are calling us, they're people who have just listened to the radio all day, watch TV all day,
and they're angry.
They know no one directly who was involved in this. So you got to understand their perspective too. They're just pissed.
They're pissed, and I listen to a guy like that, and I say to myself, if that's the case, if you have the terrorist families being rewarded, it's something we're going to need to address.
Let me see. All baseball games are off tonight. Again, I know in the big picture this doesn't really matter, but there will be no baseball games played tonight. Anywhere, Major League Baseball games. I was having a conversation with somebody during the commercial break. Hold on, Bush is on TV. Hold on.
The necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Now, is that a replay?
I think that's a replay. It is, in fact. Could you tell, I couldn't see the monitor from here, could you tell where he was speaking from? Did it appear he might be aboard Air Force One?
No, absolutely not.
All right.
It appeared, I don't know where he was.
Okay. But he was on an airplane.
You don't think so?
No, it looked to me like he was in a meeting room somewhere.
Really?
No.
It's hard to tell.
We'll figure out the next time it's on. Right. They're running it all the time. No baseball games tonight. I was in conversation with someone wondering if the NFL was going to play games this weekend, and I said, yes, the NFL played games the weekend after JFK was assassinated. Mm-hmm. They played games the weekend after Pearl Harbor, for God's sakes.
Right.
Yeah, I was just looking on the Internet, actually, about the baseball and all that stuff, and it mentioned that after JFK's assassination they played games, and NFL said that was the biggest mistake we ever made. Mm-hmm. So they are considering college games and NFL games will most likely be canceled this weekend. No announcement, however, has been made.
Wow, and then if you think about that, if you think about the fact that there's not going to be any football,
right?
I mean, not to have the world revolve around us, but we are here doing a show. What type of show do we do tomorrow?
You wonder.
I mean, tomorrow.
We do what we always have done, Don. We do what we've always done, which is based on that thing in front of you, that telephone, because we sense when we're getting our phone calls what people want to deal with. And you know what?
I mean, do we do a regular show? Do we do half a regular show and half a show about this? I mean, if we do another show like this, is it just going to be a rehash of what we've done today?
It's hard to say.
I don't know. I don't know. Here's another guy who thinks you just go bomb them.
Yeah, bomb them. We've heard a lot of the military experts calling.
Don, hello, Don.
Hey, Don.
Hi, you're on the air.
Mike, Buzz.
Yeah. Hi.
Everybody's doing a fantastic job covering this thing.
Thank you for listening.
Listen, all these people out there saying, okay, we need to concentrate on the immediate people that are befallen in this tragedy and everything. But this is an act of war. We need to find out who these people are, and even if we don't know exactly who they are, go after them. Go after the people.
Well, wait, hold on.
Even if we don't know exactly who they are.
You had me. I feel like Jerry Maguire. You had me at hello. You had me until you said, even if we don't know who they are.
Well, I'm one of those people that says we should... Sir, hold on a second and let me speak, okay? I was one of those people you're talking about who said we should focus on the people that are suffering right now before... there are people in this country, in this government, that have the responsibility of protecting us and finding these individuals that did this.
Let me comment on that real quick. Let me jump in. The people that are responsible for protecting us, the people in the government, the people in the military... Why, for God's sakes, after the second plane hit the World Trade Center in the second tower, did they not scramble fighter planes in the Washington, D.C. area? They had to know.
I don't doubt you're going to get answers to some of these questions down the road.
They had to know that something was going on. Mm-hmm. Why, in God's green earth, why in this country can we let a plane attack our center of military operations. And that's what it was. It was an attack.
No, and listen, you're not going to get an argument from us on that, right?
No, you're absolutely right.
We feel the same way.
And it's difficult to, answer these questions because we are hours away from this tragedy.
And we're disc jockeys. We don't know. But no, I agree. How could it be that a guy could fly a plane into the Pentagon? How could it possibly be? I don't know. Here is Mike in New York. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Don and Mike.
Hi.
I believe Channel 7 was reporting that when President Bush made the speech, he landed in a military facility in Louisiana, and they said that was briefly. Now he is back up on Air Force One. I just want to let you guys know that.
All right, thanks. We appreciate it. Hello, Mark in New Jersey. You're on with Don and Mike.
Hello.
Hi, and don't forget, this is. I mean, reaches far beyond D.C. and New York. There's no air travel today in America anywhere.
And everybody's affected by this. Everybody that has a television set is affected by this.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Mark. You're on the air. Hi.
I'm in New Jersey.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, I can see the smoke from the trade centers from my building.
Praise.
I have an opinion that this is a world problem right now.
Oh, yeah. I agree with
and that the U.S. should put out messages to all the countries of the world that are now offering their condolences that they should help offer the solution.
I agree.
Which is for all of these so-called human, civilized countries of the world, all of the governments should get their act together, and anyone who supports this type of terrorist activity be eliminated from within. If we can identify it, as Jerry said,
again,
follow the money.
Again, we've got to identify the people.
Got to identify it. I'll tell you one thing that talking to the people here, the world has changed forever as we know it today.
I am blown away. I mean, I'm almost getting desensitized to the pictures of New York, and I've looked out on the window and seen the pictures in the street. To see the Pentagon, like with the ashes coming out of it and stuff.
Amazing.
I mean, that's
sickening.
That makes right. It makes you feel sick.
It's a sick feeling.
Jesus Christ, how could someone do that? That's the Pentagon. Jesus Christ, the Pentagon is on fire. Hello, Marie in Brooklyn. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don, Mike. How are you?
Hi, Marie. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. I just had some updated information if anybody wanted to donate blood in Brooklyn. Not all hospitals are accepting blood. They have deferred to 120 Lawrence Street. The phone number there is 246-1684, 1634, or 1912. It's again 120 Lawrence Street.
Wait, hold on, Buzz. What, are you going to correct her or?
No, she's doing fine.
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, those are just the extensions that I read.
I want to make sure we get it right.
All right, thank you, Marie. We appreciate it.
It's off of Fulton Avenue, near Metrotech. And also the Marriott on Adams Street is going to be setting up later to be accepting blood donations.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Marie, thanks. I know you waited on the line a long time.
No problem.
Those hospitals, that was good information. Those hospitals, if you do approach one and they say, we can't take it, they can certainly refer you to who can. We had a caller earlier who said he had no O negative and he'd donate a gallon if they needed it. O negative is, in fact, one of the types of blood they need most severely, O and O negative. And
you know what type of blood you have?
O-Town.
O-Town. I have no idea. I feel bad about it. A positive.
I forgot.
No, I thought yours was gravy, Rob.
Gravy. That's right.
Ragu.
And here's an 800 number for people in the New York area also to check on the ability to donate blood, and that's 1-800-933-2566. That's 800-933-2566.
I'm seeing a crawl on CNN that says the FBI says they have no idea.
Oh, great.
No idea who's done this. I mean, and you can't expect them to solve it.
Not immediately.
In 6 hours, for goodness sakes.
So many times when things like this happen, weeks drag on and months drag on, and we never hear, and I don't know. I'm just concerned about it.
Frustrating.
Don and Mike show, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
This is Kevin from D.C.
Hi, Kevin. Hi.
We were roofing on a apartment building in Arlington at the time this happened, and there was a fighter plane following the jet plane. I think they could have shot it down, but it's a passenger plane, so how can you shoot it down?
I wonder if that's true.
Are we talking about the D.C. plane that we
that would be if they're in Arlington. That'd be the one that heading towards the Pentagon.
Right.
Right. We heard the fighter plane go by, and then we heard the explosion probably 2 minutes later, and there was another plane, a 4-engine big gray, looked like a military plane.
Now, hold on. Let me just stop you for a second. Are you talking about the plane that ran into the Pentagon?
Yes, he's talking about because they were in Arlington. He's talking about seeing a military plane.
And there was a fighter that was following that plane?
And then he's saying a 4-engine, what appeared to be a military plane.
I believe they knew about it, and they could have shot it down, but they had the issue of shooting down innocent passengers when you don't really know where it's going to land.
Yeah, that's a question, too, that arises, too. You know, when do you know what's really happening? You know, and that's where the protocol for approaches and takeoffs from National Airport will probably have to be a little firmer.
All right, changes.
Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Anna from New York. You're on with Don and Mike on JFK. And Eddie W. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, baby.
I was going to school in Oklahoma City during the bombing. I was only 15, and now I'm here in New York going to school. And I will definitely tell you this one takes the cake. And I have my uncle now in the Pentagon, and I don't know. I haven't heard any word from him. And somebody had called in talking of our people still going to visit New York, and our people, you know, no one ever knows when and where this is going to happen, and people aren't going to want to live in New York because now this is going to be the prime.
Right, what's your point?
Well, the point is nobody knew that the bombing was going to happen in Oklahoma. I mean, who's going to think, oh, there's going to ever be a bombing in Oklahoma?
No, you're right, and the point is you can't live afraid. You can't be afraid to live in D.C.
You can't live afraid, and also another point is right after that bombing happened, everyone was pointing fingers at terrorism, at the Arabic countries, or, you know, like they're doing right now. The evidence is really, you know...
Yeah, we don't have any evidence yet.
Well, we don't have any evidence, but of course... We were pointing fingers at suspects that really could have matched up, and then look who did it. It was an American.
Right.
And what I'm saying is we cannot point fingers at all right now. What we need to focus on are innocent lives and families.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, though, if it's an American who did this,
yes,
Jesus Christ, let's put it on Fox, and let's finally do that televised... I mean, and an execution is too kind a word if it's an American.
But she was absolutely right as far as the reaction after the Oklahoma City tragedy. I mean, I remember getting the same kind of response from people about, hey, we ought to get them, and we have to find out as much information as we can get. But right now, the focus is on this tragedy.
What if it is a douchebag like Timothy McVeigh that's behind us?
You never know. You never know. I would say the scale of what happened today and the number of incidents today would probably push that possibility to the back.
A little more brain power, perhaps, than your average Tim McVeigh.
Yeah, a little more organized.
Huge operation.
Yeah, right.
Hello, she made a good point, but you notice this only happens in cities where she goes to school. So she could do us a favor and stay home.
Dave, you're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Yeah, hi. I just had a brief thought. Although we may not know specifically who did this act, they have a pretty long list of organizations that have engaged in terrorism.
Right.
And if they haven't proved anything else by this, they've proved that they're not a nuisance. They're really dangerous. It might be well to think of starting at the beginning of that list and going down to the end of it and trying to stamp out these organizations before they get us.
Yeah, who knows?
Like having a dangerous snake in your living room.
All right, I got you. Thank you. Hello, here is Paul with Don and Mike on NEW. Oh, hold on, is this Giuliani? Hold on.
We're all undergoing right now.
There's Mayor Giuliani right now. This is live.
We've had nightmares about, probably thought wouldn't happen.
Hold on, Paul.
My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now
this is Mayor Giuliani
to be on saving as many lives as possible.
WNEW.
We have hundreds
WJFK
of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Patagi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very, very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion.
What about the remaining four, and is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by them?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack. I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Do you have an idea of the extent of the rescue efforts that's going on right now along the scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people are being treated in local hospitals, and there were 150 in particular that were critical that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals, so we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital, and I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there after the first plane hit, before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people, and that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also, blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street, so we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
There is Mayor Giuliani. That's live. That's what's happening. We are rapidly running out of time. Don and Mike on 102.7 WNEW New York, 106.7 WJFK Washington. Buzz, can you wind things up? Can you give us a final look at what's happened and where we stand now?
Things are quiet, and that's the best news that we can report right now. We understand that there are now 50 planes in American airspace, and the FAA reports no problems. I don't know what that means exactly, because all of the airports are still closed, and all transatlantic flights are still, at last report at least, being diverted to Canada.
Well, if it's transatlantic flights, Buzz, that means that perhaps some domestic planes are in the air.
Perhaps still in the air from previous launchings. Again, an amazing terrorist attack on the United States today, the devastation of which we will be feeling for some time, with a tremendous loss of life, starting with the crash of two separate planes into the two separate towers of the World Trade Center. Within an hour later, a commercial jet also crashed into the Pentagon. As we estimated earlier, a total of 381 airline passenger lives lost. We don't know how many thousands from the World Trade Center. No reports of fatalities yet from the Pentagon. We do know about 50 people were injured, and at least 7 of them are in critical condition. Your government officials are safe and in control. Colin Powell has returned to this country from Latin America. President Bush is returning to Washington from some plans he had in Florida. And the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, is safely at the other end of the Pentagon from where the plane crashed into it today.
All right, Buzz, we want to thank everybody at WNEW, everybody back at JFK, and everybody up on the 10th floor at 1010 Winds.
I do want to say, if you get a chance sometime today, say a prayer for all the people that have been affected directly by this tragedy, and also all the rescue workers, the EMTs, the emergency personnel who are at this hour working to try to find survivors and help people out of this disaster.
We will be back tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do a regular show, if we're going to do a hybrid show. We'll see what happens.
This the greatest tragedy in American history, I really do believe, and that will dictate what we do tomorrow.
We'll try to get back on track, but again, we'll see, and who knows what's going to happen tonight. It may seem jive, but I do feel that this is the appropriate song to play. We're going to play this now.
Do it.
Ray Charles, and we'll leave you. Opie and Anthony are next on 106.7 WJFK and 102.7 WNEW. We will see you tomorrow.
proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, make God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. And you know, when I was in school, we used to sing it something like this. Listen here. Oh, beautiful, far spacious skies, far amber waves of grain, far purple mountain majesties. Well, now wait a minute. I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed His grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, He did. Any brotherhood from sea to shining sea. You know, I wish I had somebody to help me sing this. America, I love you, America. You see, my God, He done shed His grace on thee. And you ought to love Him for it, 'cause He crowned thy good. He told me He would. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. I thank you, Lord.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
You're listening to WNEW in New York. The Opie and Anthony Show is next.
Hey guys, Ben here on the show, and the boys are in Long Island. We're trying to dial them up.
Ben!
There you are. There's Hope. Hey guys.
What's up?
What's up? You're up.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Jeez. Hold on. Battle stations. Okay, I think we got it figured out finally. Yeah, it's Opie and Anthony.
Hey.
And I guess we don't have to tell anyone, but we might as well, that this is going to be a very different show today.
Yeah.
First of all, Anthony and I are not even in New York City. We're on the outskirts of New York City.
We're out on Long Island.
We're out on Long Island. Want to thank the fine folks of WLIR on Long Island. Got to give them a plug today because we're broadcasting from their studios.
Yeah.
This is just, we don't even know where to begin. This is just unbelievable. At 9:15 this morning, I was getting ready to go on a train to come into work to do our show today.
From Midtown Manhattan.
And they completely shut down Manhattan, where no one is allowed into the city, which is just unbelievable in itself.
A lot of people.
Anthony, who lives in Brooklyn, could not go into the city.
No, they shut down everything coming in. There was no way you were going to get in.
So here we are on Long Island to attempt to do a radio show today.
I don't know why. I was like, and I'm never getting home, by the way. I just want to let everybody know.
Well, you could crash at my place.
Because as I was driving in, I'm on the Belt Parkway, driving away from Manhattan, clear as a bell. I could do 90 because I knew there wasn't going to be a cop with a radar gun. So
I got here really quick, but on the other side of the road, heading toward the city, and heading toward where I live, just a mess.
Yeah, they completely shut down the Long Island Expressway.
Yeah.
Which, for people in other cities, just imagine your biggest road in your city just completely shut down.
Yeah.
So here we are. We're trying to set up communications. We're going to set up the website so we can read some instant feedback from all over the country. We're going to take a ton of phone calls today, right, Ed?
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows what happened. I don't even know that we got to run through it 8 billion times again. Now it's all about revenge.
Right.
Whose ass do we kick?
Right.
About this? Because I can't just sit by and think of all the other times that things have happened and the president has the rah-rah speech and before you know it, weeks turn into months and you realize nothing happens. Any general pissed off attitude you have just goes away and you forget about it until the next time. And you get the same crap every time. This time, we need something huge, a response quick and so decisive and brutal to whoever did this that they have to think twice about doing it again. Or they just plain don't exist anymore. Or they don't have the resources to do anything except skin animals for clothing in the caves that they live in. That is what we should do this time because this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You watch it and like everyone's been saying, it's like just watching a movie. But it's real.
Yeah. First of all, how did you hear about it? I mean, what were you doing?
Me sleeping. What else do I do at that hour?
I was up. I was having breakfast with my girlfriend in Northport, and I was listening to the morning show in New York on WNEW, the Sports Guys, and they're like,
"You're the guy that listens to that program."
So they're on the air going all morning. We're talking nothing but Giants football.
Oh.
And then I'm like, all right, I'll check them out for a little while, and then I go in and have my little breakfast, and I come out, and all of a sudden they're talking about a plane hitting the Twin Towers. You and I have talked about this on our radio show. We said on numerous occasions we're surprised that
someone hasn't done it.
Yeah, that no one has ever done that before. I'm not even talking about a terrorist attack. Just a nutcase in the area that wants to just end his life and do it in style by crashing into one of these buildings. We talked about that recently on our show. So I'm just assuming it's a Cessna or something, and it happened. A guy, he decided to end his life, right?
Right.
And so I'm listening to the Sports Guys describe this thing, and they're talking to someone on the phone, and everyone's watching TV at this point. And I heard them live say, holy, I think they even cursed because it was just beyond belief. Yeah. Holy ass, a huge jet just crashed into the other tower.
Yeah.
Now, the first thought, and I'm not trying to make jokes today, I'm like, man, those guys need, ratings that bad that they're going to go down this road and come up with some wacky radio prank.
Right, you're thinking it's a joke.
I thought it was a joke. And then sure enough, I'm just, I start spinning around the dials to make sure it wasn't, and I couldn't believe it. This is like our worst fear here in New York. If you work or live in the city, it's always in the back of your mind a terrorist attack or, some kind of explosion. And sure enough, today we're dealing with this, and it's just amazing because we all know someone that works in the Twin Towers, and our thoughts go out to them and their families because
it's bad. I don't know. You have that hope that you sit and you watch and go, hey, maybe after the first plane hit, a lot of people got out, and maybe this, maybe that. It just looks bad. It's too big to not have killed a lot of people.
Yeah, because
it's awful.
What were they saying? Like 50,000 people work in the towers?
They work in there on any given day. It's a lot of people.
And after the first plane hit, if the elevators weren't, even if the elevators were working, just a panic on every floor, people trying to get onto the elevators to get out of the building. So then you got to think, all right, people are going down in the stairwells. There's no way they all got out. Well, obviously not all got out, but not a lot of people got out in time.
What was it? 18 minutes between the two planes hitting?
Yeah.
So you got to figure, you know how people move. They're pains in the asses when you're trying to get through people. And even in a panic situation like that, it would be worse. So 18 minutes to evacuate 50,000 people in a building? Please.
Right.
It just doesn't happen, unfortunately, because it looks like it's going to be really bad.
And then I'm watching the TV, and they're talking to a reporter in the area, and all of a sudden I'm watching, I'm like, is the whole building coming down in front of my eyes?
Yeah.
And then the reporter had no clue because she doesn't have a monitor, and they jumped in and like Wow.
I know. Who expected that? Well, I woke up, Rick called me up and said, oh, you better leave early to get in to Manhattan because there's trouble there downtown. Little understatement of the century.
Right.
And I was thinking of coming in, and I turn on the TV.
Yeah.
And there it is.
You drive right by that building every day.
Every day, I drive right down the West Side Highway coming into work because I'm in Brooklyn. And, drive right past the front of it. I look at it every day because it's amazing to look at, or it was anyway. Huge. And I drive past it every day, yeah. And I can only imagine the damage to the surrounding area, just having that much stuff come down on top of everything. But then I looked out my porch window, and there it was, Manhattan, South Manhattan on fire.
South of like Canal, basically.
Just big plumes of smoke coming up. Later on, I saw some military vessel going up the river when I was coming here down the Parkway. But roads closed. People just walking around and looking dazed. It's like something you don't want to believe, like a movie, like a bad movie. You're watching it, and I'm watching the side of a building come out when a plane hits it, and you go, that's good CGI.
Yeah,
that looks pretty real.
Yeah, it's so surreal. I think we're all going to wake up tomorrow and go, did that really happen?
Yeah, I'm watching people running down the street, and there was a couple of women just cowering behind a car, and I'm looking at them going, you got to give it more believability here. It's bad acting. Like bad acting.
The pictures are just unbelievable. We're flipping around like crazy, and we just saw some footage of, I guess it was a cop. Basically just push a lady out of the way to outrun the wall of smoke coming his way.
Yeah, when those buildings came down, the plumes of smoke that came through the streets, like the streets act like a canyon, so it just blows down the roads in Manhattan. And some people had their backs turned. Now, they heard the boom, and they start trying to get out of the way, but the cloud of smoke just engulfed them. And the people running away that saw the cloud coming weren't stopping to help the people that didn't. I saw an old lady in blue, and she's kind of walking down the street, and a big cloud of smoke's coming after her, and this big fat guy just kind of pushes her out of the way. Yeah. It's horrible, but you kind of see what we're all about sometimes. There's the heroics, and then there's the people going, hey, get out of my way. I'm saving my own ass.
Right. What about the guy that was behind the ambulance?
Yeah.
And he couldn't see the wall of smoke coming while everyone's just running by him, and he was completely engulfed.
Just, sucked them right up. Awful. But now it's all about the next phase of this thing, which is retaliation. Because you could rehash this. It's over. I don't foresee anything else happen. It's kind of eerie when you look up in the sky and don't see any airplanes. Right. I drove right past Kennedy Airport to get here, and nothing. And you're used to you take it for granted that there's going to be planes in the sky, and nothing. No planes. And now I think the next big story is going to be when we finally attack whoever's responsible for this. I don't even care if they're totally responsible. If you backed terrorism, if you're a country known to harbor terrorists, that's it. Start putting some of that those tax dollars I spent on some of this military hardware to work. Because we just have to answer hard. Bad.
By the way, CNN just reported a little while ago, and we're trying not to make jokes today, trust me. Disney World and Disneyland is closed.
Oh, thank God.
CNN reporting that. Very important that they report that today.
There's bandwagon jumpers that close things, I think,
So if you're just tuning in, it is the Opie and Anthony show, and we're not in Manhattan. You can't get to Manhattan. You could barely get out of Manhattan. Did you see the footage of everyone just walking across the Brooklyn Bridge? Thousands upon thousands of people, like it was the New York City Marathon?
Yeah.
Amazing.
They're walking up the FDR Drive, which is just a huge road in Manhattan, and no cars. They're just walking home. The mayor just got on and said, look, walk home.
Walk home today.
And these are people that commute in every day.
So here we are in the studios of WLIR on Long Island, and we don't have anything.
No, we're just here. I guess we're going to try to take a few phone calls and whatnot.
Yeah, we finally hooked up the website. I think we could get instant feedback in a few minutes here. We got to get the web address for that. We should talk to Ben and Rick. Ben's back at the station. Ben.
Yes, right here.
What's going on, bro?
Not a heck of a lot. It's just pandemonium here.
And when did you come in from Boston?
I drove in from Boston last night.
Oh, you drove?
I drove, yeah. I got back in New York about 9 o'clock last night.
Because I was wondering about that. I'm like, Ben's in Boston.
Well, When the days go by, we're all going to know at least one person that perished. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, because the scope of this is huge. Just huge.
They showed on CNN the track of, was that the first plane that hit the tower? I think it was the first plane, right?
Yeah, it was leaving Boston, heading towards Los Angeles, and it goes on its normal track, because there's a bunch of websites where you can track the flights of aircraft. And you see it going on its normal track west, and then all of a sudden it just makes a sharp turn south.
Somewhere in Pennsylvania, just as sharp as could be, turn south.
It was over New York, yeah, upstate New York.
Oh, it was? Okay.
It turned south, and that you can assume is where these scum of the earth took the plane over. And you start thinking all kinds of thoughts, like, these are human beings on these planes, and what the hell was going through their heads? Did they know what was going on? Was there a big commotion? Were the pilots even alive?
Well, they had a guy on a cell phone. This is all facts, by the way. We're going to try not to hang out in the rumor zone today.
Yeah.
CNN said it was a fact that someone on that hijacked plane from Boston to L.A. that made the sharp turn somewhere in upstate New York, south. He was in the bathroom of the plane on a cellular phone, screaming, going, "We've been hijacked, we've been hijacked." They stayed on the line with the guy until they heard a big crash, or a big explosion, I guess they said, and that was it. Boom.
I think that was the plane that went down in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, okay.
Which people are assuming it was shot down. Because by that point, the Pentagon had been hit, and both of the towers of the World Trade Center. So I had heard reports that F-16 fighters were surrounding a plane, and you got to assume there, too, what's going through their heads? If they have to take the shot on a plane that has passengers on it, but you got to do it because it's...
you don't know if that plane's going to hit the Empire State Building or something, right?
What's the next target? These terrorists, this scum, managed to use our own planes as bombs.
Amazing.
So you sit there and think about all the debate that's gone on about these missile defense systems and whatnot. That, hey, they knocked the nuclear missiles out of the sky. This is great. We're safe. These guys used our own planes, which opens up a whole nother can of worms about the lameness of airport security. You like to feel great when they ask you that question. Did you pack your own bags? Did you leave your bags with anyone you don't know? What's the guy going to say? Oh, you got me. Okay, I did. Yeah, I'm a terrorist.
Yeah, because these hijackers had to get weapons on the plane. You're not gonna hijack a plane with a butter knife,
right? You have to assume that there was some kind of weapon there to intimidate the pilot into giving up his seat. They don't normally do that. And you could also assume that the pilots didn't fly these planes into these buildings, that they were incapacitated, and the terrorists flew these things into these buildings. So it opens up a whole can of worms with airport security and what the future's going to hold now for people that want to travel. I mean, it's really going to get tight. But, looking in the past, it'll get like that for a while. Uh-oh. What are they showing on now?
This is new footage on CNN.
A side view of the airplane? Is that what I'm saying?
It's just unbelievable to imagine that, tomorrow when we wake up, and you see the skyline of New York, and we've all seen it a million times, you're not going to see the Twin Towers there. That's just...
Yeah, the Twin Towers are just... it's a landmark. They picked two landmarks that are just huge. One known for the military, the Pentagon. I mean, when you think Pentagon, you think the military. And a civilian target, it's New York City. It's the World Trade Center. This is... thousands of 50,000 people, up to 50,000 people work there. And that's a huge image of this New York City skyline. And they picked two, and they nailed us. And watching reports on CNN and whatnot of some of these people in these Mideast countries celebrating.
In Palestine, right?
Yeah, in Afghanistan. And
they were handing out candy in the streets?
And they're handing out candy, they're celebrating, they're waving flags, they're smiling and laughing at total destruction.
Obviously, this is an act of war. Worse than Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
This is worse than Pearl Harbor.
We had a couple of thousand people die in the Pearl Harbor attack. And that was, military targets. And it was during a very unstable time. But this is civilian targets. And no provocation. Because of our policy with Israel, go screw. I cannot wait. I beg the president of this country to just wreak havoc on every country that's ever sponsored terrorism, that ever harbored a terrorist, to just not hold back. I'm in favor of some tactical nuclear warfare there, Opie. I don't care. Drop the bomb. Just clear them out so they can't even do this anymore. That's it. Done. It's over on the other side of the world. I don't care.
Let's get back to
That's
Ben.
what they're saying.
Hey, Ben.
Yo.
So, your new place is right around there too, right?
I'm relatively close. I'm probably about 20 blocks away or so.
Yeah.
Mark's the one that actually saw it and called into the sports guys.
Now, Mark, Psycho Mark on our radio show. I mean, I had no doubt this was serious, but I knew it was really, really serious when I tuned in Fox News. And there's Mark. Got to call him Mark today. Mark Walsh. As serious as I've ever seen anyone in my life be. And I'm like, that's Mark?
Yeah, I know.
And he's like an eyewitness to this whole thing. Because what? His building is pretty much right there?
He's really close. I mean, the great thing about Mark's apartment was you could look out and the World Trade Center is right there. It was the most amazing view. And he woke up this morning and in his room, you look out and he saw this thing happening and called in and, knowing him, they thought he was joking around. And
Wait, take us back. So was he getting ready for work or what?
He was getting ready to go to work.
And he actually saw the first plane hit?
I guess he heard the crash and looked out and saw this whole thing unravel right in front of him.
Right.
Because like I said, he lives within a few blocks of where the Trade Center is.
And he's just got a great view of the Trade Center, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he calls up the sports guys in New York.
He calls up the sports guys, and at this point, it hadn't broken on the news. I mean, this is right when it happened. And Chris Oliveira, one of the producers, is like, Mark, come on, this, it's not a funny joke. They thought he was joking around. And sure enough, it wasn't. And that was Mark calling in.
Did he see the second plane, the 767?
I think Mark saw all of it.
Wow.
And we talked to his boss at Fox, and he's down there. You can't get in contact with him because of his cell phone down there, but he's been down there, as you said, like reporting for Fox all day because you can only get so many people down there.
Right.
So that's what happened with him.
Yeah, being from New York and living here, and like I said, I'm from Brooklyn, and I got a view from where I live of southern Manhattan. And when I was driving in here and I'm driving up the Belt, to look over at the familiar skyline of Manhattan, the Empire State Building, and the Twin Towers, and to just see smoke coming up from where the Twin Towers used to be you can't even. It's not like it's like it's not real.
No,
what it is.
No, and being from Long Island, I'll give you another view. I mean, I'm way out on the island. Okay, I'm a good 30 miles from Manhattan.
Yeah,
I got on the LIE shortly because it was mostly closed, and you could see the smoke 30 miles away where I was. Just a huge cloud.
It's like one of those bad movies. And the roads being closed, that's another amazing thing, with no one being allowed to go west off of Long Island, or to go south if you're in Westchester. They've closed these roads, and you see they've used everything, because a lot of the police vehicles are being used in New York. So there's huge garbage trucks and dump trucks and flares blocking the parkways and highways going towards Manhattan. And it was like a scene out of Stephen King's The Stand or something. You look and it doesn't seem real until it sinks in.
It's really not sinking in yet at all. It's just beyond amazing. Ben, are the phones ringing like crazy or what?
Yeah, we got some calls coming in. We have Keith the cop is on the line. I don't know if you guys want to talk to him.
Yeah.
You want to go to him?
Yeah, was he down there?
Yeah, he's there. You want to go to him?
Oh, definitely.
All right, here we go. Keith. He's been on the hold for a little while, so maybe he'll call.
Has he?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I know that Keith wasn't actually working. He was called in, and he said, he got in, the LIE was totally wide open, he got in, but he's down there in the thick of things.
We have a lot of friends in the NYPD and a lot of friends in the fire department, so.
Yeah, and a lot of those guys are going through some tough times right now, too, because, they were right on the scene. There were a lot of emergency workers at the base of those buildings when that happened. So Hopefully,
plus the
a
hotel.
miracle happened.
No one has mentioned the hotel that.
The Marriott's.
One of the towers basically collapsed right on top of.
I know. And another plane's down in Philadelphia or in Pennsylvania.
That's the one in the outskirts of Pittsburgh, actually.
Plane was a 747, flight 93 from Newark, and that went down in the woods. Now that, I heard the earlier reports that a 747 was surrounded by F-16s because it was headed toward Washington. So I wonder what the story is with that. We were listening to or watching CNN, and I think a lot of info is going to come from the black boxes and the recordings from the various towers that these planes had to go past. But, do it tomorrow, Bush.
Yeah.
Do it tomorrow. Don't wait. Bomb something. So frustrating when stuff like this happens.
I think his pop would have bombed something by now. I think Louis Block is going to call the show, Anthony, as well. Hey, Ben, you want to throw a couple phone calls on?
Yeah, well, where do you want to go, Rick? What should we go with?
Why don't we go to Bluto on line 2?
Hey, Bluto on line 2.
Some of the guys in New York are thinking here.
Hey, Bluto. Uh-oh. Bluto.
What a disaster.
Hey, Bluto, what's up?
You should just kill anybody whose name you can't pronounce who has a beard longer than 2 inches. Just pick a country. I don't care. Kill somebody.
See, this is the frustration that we're feeling, man.
Oh, my God, I wanted to throw up when I saw it this morning.
And what was your first thought, Bluto?
I couldn't believe it. I'm staring at the screen. I heard the sports guys. I turned the TV on thinking it's a joke, and there it is. And I'm sitting there live, and the second plane comes out of nowhere. And next thing I know, I'm like, the building's gone. It's just gone. I work 2 blocks from there.
Yeah, we all know people down there. That's what, I mean...
There must be 50,000 people there.
But just how it escalated, it was just like, the first plane, I really thought it was just a Cessna. I mean, it still sucks, but I'm thinking, okay, some wacko, decided to take his life. And then the second plane hits.
That second plane hit, you just blinked your eyes hard and went, what did I just see?
A 767 hits the Twin Towers, and then you keep watching, and then you find out the Pentagon gets hit.
And then when they fell down, it was just...
The whole news went silent. It just collapsed.
What do you say? You're just watching going, all right, the plane's hit, but hopefully, because you keep hoping that, all right, hopefully they'll be able to fight some of that fire and they'll get the people out and stuff. And then when you watch the buildings just come down, it was like the only thing I could even equate it to is watching the Challenger explode. And then where you're sitting there and you're going... All right, maybe there's an escape thing or something, but then the realization hits that
parachute.
No, it's a disaster, and those people are just gone.
And there were people that they knew the building was collapsing, and they panicked and started jumping out the windows of the Twin Towers.
And then the Palestinians are cheering. Did you see that?
Yeah, handing out candy in the streets, right?
God, we're not like that.
I'm a little pissed off at CNN for even showing that. I mean,
no, get us riled up. They should show it.
It doesn't get us riled up in the right way.
I'm ready to re-up right now. I'm ready to go back down to my Navy station and hit it again. I am so pissed.
When I watch the buildings coming down, that gets me riled enough. Believe me, we have to respond so strong that no one could even have the potential to do this.
Just wipe them out. That's it. The end.
All right, Bluto. Thank you very much.
You guys suck.
Hey, Ben, throw us on with somebody else.
All right, you know what? We should also mention the national number. I don't know if it's working because it had problems, but we want to mention the national number, 866-2774-WOW.
866-2774-WOW, right. And, of course, in the New York area, 877-692-1027, all right?
A lot of the reasons we never, in the past when we've had terrorism here, responded quickly and really strong is... There's all that political bull crap you got to put up with. You don't want to piss off this country or that one or this. I think this is big enough where the politics of it is going to take a back seat to the sheer revenge of it. That we have to now respond in a way that will show these people that, you're going to do something like this, we're going to hit you tenfold. And I don't think politics is going to be playing a big part in this one. I hope not, anyway. I hope they don't pussy out on this.
Yeah, all right. Hey, hopefully Keith the Capo calls, because he's pretty much at ground zero at this point, trying to do what he can as a New York City policeman. Ben, put us on with somebody else.
All right, let's go to Eddie right here. Go to Eddie. Eddie.
Yeah, Ben.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey, guys, what's up?
Well, you tell us.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I work for Pepsi. We're on the roof of the supermarket looking at this place. Then we drive downtown, and we're sitting there, and the thing collapses right in front of you. I'm looking at my friend. I'm like, did we really see this? Is this really happening here?
Yeah, you got to check your brain. Like, there's no way I just saw what I just saw.
Exactly. You're like, holy God, there's people in there. It's like looking at a hotel in Vegas going down, and there's people, and sure, there's something you know in there, and you just can't believe that it's happening.
Yeah, and you get like a sick feeling. Like I just felt sick, and there's nothing you could do. You're powerless. You know what I mean?
I still got a knot in my stomach.
Yeah, I was watching, and I'm just walking around the house, and all I was saying, I'm shaking my head the whole time, just going, holy S, holy S, holy S.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Exactly. Like, you really think that this would happen in my lifetime? I mean, come on. In this day and age. Unbelievable, guys.
You got to be careful how you say things today, but it makes the Oklahoma City bombing look like a little scratch. Well, like a little scratch.
Yeah, you know how huge that was when it happened, and before they found out it was an American that did it. Do you remember that? Everybody was like, "Oh my God, we got to kill, we got to bomb, we got to bomb." Now we know this isn't the work of Americans. Now we have to respond hard.
All right, bro. Thank you.
He's gone. We hung up on him.
All right.
Let's go to Sean here on line 9. Sean.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Sean.
I was up in Mawa, it's in northwest Bergen County.
Yeah.
And it's about 40 miles away, and I was driving in my car, and don't feel bad, Ope, I was actually listening to the sports guys, too. And when I heard about it, I went up to the cliffs, and I was looking, you could barely see the outline of the World Trade Center. And then all of a sudden, just boom, a huge fireball I could just see from miles away, just shot off the side of it. And then I went home and started watching TV, and I just saw them come down, and I was like...
Yeah, it's, what happened to your mic? I don't know. Did something open? No. Wait, try it again.
Ah, there you go.
Okay.
Are you playing with the buttons here, too?
I'm not playing with the buttons here. I don't know how to play with the buttons here.
When we're back in New York, you just start hitting buttons for no apparent reason.
No, I'm not playing with the buttons today. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Hey, Ben, is there any way to take a break so we can regroup and get the website hooked up and all that? I know we're not really playing commercials or anything, but...
We could feed in Wins, 1010 Wins, our sister station, our news station in New York. And go there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, we could. Let's do that for just a couple minutes so we can regroup, okay? Hey. But it's, I should tell people, it's Opie and Anthony. We're not in Manhattan because they've shut down the city. No one is allowed in Manhattan. If you weren't there before 9 o'clock this morning, you know, we've all been... sent home, basically. So we're in the studios of WLIR in Garden City. Want to thank them for helping us out because they really didn't have to let us broadcast from their studios today.
Yeah,
so
cool.
Thank you guys, we appreciate it. Yeah, why don't you throw in that feed and we'll be back in a few minutes. All right.
All right. Hey guys, real quick. If you want to throw out the local New York number for the national, because the national just doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
Anybody listening to us, you know, in the other cities, 212-757-1027.
Okay, cool.
They can try and reach us that way too.
Right on, man. All right, we'll be back in a few.
6106, as well as Meadowlands Hospital in Secaucus. That number 201-392-3269. And as Dr. Jaggi mentioned, this is going to be a long day and a long night. They expect many more people to be brought to this facility. So we'll be getting back to you, needless to say. Sandy Klein reporting live at the Jersey City Medical Center.
All right, Sandy Klein, let's pick up where you just mentioned about blood donations. Larry Cantor's been following that for us here, too, the overall situation. Larry?
Yeah, we have a number that anyone can call to find out where you can donate blood, the spot that's closest to you, and the number is 800-933-2566. That number is set up by the New York Health and Hospital Service, 800-933-2566. You can also go to the New York Blood Center on 67th Street between 1st and 2nd Avenues, and the Red Cross offices all around the city, 150 Amsterdam Avenue, 66th Street, 120 Lawrence Street in Brooklyn, 1625 Forest Avenue on Staten Island. There are 4 locations on Long Island. That's 2500 Marcus Avenue and Lake Success, 3125 Veterans Highway in Bohemia, 333 Merrick Road in Rockville Center, Route 10 North in Huntington, and Westchester at 525 Executive Boulevard in Elmsford. In New Jersey, 167 New Street in New Brunswick. And for that matter, a hospital in your neighborhood may be collecting blood. You can just walk right in. Ralph?
All right, that is 1010 Wins reporter Larry Cantor with a blood situation for us. We'll have a look at traffic in just a moment, too. And also, we do expect a Pentagon briefing at any moment, so we'll go to that, too. Mel Giannino is with us. He was on the 66th floor of Tower Number 1 when the plane crashed into the building today. Mel, tell me what it was like.
Well, it wasn't pleasant. I was in my office. I had just gotten there about 20 minutes earlier and sitting at the desk. And all of a sudden, I heard a large boom, a large explosion, and looked out my window and just saw flames and debris and papers cascading outside it.
It must have been a heck of a jolt.
No, it was. It felt like the building was tipping. It leaned forward and back and rocked a few times before it finally settled again.
And what did you do?
Well, after that, the floor was relatively empty, the 66th floor, and after that happened, we just went to the staircases and made our way downstairs.
And you were there in 1993 during the other explosion.
Yes, I was.
The same floor, or?
No, it's 64th floor.
Is this enough?
I think so.
Yeah, of course, obviously, the towers are gone, so we know that, too.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Well, so you made it out, and was there smoke in it as you're going down in the building?
Yes, there was. Not as much as during the explosion the first time in '93, but there was an acrid smell, and but it was a fairly orderly progression down the stairs, and everybody made it out pretty well. It was actually, the evacuation was a lot quicker than the last time on the bombing.
Do you know what floors were actually hit? How far above you? Was it like 20 floors above you, maybe, roughly, the main impact?
I'm not sure. I'm hearing it was the 82nd floor. Originally, we thought it was on the 73rd floor, but listening to the radio, I understand it was the 82nd floor.
And several floors were wrecked anyway.
And yeah, the floors above were engulfed.
Well, I'm so glad that you escaped, and we thank you very much for talking with us.
You're welcome.
Mel Giannino, who was on the 66th floor today, and this is the second time he's been through a terrorist attack at the World Trade Center, which in effect is no longer existent. But still a major rescue effort underway there. Again, we expect a Pentagon briefing momentarily. Well, let's get back to Matt Ward and an update on where we stand in travel. Are you there, Matt? Well, we'll get to Matt in just a moment then. Matt Ward is keeping us up to date, but a lot of roads have been closed. For example, like the thruway coming in, a lot of the Long Island roads were closed up to keep people from coming into the city. President Bush has put the military on high alert. He says we are being tested. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. The president has been moved around. He gave a taped statement that was made, I believe, in Louisiana. Then last year he's at an air base in Omaha. So the president is being very carefully guarded. Mayor Giuliani talked with the reporters a short time ago, too, and gave us an assessment. We also expect to hear from the mayor a little later on today with another assessment of just where we are. 1010 Wins reporter Carol Diori has been talking to people on Long Island and what's been going on there.
Today's disaster meant people walked for miles, for hours, from lower Manhattan to the outer boroughs. They went from downtown Brooklyn to try to get to parts further east. I found Abraham Flint resting at the corner of Eastern Parkway and Washington Avenue. He said the only thing he could think of as he was, it was like being in the middle of a war.
Walking down Flatbush Avenue, I felt I was part of a large war refugee contingent. And I also saw people who had been in the building, rescue workers. They were covered with smoke. They were in a state of shock, dust. Anybody who survived it, it's a miracle.
And people have all ranges of emotions. I found a young teenager walking from downtown Brooklyn. He was headed to Brownsville. He was very angry. He said the worst of all this, he doesn't think the U.S. will have a good response.
What we're going to do about it? Nothing we can do.
So emotions run very deep. He's angry. People are just very sad. I've seen people crying. Carol Diori at 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
And before this day is over, there will be a lot of tears. We have no idea whatsoever how many people may have been killed at the World Trade Center, but obviously scores, if not hundreds, if not thousands were, and that's just beside the many injured. We do know at least around 2,000 people roughly have been treated or were injured. That's a rough figure, but we're sort of assessing as we go from hospital to hospital. Now, let's go to 1010 Wins reporter Eileen LaPalmer.
Well, Ralph, I'm here on Hudson Street and Duane Street, where emergency vehicles continue to zoom down Hudson Street. They're heading towards a site that used to be the World Trade Center. I've seen ambulances go by, squad cars, and even a bomb squad truck. There are people, though, just standing around in the street. They're just looking up, watching the dark cloud of smoke that continues to hover in the south sky. They're sometimes even blocking the sun. And the people here have brought out their cameras and are kind of gawking and looking. There are others lining the street. They're just dumbfounded by the enormity of this tragedy. 6 hours ago, though, this street was filled with people screaming, panicking, running for their lives, running north. And I even talked to one woman who survived and made her way out of Tower 2 before it collapsed.
92 floors, and I stopped on the 70-something floor because they said everything was okay, and the second plane crashed.
Into the second building, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened? So it's the first Tower 1 we hit first?
Yes.
Oh, my God. And now...
Again, Lower Manhattan is under lockdown right now. People who live here are obviously thankful to be alive, but now their thoughts are turning to how are they going to get home and where are they going to spend the night. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins, live on Hudson and Duane Street.
All right, and we are back with the Opie and Anthony Show. That's our sister station, of course, 1010 Wins here in New York City. But Anthony and I are not in New York City. We're on Long Island. We could not get in city. They pretty much closed down Manhattan, as you know by now.
Yeah.
And Ben and Rick are back at the station in Manhattan. They got in early today, and we're trying to figure this out as we go along today. So, who do you have online? Keith the Cop?
We have Keith the Cop. Here we go. Keith.
Hey, what's going on,
Hey,
fellas?
Keith, what's up, man?
We're just sitting here like in awe, just staring at it, you know?
Where are you right now?
We're about 10 blocks away.
10 blocks away, and still just smoldering, and the thing's burning down there, huh?
And you're just looking up in the air, and it's just like, it's amazing, you know?
Yeah, two of the biggest buildings in the world were there, and now they're gone.
I mean, everybody's here. Other states have come to help us, and it's just really, it's unbelievable. I'm at a loss for words, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just waiting to see more about what's going on and, you know, what we could do to help, but it's just, you know, pulled everybody in.
Yeah, the emergency vehicles I saw when I was coming out here to Long Island, coming in the other way, I mean, from everywhere out on Long Island. They were just sending truck after truck of emergency vehicles out there.
You know, waking us up out of bed and bringing us in, and, you know, you just sit and we looked at it and just, it's too incredible for words.
So either you're just waiting for orders now? There's nothing you can do at this point, or?
We're basically just, you know, going around the area, picking up, you know, residual stuff that's going around outside of the area, and, you know, having updates inside.
You got any word on injuries of any of the NYPD or any fire department? Or
we know there are, but we don't have any facts.
Yeah, jeez, man, that's too much. Where were you right when it happened? You were off duty?
I was off duty. I was home, and then they called us all in. So, I mean, it's just awing just to sit and just look at and see this is billowing smoke and nothing there.
Now, are there fires out of control down there, or?
You know, like I said, I'm about 10 blocks away. I really don't know the heart of what's going on down there.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, things are sketchy.
Okay.
But, you know, I'll if I have anything that I can pass on.
I'm sure all of us will know a lot more tomorrow.
Now, is there debris as far as you are?
Not. Yeah, maybe. You know, we're probably on the outskirts of it.
Like that dust you're talking about, the volcanic dust?
You've seen a lot of people walking around just covered in it.
Right.
Yeah, they're showing people on the TV that are just, their eyes are beet red, and they're covered in this white dust.
The hospitals are just out in the streets. You know? Hospitals, just the streets are closed, and they're just treating people out in the streets.
They just showed Yasser Arafat, Opie, on the CNN, who also, him too, saying, despicable act, it's terrible. He's another one who should pay with his life.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go.
Okay, Keith, if you find out anything, please give us a call. You're pretty close.
Okay.
All right, man, thank you.
No problem.
It's safe to assume, I guess, they're done with their terrorism here for the day, I hope. It's like, I hate reading, they're closing this, and these people have been sent home and stuff. They're done. They did it. They're long gone, you know? Like locking up the barn after the animals get out.
Yeah.
Done. Oh, and here's some more footage of the people celebrating in their dirty country that will soon be bombed out, I hope. Damn, I hope so.
All right, why don't we take more phone calls, because everyone has a reaction. Everyone has someone that works downtown.
Mm-hmm.
I finally got word that... most of the people that I know in that area, as far as family, are safe. You know, everyone is going through that same process today, trying to locate, family members and friends.
Yeah.
So, Ben, who do we have on the line?
We got Matt from Washington calling in. Matt.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Matt, what's up?
I just wanted to, first of all, say I love your guys' show.
Well, today's not a day for that.
I know that. It's the first time I've gotten through, but I usually go through the Pentagon. Today, for some reason, I was early to work, thank heavens, and because the metro stop's right in the Pentagon.
Phew, wow.
And, yeah, I mean, getting into the city, I was fine, and all the stuff was going on in New York, and then they evacuated us from our building. My building's right across the street from the FBI building, and it was eerie getting out of there. I mean, you're walking up. I live about 20 blocks up from the Pentagon, and as I'm walking away from the Pentagon, you can see how black the charred side of the building, and it's just...
How insane is it that they were able to hit the Pentagon?
Well, have you ever been down here?
Hell yeah, many times.
Okay,
Flown in.
But National Airport is right there.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
It's a pilot makes an error, and in a plane that big, you're there at the Pentagon. I mean,
yeah.
So I've also heard reports that a fighter jet was following that plane. So,
really?
And I also heard another fighter jet has brought down a Learjet. Not shot it down, but escorted it down.
I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, and possibly the one in Pennsylvania was shot down.
Well, yeah, we'll find out in the coming days. It's just amazing. They use, like Anthony said earlier, our own planes. Our own planes. Again, who would have thought that this was possible?
Right.
Maybe one hijacker, maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking at least 4?
These are 4 planes, our own planes, American and United. I guess that was a conscious decision they made there, too. Things you take for granted. You look up, they're up in the sky all the time, these planes, Hey, who cares? You don't think they're going to crash into our buildings. You think about, they're going to take a boat maybe, like they did with the coal and go into the side of one of our... military vessels or something.
Or maybe a Ryder truck or...
Yeah, the Ryder truck full of a fertilizer bomb or something. But, these are our own planes. And now, how long after the World Trade Center bombing in '93 did you always look at the Ryder trucks, right? Mm-hmm. You always look at them, a little suspicious there, Now, you hear a plane going over and... these guys have succeeded in doing what they do. They're terrorists, and their job is to instill terror in the people. And now, the thing you've taken for granted for years, a plane flying over, is going to give you that uneasy feeling like, hey, this is exactly what those people heard before it smashed into their building.
And at any given time, you see a plane in the sky if you're in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Guys, and my roommates are all police officers down at the Pentagon, and I haven't heard from them at all today.
See, that's scary.
Yeah,
man.
One of them's on the SWAT team, and another 3 are security, officers down there. So
yeah, this is kind of a bonding thing for the JFK listeners and the other listeners here in New York, because
the good thing about the Pentagon was where they hit, they had just remodeled, and they were getting ready to remodel one further down the hall, and it doesn't look like all the many offices that could have been filled were filled.
Right. From what I heard on the news also, the other side of the Pentagon was really the money target that it seems, thank God, they missed.
Yeah, that's facing the water, and that's, they always thought that an attack would come from that side of the water side, because that's where all the brass sits and all, It's just eerie.
And then there was a report in your area that was false, thank God, that the local police saw a plane coming right up the Potomac.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Up the Potomac. See, well, that's
everyone was just completely freaking out. Okay, where's that plane going to end up?
Right. Well, the speculation on a lot of these newscasts, they want to be the first. They want to get the info out. I heard earlier that there were 8 planes unaccounted for, and apparently that wasn't true. 4 planes.
2 came from Logan Airport.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you can only assume that their MO here was to take a plane that was going to fly from Dulles to L.A. or from Boston to L.A. And then shortly after takeoff,
hit a target because they're full of all the fuel they need to get all the way across the country. A flying bomb.
Yeah, better than any bomb you could build and sneak into.
And they don't have to sneak it onto anywhere. They don't have to put it in a truck. They don't have to do it's the plane itself is the bomb. They used our own aircraft as their bombs.
But Anthony, they had to have a weapon to.
Right. That's what we were saying. In order to hijack the plane. Well, that's what we were talking about a little earlier. The Mickey Mouse security at these airports.
That's true.
It's
very true.
It's a pain in the ass, and it does nothing. It does nothing. You know,
that stupid question they ask all of us.
Right.
About did you pack your own bags? Did bags leave your site?
You know, I am one of the strongest advocates of rights to privacy and whatnot. I've always been. The one place I would give up some of my rights to privacy is the goddamn airport. You know why? I'm not taking weapons in, and I'm not taking drugs through, and I have no problem. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B safely. So you know something? You want to check my baggage? You want to really do an in-depth work, a job on who I am and what I'm doing there? I got no problem with that.
I'm with you
I
there,
got
buddy.
no problem there. But you know something? At the counter, if you packed your own bags or if they were out of your view, that's bull. It does nothing.
They should
nothing.
scan them. I mean, I'm sure they
scan them, X-ray them, do everything.
Scan them right there.
Somehow these guys had to have gotten weapons on that plane to intimidate the crew into giving up their aircraft or kill them or whatever they did. I'm sure we're going to find out later on. But how did they do that? On 4 different aircraft.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Right.
All right.
And I also heard the one in Pennsylvania that went down was possibly going to Camp David, which is just north of here.
Well, there was rumors that Camp David was hit. I heard that on the way to this studio
and then one
today.
fell short.
That was false because that was the plane in Pennsylvania that went down.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for the info.
Take care, buddy.
Appreciate it. All right. Bye. Washington checking in.
They're saying that all air travel canceled in the U.S. until the earliest noon tomorrow, which is canceled. It's surreal to look up anywhere in this country. You look up, you will not see a passenger plane.
It's not just America. Most of the world has canceled flights.
Yeah. That was another surreal moment was when I walked out on my balcony at my apartment, and I hear fighter planes over Manhattan. You know, that was the only aircraft that was flying. You don't see them, but you hear them, and you know the roar of those engines are military aircraft. Oh my God, we've reached the point where we now need fighter aircraft over New York City to protect it.
And warships on the way.
Yeah, I saw military ships going up the river, up the Hudson.
All right. And who do we have?
Pete Radovich is on 6 with something here. Let's plug him down.
Pete from, I believe, CBS Sports these days.
Yes.
Hey, Anthony.
Pete, what's up, man?
A couple things.
Yeah.
I fly probably more than anybody you know.
Yeah, you fly a lot. He covers all the, what, you were affiliated with the NBA?
Right. Now
you traveled all over to the games?
I travel at least once a week, and I will gladly wait online for 3 hours every time I fly, if I have to make sure that they can strip search me for all I care at this point.
You know, I get annoyed waiting at airports if I have to wait because somebody's carry-on's too big or they don't have the right ticket or something. That annoys the hell out of me. But if it's for safety's sake and I know it's really going to make a difference, I don't think anybody would argue.
You know, but human nature is such that you say that today and a couple of months go by and people are like, oh, you know what, I just want to go to L.A. You know, come on, move it along.
Well, you know what, then all the people there should carry around the little portable DVD player and show the plane hitting the building and go, okay, you want to maybe wait a little longer?
I'm just saying, I agree with you, but the human nature is such, none of us want to wait, none of us want the hassle.
It is.
You just want to get to your location as soon as possible.
You're right. This is different, though. I think this is big enough. This is Pearl Harbor. This isn't...
Yep. There you go.
Oklahoma City was big, obviously, and the World Trade Center the first time was big. This is off the charts.
The response to this is, I believe, I hope it is, but I really believe it is going to be so big. I think it's going to make the Gulf War look small compared to what we have to do now to respond to this.
And speaking of war, you guys know, during the war in Croatia, I visited my family and visited a friend on the front lines. I've actually witnessed war.
Yeah.
And for the first time in my life in America, I mean, I'm out in the suburbs. I wake up and I see this on TV, and then I walk out of my yard. I look up in the air and I see 4 military helicopters fly by, and I'm thinking, this is war again.
You're thinking, which country are you in?
Right. I mean, I've seen it.
You've seen it in your
now.
homeland.
I'm telling you, I'm having flashbacks. This is if Americans don't know what war is.
See,
this is war.
You're right. Everybody has that little emotional moment watching stuff like this, and when I was coming in, I saw South Manhattan just smoldering, and it was an act of war. It was a bomb that went off there. I don't care if it was a bomb made out of an airplane, a jet. It was a bomb. And you see southern Manhattan burning and a warship in the river, and then you look and there's the Statue of Liberty right out there in and it's just, you realize, oh my God, we're at war here.
Yeah.
This is a war.
I'm in suburban New Jersey, and I'm looking at war, military helicopters flying by low.
Yeah, you look at the footage on the news. There's refugees that could be from anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Sure, they're dressed a little better. They're carrying their briefcases, but they're no different. They're people that have been displaced by a military action, and they're walking home just like you would see anywhere else.
Yeah. Well, guys, you're doing a nice job. I'm enjoying listening. Do continue, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, Pete. If you have anything else, give us a call, because we're just kind of making this up as we go along.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're going to hear hundreds of little, just personal stories. I can tell you right now. I know you guys know Jim Bell, who worked with us.
Yeah.
He's actually flying home from Europe this morning.
Oof.
And I called his wife, knowing that, and she said that he called her once he landed in Canada, so they diverted him to Canada. The idiots on the plane, the pilot actually announced to the passengers what had happened while they were over the Atlantic.
Oh man!
My God.
Can't you just say, "Hey, I'm in the mood for some Canadian food or something"?
How about some Canadian bacon?
Yeah.
She was pissed. I mean, she was telling me. I mean, I haven't spoken to him yet. He's still on the plane in Canada. They won't even let him off the plane. But he was actually in midair over the Atlantic, and the pilot came on and announced that two planes had struck the World Trade Center. So, I mean, you're going to hear stories like that. There's going to be a million different little stories that are personal stories, but, I mean, it's
Pete,
all bad.
Pete, I just flew home from Athens last week, and Aunt and I were telling the stories on the air, that helpless feeling you get just in general being over the Atlantic Ocean. And then
Could you imagine?
No, not at all.
Could you imagine having to listen to that?
No.
I mean,
And I was when I came in, we took our vacation at the same time last week. And you come in from Florida, and I was coming into Kennedy Airport, and you pass by Manhattan, and you always look out and just you're amazed by the view. I don't think there's many cities around the country that when you come in a jet that is so impressive as Manhattan. And to just imagine that part of that skyline was just destroyed by terrorists is amazing.
I just pray that in the next few days I don't have to attend a funeral, and the same goes for everyone that's listening. I just think that the odds are against it, but
we've all been personally affected by this. You'll see.
People from high school, college, or anyone from the New York area. I mean, some way, unfortunately, you're going to know someone who was involved. Hopefully not to that degrray.
That statement just gave me the chills, Pete. Thank you.
Well, it's
but you're right. You're right.
I don't know. I'm telling you, morning. I'm sitting out, I cry, scream, I have a headache.
It's just, you know what I am? I'm so pissed off. I'm pissed off, but it's also a feeling of helplessness that, you're watching this and there was nothing you could do about it. There is nothing you can do about it. I keep going into detail, imagining what it might have been like on the planes and those bastards that were just probably smiling as they drove these planes into the sides of these buildings. It makes me sick. And again, as we watch here in the studio, one of the towers just crumble into the ground, and you sit and watch, and it pisses me off.
The only thing I have is it took from the first plane's impact to when the first tower collapse was over an hour, I think.
Yeah.
I can only hope that anyone that was on the floors beneath.
Well, Pete, that gave people a chance, but you know what?
Yeah,
that's
a long time.
That's a quick hour though, when you have to walk down all those flights of stairs because the elevators are either packed or not working.
I'm sure they weren't working.
I'm sure a lot of people were able to escape, but I don't know, man.
A lot of emergency workers too.
Those
guys.
An hour, so I'm hoping that most of the people did have time to get out. That's my only.
a lot of emergency workers, too, are going in there.
Right.
We're going in looking for people to make sure that people got out. And, you can only hope they were called out before the buildings collapsed.
Yeah, what amazed me about this whole thing is how easy it was to do.
Yeah, and
incredible.
It's like, didn't they have a clue? Usually they have a clue when something, is in the works with these terrorist organizations.
Here you go, and I'll get on my soapbox once again with this. We went through 8 years of prosperity here in this country. Everybody was in the stock market. A lot of people made a lot of money. Relative peace when Clinton was in office. No one noticed that the ball was dropped as far as things like intelligence goes. And the military and things used to be in place that would catch stuff like this before it happened. You'd get an inkling of a terrorist group getting ready to do something. And something of this magnitude, there should have been some smell in the air that something was brewing. But we all did nothing. We were very happy here in this country. And the administration that was in office 8 years, Clinton and his pals, and I'm not pointing the finger of blame here because... the terrorisms are 100% responsible for this. But there should have been something in place over the last 8 years that could have detected that something was happening and dropped the ball there.
Well,
and that's going to be addressed.
Yeah, that'll be addressed probably in a few days. Obviously, the concern.
Why? How could a terrorist organization organize something? A lot of people have to be involved to pull something like this off. It isn't 4 guys going, hey, you get this plane, I'll get this plane, and we'll crash it. It takes a lot more people that either remained quiet or there wasn't enough intelligence in place to weed out any inkling that this was happening. So we got to step things up there, I think.
Yeah. Millions. I mean, millions, and God knows how much money taxpayers pay for intelligence and all that stuff.
Well, in the last 8 years, I think it was more important to put that money elsewhere for some reason. We totally forgot that the threat isn't with the Soviet Union anymore and missiles and ICBMs. It's with things like this, with small boats going up to our ships and people in our own planes now crashing into buildings. I mean, we got to put things in place, intelligence that could weed this out.
And you're right about the bastards. They waited for the L.A. flights, the California flights. They'd have enough fuel.
Full tanks of fuel. Yeah,
exactly right.
All right, Pete.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
Pete Radovich from CBS Sports. Who do we have on 7, Rick?
Al.
Hey.
Al.
Oh, hey.
What's up, Al?
Yeah, I work in the trade center, man. I got out of there. I was treated and released just about 40 minutes ago. Now I'm back in Staten Island.
You're not BSing with us? Because this isn't the day to BS, man.
No.
So what happened? You got to work at what time today?
Well, I got to work early this morning, earlier than I usually do at 8:30, and then I'm screwing around in the building, and the explosion happened, and I was lucky enough not to be on my floor, which is 97.
Get out of here.
Yes.
What floor were you on?
I was in the 50s. I was on 53.
And where did the plane hit?
It hit in about the 80s, actually.
The first one, right? It's a lot higher. Okay.
Oh, Opie and Anthony, you never felt such drama in your life. I mean, people were literally, like, beside themselves, running around crying.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatic stuff.
My heart is beating still just thinking about it.
All right, so the explosion hits, and what's the first thing you do?
Well, nobody knew what it was. Nobody had any idea. We were baffled. So, most people are walking around like, what was that? Was it an explosion? Where's that coming from? Some people are heading for the exit. Some people are at their desks still trying to talk on the phone.
Right.
It was such mayhem. But finally, we found out exactly what had happened, and some people started heading for that area of the building.
Why the hell would you do that?
That's what I'm wondering.
You know what it is? We aren't used to stuff like this, so we're fascinated by it, and we feel like we can't get hurt. This is America. If a plane crashed into the side of a building, hey, I'm going to go see.
Yeah, right.
We're a nation of rubberneckers, and it kills people.
Let's go check it out. It was like they were looking at the Grand Canyon or one of those things.
Right.
It was sightseeing. It was unreal. There were people running through the building taking photographs with their digital cameras.
Get out of here.
I swear to God.
Oh. All right, so then what did you do?
I went to the street, and now of course I'm.
But I mean, were the elevators working?
No, well, actually, some elevator banks were working because there are quite many of them, depending on what department you work for. But I made it to the street with not a problem. We were out of the building within 6 minutes.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and debris was everywhere. It looked like nuclear fallout.
Yeah, just dust all over for blocks and blocks.
Then, of course, you know the rest of what you've seen on TV and everything like that.
So where were you when the second plane hit? Because
I was outside the building. I actually saw it. I'm actually there when it exploded. We feel the heat. We feel the compression. It was so horrific. Horrific is the only way I can explain it. The worst nightmare of life.
And people just screaming everywhere?
Yeah, now what I want to get through to you is that all the people who made it and went to treatment centers, they're full of debris and dust. I have a contention. That's asbestos filled. That's why I'm calling your show. Anybody leaving for home, you must take off the clothes you're wearing and put in plastic bags before you infest your family. They're going to come out on the news with reports that inhalation of asbestos particles have been imminent.
You know something? The buildings were built before they did that.
Listen, guys,
anti-asbestos
it's very important
thing,
that you let this message go out on the air. Anybody who is in the area covered with dust, you must bag your clothes.
Let's not start a panic.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but it's very important. In 30 years
I know that they have done, and the codes do say that over the past few years they've had to replace the asbestos that have been in buildings.
It's called a friable asbestos. That's
Usually
it's cracked up and ready to be, airborne. So the original stuff that was still nice and compact is still in the building. Guaranteed, because I know, because I'm a fireman. Not a fireman that you see riding around in the trucks, but the guy who runs a boiler system.
Right.
An engineer type. And the asbestos is all over the building. It is all over the air. It is now all airborne, all throughout Manhattan and throughout all the other boroughs now, too.
Wow.
Hey, did you see anyone jumping out the windows?
Oh, no, I didn't. But I mean, who the hell would do that?
Well, out of panic. I mean, the building's collapsing. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
you're going to take the ride. You're going to take the ride down and hope for the best. Or
but anyway, remember I was saying that I do work on the 97th floor.
Yeah.
I have a friend who made it out from that. I just got in contact with him before I called you. He got burnt from his thighs down to his feet. He was out of there. His pants were scorched. His hair was burnt. He was running through walls of flames.
War injuries, that's what they are.
Yeah, he literally was like a war veteran.
Yeah.
He has a friend who was taking digital pictures. We're going to put him up on a free internet site.
All right.
For free. I'm not trying to plug anything.
No. Well, okay. All right, someday we'll be interested in that, but right now we got to move on.
Much.
Dudes, listen, the asbestos thing, most serious. I would not kid about that.
Well,
anybody in the building covered with debris, bag your stuff and take a cold shower first.
All right. Thank you, Al.
Thank you.
All right. Who else do we got?
Hey guys, this is Rick. We're just getting a report that I guess there are people lining up near the military, where you sign up for the military, near Times Square.
Really?
Lining to sign up. I don't know if it's true, but actually somebody just walked in and told us about that.
All right, let's go to another phone call.
One other thing too.
Yes,
all the letter trains, the subways here in New York are running, as well as the 5 and 6 came through too. So some of the subways
probably just outbound, right?
That's all they got. This comes down from winds.
I couldn't imagine anything inbound to Manhattan.
Yeah, and again, for the affiliates that can't reach us on the national line, you can call us in New York at 212-757-1027.
All right, cool. Let's go to another phone call.
I had just had dinner a while back at the top of the World Trade Center. There was a great restaurant up there that overlooked Manhattan.
Window of the world.
Window of the world, yeah.
It's so weird you're talking about it in the past tense.
I know.
It's just
amazing.
amazing.
You can't believe it. It's such a fixture in New York. If you're in picture the Sears Tower. If you're in Chicago and that all of a sudden is gone. If you're in Seattle, all of a sudden the Space Needle's gone. You're in St. Louis, the Arch, gone. I mean, landmarks, city landmarks. This is probably one of the most famous buildings in the world. And in New York, it's a major landmark. You drive past it all the time. And now, it's not there anymore. Picture it, just take the biggest, most famous building in your city and imagine it's been blown up.
All right.
Too much.
Who do we have on the phone?
We got Steve. Steve, you're on the show.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Steve.
Sad day, sad day.
Yeah.
Rick's news is pretty funny, though, because I've been saying all day that I'm ready to go sign up at this point.
Hold on. Wow, look at these people just running.
Yeah,
it looks like the running of the bulls.
Yeah, I know. There's people just running through the streets in panic.
It's just so, I mean, we're just getting more and more, a brand new video, and that's an amazing shot. Just thousands upon thousands of people running up, who knows, could be, I don't even know what road, I can't really tell, but...
could be Broadway down...
I was going to say maybe Broadway, but just running
Manhattan.
away from the wall of... Look at that! It's like, it's the only way I can describe it. It's like the New York City Marathon, when you see those shots where, there's so many people that you can't really run yet, so you're kind of walking fast. So...
They've closed the borders with Canada and Mexico. Aren't they supposed to do that anyway? Jesus Christ.
All right, who's on the line?
Hey, guys, we actually got Gary Ackerman.
Gary
Ackerman.
All right.
He's down. Gary.
Hi, how are you?
Gary, what's up, man?
Man, this is the largest single tragedy in the history of our country.
Absolutely.
It is unfathomable and unthinkable what's happened here, and there's probably many more than 10,000 people who've perished today.
Oh my God.
And right now it's kind of surrealistic, looking and listening to all this and hearing it described like in a distance through fog. And as soon as we start getting more details, there's not going to be a person who is in this city, who is on Long Island, who is in the state of New York, or in the country, who's not going to know somebody who was killed today.
Yeah, I mean...
That is a huge number.
This is a day just like Pearl Harbor was. I mean, yes. you got to understand the scope of this. It's huge. We've had our brushes in the past with terrorism, of course. A lot of the times it's military or I hate to say it, but, we don't feel as bad when maybe it's 5, 6, 10 people that lose their lives. We kind of shut ourselves off to that. But something this big affects everyone in the country. It's huge.
This affects the entire civilized world. First, it's going to affect us personally, because these are going to be real people pretty soon, rather than just whoever was there and we don't know who.
Right.
It'll be real people. This place was leveled. I mean, you have to look at all that steel and concrete just melted down. They're never going to find 1% of the remains of people that are lost there.
Not to mention the passengers of 2 aircraft. That were in this wreck.
I would suspect more than 1,000 people who were just on the planes perished, and this is going to be a much larger number than that.
So what do you think the response should be, Gary?
Well, we have to really take stock of the situation. I think we've all pretty much come to the conclusion that this is a terrorist attack by a fundamentalist or several fundamentalist groups, probably one group.
Bin Laden.
Well, that's whose fingerprints seem to be on this
he's
right now. He's very well financed, and when you think of how many people had to be involved in this secret, heinous act, people to recruit, people to train, people to bring people to the airports, to drop them off, people to the number on each plane that you need to overwhelm passengers, crew, pilot. The fact that you need well-trained pilots who knew exactly where the targets were and how to get there.
You need people that know how to fly jet aircraft. Yeah, you can't just pull these people out of thin air. This is something we should have been able to pick up on. And I was saying that the past 8 years of prosperity have kind of undermined our intelligence. We dropped the ball.
Exactly. I just got back very recently from traveling through the Middle East, and I met with the leadership of many of the countries there, especially in the Arab world.
You met with Arafat?
I met with Arafat, as you know, quite extensively. I met with the leadership in Syria and Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince, and the people who run the government, the defense ministers and foreign ministers of each country.
What was your vibe with those people?
My vibe was that they were lying.
Right.
They were worried and concerned about the spillover from the Palestinian uprising within Israel and the West Bank and Gaza, etc., was going to spill over into their areas and disrupt their way of life. And that they claimed they were concerned, which of course they were, about it, the street, as they call it, in their own country, the Muslim people pushing them because they were not active enough on behalf of their Palestinian brothers and weren't doing enough, and that we should get that resolved. There are people who don't want it resolved, and these are the people who don't want it resolved, and that's really what that's been all about. How do you respond to that?
Their whole power base is based upon this never being resolved.
Oh, exactly.
When stuff like that, that's when they're noticed. That's when they get the press, and that's when they get a little more power.
They get tremendous power. They talk directly to the Almighty. They're the only ones who know truth and justice, and everybody else be damned.
Right.
And they can do these vile and heinous things. I mean, this isn't a military target that they picked.
No.
This is the classic act of terrorists to strike fear into the hearts of innocent civilian people, to stampede a population, to cause them to lose their national resolve and their will, and to back off. And this is why they hate us and they hate the Israelis as well, because we have shared values that they don't share.
Right.
And we just have to know that regardless of our political affiliations or personal philosophies, we have to stand as one now.
Right. You see bipartisan support of the president now?
I've been trying to help lead the charge on our side. We have one president, one commander-in-chief. He's going to call the shots. We're going to follow. We're going to explore, all the things that we have to do as far as the policy and the security breaches or whatever or the intelligence lapses that might have taken place. But we are going to stand behind the national response to this. And our first response is naturally trying to see how many people we could save here, if any. I mean, it doesn't look good.
Well, I hate to say this, but I think we're going to spend a lot of time cleaning up 8 years of neglect on the part of the Clinton administration for letting us get so relaxed with intelligence and the military. This is the same. This is the same administration that gave the Chinese their rocket program, Gary.
I think that's unfair, and I think that the thing we have to do is avoid starting to say whose fault this is.
No, I know whose fault it is. It's the terrorists' fault. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
it wouldn't be fair for me to say that they dared not. While Clinton was president, they waited for, he doesn't eat from Shinola, and therefore can take and I won't take a cheap shot like that, because I don't think that it's right. We're going to stand behind the president. Our military has to be strengthened. Unfortunately, we've blown the whole national surplus on giving everybody a lousy $300 when it should have been used for the defense. But that's beside. We have to stand as a people and not bicker over this and try to get political gain for one party or another.
Gary, what does the president do and when?
Well, the president has to be thoroughly briefed, and I think that everybody's trying to figure out what happened. This isn't something like you just turn to the back chapter of the book and see what the answer was. We have not received full briefings yet because everything is in a state of progress and trying to figure out what happened and how it happened. I was just talking to, Washington. We're being briefed by the people in the Sergeant at Arms Security, and I was just with the NYPD. I went down to, from Queens, they took me over to Port Washington, where we loaded a bunch of EMTs, emergency medical technicians, onto ships.
Yeah, a lot of Long Island emergency equipment going to New York City.
Bring them into the city by boat. Because otherwise they can't get in there anytime soon.
I noticed the roads congested going westbound.
It is a mess. It's a nightmare, and people are sitting in traffic, trying to get somewhere, and then they try to get back, and that ties things up because they realize they can't get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
One of the sad sidebars to this horrendously horrifying incident is the reports we're getting and the clippings we're getting of people in some of the Palestinian areas that are celebrating
this,
for joy and laughing,
handing out candy.
It is that human beings would succumb to taking joy in this tragedy.
You use the term human being loosely, my friend, because
these are very sick, evil people that take any solace, no matter who is your political counterpart or enemy or whatever. You don't wish this kind of thing. I mean, when there's an earthquake in Pakistan, the Indians even go to help. When something happens in Turkey, the Greeks send help. the Israelis send people all over the world, to try on these emergency situations.
No, these people celebrate death in the name of God. It's just beyond any realm of reality or civilized thinking.
Right. You're absolutely right, and the fact that Mr. Arafat immediately after this happens denounces it as a terrible thing. I mean, what does he expect? He is absolutely guilty of giving license to people who would even think about this by talking the language of hate and terror, and that it's okay to kill, and to show it on television programs to their school children about killing and murdering, and this is acceptable. This is no way for human beings to behave, and I think that the problem is, indeed, we're not necessarily dealing with human beings.
Right. It's time to get our house in order.
We're going to get our house in order. We're going to hunt these dogs down, and they will pay the price.
Last scene of The Godfather. Michael Corleone takes care of family business. It's time.
We got family business.
Yep. All right, Gary. Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Yeah. Let me just put in one additional thought here.
Sure.
And this thing hasn't been completely ferreted out yet, but the much heard about conference against racism in Durban, South Africa.
Yeah, that was a farce.
Where the Arab world had gotten together. They linked us together with the Israelis, of course, because we
it was an American-Israeli fest.
That's right, and the Americans and the Israelis walked out, and this is in part their revenge for that. And
the ultimate at their anti-racism summit, they decide to pull one of the hugest racist attacks in history.
Exactly right. It was a conference to promote their brand of racism and to get attention for it. And this is the fruit of their work. The free and civilized world cannot tolerate this kind of thing. This is an evil that exists, and this evil will not be allowed to stand.
Thanks a lot, Gary.
Keep up the good work, guys.
All right, Gary Ackerman. Thank you, Gary.
Hey, guys, we got Lewis Black on the line.
Oh, I don't know if I could deal with him today.
Hey, one other thing, too. They're coming across CNN here. We got it on the studio that there's another building down in that area on fire.
Building 7 in the World Trade Center, it's burning. And
it's a blaze, right.
Okay.
Too much.
Let's talk to Lewis Black from The Daily Show on Comedy Central.
Lewis.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Lewis.
How we doing?
Jesus.
Unbelievable. I just was listening to Gary. It is unbelievable. I mean, what's truly unbelievable is I wake up this morning and go into the shower. I'd finally get an apartment building that has a view.
Yeah, right? Look at Lewis's luck.
And it would be, great, I get to view this.
Carnage.
But I get up to go, I mean, this is the way things are, because you live your life. You get up, I'm going to take a shower, I'm going to go see my shrink, for obvious reasons. And walking around, and the window's wide open, and I don't notice it.
You didn't even notice?
I was looking at, because I'm looking at for part, I've got a window that kind of spans around, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the water, I'm looking at the boats, walk away. And it wasn't until I put a TV on, and I went, Jesus. And then you look out the window, and it was unbelievable. A friend of mine was in Brooklyn, who I talked to and saw this. I don't know how you handle this. I mean, because I'm sitting here. I was looking at it but saw the plane hit it.
Wow.
Hit the second building.
Yeah.
Standing in Brooklyn on the street.
Well, the thing is, everyone was looking in that direction because it's not every day you see the World Trade Center on fire.
Yeah.
So everyone was looking in that direction. So a lot of people did see the second plane hit it.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're amazed that you're just looking at the World Trade Center burning. But then when you see another plane hit it, you rub your eyes, open and close them a few times, and then just curse like, what the F did I just see?
Yeah. Because it really does, it's... The toughest thing is that the only thing that comes close in my experience is Kennedy being shot, in the sense that everything changes.
Right, as a country, right.
Everything changes.
Yeah.
And you can say, well, the Kennedy thing may not be a big thing, but it was, because it was like, well, if you can kill if any schmuck can kill the president.
Right.
We're in a different ballpark. And this was like if they can do as you were saying. I mean, this is, I could see a Cessna, okay?
Right. Yeah.
I can understand that. I can see somebody taking off from Hackensack.
We've talked about that on the show, Lewis.
Yeah.
We were surprised that no one has done that before. You know, hey, I hate my life and I happen to be a pilot.
Yeah.
What was that?
Initially, when I saw the building burning, I thought that's what it was. I thought, okay, great.
Yeah.
And then
that's all that's left.
But it was how many? It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Lewis, I'm sorry. We're just looking at ABC News. They have a new video of the World Trade Center. All that's left, the front of one of the towers, is all you can say.
It's like a scene out of Planet of the Apes.
Yeah. Now the thing is, the only thing we really know about terrorism, aside from the real life experiences we've had, have always been the movies. So you always thought, all right, I watching the movies and they make an A-bomb or something and they bring it over here, or they have a bunch of troops that come across from Mexico and take us over. When you think that you look up at aircraft and now it's a potential weapon, a jet plane now, you look at it, there's a potential terrorist weapon. It changes your thinking now. Yeah. It changes your everyday walk through life thinking.
Who would have thought that this is the way it would have happened? You know, because I think
that's what I meant. Yeah, by movies.
But I mean, you know, when you work and live in Manhattan, it's in the back of your mind that eventually something really bad is going to happen. I mean, 8 years ago with the World Trade Center, that was pretty bad. But it's always in the back of your mind. It's going to be a little worse next time. But I don't think any of us thought it would happen in this way with our own aircraft. It's just amazing.
Yeah, and it's also you know, this mentality that you learn. And it's a hell of a way to learn it. But the mentality that you learn when you go to, if you go to Europe, and you realize that these people have all been bombed.
They've dealt with this for many years.
We were always like, how could this happen?
Well, we got
in a state of, how do you train? I don't have the energy to get through the day.
Right, okay? And now to deal with this.
How do they train 4 pilots? I mean, or however many other people.
Who knows how many there were
initially? Project.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't just do this without a lot of people being involved. You can't just grab someone and put them behind the controls of a 767 and have the pinpoint target. This is something that went on for quite some time, and we were not aware of it.
Yeah.
We had no clue this was being planned.
And each plane had more than one guy to take it over.
It had to.
Yeah, you can't just have one guy.
You can't have one guy.
The other thing... and the other thing you learn, too, is another friend of mine said today quite aptly that, because I travel, I'm on an airplane all the time.
Yeah.
And I go through security, and, about every second time, they actually check me for they check your bag where they see if there's something on it, where they do this thing now, they take a piece of paper and touch your bag and check it.
Right.
And you kind of look at it, and it's like there's a sense of it. As a friend of mine said, it's like they've got the checkers from D'Agostino working this.
Yeah, exactly. It's bull crap security.
It is, and it has been. And I've always kind of wondered, shouldn't we? And when people would stop me, I'm like, and people get irked. You would get irked, and I go, you can't get. What are you, nuts?
Yeah.
If it takes us 20 minutes to get through there, because that's what they do everywhere else in the world.
Yeah, right.
Except for us.
Well, we feel so secure with those 2 huge oceans between us and the uncivilized animals of the world.
Yeah.
And then you realize they used our own planes, Lewis.
Yeah, I know.
They used American and United Airlines to smash symbolic landmarks of America. The World Trade Center and the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. We were looking in the wrong direction.
Truly. And then the other one that went down in Pittsburgh, which they're now saying it made a turn to go to Washington. It was probably,
could have been shot down.
I have no idea, but it made the turn. And that's where that one was heading. It was back to D.C., which meant they were probably either going for Congress or the White House.
And that was a 747.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's beyond, and it's, it's like... and it's the day where, this is what people say, everybody always goes, we've talked about this all the time on the show. Mm-hmm. Where does comedy stop?
Yeah.
It stops today.
This is where it stops. But you know something? 75 years from now, they'll make fun of it.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, if I'm alive.
We're a mess.
If I'm alive and there's a stage, yes. But, not,
No, absolutely, this is where you just draw the line.
But everybody always says, what is the line? And I don't think there's much of a line, okay? I mean, I think you can make a joke about practically anything.
Oh, man, you've been on our show, sure.
But when you reach any kind of point of this type of violence, there's nothing. You just have to stop. There's nothing. There's nothing funny. The level of stun that most of us are at is beyond belief.
Yeah, the reality of it has more impact than any dopey joke you would ever even hazard to make about it. I mean, just the reality of watching the World Trade Center towers crumble to the ground. Yeah. I mean, who ever thought you'd see that? When they tried it in '93, you sat almost smug and proud going, look, bastards couldn't knock it down.
That's right.
They had a truck full of explosives. We all saw the crater it made on the news, and we said, look, you bastards, you couldn't even knock it down. You had carte blanche to the garage. You blew it up the base of this building, and it still stands. Go F yourself.
Yeah.
And here we are, 2001. They used planes, our own planes, and to watch them, both of these things crumble to the ground was just like you felt beaten and helpless and pissed.
Yeah. And the thing is and everybody's just watching because all you want is like, how do you pull something like this off? I mean, one plane I understand. I could get that.
Yeah, we said that earlier.
One I get. Four, I'm beyond how.
No, you need to conspire with so many people to pull this off that we should have gotten an inkling that this was going down.
Yeah.
We've failed over the last 8 years. We had a lot of prosperity in this country, and we kind of put off things that we didn't want to think about.
Yeah.
The Soviet Union crumbled. Great. that's wonderful. That doesn't mean we don't have to turn our intelligence binoculars somewhere else. And this is where we have to look.
Well, the other thing was that how, once. The thing that I didn't understand, and God knows, you'd think, that I'm the commie pinko of the group. The one thing that is that you've got, as my friend calls him, Omaha bin Laden, and that thing occurs at the World Trade Center, and we don't go, well, that's it. We're hunting him down. And
you know what?
We don't stop.
Louis, we don't assassinate people. That's uncivilized.
I know we don't assassinate him, but you go and get him.
You
go,
kill,
that's it.
Right.
It's called tough.
Exactly.
I don't care. I'm not talking about killing him. I mean, but I do say you track right to him. You go right into whatever countries, and you say, that's
He's
it.
in Afghanistan. And you know something? Afghanistan is backing this guy and supporting him and giving him a place to live. So now Afghanistan has to suffer.
Yeah.
This is how we have to deal with this.
I don't know how else you deal with it. I mean, you were talking about the Palestinians. I mean, these guys are, and I would say, but when I saw it, my immediate reaction was it's got to be the Palestinians because they're the ones basically who were in the most sense of rage.
Right.
And so, but if you do it, you don't celebrate.
Oh, they are just partying in the streets.
They're in the streets, Louis.
How stupid is that?
I hope the next video of them dancing is on the nose of one of our bombs.
Yeah, I mean, it's really beyond belief. They have just destroyed themselves in the court of world opinion.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, because in a sense, they did have that, they had the underdog thing going for them.
Yeah.
They've been, in a sense, I mean, I'm Jewish. These people, in a sense, historically, and this is the thing I hope we get over in my lifetime. When you set up a situation like you set up in Israel and Palestine, hundreds of years ago, whereby you set it up so that you don't have that the British and the French go in there and set it up so that it has no solution.
Yeah.
They set it up. They're going to go, okay, you Palestinians, go live in a dump, and we're giving this to the Israelis.
Right.
And everybody goes, okay. And everything I read historically, I'm going, well, didn't somebody at some point go, look, something's going to happen from this?
Well, you know what, Louis? I don't feel that's our effing problem. And I think they should fight it out as best they can, and the top dog gets it all. You know what I mean? If they have a problem between each other, which they have, and they have for quite some time, fight it out amongst yourselves. Leave us out of it.
Well, yeah, but I always said, and I still believe this, if we had... if we had just gone over there and set up Vegas.
Yeah, right.
In the Middle East, which is what you do when you have a desert. You don't make you don't do agriculture. You do what we did in Vegas.
They're fighting over crap.
Exactly. But people who gamble together, don't fight.
Yeah.
I mean, they are fighting. They're fighting over, as my grandfather who left there 100 years ago said. I said, "Why'd you leave it?" He said, "It was a dump." He said, "I don't know what these people are keeping here."
And I don't like the idea of Osama bin Laden coming out and saying it's not him.
Yeah.
He had no responsibility. He tried to blow it up in '93. This is like the crackhead that robs the same liquor store over and over until they catch him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's got him written all over it. He is the premier terrorist these days, the Vogue terrorist. So he's got to have some responsibility for this.
Unless it's from something, unless it's from unless we're dealing with James Bond's kind of enemy,
yeah, really,
some nut job we've never
Dr.
heard of.
No or something, yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one with the money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got the money to finance this. And you know something? I don't even care if his involvement has just been influencing some other nut job. Take this guy out.
Yeah.
They've had interviews with him. They've had American journalists go in and interview this guy. Put a goddamn gun in the camera.
Yeah.
For the love of God. Unbelievable.
All right, Louis. Well, thanks for helping us out today.
Well, it's my pleasure.
Please
call
call
these guys.
Well, call us back in an hour or so, all right?
Huh?
If you guys call us back.
Okay, well, I'll keep my eye out.
All right.
You guys take care, okay?
Thanks.
And I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you got it.
Take it easy, Louis.
Louis Black from The Daily Show on Comedy Central.
He's always a nut, and this must have just put him right over the top. I mean, he's in New York City, and he's one of those guys that are
pretty neurotic to begin with.
He's neurotic. Something like he can't handle if someone's in front of him buying too many lottery tickets online. So this just must have
put him over the top. All right. Hey, Ben, Rick.
Yeah.
Yes. We could use a break.
All right. Real quick, before we go to break, I guess we're going to pick up 1010 Wednesday news coverage again. Real quick info about the subway service in New York.
Yeah.
Most service has resumed, with the exception of the 3, the C as in Charlie, or the Q Express. Service on the following lettered lines has been restored: A, B, D, E, F, G, J, L, Q, R, and the W lines. Those are all running, plus the numbered lines of 1 and 9, 2, 4, 5, and 7. All those have been restored. So if people are trying to use the subway system, things seem to be getting back to normal slowly but surely.
Is this Mad Max or Rick telling us this?
They got a picture of the skyline. How insane is that you don't see the Twin Towers?
They're gone, I know.
Right here and right
That's
there.
it.
Yes, guys.
And referring back to something you guys were talking about, how the size of the operation this terrorist group must have put together. I mean, think about it. They've had 8 years to put people in place, get jobs in, airline security and stuff. They could be anywhere.
Yeah, I know. That's the scary part.
That's the scary part.
All right, man.
Hey, guys, one other note, too. It looks like the national phone lines are starting to work. So 866-277-4WOW.
If you're not in the New York area. All right,
and we'll be back in in no time at all. I just got to take a leak.
All we're doing is taking a leak. That's it. I mean, it is really weird for us today because we're not in Manhattan because obviously they shut down the city. So Ed and I had to go to WLIR on Long Island. Our friends here, we help each other out from time to time, and I want to thank them. We're in the Party 105.3 studio.
I know.
I live on Long Island. I don't even know what station this is.
You see.
Oh, that's the program director? I'm sorry.
You see the board down there, though? The board that they write the stuff on that the DJs are supposed to... Like the boards we make fun of all the time.
Yeah.
That have the little things on them.
Start using Long Island's party station again.
Instead of, what was it, Long Island Summer Party Station?
Oh, so you dropped the summer on it. Oh, look at you being a program director.
What else, Opie?
Think about what's going on this time of year. School, football, Jets, Giants. Terrorism. You got to add terrorism to that, Mr.
Yes.
Got to get personal. A lot of stories coming in. Hey, you guys, we want to talk to a lot of people in New York that have personal experiences with this whole thing today, okay?
Or just how they're feeling, even, if you were sitting at home or something.
Yeah. All right?
Yeah, we've got one guy who is on line 8. We're going to get to him real soon. And Phil in D.C., who's just 3 blocks from the Pentagon.
Oh, yeah, make sure Phil stays there. And guys, today is not the day to mess with us and do Baba Booey pranks and all that crap. So please help us out today, okay? And I are running down the hall.
No, you go first.
I know.
I'll
We'll separately take the leak, even though it's different circumstances today. And we'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes, okay?
Right.
All right, so we'll throw it to 1010 Wins here in New York, our sister station.
Died. Again, one of the chaplains told me that one of those who died was a member of the fire department. St. Vincent's has set up a family center. If you think that someone is here at St. Vincent's, don't come to the hospital. They're trying to clear the lanes for the ambulances, the police cars. They even have city buses that are bringing both the injured in, and then I've seen several of the city buses load up. I'm not being flip, but it looks like a scene from MASH where they're in their full surgical scrubs and they're just getting onto buses and heading down 7th Avenue. But anyway, the family center is on 12th Street off of 5th Avenue. It's at the new school, and you can call if you're in the outer boroughs or in any of the other regions, 212-604-7085. Mayor Giuliani did say that a morgue has been set up on the west side in the 50s on one of the piers. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Wins at St. Vincent's Hospital.
And Terry and Glenn also indicated the mayor will have more figures for us and more information, maybe being able to tell us how many people they know have died at this point. But we do know, obviously, that thousands have either died or have been injured by this horrible act of violence, of terrorism here in the city of New York. Wednesday News Time 4:36, live continuing coverage of the awful terror act at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon and all the ramifications right here on WINS. Stay with us. We'll continue with our live coverage tonight for tomorrow morning.
You are listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The guys are taking a quick break. We're listening to our sister news station here in New York as they take a quick break.
Been in touch. Beth Israel says 130 patients are being treated there. St. Luke's Roosevelt has 25 in the Roosevelt section, 3 in St. Luke's. Long Island College Hospital in Brooklyn, 75 patients. And of all those hospitals there, the Continuum Health Partners hospitals, they have only 1 critical patient, no fatalities. Patients primarily in there for smoke inhalation. Mount Sinai Hospital has just begun receiving some patients. They don't have any hard numbers for us yet. NYU Hospital, 1st Avenue and 31st Street has taken in nearly 100 patients, most with minor injuries. They've dispatched medical crews to the Chelsea Piers, along with some other hospitals. They're not sure, but it seems that the area is being set up as a triage station to spread the load among the city's medical facilities. Bellevue is now on standby to take overflow patients from overburdened facilities downtown, chiefly St. Vincent's. And when we're talking to hospital officials, they're saying that what's eerie about all this is that they haven't received more seriously injured patients. They're getting mostly people with cuts and bruises and smoke inhalation, and they fear that apart from these other injuries, who knows what happened to so many people who were critically injured or killed, but they're not receiving very many of those, at least not yet. Ralph?
Well, Larry Cantor, just what the very point you raised, and that's what our reporters are saying at the hospital. Some of the people who were brought in and treated first were people who are on the street outside and were not inside the building, and now that the rescuers are able to go inside, they are finding the more seriously injured people. And the people who died as well. Again, live continuing coverage here on 1010 Wins. President Bush, we're told, is now returning to Washington and had gone to Sarasota, Florida for a speech, and then was apparently taken off to Louisiana as a precaution and then taken to a base in Omaha. There was a statement of it pointing out that they would search and find the people responsible and that the U.S. would be tested and the military was on alert and so on, but it was a tape message, and that was sort of left behind when the president was flown to Omaha. Now we're told President Bush is planning to or is returning to Washington right now. We did get a statement from Karen Hughes, who was the president's counsel, and he was actually in a meeting for the president. She said that the Secret Service had secured the president, the vice president, the House Speaker, and others, and she also said this.
Our fellow citizens and our freedom came under attack today, and no one should doubt America's resolve.
And she also pointed out that the military is on a high alert. She also pointed out that the FAA has, in effect, grounded all commercial flights till noon tomorrow. The Connecticut National Guard is on standby in case it's needed here in New York. And Governor Pataki has called out the state's National Guard to help in recovery efforts and to give relief to the firefighters.
Hey. All right, we're back. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. That's our sister station, 1010 Wins here in the New York area. I needed that. A little bathroom break. So, all right, here we are trying to do something today. Our bosses insisted that we do a show. It was important to do a show and talk to your listeners today.
I think it's, I think it's kind of a good, kind of therapeutic there, you know. People like calling up and venting. I think that's what our show's always been about, you know. Me personally, I'd rather stay at home, to tell you the truth. But people need to vent or want to vent and tell their stories.
Well,
so
let's move on with some of these phone calls. Ben, who do we have next?
We got Philip in D.C. checking in. Philip.
Hello.
Hey, Philip.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, just wanted to relate. I only live about maybe 3 blocks from the Pentagon. My usual routine of getting ready for work this morning when, the building actually shook. And, I had the TV on. I was watching the thing with the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Wondering what the heck is going on.
Yeah, just imagine that. You're in D.C., you're watching the World Trade Center going, oh, geez, I can't imagine anything. And all of a sudden, a couple of blocks away, the Pentagon goes up.
And your building's shaking.
Yeah, unbelievable.
What did you think right when you felt it start shaking? Did you think, uh-oh, here we are now in Washington, and where next?
I presume the worst as far as, something that happened, maybe an explosion or, electrical transformer or something, but I went outside.
You didn't think it was another terrorist attack?
I had no idea. No idea until I actually saw it on the news when they said that a plane and actually went down toward it.
And then you're thinking, what's going to get hit next? When is this going to end,
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, okay, 2 into the Trade Center, 1 into the Pentagon. Now there's 1 down outside Pittsburgh.
That's when everyone started really freaking out. I mean, did you hear planes going over your head?
Oh, yeah.
And I did too, and I was like, you second think, you second guess, you're going, is this the next one that's coming in somewhere? You know
they were going for the Empire State Building as well. Oh. Something happened there. Maybe the guy chickened out or something. Said, you know what?
Chickened out.
Well,
I don't think these people chicken out.
Who knows?
I don't think they chicken out.
So you think it was 4?
They
four
go
hijacked
with
planes and that was
smiles on their effing faces, these people, plowing into the sides of buildings, strapping bombs to themselves, going into restaurants, whatever it is. Do you know what these people believe? They believe if they die during one of these causes, they're a martyr. So what they get is 70 virgins. They go to heaven. And they're right there on the right hand of God. The rivers of milk and honey, and 70 virgins are theirs.
And God takes care of them. 70 virgins.
They are. So they do these things thinking that they don't think twice about it. It's like, this is great. Oh my God, I can't believe I was picked to be the guy that blows myself up.
Yeah.
That's the mentality you're dealing with.
In the Pentagon, when you found out it was there?
Yeah, we were down there, as close as they would allow us to get.
See, that's how we are messed up as humans.
We're rubberneckers.
Because that's what happened at the World Trade Centers. Everyone, ran down there to see how close they could get.
Right. The people on the upper floors and on the floors below where the first plane crashed actually said, "Oh, plane crashed up on the 80th floor. Hey, let's go up and check it out."
Yeah, they went up with digital cameras. That's one report we got today. We can't really confirm that, but
I don't doubt it at all, knowing humanity and how people think. It's retarded.
So you ran down toward the Pentagon, and how close did you get?
Probably within about 350, maybe 400 yards. I mean, I had a pretty good view of what was going on.
And there was just a gaping hole on the side of that?
Couldn't really see it from all the smoke that was pouring out of it, but you could tell that something big had hit it.
Yeah.
And in every video clip I've seen from the various locations that these planes hit, you see no piece of wreckage from the plane whatsoever. These things were disintegrated on impact. Amazing. Bastard.
Anything else, bro?
Other than that, I mean, I had a friend of mine that I happened to catch up with that works in the Pentagon. She described it as pandemonium as far as them getting out of there.
Yeah.
I mean,
every time you'd watch a movie, because that's the only real thing we have that connects us to these terrorists, what we've seen in movies. And you watch shows like the X-Files or whatnot. And the Pentagon, my God, there's no way a plane's going to hit it. The ground will open up and these anti-aircraft missiles come out, right? There's a way to protect it. You know something?
No. It was that easy.
Nothing. We have nothing.
All right, let's move on. Ben, who do we have next?
We got Danielle, who works from Boston, who works at Logan Airport in Boston.
We've flown out of there many times.
Hey,
I'll drive you to the airport.
Hey, Danielle. We've been on that flight from Boston to L.A. What's going on?
Not much.
Anything you could add?
Well, I've been thinking kind of all day about how the airport security is really going to come under attack now because of especially, these 2 flights out of Boston were both the ones that hit the World Trade Center, and these 4 planes are hijacked. And, you know, like you guys mentioned earlier, you know, they ask us security questions and you show your ID, and it's, you know, it's not really a foolproof way, you know, to see what's going on. And, you know, a lot of people are wondering how they're getting these weapons or whatever it is past airport security and, you know, if they have people in place.
It's feel-good security is what it is. It's there to make us feel better, but it does nothing.
Because, you know, even if they had somebody in, like, an airport security type scenario, like, you don't know who's going to be in front of which machine, and they could get shuffled to another machine. But, I mean, God forbid they had somebody working for an airline. Like, you look at the motives behind, you know, there were 2 United flights and 2 American flights.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, my heart obviously goes out to all those people because they're all my coworkers.
Yeah.
You know, passengers and everything.
Hey, Boston, you that pissed about the Yankees?
Yes, please.
Come on.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Both of those planes came from Boston.
I know. So, you know, and you think about why they picked those airlines, you know, and it could have been because they had somebody on the inside. You know, because what a lot of people don't realize is that in most major airports that I'm aware of, airline employees are not subject to the same security scrutiny as, say, like, you know, just a general passenger.
You know, it's interesting you bring that up because I just flew in from Athens last week, and I noticed, like, the pilots, okay, and the stewardesses. They didn't go through the same things we did.
No, they don't.
Just went right through.
Yeah, they go either through a separate area or, like, most airports have the upstairs, downstairs levels.
I was thinking about that because I'm a paranoid flyer, and I'm like, that's interesting. The stewardesses and there go the pilots just walking through everything.
And you like to think, all right, you know, they have the credentials, but, you know, there's got to be someone that would know if they're fake. Right. You say to yourself when you're in the airport, they got to have people in place that would look and go, that's not, you know, John Smith. I know him, and he comes in. But, you know, sometimes there isn't the recognition like that. If you have the proper credentials, you get through. Security is a goof to make us feel better.
It's so easy to say that today, but I've always thought that airport security was a complete joke. Because as humans, we've mentioned this a bunch of times, we have no patience. We have no patience. We just want to
wait.
Every time we get on something, Ann, you see something new on the TV.
I'm looking at the TV, and there's just new footage that keeps coming in of the World Trade Center. That one was a real low-angle shot of when the second plane hit the tower, and the fireball, that's about from maybe 2 blocks away. And just huge. It just gets me more infuriated watching it. But it's one of those things, you know, you just can't take your eyes off of it.
But like you guys said earlier, you know, I mean, obviously this wasn't just 4 guys saying, all right, I'm going to take this one, you take that one. They obviously had some people in place. And if God forbid they had people in United American or whatever, you know, they picked the long-distance flights for the fuel, obviously. But you also have to look at, these were all early morning flights, which are considered originating flights, which means the planes could have sat there all night because they came in the night before. Anybody could have had access to those planes who's got an airport ID.
Well, we're going to find out all that, obviously.
No, it's so scary. It's all speculation, obviously, but it's just so scary to think of.
This took hundreds of people.
Yeah, this was an organized attack.
And we didn't have one clue?
Yeah, something should have funneled down to our intelligence people around the world that something like this was going down. And I heard a report that Bin Laden had told somebody that something big, something unprecedented,
he said that about 3 weeks ago,
was going to happen.
Yeah.
And right there, you should take note and really look into what might be happening. Check out contacts. But you know something? I don't think our intelligence agencies have the contacts that we used to. It's a different world now, and now we plan B and figure out how we can make it safer. They're our own planes, for God's sake.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Well, thank you.
Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Ben, who do we got?
Let's go to Steve here on line 8. Steve.
Where's Steve calling?
He's from New York.
Hey, Steve.
What's up? I'm in Long Island, man. I'm bummed.
Yeah.
I have a friend that works on the upper 90s in Building 2.
You heard from him yet?
No. Nobody's heard from him. His family called St. Vincent's. They haven't heard anything. You know, and it's mayhem. It's mayhem. And, you know, I'm sitting in my house. I wanted to go out and beat the hell out of somebody.
Yeah, but it's an anger. You have nowhere to work it off, you know?
You know, well, I don't want to get into what I almost did, but you know what I just kind of thought of? The only positive freaking thing I can do is I'm going to give blood, man. I was watching the TV. They're saying how they're low on blood.
Well, they're saying anyone in the New York area, if you're near a hospital, to give blood.
Yeah, it's the only positive thing that I can possibly think to do right now. or I'm going to do something, you know, that's just, until I find out, it's just like a waiting game. And
it's a waiting game for, I mean, everyone. I finally got, some good news, because we had some people in my family in that area, and we finally, hunted them down. But there are thousands upon thousands of people out there still trying to get in contact with people that either work in the building, work near the building, and they still don't have an answer. They just don't know where these people are.
They're not going to have one for a while. I mean, it's chaos. It's a war scene.
Plus, the phone service in the New York area, it's almost impossible to call someone in New York.
I was working in Brooklyn. My cell went down the entire day. I couldn't get in touch with anybody. I mean, it's insane. I don't even want to get into that. It's insane. You don't know what to do, and it's the only positive thing I could try to think to do right now, rather than slam my head into a wall. So. They're saying they need it, so, if people are out there, even if they never did it before, go do it. You might actually help save a life in this situation,
Good deal, man.
So, and you're right about the airport security, bro. It sucks.
Yeah. So, that's an easy thing to say today, but, yeah.
Yeah, well, I worked in the Delta Airlines terminal on JFK when we were doing construction there, and these guys are supposed to be checking us. We used to laugh, man. I could have got a rocket launcher in there. And like you said, it's like guys from King Cullen working the security. I mean... Well,
this is going to change.
I hope it does change.
It's going to get a lot harder.
You said it earlier, and I would rather give up another half hour and know that when I get on that plane, I'm safe, and something like this isn't going to happen again, than sit here and rush it along.
Yeah, I don't know. We're weird, though, when it comes to that stuff. A few months go by, and we're impatient, and we're like, come on, just get me through.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's a scary thing. It's just human nature. I just hope something changes, that this never happens again. But listen, guys, love you guys. Have a good day, man.
All right, Steve, hang in there.
Take care, man.
Cool.
You know what else now? The focus right now, of course, with the World Trade Center being blown up, is the loss of life, But I think in days to come, you're going to see the other residual effect. You know how much information was in there on their computers? All those papers you saw flying down to the street level? That is... the finances of a lot of places in the world. And I don't know how they're going to recover that information. How many things have you sent to One World Trade Center? You're right. It's the address on an envelope. No matter where you are in the country, a lot of the offices there had information, credit information, things like that. That just I see how it could ever hurt. And that'll be coming up, I'm sure, in a few days. But the loss of life now is the big issue.
All right, Ben, who do we have?
We actually we got some news coming in here.
Yeah, speaking of what Steve was talking about donating blood.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of places around the area, New Jersey, Westchester County, Long Island, that we can read off real quick that people can go to if they want to donate. In Manhattan, New York Blood Center, 310 East 67th Street. Or you can go to the American Red Cross at 150 Amsterdam Avenue. In Brooklyn, try 120 Lawrence Street. That's near Metro Tech if you want to donate blood. On Staten Island, 1625 Forest Avenue. On Long Island, there are 4 locations. One in Lake Success, 2500 Marcus Avenue. In Bohemia, out east a little further, 3125 Vets Highway. Rockville Center, 333 Merrick Road. And in Huntington, Route 110. And for New Jersey people, New Brunswick on 167 New Street. And in Westchester, Elmsford, 525 Executive Boulevard.
All right, Rick. And what if someone wants a sandwich?
I'm going to have a tough time getting back home, man. I'm looking at the live shots still. Just watching Lower Manhattan burn is unbelievable.
All right, Ben.
One other thing, too. Penn Station has reopened and limited eastbound service is happening, so...
All right.
Yeah, and for anybody looking for information out of St. Vincent's, the info number is 212-604-7085.
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
And Ant, you were mentioning earlier about, only seeing this stuff in movies.
Yeah.
If you want to rent a movie to get a feel of what it's like, the movie The Siege with Denzel Washington. I don't know if you ever saw that, but
Rick, I don't need to rent a movie today.
Yeah, I think there's enough destruction on real TV.
I think I have a good idea by just watching CNN and Channel 7 here in New York and 4 and 2.
But the people out of the area can get kind of a feel.
Great. That's what you need. A feel.
Do you suggest surround sound, Rick?
Yeah, home theater. You might want the home theater.
Find a good home theater system.
Vibrate the floor.
All right, man. Let's go to another phone call.
We got John in Washington, D.C. here. John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, John?
Sorry, I got to talk to you under these circumstances.
Yeah, we usually come in. We like to have a lot of fun. It's hard to fit nudity into today's show.
I usually listen to you guys when I want a good laugh. I listen to you in Boston. I used to live in New York City. Now I live in Washington, and it's a bad way to talk to you guys.
Wait, hold on. I just because you made me think of something. Jeremy, our program director in New York, he calls me up. And I'm just assuming there's no way Ant and I are doing a show today. I'm like, I go, Jeremy, I don't know if I have to tell you this, but there's nothing funny about this. And Ant and I kind of have a comedy show. And he's like, no, there's so much more to you guys, and I think your listeners need to hear from you today about and get a feel of your serious side.
Okay. Terrific.
I'm like, all right, then find us a studio because we can't even make it into Manhattan today.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how long we're going to be. How are we getting into work tomorrow into Manhattan?
I need to get there. I just need to be there. It's in a weird way, John, what could you add today?
Well, what I could add, and up front I wanted to tell you, I'm not BSing you guys. It's the God's honest truth. I'm an airline pilot. I know, and I wouldn't call and BS about that. It's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say who I work for or whatever, but Anthony brought up a good point earlier about, training of pilots to do something like this. And to be perfectly honest with you, to actually what we call hand fly the plane, just sit there and you're flying it, the autopilot's off.
Right.
That would be extremely difficult. Like you see in the movies, people say, "Oh, can anybody fly a plane?" And the little Cessna guy comes up front, flies it.
And they talk him, or the little blow pilot in the airplane movies.
Yeah, that's very hard to do. Okay, but one thing you're overlooking, and it's just a theory, but the autopilot is highly sophisticated.
Right.
And with a little bit of teaching, I could have you flying the plane off the autopilot.
Let me tell you something. I don't want to sound silly or anything, but have you ever used Microsoft flight simulators?
Very realistic.
Yeah,
very realistic.
I tried to fly the 767 on the Microsoft flight simulator.
That's one of the planes that hit the tower.
It is very difficult, but when you do master the autopilot, it's easy.
Now, the thing is
dialing in, heading, speed, altitude, and hitting execute, and that's it.
Now, they definitely would need access to, some type of technical information like manuals.
Right, something tells me...
If you had someone with limited experience, even an airline pilot that was pretty limited in their experience, but they knew how the autopilot worked, and you had someone with minimal pilot training, you could, I could get someone who has minimal, even a private pilot, give them minimal training on just the autopilot. Once the plane takes off, as soon as you, in normal circumstances, not always, when you're through 500 feet, which happens in the blink of an eye, that plane goes through 500 feet literally in a split second, the autopilot's engaged. And those guys are managing the plane. They're not actually flying it, they're managing it.
They picked a perfect VFR day, too, because it's visual flight rules. Today was a beautiful day. No cloud, not a cloud in the sky. Right, and because if it was cloudy, they wouldn't have been able to do this.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not as easy maybe as I'm making it sound, but it could be done with minimal training. You could make someone able to program the plane to do what it did. And it sounds far-fetched, but it could be done.
Mm-hmm.
And if you had the right technical background and training to do it, you could do it. You don't have to be thousands and thousands of hours of experience in an airline. You do it with minimal experience. And I don't mean to sound sadistic or, give anyone an idea. I'm not going to say how it could be done, but it could be done,
Yeah, no, I don't
that's
doubt
the thing. Hand flying it couldn't be done.
Has been done.
Yeah, it's just horrible. Something, like you said, I agree with you completely, Anthony. Something has to be done about this,
Yeah.
And I don't know how you defend against something like that, but as far as, it's worse than Pearl Harbor. It really is.
Yes, it is. No doubt. Absolutely.
Those guys were military, and unfortunately I feel sad for them, and my heart goes out to their family. They signed up for it. These innocent people on this plane and, in the World Trade Center, they didn't even sign up for any of this. They were casualties of war.
They're showing us something on CNN right now from FlightExplorer.com, the path that the plane took when it takes the sharp left turn to head toward New York City.
Yeah, they have United Airlines 175 leaving Boston and American Airlines 11 leaving Boston, and how they took their individual routes to the World Trade Center.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of them, it was going to L.A., so it was just doing its western course, turned sharp south, and hit the World Trade Center.
Yes.
The other one went over Jersey, circled back in like a fish hook, and came in from the other side.
Yeah, here it comes again.
The thing that's tough is that, they probably, if they hijacked the plane initially right after it was out of Boston, again, it's all speculation, but if they did it right, let's say they got up to altitude, boom, they hijacked the plane, they tell these guys, take me to New York City. Well, the pilot's not going to necessarily say, no, I'm not going to take you to New York City. I mean, they would probably comply with it and do that. But then the point comes where there's going to be a point, like everybody's saying, none of us would deliberately fly a plane into a building.
Right.
I mean, if they put a gun to my head, I'd say, go ahead and shoot me because I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, you're better off just ditching it into the water or something and seeing what happens there at the last minute.
The point is, even if they got it pointed in the general direction, then they, realize what these guys are going to do, and if they, took out the pilots, which they most likely did, at that point, they have to have some kind of knowledge of how the systems work to get the plane to do what it did,
Well, hopefully there's some clues on the black boxes and the ground communication to who these people were.
Yeah, I think that will give them a tremendous amount of information because even if they, obviously these guys who did it, these people who did it, they're not going to talk to controllers anymore. They're just going to do what they want to do, head to New York City.
Right.
The thing is, there's still the cockpit recorder. Even though you don't have a microphone on, the cockpit's picking up all the talk in there. It can pick up, as loud as it is in a cockpit, it can pick up a tremendous amount of background noise. You can literally go up there and you could, you pop a can of soda in the background and it'll hear it. It'll hear that happen. And they can filter it out and, hey, they might not know initially, well, what is that? But they can filter it out and figure out, hey, this is, the guy popped a gun open or did something, and so they'll definitely get a lot of information out of that. But I mean, I just wish you could have, like you said earlier, get some intelligence to stop it because it's just, unfortunately, the security, I wouldn't say it's as bad as people make it out to be. It does have loopholes like any security system would.
Yeah, but I think they got to look in other places.
They do. I mean, you could become like El Al, the Israeli airline. The guys have Uzis when they check you in.
Hey, you know something? I got no problem with the right people having weapons.
No, I don't either. I mean, I don't have a problem with that either. But it's, Opie brought up a good point earlier. He said, when it comes down to it, we're human beings. And what's going to happen is if you put all these steps in, okay, it takes 2 hours to check in at an airport.
No one would put up with that, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
initially, of course.
10 years on, like, people sit there, I see it every day. People sit there and say, oh, the airlines, look at the news. Every night they're bashing the airlines. Oh, delays, oh, weather, oh, this and that. The people want change in the airlines. When you try to make change, they fight you the whole way,
Convenience and speed,
the thing I think would work, but people are going to say, oh, no, 2 hours, we're just down to a half hour or whatever,
when I came from Athens, I got all this to go with. We were in a really long line for customs, and people were losing their effing minds, and it only took maybe 20 minutes, and I was even annoyed, and they were able to get hundreds and hundreds of people through within 20 minutes, and people were still yelling and screaming. You could call up my girlfriend. There was a fist fight online because everyone was just irritated. They just had a really long flight, and they just wanted to get through customs and get home, And they could care less who's in front of them trying to get into the country. What their intentions were. All they wanted was to get through that customs line as fast as possible. And people were stomping on the floor, getting frustrated because one of the custom agents was taking a little more time on the person in front of them. That's what we do as human beings.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've seen people get mad because we're out of soda. And they throw a hissy fit. You almost have to threaten them with the police and security when you land at the next airport.
Hey, what kind of plane you fly?
Well, I used to fly turboprops and moved up through a lot of different things. Right now I fly a larger turboprop, and that'll kind of narrow down who I fly for, if I tell you that, if anyone knows who's listening. But I don't fly anything huge. It holds about 30
I was
people,
wondering if you flew one of those that were used today.
No, nothing like that. But I've been in simulators like that, and I have friends that fly stuff like that, and I've been there before, and I ride in the cockpits all the time. I know what it's like, and I know that they're all the same. A plane's a plane is a plane. They get more complicated as they get bigger, but the basics are the same. You have the same 6 instruments in every plane, whether it be a Cessna all the way up to a 747. A plane is a plane. If you can fly one, you can fundamentally fly them all with some additional training. I don't mean to, downplay what an airline pilot does. It takes thousands of hours and years of training to get the proficiency they get.
Well, they were trained in some way, but
right, exactly.
Probably we'll find out more who and whatnot. Hey, thanks a lot, man.
Okay, guys, take it easy.
All right, John, thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Cool.
Damn.
Who's on 11?
Wait, one second, too. We also have a couple lines on that are free on the national, 866-2774.
Okay, cool.
And go to Danny here. Danny.
Hello, how you doing, guys?
Hey, where are you calling from, Danny?
Queens, New York.
Right on.
All right, listen, guys, can we get serious for one moment here?
Like we haven't been?
Yeah, but that's, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, this is the way I see it. I mean, don't you guys think that it's sort of United States' fault for these idiots who did this to us? Guys, listen to me. I'm sorry, I'm not defending anything that they've done. First of all, I just want to say that my heart goes out to all those victims.
What are you trying to say? It's the United States' fault for
no. Okay.
Get there.
All right, hold on a second. I'm getting there. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying United States messes around with so many countries. Yes, we're number one. New York City. Yes. Hold on a sec. Yes, New York City is number one. Yes, we're the number one nation and everything. We're the best, right?
Yeah.
Therefore, everyone hates us, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Therefore, people want to do harm to us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what if we were number one and we weren't getting involved in so many...
I don't think you'd get an argument from many people that I would love if we could just mind our own goddamn business and be the country we are without having to police the world. For some reason,
yes, we are policing the world.
Yeah, for some reason that fell in our lap. Right. For some reason that fell in our lap, and people look to the United States for leadership and guidance and whatnot. But as far as the Middle East goes, which is just a hotbed of trouble, I don't think we should have anything to do with it. Could we support Israel? Yeah, fine. It doesn't mean we back everything they do or every opinion they have.
I understand.
And want to duke out with Palestinians or land. You know, we just look at the World Trade Center is no more because of a land argument that's been going on for some time. I don't think we want to be part of that. I don't think you'll get an argument. But as far as it being our fault because we're in that position,
no. Okay,
I'm not gonna listen to that.
Hang on a second. Okay, I don't mean it as our fault towards that, but I think that we have. Why didn't this happen to another country? Why is it that the United States always gets?
It happens in other countries.
It happens all over the world.
It happens all over. We've been lucky, and because of...
Don't you think that because we're New York City and because we're the United States, we shouldn't be getting involved with all these... You know, we're being the freaking police over here for the entire world. Is that right? Listen, let me just tell you something, okay? I don't know how you guys feel about this, but being drafted is not a cool thing. To know that your butt is going to go to a war... Okay, let's get down serious over here, all right? You know, everybody's talking about, let's go attack. But sit down and think. If you get cold, if that phone rings, and you know it's the president, let's say, right? And he tells you, "Oh, hello there," you know, pick up your bag.
All right, let's move on.
Hey, thank you, man.
Danny from
he's like going nowhere.
Danny from Queens, thank you.
Here's a good one on DC.
I was falling asleep as he was talking. I'm sorry.
You guys, we're trying to get through a lot of phone calls today, and we'll accept all opinions and we'll debate you a little bit, but you got to get right to your point, all right?
Yeah.
Please. Who's next?
Allie from DC.
Allie?
Hey.
What's Ali. Up, maybe it's Ali.
Yeah, Ali, yeah.
Ali, what's up?
Nothing much. I'm just down here. I'm right in Georgetown, and they've got F-16s flying all over and stuff.
Yeah, it's the only planes you'll see in the sky now around military.
Yeah, I know. I was looking up. I was like, "What's that?" You know?
How insane is that? That's something you don't see every day.
Did you ever think
in the Georgetown area?
It's like in the '60s when the Mexican riots and stuff. You know.
If you asked any American yesterday, do you ever think we get to a point where, because of events, no planes would be in the skies and F-16s and various other fighter aircraft would be over Washington and New York defending its airspace?
Crazy.
You'd be like, yeah, well, what movie are you watching?
Yeah.
Right. And all of a sudden now it's reality.
This morning.
Yeah. What's the feel of Georgetown right now?
Well, you know, everybody's just kind of unbelievable still for us because we're just down here and we keep seeing TV and stuff. You know, it's hard to believe that really happens.
Are people walking around like zombies in that area?
Gone. Yeah, I mean,
because that's what we got up here in New York. People are just in shock. They don't know where to walk.
You know what? You bring up a good point. When I was driving here from Brooklyn out to Long Island, where we're broadcasting from today, a lot of traffic, a lot of people. You look into the car and you just saw their faces. They weren't
as animated. Everyone just looking straight ahead, very solemn. And you know me, I'm a maniac, and I don't like people in my way. I don't like being effed with on the road. And there were a couple of instances where I would have blown the horn and just flipped the bird. All of a sudden, it wasn't that important. You know, I was driving, and everybody was letting other people in, and just kind of, you didn't want to be bothered. It wasn't that important.
It's funny you say that, though, because we've been talking about, humans not having patience with, airport security and all that.
Yeah.
Here on Long Island, they closed down the Long Island Expressway.
Westbound, yeah.
Which is just insane if you live in this area. It's just, you can't even function on Long Island without that road. When it's open, it sucks, and people are in traffic for days, right?
Yeah.
So they have cops on all the entrance ramps and the exit ramps, and as I'm heading to the studio on Long Island, I see people arguing with the cops. Like, the expressway is closed, and they're arguing like, no, I have to go that way. And it's like, no, there's something a little more important than you today, and, help us out. Help us out and understand what's going on and try to figure out how to go home on the back roads.
Right.
But they're yelling and screaming at the cops like...
You guys, I'm just in high school. I'm just a high school student, and the only people who aren't acting all serious is just high school students. They don't seem to understand how serious it is. They're all running around laughing and stuff.
Yeah, they're goofing and stuff. Wacky kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Who's next?
All right, we'll go to John in New York.
All right.
John.
Hello.
Hey,
John, what's up?
Hey, Mohammed Opie and Anthony?
Yeah.
All right, how you doing, guys? Listen, Anthony, I don't really agree with your views on terrorism, blaming on the last year, 8 years administration.
No, I don't want you to get me wrong. Now, I didn't say I'm blaming this on the last 8 years. I'm saying the last 8 years of prosperity, we've dropped the ball. We didn't put our priorities in our intelligence where we should have. I didn't blame the last administration on this. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat either. I don't want to get people thinking I'm getting on the soapbox for the Republican Party. I'm not.
I'm not even saying that you did that. I just have a different idea. When I was watching shows on terrorism, what I feel about is that terrorism is like fighting guerrilla warfare. These guys get lucky. It's like trying to fight Vietnam. You're not going to win because they attack in the night.
You got a good point. Yeah, with enough being thrown at you, you're going to get hit by one and get lucky. This is more than luck, though. This is something we should have known about. And that's what I'm saying. Our intelligence isn't what it used to be. We should have seen this coming in some way, shape, or form, where we could have put some kind of alert out. We've had terrorist alerts before.
Yeah,
there's something this big we should have picked up on.
Yeah, you get the stories, this guy was stopped at the Canadian border, and he was heading toward New York City.
Or you get wind of somebody, all of a sudden they're training at this camp, and for some reason they're training, they need aircraft manuals. There's always some little loose end that gets picked up by our intelligence, but we've dropped the ball.
John, this should scare you and everyone listening to us today. This was well planned, and in my opinion, they didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue this was happening today.
We were up on the JFK air rail in Kennedy Airport. One of the guys spots that the Trade Center's on fire, so we start to watch. The next thing we see that giant mushroom cloud, an orange mushroom cloud. We think maybe the jet fuel blew up when we heard it was a airplane. We never thought it would be another one. The problem is we have no idea what we're up against with these guys. We're not used to dealing with people that are willing to take their lives over bizarre, promises that they're going to have 70 virgins when they meet Allah.
Well, you know something? When the Soviet Union crumbled, and we were spending a lot of money and a lot of time on intelligence against the Soviet Union, we knew. I mean, do you remember watching the news going, it's now that the Cold War's over, we have to put our resources elsewhere into terrorism. Right. And we never really did that.
I know.
Everyone knew from years ago, but we never did it.
As we get comfortable, these guys here, they hide under the guise of being, what it is? We don't have a particular country to attack. We should attack somebody. If these people live in that country, we should just finish them.
See, that's what it is. You got something like a Pearl Harbor. It's Japan. You know it. We went after Japan. That's how it worked.
Right.
Now, something like this, it's terrorists. It's very vague. You don't know. But you know something? We have ideas of who harbors these people, who finances it, who backs them. Right. And those are the people that maybe we've held back on in the past because of politics. Because if we bomb them, this country's going to be mad.
Well,
or this country, we have a trade agreement with this country. Right. Now it's time to just go in and clean up these loose ends and F the politics behind
it. I agree. If we know that who's responsible for this, we give the country where they live
1 week to give them up. If they don't give them up, we bomb the...
Hey, you know something? That might sound silly, but a lot of these countries say, I don't know who they are. All right, you don't know. We're gonna do something. We want these people, and you see how fast we start getting some of these people.
Anything but violence. There becomes a time you have to sit a plate and be the way they are. Have to fight back with violence. There's nothing we can do here. We can't be diplomatic anymore. We have to demand these people be given up, or we go and we wreck the whole place.
I don't care how many countries we piss off by doing this. They're going to have to live with it because...
They don't have to go. I work in this city. This is where we live. My wife, I have 2 kids. We're horrified. I got the windows closed because I'm afraid of anthrax blowing around over here. That guy's really right about the asbestos. That stuff gets airborne. It'll take months for it to come back down. Much less people walking into their house covered in all sorts of powder. People don't realize what we're up against here. And the horrifying thing is this had to be perpetrated by people living in our own country. You know, and people have to be aware of
I don't know about that, living in our own country.
Oh, they're established. These communities are established. This is very, very deep warfare. These people are way, way, way undercover.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that. Yeah. But obviously they're here on a mission from another country.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not like a Oklahoma City bombing where it's...
it's just a very... You know,
oh, my God. Look at that. A Murray Street sign and an airplane engine. A piece of a turbine from an engine in the street.
Well, I was there the last time. We responded to that last explosion at the Trade Center. Just like you said, I agree with you on the point. I walked in and I saw a few floors exploded out of the parking garage. But afterwards, I was laughing. I said, these guys couldn't even take us down. You know, we're the most powerful country. Not only one, I think once the first airplane hit the first thing, everybody just must have said, oh, wow, that's unbelievable. They'll never have the, guts to go crash another one into it. Much after the Pentagon, this is psychotic. They must realize once and for all that this is backed by some form of government. Nobody could have this well of a, this big of a plan instituted this well unless they were letting people fly these planes in that country.
Right, a little practice test flight. You need a base of operations.
They let them fly the planes around the country so they're prepared for this.
Exactly.
You see these kids jumping for joy, handing out candy.
I know.
And the Palestinians, how happy they are that we have people stuck under tundra.
I could only hope we see crying women over their dead children in another country that we bomb, because
I'm horrified.
And you could say it's like, oh God, it makes us just as bad as them. Good, I don't care at this point.
It's gotten to that point. You got to do something,
and it's got to stop. We gotta respond to this in a way that will clean it up and take away their resources and power to do this to us.
I say we give this country 1 week. Tell Yasser Arafat you got a week to hand these guys over. If you don't, then you're just going to suffer the consequences. No ground war. Don't send any of us over there where we're going to wind up getting killed like Vietnam. Just light the place up like Desert Storm.
All right, John. Thank you.
Take it easy, guys.
Goddamn, 2 countries arguing over a piece of crap land, and we got to get dragged into it. Unbelievable.
Ben, who do we have?
Let's go to Mike in New Jersey. Mike.
Hello.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
Yeah, nothing much, man. It's a pretty messed up situation down here.
Hell yeah. We weren't expecting to do this type of show today.
Yeah, I can barely hear you guys.
How's that?
I don't know. I don't know if it's your phone or it's the lines or something.
What do you got? We're in like 2 different studios. Whatever. What do you got, Mike?
Well, I'm just saying, Mike. That's not my real name, in case anybody is listening. That I don't want to hear me. But we've got a pretty messed up situation here at the base because we don't have enough people to carry out our job.
The base?
At the base that I'm stationed at.
He's at a base in Jersey.
Oh, okay. What are you, reserve?
No, active duty.
Really?
So why aren't you doing something?
Well, we are. We're on standby.
Okay, all right.
Because I think if you're on standby, you can't just make phone calls.
That's what I mean. It sounds a little weird.
Yeah.
All right, bye-bye.
It's a little weird. I know my brother was in the Army, and during the whole Iran hostage crisis. And they would put him on these big C-130 planes, just sit him on the runway. That's being on alert. He's not calling, go, hey man, guess what?
Right. A new vending machine. I'd call you guys.
Yeah, this is great. The orders are coming in. We're going to be shipping out at 0600 and, yeah.
All right. Should we take a break? Do we have anyone on hold that we need to get to, Ben? Rick?
There's a guy in line 2 that's not bad, and there's a guy... Here, let's go to him here.
Yeah, we can throw him on.
All right.
Dennis in New York. Dennis.
You.
Hey, Dennis.
What's up, man?
Guys, first off, I'm numb. I'm numb. I mean, everybody says you don't understand the gravity of it until you see it, and it's just...
I just went over the 59th Street Bridge not too long ago, and you don't see the towers anymore. It's shocking.
Yeah, when you see something that huge and then it's just gone and it was blown up, it's amazing.
I was on, and this is no BS, I would not even joke about this. I do communications, and I was on 5th Avenue walking up, and I saw and heard the first plane go over 5th Avenue, and they were tree-topping it. They were just barely over all the buildings, just going straight down Midtown. And the whole time we were just talking about it the whole way up, like, how is that plane going?
Yeah, how is that legal, right, yeah.
We get up to the floor where we were doing work, and everybody says, did you hear? Like, what are you talking about? A plane just ran into the World Trade, and I just saw it. It just went by. I was just stunned.
Man, wow.
I'm free. I've been sick to my stomach all day. I'm on Queens Boulevard now, and I'm seeing, like, all the smoke still billowing from the area.
Well, there's another building on fire down there, and then there's all those cars and everything.
Seven World Trade. I know people in 7 World Trade, and I'm just hoping they got out in time. I'm shaking. I can't believe it.
Dennis, you in a car right now?
Yeah.
I'm looking now at the news. There's a building that I guess was near World Trade Center with a corner of it ripped off. It looks like a prop building from a Godzilla or something. Like his tail swiped
Godzilla
it.
98. It really is just absolutely disturbing. And Anthony, to back you up with the sheer amount of data that's lost from those buildings.
Yeah.
Like I said, I do communications, and you know how large those floors are. Picture multiple entire floors filled, rows and rows of servers,
computer systems, servers, storage. There's a bunch of just computer storage devices on all those floors where people just upload their stuff and keep it.
Exactly, and just like what you said, all the companies have all their main data there. World banks have their data there.
No, they might be backed up somewhere, but just getting that in place is going to be unbelievably difficult, I think.
Exactly. It's absolutely staggering.
They're saying Wall Street is probably going to remain closed for the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's where I was. I was at a stock place. I won't say the name, but they were saying the exact same thing over their loudspeakers, that it's not likely that the exchange will open at all this week.
That's downtown Manhattan.
Hey, Dennis, what's going on the roadways right now?
Oh, it's a mess. It's an absolute horror show.
Yeah.
Just everybody, I'm on E right now. Everybody, if you pass the gas station, get some gas because you're in for the long haul. I live out. Actually, I'll be about 2 blocks away from where you guys are now. That's where I'm trying to get to.
Good luck, man.
Gonna try.
All right, Dennis. Thank you.
It's so strange to watch the news and see people being taken to the hospital in pickup trucks and the back of SUVs. You know, you'd like to think no matter what emergency happens that there's enough ambulance and professional equipment that you're going to be put on the gurney and wheeled into an ambulance and the lights go on. But you're seeing people being wheeled on office chairs and being thrown into pickup trucks and SUVs. Like, it's like watching something from another country because you couldn't imagine it ever happening here.
It just sickens me when they show that shot where you're used to seeing the
World Trade Center towers.
And there's nothing. All right.
And when that smoke clears, it's going to be even stranger to see because there's sometimes you look and you see the plumes of smoke and you could imagine them still being there, you know?
You're thinking, okay, it's behind the smoke, right.
But when that smoke clears and people see the damage and the death and destruction of this, unbelievable.
All right. Ben, who do we have?
Let's go to Mike in New York. Mikey.
What's up, Mikey?
What's going on, O&A? This is Mike. I'm down in Philly. Yeah, you guys rock. I love listening to you. I have to say, I love being an American.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that always in our darkest hour is also our finest hour. And you guys are doing a great broadcast today because it's exactly what I wanted to hear. I have been riveted all afternoon. I am representing the other 99% of your audience right now that's not in New York, that's not anywhere other than in front of their television or in front of their radio, and it's like,
you know something, we thought about, like, I especially thought about not going on the air today. I really didn't want to.
I'm so glad that you did. You have no idea. Down here in Philly, they literally had the news station on, and like at 3 o'clock, it was like somebody plugged you guys in, and it was like you literally heard the needle drag across the record.
Yeah.
It was cool.
I hope we're relaying the feelings of everyone in this area, because we all, and I mean everyone listening to us in the New York area, knows someone that works in that area that this happened. And most of the people listening to us right now, they still don't know if their friends or family are okay. They're scrambling and panicking and making hundreds of phone calls trying to figure it out. It took us 3 or 4 hours for my personal for the people I know.
Hold on, this just in: 47-story building 7 at World Trade Center just collapsed.
What?
Yeah, that's what I just saw.
Yeah, number 7, according to 1010 Winds, that was
I just
on fire
saw it.
Now it's collapsed.
Just saw it on the news. There it goes.
If you're watching ABC, the ABC affiliate here in New York.
No, we got it on Channel 2.
Oh, my God.
Holy S. They got footage of another building collapsing. It's like those specials where they show the buildings imploding.
I just watched it live.
How many stories was that, you think? 20, 25 stories, maybe?
Jesus Christ.
So Mike, you're listening in Philly. So you know, it's we all know someone that is
unbelievable,
directly affected by this.
I feel frightened in my own home right now. I mean, like, you have no idea. It's like, you know, I'm trying to think of what I can do first.
47-story building just went down.
That was 47 stories high.
47-story, huge
I was
complex.
just there. I got pictures of my fat butt standing in front of the Trade Center.
Just collapsed.
Just there.
All right. Well, thank you, Mike. Did we lose Mike?
You know,
I faded Mike down.
And another huge plume of smoke coming off of Manhattan from that building 7, 47 stories collapsing. Just when the smoke was almost diffusing from the World Trade Center, now it's just again clouds of smoke going through the buildings.
That was an amazing piece of video on Channel 2. We saw it.
You know, we were saying, now look, that's a big part of the skyline also.
Holy S!
That huge building, 47 stories tall and just as wide. That's a huge building.
47-story building 7 at World Trade Center complex collapses.
Building 7.
You would assume that all the people were out of that one.
I would hope so. You would hope no one's in any of these buildings, but you know, you just never know. Wow. Unbelievable.
I'm getting sicker.
You know, I like I said earlier, I wasn't sure if I even wanted to go on the air because it's not the show that we do. We go on there and goof off every day and stuff.
We don't like being serious.
I don't want to. I don't like being serious. I don't like it. I don't want to come off appearing self-serving. You know, some of the newscasters, you could tell they're eyeballing that award that they might get.
Yeah, they're all looking for that
overly dramatic
piece of info or piece of video that no one else has.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and I don't know. I just thought it was. I just think it's kind of nice for people to call up and tell us what they're feeling and what they saw. A lot of the New York listeners, like I've said, know people down there or were down there and have to deal with whether it's the traffic or debris falling. You know,
we've had a lot of eyewitness reports of people that were in the building today when it happened and were able to get out. Who do we go to next, Ben?
We got, just to give you some more news, there's some news coming in New York. Limited eastbound service continues from Flatbush Avenue to the Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. And no westbound service from Jamaica to Penn Station, Flatbush Ave.
Hell no.
And Hunters Point. Just some breaking stuff here in New York.
And for anybody listening in D.C., the D.C. area definitely needs blood. You're being asked to call if you're an eligible blood donor.
Everyone needs blood.
1-800-GIVE-LIFE. That's 1-800-448-3543. And some more information coming in from the roadways. All the bridges and tunnel facilities are open primarily only to outbound traffic.
Right.
That's the Verrazano, Throgs Neck, Whitestone, Marine
I think
Parkway.
we know that. We know all this information by now, Rick, but thank you.
Just delivering it as they hand it to me.
I don't think anyone's going, I think I'm going to go catch a show tonight. I think I'm going to go to Broadway. And is the tunnel open?
Let's go Yankees.
Well, also...
There was a rain out yesterday, right?
The expressway is now open.
All right, good. All right, anybody else on the line? Should we take a break? I don't know what to do.
Let's take a quick break.
You want to do that?
Yeah, take a quick break.
All right.
Go to our news station here in New York, and you guys take a quick break.
But we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere. Yeah, we'd like to hear from some of our regulars. You know, Louis Black really helped us out today with his feelings. Pete Radovich from CBS Sports was unbelievable. So anyone else that wants to help us out, please. Is Old Dirty using the cloud cover to cut off the tops of parking meters today?
Actually, he's on the line. He's ready to go after the break.
Is he? Okay, we'll talk to Old Dirty.
He shook up. So
I wouldn't doubt it. No, you know what? Who isn't? Yeah, all kidding aside, if Old Dirty is going to make any type of jokes or go, yo, B, this.
No, you know something? I don't think he's going to.
All right. If he even starts that, you guys just hang up on him, because it's not the day for this crap.
All right.
We'll be back in a few.
1010 Wins, our sister station here in New York.
Followed after that, and we saw the building crash down all the way to the ground. You know, we were in shock, and then the worst part about it, we saw the smoke and the plumes of smoke coming after us, and we had to run north actually on that street. We just ran north to escape from the smoke, and luckily we weren't hurt, but it was certainly very, very scary. Yeah, so that was about it.
Okay, and Daryl and his friend, they are NYU medical students. They are going to go back and help with the emergency situation again. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins, live on Hudson Street.
And we'll be going back to Eileen and all reporters all standing by with further updates for us in this terrible tragedy that happened 8.5 hours ago when two planes, they were both hijacked passenger planes with passengers aboard and the crew, sank to Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, another one hitting the part of the Pentagon, and a fourth going down in western Pennsylvania. 4 hijacked commercial planes loaded with people. Not actually loaded, but with passengers aboard. Just going to repeat this. New York City Police Department ordering an evacuation of all buildings south of Canal Street to Lower Manhattan. If you just joined us, building number 7, a 47-story building just went down. That had been damaged, too, by the fire and debris today. Now, let's update on travel again. It's a big story. Lower Manhattan and elsewhere, and here's Matt.
Going to have a very strange day, too, as we look around with our Jam Cam network. The Long Island Expressway out to the fairgrounds actually pretty light traffic into that spot, but some other roads are jam-packed. 17 south coming down to Route 3. Very crowded. A lot of traffic is stuck on Route 3 heading eastbound side. They've got that closed off coming down towards the Meadowlands area. A lot of the eastbound roads in New Jersey heading down towards the Hudson River crossings are closed off because the only thing across the Hudson that's getting by other than the Tappan Zee, which has been open all day, is the George Washington Bridge upper level leaving town. That is open, but all the rest of those Hudson River crossings have been closed off. And it looks like the outbound Lincoln Tunnel now has one lane open. Cars are being searched before going through the Lincoln Tunnel. So this is quite an event indeed. Meanwhile, if you're trying to cross the East River, can't do it. Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan, Williamsburg, or the Battery Tunnel. A lot of pedestrians have been walking across the Williamsburg Bridge and the Manhattan bridges, heading back over to Brooklyn. And the traffic on the Midtown Tunnel and Queensboro Bridge is open to Queens, but closed coming into Manhattan. Triborough Bridge is still shut down into Manhattan, but the Thrush Neck and the Whitestone are open in each direction. As far as trains go, Jersey Transit operating on a load-and-go basis out of Penn Station. Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coast, Midtown Direct, and Raritan Line. Long Island Railroad, limited service out of the city. Same deal with Metro North. And, of course, those flights are not running at all around the United States, probably until noon tomorrow. Ralph?
All right, Matt Ward, and more troubles here brought on by the explosions at the World Trade Center. We told you a short time ago there was a fire at 7 World Trade Center, and that building is now pretty much collapsed and destroyed, a 47-story building. Now, Connect says because of the fire at 7 World Trade Center, electricity has been lost to a significant portion of Lower Manhattan, bordered by Thomas Street in the north, Broadway in the east, Hudson River on the west, down to the southern tip of Manhattan. So Lower Manhattan section pretty much without power right now. The company assessing damage and exploring service restoration, it says. Added to that, that the New York City Police Department...
This is the Opie and Anthony Show. The guys will be back in a sec. Just taking a quick break here. This is 1010 Wins in New York, our sister station, which is a news station.
Injured, but rush there. What's the latest, Terry?
Well, the number is still holding steady at 297, but I can tell you in the past half hour since I spoke to you, there are at least 5 or 6 ambulances unloading victims at any time, and they're in and they're out. And since number 7 went down, there seems to be a sense of urgency more among the workers, among the cops. It's just as if it wasn't intense enough, it just got a whole lot more intensive. The latest numbers, again, that we have is 297 have been brought to St. Vincent's. Others have been brought to the St. Vincent's hospitals in Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island via the Staten Island Ferry to those who had to go to Staten Island. They have also set up a mental health hotline for anyone, whether you're a rescue worker, whether you think that you've lost someone, that you can call and speak to a counselor, which is 212-604-8220. If you think that someone that you know or one of your loved ones is here at St. Vincent's, they are urging you not to come to the hospital. If you are in Manhattan, you can go to the new school, which is on 12th Street, just off 5th Avenue, or you can give them a call at 212-604-7285. Terry Sheridan, 1010 wins at St. Vincent's Hospital.
Terry, I just want to ask, though, too, as you pointed out, some of the first people arriving were the people who were outside. So now we're seeing some of the more severely injured people coming in.
That is true. With the first people that I was told who arrived were the people who were outside or people who went in, such as the police and fire department, the ones suffering the eye injuries, the ones suffering the dust and smoke inhalation. But now, again, from what I'm seeing from my vantage point, before they were coming, for the most part, they were walking in or they were climbing out of an ambulance and getting into a wheelchair and being wheeled in. Now we're seeing the stretchers being put to use.
All right, it's going to be a long, unfortunately grim story, too. We do expect an update from the mayor before long to give us some indication of where we stand as far as the rescue effort and perhaps some indication of casualties. You may have heard I was talking to Governor Pataki just a couple of minutes ago, and he's not giving any speculation about what kind of toll there might be. That's something we'll be finding out as we go along. And President Bush will be addressing it here tonight as well. We don't have a time yet on that, but the president has put the military on high alert. Embassies have been notified around the world to be careful, too. Now, 1010 Wins reporter Carol Dioria is on the Brooklyn side of the Brooklyn Bridge, I believe.
That's right, Ralph. And, so many hours after this terrorist attack, people are still walking off the
we're back.
Manhattan Bridge. They're walking over.
I think we're back on the air, Anthony. I'm not
back.
sure.
All
right, it's the Opie and Anthony show. Very unusual circumstances. We don't have to tell you guys, but Anthony and I are on Long Island. We couldn't even get into the city for the show today, so we're in the studios of WLIR. If that doesn't tell you how serious this is today, because we're not even owned by the same company, and radio stations and radio people are just vicious toward each other.
See, we're all coming together.
We're coming together. Actually, they've been our friends, no matter who owns them, and they've helped us out in the past. You know how weird this is? Sean Hannity is broadcasting from here as well.
Yeah, we I met him before our show today.
Yeah.
He's doing his show from here because he can't get into the city either.
Which is it's just beyond bizarre today. But, here we are in the Party 105.3 studio.
What's this normally play? Dance music? Yeah? Look, they got the turntables and everything. Wow.
Can you scratch on these? No?
Scratch your ass.
All right. We'll go back, obviously, but we're here, and Ben and Rick were able to make it. Well, Ben lives in Manhattan, and Rick went in early, so they're at the station helping us out with the phone calls and stuff. So who do we go to next there, guys?
We got Jay Moore on the hotline. Jay Moore.
Hi, guys.
Jay, what's up, man?
I'm shook up, man.
Can you even believe this?
These filthy animals.
Yeah.
My wife, by the way, is in my apartment, and her and Frosty went out in time to watch the second plane hit the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
That's something nice for your wife to see when she's visiting New York, who was supposed to fly back to L.A. today.
You're right.
And you know what? If any government official is listening, if Uncle Sam genuinely needs me, I'm 31 years old with bunions. Hey, man, I'm in.
At least you're young enough there, Jay.
31, but I can shoot straight, baby.
I
know.
If
they start passing out, so I already got my auto tips. If they start passing out candy on my street, it's going to be a different party.
That's right.
Unbelievable, man.
Unfreaking believable. And you know what? There's a slight there's no positive to something this horrific.
No.
But just the fact that it's so clear-cut, black and white, good versus evil, that we have unilateral support across the globe. And if any country wants to hem and haw, like Jordan, Afghanistan, and go, well, we think he's here, oh, you know what? Tell us where he is, or tomorrow, there's no Afghanistan tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Afghanistan...
Palestine is going to be called Israel.
You know what, Jay? I don't think Afghanistan could do anything to keep from being bombed. I think Afghanistan is going to be a primary target. The other countries have to just stay out of this, like Saudi Arabia. All those people that we set up missile batteries against Iraq for have to let us do what we have to do now. which is go in there and plain and simple get some good old-fashioned American revenge and make it impossible for these people again.
Hey, you know what? I really feel more proud I was just talking, me and my neighbor sitting around watching all the news footage, and I said to him, you know what? I'm more proud to be an American today than any other day of my life.
Well, I'll be a lot more proud when we just wreak havoc on some of the people that are responsible for this.
I'm just saying, how many countries on this globe could have 60,000 national reserves in Jersey waiting to help?
Yeah.
None. 0. 1. The United States.
We're
scumbags.
We're freaking out because the way they did this is just it's so underhanded and using our own aircraft against us like that.
So Palestinian.
Yeah.
You know why Palestine has a seat in the United Nations? Because they did so much killing, like the 72 Olympic massacre, that every other country said, hey, you know what? We'll give you the seat. Stop murdering people.
You know why they've prospered for as long as they have? It's politics. No one's really turned around and told the other countries that do support them, F off. We have to do this. But I think this time, America is going to turn around and say, I don't care if this screws up our relationship with this country or that country. This happened to us. We will do this. Period. And hopefully that good comes out of this.
I think every American feels deeply disturbed.
It's pissed
off. Personally afraid and helpless. Which is not like a Vietnam or an embassy bombing all the way in Africa or on another continent. The World Trade Center is gone. I'm looking at my living room floor right now, and they're the same. It's the same. It's flat. It's gone.
Yep. How many times you flown out of Boston to L.A.?
I've been on that flight 3 times this year.
How scary is that, man?
It's scary that my wife was supposed to fly today, and I'd be down in a Palestinian section just randomly beating people with a bat right now.
It's frightening, man.
How about the Hamas, the religious lunatic brains, saying, we have nothing to do with it. We blame U.S. policy. Well, we did it.
Well, you know something? They're going to get another dose of U.S. policy that I think is going to be a little worse than the policy we've had with Israel and Palestine.
And don't think Uncle Colin, don't think his ass isn't rubbed the wrong way when they took out the Pentagon. Uncle Colin, how good does that little soft shoe he did with the Chinese look and the treaty Clinton signed with the North Koreans who have nuclear capacity? It all looks good for us right now. And I'm telling you, any country on the fence, well, you know what? You better hand them over, because we're just going to call Israel tomorrow also.
Yeah, there you go.
And we're going to put big Jewish stars on everyone's forehead. You live in a country where no one can come in your house, rape your wife and sister, and beat you with a rifle, and eat your food and leave, and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't know about you, but I didn't pass any tanks on my way to Yankee Stadium this year.
Right.
I didn't pass any tanks on my way to do my movie acting or whatever it was. You guys go in and do your job. You're syndicated. Any city you're in, Cleveland, no matter where it is, no one has ever seen anyone throwing rocks at tanks. You see somebody arguing with a cop, you run the other way.
Right.
And they're jealous. These dirty, filthy animals are jealous because they live underground. They eat camel crap for a living, and they just can't stand that the quality of life here is so unbelievably fantastic that the only way to cut us is to take out... We're talking Vietnam casualties, guys. There's 50,000 people in that building. Granted, they had an hour and a half to get out of there.
I hope
Vietnam was 10 years in the jungle.
Yeah.
Well, they say 150,000 people visit those towers every day.
It's going to 50,000 work there.
It's going to be. I'll say it's going to be a lot worse than the numbers were at Pearl Harbor, because that was 2,000, 3,000 people, and this all civilians and whatnot. I mean, it's in a whole new category. Welcome to the new millennium, because this is what we're going to have to deal with. And if we don't nip it in the bud now and make it impossible for these guys to do this again by wiping out the countries that sponsor this and support it, then we're screwed. I went back and watched the president and all these other politicians parade in front of the TV. Yeah, saying we will find and bring them to justice. No, I don't want to hear that.
Assassination.
I don't want to hear that. Do you know the debacle with the Pan Am flight that went down in Lockerbie, and they have the people that did it, and the bull crap trying to get those people to trial because this country wouldn't give them to this country, you know something? I don't even want to see anything like that. I want quick retribution, tenfold on what they gave. I want their little hovels. How many little dirt hovels equal the buildings that they took out today?
How many
you
dirt
can't
hovels,
even count.
How many dirt hovels do equal the building they took out today? I think you got about 11 countries worth.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Jay, did you see the footage of the 47-story building falling just
that just went down about 10, 15 minutes ago.
Building?
It was the 47-story Building 7.
Building 7.
Oh, that was
the World Trade Center
7.
complex. Yeah, just went down.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. All right, Jay.
These guys, I've been praying all day, and I was on my knees, and I mean, I know it sounds corny coming from me. You guys used to me like cracking jokes, but even I wouldn't joke about this. But I'm just praying, like, I got so much. I'm so lucky. I ask God, take a piece of my heart and just spread it around to the families. Because if I have half the heart I have, I'm still going to be the happiest guy because I'm retarded. Just please, somehow, let's get this going.
The next few days are going to be rough for a lot of people, man.
Not for the United States, baby. We have 2 Ticonderoga aircraft carriers. We're has them. Each one carries 92 fighter planes on it. That's 184 planes over your city. It's going to look like night.
Yeah, New York City buzzing with fighter aircraft. It's pretty incredible. But, you know, unfortunately, they weren't up there when those guys were flying towards the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. So, all right, Jake.
They canceled all the baseball games. That's how you really know we're going to war.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the telltale sign, man. World War II. They never cancel baseball games unless it's on.
As long as we don't have to watch the chicks play. Like they did World War II. Oh, God. We don't need another a league of their own.
Guys, I'm so happy you're safe. Is everybody safe? Everyone's in the fold?
We don't, you know, we can't say that. We don't know. I mean, people that is associated with this radio show, we don't know. We don't know. We're like everyone else, wondering, you know, wow, who was in the World Trade Center today? Who didn't get away in time, you know?
I'm looking around.
Who was on the ground looking up because we're all curious and we had to get as close as possible to the World Trade Center when the planes hit and you know, the next thing you know, the building's falling on top of you. We don't know. I can't honestly say that everyone that I know is safe.
I hope homeless Ziggy is okay. Hope he wasn't down there.
That's his area.
Little Ziggy's area.
All right. On West 4th Street holding up TGI Fridays with his bare hands.
Yeah. Jay, we got to get to a few more people, but if you want to call back, we'd love to have you, all right?
God bless you guys, and I'm looking around my house at all these scripts and stuff, and it sure seems irrelevant at this point, man.
Yeah,
let's rally. Let's be Americans and be strong and kick ass.
All right, Jay.
Swiftly.
Cool.
All right, take care, guys. God bless you.
Thank you.
Later, Jay. J-Ma.
Rick, Ben, who do we have?
We got some more info here coming in. The NYPD has ordered evacuation of all the buildings south of Canal Street, so that's pretty much all of Lower Manhattan, so just get out.
Evacuate every building in Lower Manhattan.
That's South Canal. That's a big area.
Hell yeah.
So,
oh, man.
You don't have to tell us. Is Old Dirty still standing by?
Yeah. He's still there. We're going to get to him next, but I got this bulletin out of 1010 Wins. They've got employee family survivor info set up by the companies at the World Trade Center. So if you know of anyone who may have worked at Morgan Stanley, they've got a number here. It's 888-883-4391. Again, for Morgan Stanley, it's 888-883-4391. And for another company, I'm going to screw up the pronunciation, Deloitte and Touche.
Deutsche Bank.
Okay.
Deutsche Bank.
Ah, there you go, Deutsche Bank.
There's a number here. It's a local 212 number, it looks like. 243-7666. That's 243-7666.
All right.
Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
You're such a...
I know.
All right, Old Dirty.
Yo.
What's up, Old Dirty?
Is it on?
Oh,
I'm
man.
waiting for the director to say, all right, guys, nice job, cut, you know?
Yeah, I know.
It's like a Die Hard flick, dude. You saw the video?
We said that. It was like, is this Die Hard 5?
Dude, I was bugging.
And
I was bugging.
And we're like, the acting's not even that good. When it's real, you know, you realize that...
it's real people and real horror.
Yo, let me tell you something. The people who did this, let me tell you something. I think there's a new player in town. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's the same old faces, OD. It's the same old faces. It's Osama bin Laden.
We know who they are.
It's Yasser Arafat. It's all these people. Oh, my God.
I just watched another angle on the World Trade Center being hit by the second plane.
When it collapsed, I don't know, my heart sank with it, man. I couldn't believe it, dude. I thought I was looking at I thought I was looking at special effects, dude.
When you're watching it fall, it was the first time when it really happened and everyone's watching. There's something inside you that says, "Okay, put it back up.
Yeah.
Put it back where it is."
It was so symbolic. You're like,
Yeah.
hang in there, hang in there, hang in there.
Where are you going?
Everything's gonna be okay. Just hang in there.
They'll get someone and pull it back up so it's there again, and then you just realize, no, it's gone. It's been wiped off the face of the earth. It is gone.
Dude,
and
these people are serious, dude. I mean, when you're dealing with people that are going to go to this extreme, I mean, the attack on the cold, man, they should have woke us up, dude.
Yeah, I know.
You know what
should
I'm
have.
saying?
Yeah.
They blew up a $4 billion naval vessel that belongs to this country. Somebody should have stood up and said, "Hey, wait a minute. These guys are getting a little bit more. They're getting a little bit more cojones, man. We gotta start.
Old Dirty. Let me say something there. You bring up a good point. When the Cole got bombed, one of our ships was in Yemen. It got bombed by a small boat full of explosives. And do you know the security on that boat? The guy had a pistol. The security personnel were not at guns. They know Yemen was a terrorist-sponsoring nation.
They're in the Middle East, for crying out loud.
But you know why there weren't people at the big guns on that ship? Because it was political. They didn't want to upset the people in that country because it was a port that helped us. And if we come in with our guns armed and ready to go, it might upset them. We got to get past the point of pissing people off or being afraid to piss these countries off. It's our own ass. It's American ass that's on the line here. And if we can't go into a terrorist-sponsoring port with men at our guns, I don't know how we're ever going to combat this.
How do you even start a mission in a country that's not going to let you, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you going to protect your interests and their interests? Because, this country, man, you got to pat it on the back. Go out there playing cop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're too politically correct to help ourselves these days. We're too politically correct to come into these countries and go, it's a hostile country. We need to protect our ships.
That's right. Dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't going to walk nowhere and not have something on you if you know you're in jeopardy of falling into some type of, a catastrophe, dude. This is a catastrophe, dude.
Oh, I got another angle. This one looks like from Queens.
Wow.
And they just show. Oh my God!
Holy ass!
Oh Jesus Christ!
Channel 9 just showed an unbelievable shot.
It's a guy sitting below the World Trade Center, and the plane flew right over his head and right through the building. In slow motion. It was probably the closest shot I've seen yet.
Yeah, this camera can't be more than a block away, looking straight up. And
New footage. The plane disappeared into the side of the building.
Wow.
And it was crystal clear.
Wow.
Dude, they planned it out to the hilt, dude. I mean,
they had some planning, that's for sure. And it's just so scary to think that we had no clue, and that they used, like Anthony said earlier, they used our own planes.
That's right.
And no one had a clue. If you think about it, there had to be hundreds of people to organize something like this.
The guy who probably gave the order was out in his crib, probably somewhere in some desert, talking about, it's 9 o'clock. Set it off.
He's in a cave.
And waited for CNN to pass the footage.
He's in a cave in Afghanistan, and his name is Osama bin Laden, and that guy should be taken out.
Dude, whoever it is, man, they got to catch the people who did this, man, because this is a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? This is a bit much.
Somebody put up a policy. Enacted a policy with this country that we don't assassinate people.
Yeah,
so that's why we never take out a leader. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something, Anthony.
But we got to take out this bin Laden guy.
Dude, when you're dealing with gangsters, you got to get gangster, dude. You got to go down. You got to get grimy.
There you go. Yeah.
You got to get grimy, dude. You can't play this little pussyfoot game. Let's talk it out.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to talk it out. But meanwhile, I got a hit team on your man.
We can't worry about offending other people.
Come on, man.
It's our ass.
Dude, you know how many people I knew in that building, dude? Man, I'm looking forward to like a month of waits, dude. I haven't heard from PR. PR waits down there. I haven't even heard from him, dude.
I can't watch this, man. There are people now, they're showing them hanging out the window of the World Trade Center.
Begging for help.
And what a feeling of helplessness, man.
Yeah.
You're so helpless. You're like, damn, bro, man, you can't do nothing?
Nothing.
Man, put a parachute on, my brother. Do it. Do something, man.
All right, OD.
Thank you, man.
We're gonna move on to some other calls. But thanks, dude.
The footage is just getting more and more graphic.
Well, more is coming in now
because everyone had cameras after the first plane hit.
I can't. All right. Believe that there's no more Twin Towers.
Guys, who do we have?
Want to go to West Coast Dave?
I was thinking Matt. Matt on line 1 on the National.
Where's he
He's
from?
out of Boston.
All right, Matt from Boston. Sure, why not? Matt. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Man?
What's going on, man?
You tell us. What's the feel of Boston today?
Well, it was like a mass exodus. People leaving the city.
Yeah, from Boston. Yeah.
Yeah, I've yet to see traffic at 11:30 heading out of Boston. It was, the worst rush hour traffic you can imagine. I mean, it was nuts. Everybody here is just still in awe, really, of what's going on, what's transpiring.
Yeah, a couple of those planes coming from Logan.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really, it's really just mind-boggling.
It's depressing. It's sad. It's just, it makes everybody pissed off.
It does. I mean, I myself, and I'm pretty much just waiting for the phone call myself.
Huh.
And to be honest with you, speaking to some of my fellow Marines, it's just, we know what we have to do.
I hope there's a response. My God, I hope there's just a tremendous response from the United States military.
Well, we all know what we have to do, and everybody I've talked to, we got a job to do. That's what we've been trained to do, and when the time comes, we're prepared to do it.
Yep.
And but I just had, I've been listening to the radio, and I've been listening to people say that, it's unfair to blame the past 8 years for what has happened today. And to be honest with you, we are not the only ones to blame, but we are here to blame ourselves.
I got to interrupt you. The footage of the kids and the people beeping their horns and
various Middle Eastern countries celebrating
like they just won the NBA championship or something, or the Super Bowl. Are they insane?
Bastards, you keep celebrating. Go ahead. Buy your flags and wave them. Go ahead, you sons of bitches.
In the past 8 years, under the brilliant leadership of Bill Clinton, we've had our military depleted to an all-time low.
And we have no more military intelligence to let us know stuff like this is happening. He sat by while the Chinese were stealing our rocket secrets. He sat by when more espionage took place against the United States than in any other administration, even during the Cold War. He did. It was very nice. It was a lot of fun watching through the whole BJ episode with Monica. And sitting back, and the money was rolling in. I mean, the market was great. No real war to speak of. Little things flared up. Whenever we got bored, we'd bomb Saddam, and it was always fun and everything. But for 8 years, something had to have gone wrong that we didn't know about this, and it was during their watch.
It was the American people losing sight of what was really important.
We felt good about the way things were going, so you don't want to think about stuff like this happening, but
that's what it was, and it wasn't just over the past 4 years that he started depleting the military and all that stuff. I mean, this started as soon as he took office. Okay, the military, there were military spending cuts,
and I'm not blaming Clinton.
But the American citizens, the American voters who reelected him are the ones to blame, because what did we do in response to the military spending cuts? We reelected him to a second term.
Exactly. You know why? Because it all sounded great, all the money he wanted to pump into those social programs and stuff. When you don't have the society, the social programs aren't that good. When your buildings are being destroyed in front of your eyes, everyone forgets how important it is to be strong militarily and have the intelligence to make sure this doesn't happen.
Anthony, this just in. New York City will be closed tomorrow.
Yeah.
No joke. They put a graphic up on all the TV stations. New York City will be closed tomorrow.
New York City's closed.
Not your local school.
No.
The entire city will be closed tomorrow.
Jesus.
This is definitely, though, hopefully, I am hoping this is open the eyes of the American citizens.
A wake-up call, man. This is quite a wake-up call.
At the very least.
And it's, you know something, this is really bad, and it's going to be, another clip of the goddamn plane flying through the building. Unbelievable. It's going to be really bad. It is a tremendous loss of life. But if it gets us aware that stuff like this can really happen, hopefully it'll save more lives. Hopefully we can go in there and remedy this problem.
All right.
Because next time, who knows, it could be biological crap. That's the stuff you don't see, and you don't have to be at ground zero for that to F you up. Believe me.
It's very true, because it's been proven, it's a proven fact that a terrorist could come into New York City with a hairspray-sized...
Hold on. Okay. Explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan. Breaking news. I sure the hell hope we're bombing Afghanistan as we speak. Wow. Oh, something's burning in Afghanistan.
Wow, look at that explosion.
Are you kidding? Because if we did it that fast, God bless America. I am looking at live footage from CNN of Afghanistan, Kabul, Afghanistan. There is a building on fire, a few explosions happening, and I just hope this is the first wave.
Looks like he learned something from his pop.
Right. Quick.
All right, Matt.
Yes.
I want to thank Matt for calling the show. Why don't we move on to somebody else, Ben and Rick?
Hey, guys, real quick on that Afghanistan stuff. It was unconfirmed reports that missiles were fired.
Well, I'm looking at confirmed fire coming out of a building, Rick. And, a nice big explosion there. Unfortunately, they have crappy little buildings there. I wish they had a huge landmark building. Blow up their mosques or something. Sons of bitches.
Okay. And who do we have next there? Ben, Rick?
What do you want to go to? We want to go to, you want to go to Mark's brother?
Yeah, Mark's brother watched the Boston news conference here about what they said about Logan. Tim.
Hey,
Tim, what's up, man? Tim from Boston.
Yeah, I had rushed back into Boston to get the hardline because I was trying to get a hold of my brother. And they had the Massport. They had a Massport on, obviously, right after the bombing, trying to explain what had happened. And he's trying to say that, Logan is a safe airport, and we were following the correct procedures. But 2 planes drove into the side of a building today in New York City. So what I'm afraid of, and I've been talking to people, is how many different terrorist groups were on other planes that didn't take off today? Because they didn't just have 4 groups get on 4 planes and try to take off.
That's what I was saying earlier. How many more were there? Whether, something got...
They had 50 groups on 50 planes, and only 4 got off the ground. So we have all these guys still running around the streets of America.
Whole tracer rounds coming up. That's from the ground, though. That's shooting at aircraft.
Yeah, that's aircraft.
We're watching live footage, CNN.
I must the same thing.
Yeah, Kabul, Afghanistan. There's some buildings on fire.
Well, here we go.
Is that a rocket?
Rocket? Is that a rocket?
Yeah, it looked like a rocket exploded. There's tracer fire coming up from Kabul. There's some kind of bombing going on in Afghanistan
as we speak. What else, Tim?
Well, just the one thing. I was listening to that Marine. He's completely correct. I mean, we don't need to watch the Russians put, missiles in Cuba. We got to watch the guys who come into our own soil, steal our own planes, and fly them into our own stuff.
We were starting to feel safe. We let our guard down. Russia's no longer a threat.
You stand on the East Coast and look at the Atlantic Ocean. There's a long way before you hit one of these hostile countries. Same thing with the Pacific Ocean. And we always assumed because of that we were safe. And we were from, there's no way a military aircraft loaded with bombs is going to fly across the Atlantic and penetrate airspace and bomb us. The same thing with the Pacific. We take our own planes, stuff that we take for granted, and fly over our head, and you don't even think twice about it every day. That's the real danger. That's the danger of this millennium. We're not in the day anymore of the Cuban Missile Crisis and things being so clear cut. This is a new kind of warfare, and they hit us hard with this one.
The urban warfare is what it is.
Yeah, these are some kind of guerrilla warfare that we're not used to dealing with, and we gotta refocus and start kicking some ass and nipping this stuff in the bud.
All right, Tim, thank you.
Yeah, okay, guys. Thanks a lot.
You got it, bro.
See you later, bro.
Breaking news. I don't see enough burning in Afghanistan. There's not enough burning. I see one building on fire. I need more. I need more to make me feel better.
I do believe more is on the way.
I would hope so.
All right, guys, who do we have next?
We got Tacumbo.
Where's he from?
He's out of New York.
What's up, man? What's up, Owen?
Hey,
Yonkers.
what's up? You're from Yonkers?
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, it's amazing. It just left me totally shaken.
Yeah.
I was watching CNN, and I don't think you guys reported this yet, but Barbara Olson, that famous reporter, she was killed. She was on one of the hijacked planes.
Stop. Who?
No, her name is Barbara Olson. She was very famous. She was the blonde-haired reporter you always saw on CNN, and she got famous during that O.J. trial thing. And you always see her on CNN. She's always commentating on different things.
Well, I can't confirm this.
No,
but,
I'm telling you.
I know. I gotta say, I can't confirm any of these stories.
We gotta be really careful.
If her family's listening and you say that, I don't know.
I understand that, but no, I wouldn't make that up. That's on CNN. They broadcast it twice. And I'm not making that up. She did die, and she was married to Ted Olson, who was a Solicitor General. He's still alive. She was on the hijacked plane. She snuck into a bathroom and got on her cell phone.
Oh, was she the one that got on the cell phone?
Yeah, she called her husband twice, asking him, what should I do? But this is the most unbelievable part of it.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
She says that the terrorists, the hijackers, herded everybody back. There was no evidence of guns. They had cardboard box cutters and knives. I'm dead. You can look at it on CNN. They will repeat it again. I just can't believe that that's all they had. So she says on her particular plane, that she did not see any guns. They herded everybody back, including the pilots, which meant that the terrorists were able to navigate a 757 or whatever level plane it was. I'm sorry, 767, whatever plane it was.
Well, again, I haven't heard any of this yet, but
no problem. Well, please confirm me and then report that. I'm just totally amazed. I just wanted that, no, for real, O&A, I don't know what else to say. I'm just...
Yeah, we'll let you go, but thank you, bro.
No problem, man.
Cool. All right, man. We can't confirm any of that, obviously.
No.
But,
hey, guys, actually, to back up Tacumbo, we're getting a AP report just handed over that she was supposedly on this plane, and she is the wife of Solicitor General Theodore Olson, who argues President Bush's cases for the U.S. Supreme Court.
Wow.
So she is one of the missing from the plane.
Jesus.
All right, who else do we have on the line?
Norton's checking in. We got Norton on the line here.
I hope he's not plugging a gig.
Norton.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, boys. How you
What's up, man?
What's
How
up,
you
Jim?
doing?
Yeah, the guy was talking about the Olsen woman. She said that she called it, I think, from the one that went into the Pentagon, and she said that they had, box cutters and knives.
Box cutters and knives? No guns?
No guns. She didn't mention guns. They may have had them, but that was what she saw, was box cutters and knives.
Wow.
She said they made everybody go to the back of the plane. I didn't hear what the rest of this guy's call was. I'm outside.
Yeah.
But I know I hope it's us that's bombing, and I hope we blow those back into the Stone Age.
Yeah, Afghanistan, Kabul is being, something's happening there because there's, big explosions and, I see at least one building on fire.
Yeah, it's a pretty big fire.
And there was some tracer rounds coming up from, the ground there, so you can only assume that something's flying over. I would think it would be cruise missiles that we would send in now and not aircraft. So.
If it's one of these nations that actually did it, you know what the problem? They underestimate the vengeance we're going to want. They think that we're just going to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no idea how badly we are really going to want neutron bombs dropped on their countries.
As Japan said a few people, I feel we have awakened a sleeping tiger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do underestimate how we get when things like this happen to us. We might beat the living crap out of each other when we're at peace. We look to each other and races, fight, and everything like that. But when something like this happens, we just unite and have a single enemy. And you can only hope that we get some justice here.
We will. And when you hear about the Pentagon or the White House, I mean, those are military targets. But to go after the Trade Center, which, especially at a time when you know it's all civilian.
Symbolic target. They picked a military target and a civilian target and very visible targets. They probably could have done more damage crashing those planes elsewhere, maybe a nuclear power plant or something. But the symbolism that the World Trade Center is, that's what they were going for.
And the good news is, I mean, they have obviously no military capability. It's all, I mean, it was very effective what they did, but they have obviously no planes they can send over, no effective weapons, just type
why
of
send
stuff.
planes over? They got ours.
Well, yeah, good
to
point.
use.
We can do more damage in probably 20 minutes than they did all day.
Well, you know, I hope so. I hope it does take out and hurt some of the people that were responsible for this. You know, it's just great watching people get bombed when something like this happens to us. But I really do hope that we're helping out and solving a problem that we have here by doing it.
Oh, we will. I mean, you know, I'm actually happy to have Bush in the White House right now, even though he wasn't like my favorite guy, but I definitely feel more comfortable with him because it seems like, you know, he's definitely a cranky little man, so hopefully he will do something immediately, and I hope that this is what we're doing right now. I just hope we are bombing these savages while they sleep.
Well, it is dark over there.
I really hope we are killing everybody over there.
Boy, you got to give it to CNN with that new little device they have. That video phone technology they got. They're the only ones that are in Afghanistan with live footage of this bombing or whatever it is, some kind of action going on.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's just, I hope we're sending strikes over there. That would at least take a little bit of the sting out, just to know that we are attacking them immediately. You can hear Navy planes going over my house.
Who would have thought, yeah, there wouldn't be a civilian plane in the sky, but the planes you do hear, you look up over the United States of America, major cities, Washington, New York, and hear and see military aircraft, and that is all that's flying right now. 40,000 canceled flights. 40,000.
I think it's the first time in history the entire aviation system in our country has been shut down. That's what I heard. It was the first time that's ever happened in this country. And it was a good move by the FAA. I mean, hopefully, maybe they saved a couple of incidents. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows how many more we're getting ready to board planes and do it in other places.
Yeah, because there's got to be Midwest targets, and there had to be some type of West Coast targets, and hopefully some of that was averted, you know.
CNN is reporting unlikely the U.S. would move this quick.
What, saying that it might not be a United States strike, but something in the way of a civil war in Afghanistan? Well, that's coinky-dink.
Yeah, well, possibly. Whoever is, even if they didn't do it, they kept Osama bin Laden there for a long time. And even if he didn't do it, I'm happy that we're killing them.
They know Osama bin Laden is given refuge in Afghanistan, so I think this is some kind of U.S. action. Although it doesn't seem hard enough. You know what I mean?
Well, again, we really don't have any proof that it's him, I guess, so you can't just carpet bomb the whole country. I mean, that's my guess. I mean, I really don't know.
It's him. It's like I said earlier. He's the guy that tried to bomb it in '93, the World Trade Center. He's like the same crackhead that goes to the same liquor store and robs it until he gets arrested.
Yeah.
You know, you got to know, this is his M.O.
Anthony, 4 flights went down today, and that was a total of 266 people. That's a total, not on one plane.
Box cutters and knives.
Well, you know something? You probably don't even imagine that they're going to do something like crash the plane into a building. You would think maybe they want to go to another country and get refuge, so you're not going to attack them even if they just have box cutters. Because you can't fathom they're going to do something like this.
And it's real easy to sit on the ground and say, well, if I was on the plane, I would have done exactly what those people did. You just sit back and just hope you don't get
splashed.
Sit back
and shut up, right?
Yeah, and hope you land safely. I mean, you know, it's easy to sit here and go, I would have jumped on him. I wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah.
I was at a McDonald's that got robbed, and I cowered like a girl. I certainly wouldn't have attacked men with knives and box cutters.
We were watching some video of one of the towers collapsing, and we saw a big fat guy running down the street away from the big cloud, and an old woman dressed in pink is limping her way, and you know she's just going to get engulfed in this smoke. There's no way she could even get up to a jog, never mind run away from this smoke. The fat guy pushes her out of the way as he just continues running down the road. That's what humanity's about. Save my ass.
You know, but that's, again, it's kind of tough. I mean, if I was running and there was I've pushed old ladies to catch buses. I mean, for my life.
For your life, yeah. Use her as a car.
I mean, it's easy for me to be like here in Jersey looking at the smoke, but I probably would have done the same thing. And it's horrible, man. It's a really, really horrible day.
Yeah. And very depressing.
And it was just a symbolic thing. And I just hope that symbolically we kill as many of those savages as we possibly can.
Absolutely, Norton.
And I really, really hope we have a military military strike that is. I hope we embarrass ourselves by striking so disgustingly hard.
I will be proud that my tax dollars are on some of the, fin rivets of those bombs they send over.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to get into the city. I mean, maybe tomorrow they'll start allowing people in, or, who knows.
I doubt it.
No, this is just in. They have closed New York City for tomorrow.
Oh, it's already...
New York City will be closed tomorrow.
Really? Stanley Deanwitter, largest tenant in the World Trade Center. And, what about those records? What about all the people that work there and the market, the finances of the world? There were a lot of servers in the World Trade Center, a lot of computer equipment, a lot of records are stored there. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know of one person in the country that hasn't sent out an envelope to some company or another that said, One World Trade Center as the return address. It's a building that it's worldwide. It's the World Trade Center. You know what I mean? It's important to the free world.
And I hope I couldn't be the only one that's hopefully that China will just shut their yaps and stay out of this if we decide to attack one of these countries.
Well, again, what I was saying is a lot of times we hold back for political reasons, and this time we just gotta say, something, screw you. This is what we have to do. I don't care how you feel about it.
You know what? I don't see them holding back this. I don't know if you saw Colin Powell this morning, but he did not look pleased.
A little cranky?
He really looked angry. Yeah, and I was very happy to see it. And Bush certainly doesn't seem happy, so I just hope we do awful things. And I really don't even know what to say. It's very, very sad.
Yeah, because even no matter how much we bomb them, this still happened, and it's a hard one to swallow.
But they will rebuild them. I mean, they will. They will go back up. And, we will, again, in the end, we will do more damage than was done.
All right, Jim.
All right, guys. I love you guys, and I'll see you guys as soon as I can.
Okay, man. Jim Norton, everyone.
Wow. Everyone just, shocked.
Yeah.
This whole situation.
Who else we got, guys?
West Coast Dave checking in here. West Coast Dave.
From San Francisco.
Yep.
Dave, what's up, buddy?
Well, I just
on the
wanted to
safe
talk
side of
the...
hold on, what? You're calling us from the safe side of the country.
Yeah,
Jesus.
From the safe side. You wouldn't know it by the way that people are acting over here, though.
It's strange. A lot of people from New York and Washington, the East Coast, say things like, God, I would never live in California with their earthquakes.
Yeah, go figure.
How about what we have to deal with?
Yeah, no kidding. Compared to earthquakes, they'll take them any day.
Yeah.
The people over here are really shaken up about all this. They closed all the airports. They closed all the federal buildings. They closed the Transamerica Pyramid. They closed the Golden Gate Bridge.
There's another building.
San Francisco was shut down.
Dave, let me bring this up again. A lot of people I don't know if a lot of people can relate to what we can here in New York when you look up and see the World Trade Center is gone. Imagine that building being gone in San Francisco, or the Golden Gate Bridge all of a sudden is just not there anymore.
It would be absolutely devastating. I mean, I feel it over here, it's a devastating feeling. I feel defeated somehow. It's awful.
Yeah, it's one of those, punches that just hurt, and we haven't had a chance to punch back yet. And,
yeah, I know.
It pisses you off.
I know. CNBC just reported, by the way, that the explosions in Afghanistan may have been the work of Afghan opposition groups.
Yeah, they're starting to say stuff like that.
Yeah, so it may not have been us.
Right. Well, we'll see. Well, hey, thanks.
Hey, no problem, guys.
Thanks, guys, Thanks for bombing Afghanistan.
The president's going to speak at 9:00.
Yeah.
So,
listen, I wanted to bring up the possibility of what may happen economically now. Consumer confidence is really going to be shaken now that this has happened.
Yeah, the papers in the past couple of days have said, wow, we're looking, I think we bottomed out and the upturn is going to happen by the end of the year. The economy is going to be back. This just consumer confidence, really going to go down the crapper.
Yeah, you can't imagine people wanting to go out and spend a load of money on a new refrigerator or a new car now. I mean,
yeah, now if something like this happens, you really want to go out and buy that new car.
Yeah, that's
you're really confident about the future.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know if people have been paying attention to what's been going on in commodities lately, but I'm getting unconfirmed reports of people all over the country, specifically in the Midwest, like Kansas and Oklahoma, paying upwards of $5 a gallon for gas. I don't know if that's true or not. I just went to the pumps myself, and it was normal, $1.69.
Well, anytime something happens in the Mideast or anytime something happens here, the gas prices just go crazy. I can only imagine what's going to happen now.
Yeah, the prices of commodities have skyrocketed, and I wonder how that's really going to affect the prices of stocks when they finally reopen on Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, you got to wonder what that's going to do.
All right, Dave.
All right, guys.
Thank you. Dave from San Francisco. Cool.
All right, later.
Hey, guys, speaking about gas prices, already reports out of Kansas City, $5 a gallon, Louisville, $4, Detroit, $5, some other places as high as $9.
I would pay that and then stick the nozzle down the son of a bitch's throat that runs the gas station and pump him full of gas and then light a match. Because there's no reason to raise the gas prices hours after something like this happens.
It's pretty sick and twisted that they're taking advantage of this situation already.
Right. You son
taking
of
advantage
a
of the panic. Because I before I came to the studios to do our show today, I'm thinking like everyone else, I better get a full tank of gas. I mean, the lines were insane, and this was at like noon, 3 hours after the whole mess. And people out there taking advantage of it.
Sons of bitches, animals.
Who do we have on the line?
We got Matthew who's calling in from the New York area. Matthew.
This is Matthew.
Hey, Matthew, what's up?
How are you?
All right.
Radio guy. I'm a United States Marine, Corporal Brookie out of West Trent, New Jersey.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I've been waiting. I've been talking to those other guys that have been waiting, that have been talking. I've been listening to them and conversating with them. You know?
Hey, thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
All right.
Come on the radio.
See, that's what we want going, though. They have one thought, Opie. Nothing else in their head except kill, kill, kill.
Anyone else, guys? Should we take a break? What do you want to do?
Go to David here in Boston. David.
You're truly born again hard, Private Pile.
David, what's up?
Well, I got a different story for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got my brother-in-law. 2 months ago, we threw a party for him. He got a new job. Wow, at the World Trade. You know what I'm saying?
Get out of here.
105th floor in the second building that got hit. You know?
Is he okay?
I haven't heard from him.
No clue, right? And you're just sitting there wondering.
Well, yeah. What does one go out to find them?
You know something? I don't even know how to give you an answer.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you?
Went to Brown University, took a job for $120,000 a year to go to fucking. Go to the World Trade Center to work.
Well, you know, hopefully you got out. It's very hard to get phone calls out of New York right now. So
is that what it is?
Have you called his friends?
His girlfriend's in New Jersey. She can't get in touch with him either.
David, what company does he work for? We might have the number here.
Conan and Fitzgerald? Is that it?
No info on them. But if we do have those numbers, if they come up available, we'll definitely be passing them on throughout the time here.
Yeah.
Definitely, you know. All right, say a prayer.
All right, David.
Thanks.
See, it's stuff like that, you know. Who knows?
Yeah, speaking of people looking for survivors, family, employees of Morgan Stanley, the number again is 888-883-4391. This is info set up by the companies at the World Trade Center. And the other company, Deloitte and Touche, it's a 212 number, 243-7666. So if you're looking for anybody who worked in those companies, give those numbers a try. Hopefully they can help you track down your loved ones.
All right, cool. Anyone else on the line?
I think we're going to take a quick break and go through some more calls for you guys.
All right, cool. All right, man. Well, it's Opie and Anthony. We're broadcasting from Long Island today because we can't get in the city. I want to thank our friends at WLIR for giving us a studio today.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break. We'll probably go to our little sister station there, the AM 1010 Winds, and we're just going to take a little leak or something, and we'll be right back in no time.
Hang on one second. Hey, real quick, for the guy from Boston who was looking for his brother, people looking for missing loved ones can call 212-447-2998. That's 212-447-2998. That is the New York City Bureau of Labs. They can help you probably track down who you're looking for.
All right, and we'll be back in like 2, maybe 3 minutes, so stay there.
Our live coverage on 1010 Wins, and here's Eileen.
As you said just a few moments ago, Manhattan south of 14th Street is being evacuated. All the buildings are shut down. I'm actually standing on a building on Worth Street in West Broadway. The power is out. It has been evacuated. The only thing going past me now here on West Broadway is a bunch of bulldozers and construction crews. They're all making their way down West Broadway to the site of the 7 World Trade Center, which collapsed just a little while ago, hours after the initial explosion, which caused its structural damage. At that point, people were standing around just kind of, looking at the smoke that was billowing from the first two collapses of the World Trade Centers, and then suddenly 7 went down. The crowd started running north again, trying to escape the dust cloud and the falling debris. Among them was Daryl. He was a worker trying to help with the injured.
You're just standing there, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you hear this collapse, sounds like thunder. The building had shock waves going through. You could see a shock wave go up, the windows blast out. It was like I thought I was watching a movie. It was I can't believe this is happening. It's really ridiculous. But came down floor by floor. Structure stayed intact until it all hit the ground. So.
Well, Daryl and his friend are first-year medical students.
You are listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. The guys will be back in a minute.
The call went out for anyone with medical experience to come down here, come down to the World Trade Center and see if they could help out. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins, live on West Broadway.
And 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum also on duty as part of our continuing coverage of the awful terror attack against the Twin Towers and also against the Pentagon today. Let's go live to Steve.
Well, Ralph, the thick black smoke is still billowing here in Lower Manhattan. Everything south of Chambers Street is shrouded in this cloud of acrid fumes coming from the fires that are still burning in and around the World Trade Center area. Moments ago, I spoke with firefighter Tommy Dowdell of Engine 238. He had been working in and around the fires for about 5 hours, and then when Building 7 collapsed moments earlier, all the firefighters were ordered to pull back. And he explains that it is just absolute, utter devastation on West Street.
Forget about it. It's like Pearl Harbor all over again. Disaster. I really can't describe it. It's just that it's something in 19 years. It's the worst I've ever seen. Is there anything left of the two World Trade Center buildings at all? You still can't even see it. That's how much smoke and debris flying around, so it's a nightmare.
He said there are several fires burning down there. One of the concerns is an AT&T building, a very important AT&T building, that if it were to go, we would lose all service down here in most of Lower Manhattan, so they're keeping an eye on that. He said there are many stories of people watching others jump from the World Trade Center buildings that were on fire as they were jumping, and he told me a sad story of one firefighter whose body fell on top of him. So there are just thousands of stories like this here that are going to be coming out throughout the next couple of days, and one will just be worse than the next. It is going to be a while before this recovers from this act of terrorism. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Wins, live in Lower Manhattan.
Well, Steve just touched on something. I think we're just going to hear about this. We know how awful it looked to see those two twin towers, so much a part of our landscape, disappear. But then now to keep in mind there were people inside those buildings, and many did not get out and did not get out alive. And we have no idea what death count may be in this story. But it's going to be very high, and even 1 or 2 people is high enough. But it's going to be probably a very discouraging and very sad number once we get it. Now, we do know at least 3,000 people have been treated at hospitals around New York as we sort of collect information around, and some of those are not too serious. Some people are in critical condition, but that, too, may be just the beginning. 1010 Wins reporter Stan Brooks has also been very busy today. Stan?
Yeah, this tragedy gets worse and worse, and this operation gets bigger and bigger. I just saw fire trucks from Port Jefferson, East Islip, Wisconsin, Hauppauge, Selden, just come racing into the scene, I guess, to help relieve some of the New York City firefighters. They've come here also with backhoes, with generators, with searchlights, medical equipment, a couple of trailer trucks with water supplies because it's hot down there and steamy and suffocating because of all the powder that's there, the ash, forklifts, all kinds of things to carry through the night, and they search for survivors and the bodies that were undoubtedly in there. And a family from Norway was treated to this horrible scene because they were living down there, just visiting here, and they were staying down near the World Trade
Listening to the Opie and Anthony Show. Back in a minute.
My nephew, her son. Yeah. And we heard the big bang this morning. It's close to Trade Center, and we have a little child here, so we were really terrified. But we have stayed indoors, taping our windows for a long time. But now eventually they said on television we had to move north. So that's why we are evacuating the child and ourselves.
Did you hear the explosion?
Yes, very well. It was really something very special. The building was shaking all over. So terrifying. Terrifying sound, because we thought maybe it was some construction going on, but we heard it wasn't. It was a very bad sound. Much louder, much louder.
And, of course, everybody in New York is going to have a story to tell after this. They were nearby, they were driving by, or some of them were in their buildings and managed to get out. But it's a horrible, horrible story, and we haven't heard the end of it yet. Ralph.
All right, 1010 Wins reporter Stan Brooks. Well, a lot of people are very distraught, even if they weren't in that situation, because trying to figure out how and why and what this all means. We do expect to hear from Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, shortly. President Bush will be addressing the nation at 9 tonight. Let's get back to Doug O'Brien. Doug?
That's 1010 Wins, our sister station here in New York, and we'll go back to Opie and Anthony, who are on Long Island. Guys?
Hey,
Thank
thanks,
you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. You're welcome.
Just went and got some from the vending machine.
Yes, we can still get chocolate chip cookies.
Lunch and dinner. Yum, yum.
I know.
All right, let's go right back to the phones, guys. Hello?
Yeah, we're going to go to, what do you call it, Mike on the National.
Okay.
Mike checking in.
Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
Where are you calling from, Mike?
Trenton, Jersey.
New Jersey. What's up?
Yo, man, I don't know if anybody's brought up this angle yet, but this thing was way too well planned. Who says that this is the only thing that's going to happen?
Well, but hopefully we put in place some precautions, like taking every plane out of the sky might help from this happening again right now.
Might stop them from it for this day.
Right, I know.
Think about how well planned they had this. You know that they knew what we were going to do. You know, they knew we were going to shut down. And the one guy saying that we could do more damage in 20 minutes than they did in a day.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. They shut down L.A. They shut down New York. They killed how many people? They shut down the country, and they got how many months of damage that we have to clean up?
Oh, they
knew what they were doing.
As far as they're concerned, mission accomplished, man. They did what terrorists do. They terrorized, and they stopped the machine that we like to call our lives. But, what our response has to be is something huge. So this is harder to happen next time. I don't think we could totally.
But there are already people in the media saying that we shouldn't stoop to their level. Anthony.
Oh, please stoop!
Right, please.
We have higher standards than them, and it wouldn't be a good thing to stoop to their level and blah 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 blah.
If I'm my way, we'd send a group of 5 people to Bin Laden, to Hussein, to everybody who ever screwed with us, and just kill them. Plain and simple. No 2 questions about it.
We don't take people out. That's not our policy.
Yeah, it is. We just don't publicize it.
I wish. We also thought that there'd be missiles if the Pentagon ever got attacked by an aircraft.
Yeah, right.
A lot of these misconceptions and urban legends about this country and our monuments and things like the Pentagon were just crap.
Right.
They were nothing.
You said it earlier. You said, if a plane was heading toward the Pentagon, you just assumed the ground would open up.
The ground opens up.
And we would just something like that.
Anti-aircraft missiles launch, right? If you asked anyone in this country what happens if a commercial aircraft is hijacked and heads toward the Pentagon? Oh, gee.
Well, the ground
let me tell you. First of all, and everyone's a know-it-all. There's guys on the roof. Let me tell you. There's guys on the roof, and they got the Stinger missiles, what they got. And what they do is they shoot the plane down, and everybody gets in a big elevator, and all the important stuff drops to the mantle of the earth. And it's bullcrap. You know what happens? The plane hits the building, and it blows up. That's what happens.
Well, the other funny thing was when they put up the, an F-15.
Yeah.
They thought a second plane was coming.
Uh-huh.
Even if the commercial jet had gotten within 5 feet of the Pentagon, they still wouldn't have shot it down. The backlash from the Americans of an American fighter jet shooting down an American commercial plane with American passengers, they would have let it hit the Pentagon before they shot it down.
Let me tell you something, my friend. There's a 747 that crashed in Pennsylvania.
In the woods.
And it looks an awful lot like it was shot down by fighter planes.
I hope so, and I hope, because first I thought maybe it was the pilot who had enough sense to know what was going on and just down the plane himself. But if that got shot down, then, hopefully we're starting to wise up a little bit here.
I don't think they would... I don't think the guy would crash his own plane because he might get shot down. The guy was heading toward Washington. He was intercepted, and, we'll see what happened. I'm sure it'll come out. They're not going to try to cover something like that up or anything.
Really?
I hope.
Anthony, for the locals, 59th Street Bridge is now open both ways and limited service to New York on the Long Island Railroad.
Mm-hmm.
And then one other thing, a lot of people around, wonder why we get ourselves into so much trouble. And we hear about all this kind of terrorism on our side of the oceans. But nobody ever seems to think that we have our own little branch of terrorism going on in other countries. I mean, we do some responsibility because, as much as it's not publicized over here, we do have our own little terrorist organizations going on.
I will not accept any responsibility or hear that the United States is responsible for this in any way.
No.
Terrorist groups? No, I don't see that.
You don't see us, going out and causing coups, doing our own little things in other countries. Come on.
Oh, yeah, no,
it can't be that bad.
I know we do that, but you know something?
Nothing like this.
You know something? We look at what we did in Iraq. We tried to keep civilian deaths to a minimum, which is ridiculous for us. Which is ridiculous. They don't care. Why should we use bombs with pinpoint accuracy to take out military installation and leave the hospital next to it standing when they don't care?
Yeah.
Dumb bombs. Let's drop some 2,000-pounders on the whole goddamn country.
When we used to firestorm, like Japan and Germany, just box everything in with a big thing of fire and burn everything inside of it.
It's the good old days.
What we got to do.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Catch you later.
Confirmed report? Really? U.S. did not attack in Afghanistan.
They're probably sitting there like, hey, wait a minute, we're doing that. What the hell are you doing?
Who do we have next on the phone lines?
We have Patty calling in from New York. Patty.
Hi, Gelfie.
Hello.
Hey, Patty, what's up?
I'm exhausted from walking
Thank God
across
it's
the
not
59th
that,
Street
Patty.
Bridge.
You walked home over the 59th Street Bridge today?
Yeah, I work in Rockefeller Center, and they had evacuated our building because they smelled gas at around 10 o'clock.
Yes, I believe Saturday Night Live was primary target.
It was it? No, you're
No,
kidding.
Patty, come on.
So we walked up to Bloomingdale's where my husband works, picked him up, and walked across the 59th Street Bridge.
How do you usually get home? You take
the F train.
The train, right? Okay.
It took us 2 hours. It looked like Moses was leading his people to the promise, and there were some people.
Yeah, I don't know if people in other cities are getting that footage where there's just thousands upon thousands of people walking across these bridges home because that's the only way to get home today.
No way home. Leave your car.
They had to pick us up on 38th and Queens Boulevard. The 7 train was running there when we got there.
This is what I was talking about earlier. How everyone's annoyed,
The
Their
people,
little routine was interrupted.
Yeah, see?
You know what I'm saying?
When you look over the bridge towards the World Trade Center, nothing, just smoke. It was terrible. It was like a dream. And the people on the huge flatbed trucks, people out driving across, strangers. People were helpful, but it was just amazing.
Yeah.
I just can't believe this is happening, and it's just scary, like everybody else is saying. What else are they going to do?
Yeah, that's the point we're at. We're just like, now everybody's, you flinch at everything, you know what I mean? You hear that plane fly overhead in a couple of days when they open up the airports again, you're going to be thinking about it, It's going to be on everyone's mind a lot for quite a while.
Who in their right mind would jump on a plane in the very near future? I mean,
I know.
And we saw people
will, though, because either they have to or I don't know.
It was crazy. People who were at Wall Street, who walked all the way from Wall Street, we met them next to us. They said they actually saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that's one of the more horrible
so far they haven't shown that
I
footage
saw
on
it on
TV.
TV. One station, Channel 9 had it. You saw the person flying. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's
It was. I just can't believe that this actually happened. How can they not detect the planes going a different route?
You know something? You never expect something like this to happen. So, that plane that left Boston, it was going to L.A., over New York at some point. It made a sharp turn south. And at that point, they knew something was amiss with the plane. Either no one talked to the tower or what happened, but for some reason they didn't feel like shooting it down, so it wasn't a threat. It was just a plane that was off course.
Yeah, but half an hour?
I know, a half an hour of a plane off course.
Going south toward
if we were a little more alert, or maybe we were tipped off at something, you might know this was going to happen, but...
I mean, hello, I don't know. I just don't understand it. And so many lives are going to be gone because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And these people are like, yeah, we tried it the first time, it didn't happen, but look what we did. We got both of them in this time.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's just
what's going to stop them now?
Okay, well,
I just wanted to say, love your show, guys, I just wanted to, You know.
All right, Patty.
Hey, thanks for everything, okay? Thanks for the
Patty.
great coverage, okay?
Well, we're trying.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job, by the way. I'm watching Afghanistan getting bombed, too, so.
All right, cool. I just hate being serious. Hate it.
Yeah, we like talking about boobies and whores. that's the fun stuff. But something like this happens, and it's kind of hard to joke about anything.
Right. Guys, what do we got next?
A couple things. We got some phone lines open, so the New York number as well as the national 866-277-4WOW, and the local number if you're in the New York area 877-692-1027. And one other thing, guys, that the guy that called in from Boston who had his brother-in-law on the 105th floor.
Yeah, and
it's at Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a law firm. They have a number set up in London where they're based for people to call about loved ones. It's 44207-894-8017. So,
you better give that number again if that guy's listening.
44207-894-8017.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Who do we have on the phone line?
Want to go to Joe on line 8?
Okay.
Out of New York?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, look, Anthony keeps saying this isn't our fault. He's wrong. We let all these ragheads into our country. We should have learned the last time. They're all in here on student visas. They come here, they make these explosives, or in this case, stole a plane.
Hey, guys are right.
I mean, it's our fault. I mean, it's time we changed the sign from, give us your huddled masses yearning to be free. It's time it says, sorry, we're full.
Yeah, that argument's going to be brought up again, but, I don't consider that our fault. It's unwise, some of our immigration practices. I think we got to stop worrying about offending groups, is what it is. There are these students, they call them students, that come over here. I don't know what they're studying, but they're building bombs. They're doing reconnaissance work for these terrorist organizations, and we can't kick them out. You know why? Because we're not like that. We're the United States. We're all inclusive, and we would hate to offend, because there would be a group that will write a letter to this organization or that and be offended that we're calling these people terrorists.
Well, we like being politically correct. Dan.
Well, F that, man. It's just it's time to really assess reality and not think about hurting people's feelings.
Because next time it could be chemical warfare.
Right.
Could be nuclear weapons.
Who knows what's next? You never thought this.
Fun stuff.
And for anyone sitting out there going, oh, now stop. Turn on your TV. Because who the hell imagined this? Who thought you'd ever see something like this happening? And yeah, they do keep topping themselves. Remember?
It keeps escalating.
93, it was a Ryder truck with some horse crap in the back.
6 people died. Oklahoma City bombing was about 168, if I'm not mistaken, and now look where we're at.
Now we're at airplanes crashing into buildings. So next, who knows, man?
And this had to be in the works for years.
Yeah, this one had to be planned for a while, and you know something? We should have known about it. We just should have known about it.
Well, we have an open-door policy. Come on in and, stick it to us.
Yeah, come on in, take a good look around, tell your pals where the good stuff is, and,
It's like living in the middle of Newark and leaving your doors open. Yeah, come on in. Take what you want and go home.
I've hated our immigration policies for many years.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe.
People from known terrorist nations should be under the utmost scrutiny. And I don't care whose feelings it's hurting. It's just the way it is. Sorry.
All right. 4 planes went down, and the total is 266 people.
From all 4 planes.
Put together, right. So,
all right.
So these planes weren't, filled.
You can't say thank God because people died.
No. Did I say thank God?
No,
okay.
I'm saying a lot.
I'm trying to check every word I say.
Because when something like this happens, the lower the death toll, the better. But it doesn't help because you don't want to hear that anyone died.
Just the people dying on in the planes is more than the Oklahoma City bombing. Yeah. Just to put it in perspective.
Mm-hmm. And who knows what they're going to find underneath all that rubble at the Pentagon and the World Trade Center.
And Building 7 from... the World Trade Center. Guys, who do we have next?
We have our own Steve C. from Foundry, who's on the line. He's stuck in Jersey. Steve.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Steve.
How are you?
How will this affect Foundry?
I don't care because I'm in steam underwear that I was wearing yesterday.
You know, the terrorists were able to fly 767s, but I'm sure they couldn't navigate FoundryMusic.com.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Very
Thank you
hard.
Very much.
So you didn't make it into work either today, huh?
You know, I was going to say, I took the day off because I had to go to a doctor's appointment. By the time I was headed home, because I was going to come in and help Ben and Rick, I couldn't get into Secaucus where I live. They've closed off all access.
Yeah, that stomach surgery doesn't seem as important.
No, all of a sudden things have been put in perspective, although I would like to start taking, I'd like to sacrifice my surgery and start taking lessons how to fly an F-14 so I can fly it over and drop a nuke on somebody.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh.
So what are your thoughts today?
You know, just hatred. Hatred for every militant raghead that ever said a foul word about this place.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to gouge their friggin' eyes out of their pathetic heads.
When you look on the TV and they're waving their flags and celebrating the fact that people were killed and institutions around this country were destroyed, it makes you pissed off.
It's infuriating. It is infuriating to watch people it's infuriating to watch somebody rejoice at what could be tens of thousands of people crushed.
Yeah.
Did you see the world, one of the towers collapse live on TV today, like everyone else?
You know, I was 40 miles away in Jersey, and I saw the smoke plume.
Yeah. The feeling I got watching it on live TV, I'm like, no, hang in there. Help is on the way. Hang in there. Do not fall down.
Yeah, you hope.
And you can feel it in your gut.
What's gut-wrenching is that there were EMTs, there were firemen, there were policemen.
A lot of emergency workers down there trying to help out the people that they were evacuating. And, who thought those were going to just come down like that? So,
You know what's also disgusting, and I've been tuning you guys in and on and off all day, but I don't know if anyone said this, but stuff like this doesn't happen in this country without someone on this end knowing about it first.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's really sick.
Oh, now there's a guy up there. Who's this? He's up there with a lot of medals on his chest.
You guys want me to bring up the audio on that?
Talking in front of the Pentagon. Who is he?
Yeah, bring it up.
Was this Shelton? Who is this guy?
Innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones.
He's got some medals.
I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out.
What are we going to do?
Both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Yeah, there you go.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Nice comb over.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity.
I think I heard this in 93.
To track down,
I know,
root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists.
Of course. And nothing happened.
Support them and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world.
So do something.
Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
It is.
Senator John Warner.
Same speech we heard after the Oklahoma City bombing.
Chairman, preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president.
There you go.
And the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history.
Al Gore right now is going,
I think
thank God I lost.
Its finest hour.
Right?
Is our president and those with him, notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men in the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act.
Be ballsy. Tell us what you're bombing.
Unprecedented.
They never tell us beforehand.
We call upon the entire world to to step up and help, because terrorism is a common end to all.
Where was Superman?
And we're in this together.
He could have helped.
States has borne the brunt, but who can be next?
I hate these goddamn speeches.
Can you fade this out?
Yeah,
I'm just getting annoyed.
I get pissed off because I'm hearing the same crap we heard, like Ope said, in '93. I want to hear someone with a set of brass balls get in front of that podium and shake things up.
Who's not worried about offending someone or worried about, policies or politics.
Right. Get up there.
Be a leader. Be a real leader.
Talk like you feel. How do you feel? You pissed off? Get to the podium and say, we're pissed off. And someone's going to pay. We're going to figure this out. And someone will pay. Our armed forces are ready. Well, I hope so. That doesn't tell me anything. And if these speeches just go on for days and weeks and months and then everyone forgets and nothing happens, book me passage to Afghanistan. I'm going into the desert with a gun. Find it myself.
Guys, what do we have next?
Let's see. I got a report here. The Senator Orrin Hatch says they have intelligence that two connected to bin Laden said that over private airways that we hit 2 targets. Then it looks like they have confirmed reports that bin Laden is attached to these attacks.
Gee, what a surprise.
As opposed to him saying, no, I had nothing to do with it.
He's the only one with the money and the power to do something like this. It's obvious. It's not, when someone did something bad, let me bring the Superman back up, Opie. It was always Lex Luthor, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. See? We know who it is.
All right, let's go back to the phones.
Let's go to Kevin in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Yes. Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Hey, Kevin. I just wanted to say that we need to bomb the hell out of everything there. I mean, I'm comparing this to Vietnam in the sheer fact that we couldn't tell who was our enemy and who was. I mean, the people that were making the most effective gun runnings were the women and children. And you look at these, we need to go into that entire region, kill every man, woman, and child, and leave how the hell you pronounce his name?
Bin Laden.
Yeah, we need to leave him alive and torture him for the next 30 years.
It would be really nice to believe that would happen, but we're America, so it doesn't happen.
We don't have it in us.
I just hope we do something. And the Vietnam analogy is good because, we don't know who the enemy is. And that war was effed up because we don't piss other countries off, too. This is something we have to do. We got to get in there and do some damage and not care if we're pissing off countries that are sympathetic to these groups.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the last time anyone attacked American soil, we put the most force we could possibly put into the attack.
Yeah, I don't understand. People sometimes they don't think. It doesn't have to come by way of tank and paratroopers and missiles. This is as much an act of war as if a bomber flew over the city and dropped a bomb out of a military plane on the World Trade Center. There's no difference. This is we're at war. They declared war on us, and we have to respond tenfold.
Oh, more? Oh, no. Because if they were saying that we hit, I just heard that they announced over private radio and his troops that we hit 2 targets. Mm-hmm. That means there was a lot more.
Yeah, we said that earlier.
Yeah, well,
just imagine what the full plan was.
Yeah, exactly.
Heads are going to roll in the military and in the CIA. That someone should have known about this, and hopefully it puts their ass in gear that they start getting their intelligence back to where it was. During the Cold War, we knew a lot of stuff, but for some reason all those got cut because we figured we didn't need it anymore. Well, we need it.
All right, Kevin, thank you.
All right, guys, I'm just venting. Thank you for letting me talk, and you guys have a nice night, or as best you can.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, bye.
Kevin from Philly.
Hey guys, we got a few minutes left, so I was hoping to get some more of these phone numbers back out to the listeners if they're looking to try and track down information on loved ones. The employee family survivor info set up by the companies at World Trade Center, Morgan Stanley. The number again is 888-883-4391. And for Deloitte and Tush, It's 1-212-243-7666. And again, they're looking for blood donations. Type O, I guess, is the most needed right now. So call a location near you at 1-800-HELP-NOW or 1-800-933-BLOOD.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
No problem.
All right.
Guys, also here in New York, Ron and Fez are here, so they'll be on live after us for people that are in New York.
How the hell did they get it?
They got in.
They live in New York.
Yeah. Ron's been here all day, and Fez got in, so they're going to be on here in New York after us.
Okay.
What do you guys want to do? 6:54? What do you want to do?
I don't know. I'm just numb. I don't know. Who do we have on the phone?
We got Chris out on Long Island, line 4.
Line 4. Here you go. Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah, hey.
What's up, Chris?
I'm from Huntington.
Yeah.
I live right near Huntington Hospital. I just had 3 F-16s fly right over my house.
Yeah, it's they're probably coming from the base out east.
Yeah, they were going west.
They closed down the Long Island Expressway at exit 61, which is about a good, 30 miles east? 30 miles east of New York City, and it's closed 30 miles east of New York City. That's how hard it's going to be to travel. I'm supposed to get back to Brooklyn. I'm going to have some time. I know. I don't think I'm getting back.
Stay at the treehouse.
You can stay at the treehouse.
Oh, I can't stay at Opie's house. No
Whack
way.
your head going up the stairs.
The treehouse. How do I get a drink in the middle of the night? Do I have to pull the rope and the coconuts come up? It's like the Swiss Family Robinson treehouse.
We'll figure it out.
Actually, you drop the bucket into the water.
Where's President Bush arriving?
He arrives at the White House.
At the White House?
What are you, stupid?
What is he, crazy?
They've actually flown him to 4 different locations.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting. You saw the helicopters just kind of swarming the area. I was wondering what was going on. It was, because they were getting ready to get him in.
Oh, now I'm sure that if anything happens, the Washington Monument opens up and a missile comes out. Right?
The New York Stock Exchange will be closed tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's obvious.
They've canceled 40,000 flights. 40,000 flights. That's a lot of people at a lot of airports. Unprecedented.
And Disney World and Disneyland closed.
Damn it.
They had to report that.
Yeah, I know. No
baseball games tonight.
Who cares about baseball?
Oh, Knott's Berry Farm is closed.
All right. Well,
one last number, guys, because there's another big company in the World Trade Center, Empire Blue Cross, and a lot of employees. The number for info for them is 866-761-8265. 866-761-8265. That's Empire Blue Cross. Yeah.
And for St. Vincent's, if you're looking to track down somebody at St. Vincent's, their info number 212-604-7085. And anyone that works with Keefe, Broyette, and Woods, you have a number to call. If you're trying to locate someone, a loved one, 1-800-726-0006.
I hate when they say loved one. What if you just liked somebody? You still want to see where they are? Like if Rick was in there. He's a liked one. What's the number for liked ones? Max. Thank you for the numbers, Max.
Hey, okay, Anthony.
Anyone else on the phones?
Just a bunch of random, calls are coming in and out real quick right now.
Yeah, I think we've run the course.
Yes.
George Bush, back at the White House. George W. He's coming out of his helicopter. I wonder if they did anything extra. Like if some of the people are going to be, sharpshooters on top of the White House and on the grounds.
Wow.
Look, who's the first guy that comes out of the helicopter?
He's called the Shield.
He's like the food taster guy.
The president has left the helicopter. You know they walk with confidence.
Walk confident. A lot of crisis.
Look around a lot. Make sure you're frowning.
Straight into the White House. Let me see. Could you see any other sharpshooters or anything?
He was so prepped on how to walk out of that helicopter.
Of course. What's that? White House minefield?
That's his business walk. What are those, all picnic tables?
Picnic tables stacked up. They couldn't have flown him closer to the White House? He has a long walk.
Is that picnic tables?
What was that? Picnic tables stacked up.
As a barrier?
I would hope not.
After everything that went on, they decided to make, to put a barrier around the White House, piling up picnic tables.
And we're going to deploy picnic tables everywhere.
Look at him.
There he is. Back in. There he goes. All
right, thank you, Mr. President. Okay.
He'll be giving a speech tonight at 9. I think it's going to be a ratings bonanza, to tell you the truth.
I have a feeling
a lot of
that
people.
it'll be on 30 stations tonight.
Yes.
Of course.
Well, it's I can't say it's been a fun show. It sure hasn't been that. It's been different.
Nah, this is something,
It's going to be hard doing a show even tomorrow. I don't know how going to go in, ooh, whip them out Wednesday tomorrow,
This is something we just don't have a desire to do.
Yeah.
This is not our expertise, so I thank everyone for bearing with us and sharing your stories and stuff, but this just sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks big time.
Yeah,
and our thoughts are out, go out to all the people that
have family and friends. They don't know where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And there's thousands of those people tonight.
And we can only hope that we get some retribution here, some revenge. All right.
All right, guys. Do what you gotta.
All right, we'll go back to
10-10 wins.
We'll go back to 10-10 wins, and then for you and your New York, Ron and Fez coming up in just a few minutes.
Did Jeremy tell you to say that?
No,
we gotta
come on. I went to school for radio. Give me a break here.
Gotta get our ratings. This is the place to be. Disgusted. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey guys, don't hang up, okay?
What?